Chapter 1. Ye Chu's release and his disgraceful family. Master, I must take my leave. Please take care of yourself. I in Longtan Prison, Jiangnan Province. Ye Chu bowed respectfully to a disheveled old man, his eyes filled with reluctance. The old man nodded slightly and admonished, "Do not forget the matters I entrusted to you. Once you are outside, swiftly address the resentment of the dragon chi within you. Otherwise, if it invades your heart and veins, calamity will surely follow." Ye Chu solemnly replied, "Master, I understand. 3 years prior, he had taken the fall for his elder brother. At that time, he was merely 15, often bullied by others. Fortunately, the old man intervened, taking him as a disciple and imparting numerous skills. The old man had revealed that Ye Chu possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, but for reasons unknown, the true dragon bone within him had been extracted. This had given rise to the resentful dragon chi, which continuously eroded his body. Without intervention, he would not survive past 18. Thanks to the old man's teachings in martial arts, Ye Chu managed to suppress the resentful dragon chi to some extent, but this was merely a temporary measure. To completely resolve the resentful dragon chi, 2 paths lay before him. The first was to seek a woman with a special constitution. A dragon's nature is indulgent, and since the resentful dragon chi is a variant of the dragon essence, cultivating with such a woman could harmonize the resentful dragon chi with her. Primaline, the ideal candidates were those with true phoenix or true dragon bodies. The second was to retrieve the lost true dragon bone. The resentful dragon chi arose from the extraction of the true dragon bone, and once it was reclaimed, it would dissipate. The old man waved his hand. "Very well, go. Remember not to tarnish my reputation." Ye Chu knelt and bowed thrice before rising to leave the prison. As soon as he stepped outside, Longtan Prison erupted in excitement. "Ha ha ha, Chu the Overlord is finally free. Excellent. Today is a day to celebrate." The Ye family, one of the 4 prestigious families in Jiangdu City, was in turmoil within their villa. Yu Tianqing and his wife wore expressions of deep concern. "What are we to do? We have only 3 days left. If we cannot devise a plan, my tenure as head of the family will come to an end," Yu Tianqing said, his brow furrowed. Xie Yushan replied angrily, "The old man is clearly doing this on purpose." Yu Tianqing sighed. "I know all too well. Father is indirectly forcing me to relinquish my position." Xie Yushan grew anxious. "What should we do?" Yu Tianqing clenched his teeth. "If it comes to it, we may have to sacrifice Yifei." Xie Yushan's expression changed. "Will Yifei agree? That young lady from the Jiang family is in a vegetative state and has suffered disfigurement. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family had been in a car accident over a year ago, falling into a coma. After exhausting all medical options, they were recently seeking a son-in-law to bring good fortune. In pursuit of wealth, the Yi family willingly took on the task. The elder Yi immediately called a family meeting, and after fruitless discussions, the pressure fell upon Ye Tianqing as the family head. Just as the couple was in distress, the family steward entered. "Sir, young Master Chu has returned." Xie Yushan frowned. "Which young Master Chu?" Ye Tianqing also looked puzzled, but then seemed to recall something. The steward clarified. "Sir, it is young Master Ye Chu, who was imprisoned 3 years ago." Both were taken aback, recalling who Ye Chu was. Having been absent for over 3 years, they had almost forgotten about such a son. Their eyes brightened in unison, and Xie Yushan exclaimed, "Tianqing, we can have Ye Chu marry into the Jiang family." Ye Tianqing nodded in agreement. "Excellent. A reformed criminal marrying a vegetative woman, what a match made in heaven." Xie Yushan's worry resurfaced. "But Ye Chu is an illegitimate child and has been imprisoned. Will the Jiang family accept this?" Ye Tianqing pondered. "I will make a call to inquire." He promptly took out his phone to communicate with the Jiang family. After ending the call, Xie Yushan immediately asked, "What did they say?" Ye Tianqing replied, "The Jiang family said they would consider it." At that moment, the steward entered with Ye Chu. Seeing his faded clothes, both parents exchanged glances of disdain. Yet, thinking of the marriage proposal, they forced smiles. Ye Tianqing approached eagerly, grasping Ye Chu's hand with warmth. "Little Chu, you have endured much these past 3 years." Xie Yushan added, "Little Chu, wait here. I will prepare a meal for you." She left for the kitchen. Ye Tianqing continued to engage Ye Chu in small talk, asking about his time in prison and explaining that he had been too busy with family matters to visit. Ye Chu did not expose the pretense, simply listening in silence. However, a cold smile formed in his heart. He was no longer the boy he had been 3 years ago. No matter how grand their words, he believed not a single syllable. In the past, he held no position in the family and was often beaten and scorned. 3 years ago, Ye Tianqing had even coerced him into taking the blame for his brother Ye Chen, claiming his youth would yield a lighter sentence, promising him wealth and honor upon release. But the reality was that since his imprisonment, No one from the Ye family had visited him. As a child, he was powerless against the Ye family and had no choice but to comply. Originally, he had no intention of returning to the Ye family after his release. Yet, upon learning from his master about his true dragon bloodline, he felt compelled to uncover the truth of his origins. Yu Tianqing and his deceased mother were both ordinary individuals, incapable of passing down the true dragon bloodline. There was only one possibility: they were not his biological parents, or at least one of them was not. His return was driven by a desire to unravel the mystery of his lineage. Though he could not comprehend Yu Tianqing's sudden warmth, he suspected ulterior motives. After over an hour of Yu Tianqing's incessant chatter, Ye Chu could no longer endure it and coldly stated, "Enough of this charade. Speak plainly, what is it you want?" Yu Tianqing was taken aback, but quickly responded with a grin, "Little Chu, why must you think that? Can't your father simply be concerned for you?" Ye Chu remained silent, merely gazing intently at Yu Tianqing. The latter felt a bit embarrassed. Just as his phone rang, he answered it, and, after a few moments, his expression brightened. Having exchanged a few words, he hung up and turned to Ye Chu with a fatherly smile. "Little Chu, to make amends for your sacrifices over the past 3 years, I have arranged a marriage for you." Why Ye Chu's heart stirred, he knew the main topic had arrived. The bride is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. By marrying her, you will secure a life free from want. Why Ye Chu felt a cold laugh rise within him. While he had suspected this might happen, he had not anticipated such brazen audacity. He had heard a fellow inmate mention the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, once the jewel of her family, now a victim of a tragic accident, reduced to a vegetative state. And now, upon his release, he was being asked to marry a comatose woman. What a remarkable father he had. Ye Tianqing continued to boast, "Little Chu, the Jiang family is a prominent force in Jiangdu, even more powerful than our Ye family. Do not let this opportunity slip away." Ye Chu replied with scorn, "If it is such a great opportunity, why not let my elder brother or second brother marry her?" Chapter 2. From now on, no further connection. Ye Tianqing's brow furrowed ever so slightly, yet he maintained a cheerful facade. "Xiao Chu, during your absence over the past 3 years, both your elder brother and second brother have found girlfriends. Moreover, this fortune rightfully belongs to you. How could they, as your brothers, dare to usurp it?" Ye Chu, disinterested in further debate, replied coolly, "I am willing to agree, but under certain conditions." Ye Tianqing's eyes brightened. "What are your conditions? Speak." Taking a deep breath, Ye Chu stated, "I wish to know the identity of my biological father." He was certain that Ye Tianqing was not his true father. Ye Tianqing's expression stiffened as he discreetly glanced towards the kitchen, where Xie Yushan was bustling about. Feeling somewhat relieved from Ye Tianqing's reaction, Ye Chu understood he had guessed correctly. With a grim countenance, Ye Tianqing retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I not your biological father? Is that so?" Ye Chu scoffed. Would a true father allow his son to take the fall for another? And upon release, demand he marry a comatose person? Yu Tianqing was rendered speechless by the inquiry. He was taken aback, realizing that Ye Chu was fully aware of everything. Initially, he had hoped to deceive Ye Chu into marrying into the family, thinking it would be too late for him to uncover the truth later. Ye Chu replied, "As long as you reveal the truth of my origins, I shall agree to marry Miss Jiang." Ye Tianqing's expression darkened. "You insolent child, do you dare to threaten me?" Ye Chu's demeanor remained indifferent. "Do not presume to exert paternal authority over me. You are unworthy." Ye Tianqing's face turned an ashen hue. "You truly believe that after 3 years in prison, I am powerless over you? You dare to threaten me?" Ye Chu's tone turned frigid, an imposing aura emanating from him. "Do you think I am still the naive child from 3 years ago, the illegitimate son you could manipulate at will? Put away your facade. In my eyes, you are nothing. Huh? Not just you. The entire Ye family could be obliterated at my whim." Ye Tianqing trembled, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. At any moment, Ye Chu could extinguish his life if he so desired. Ye Chu reigned in his imposing presence, stating calmly, "Reveal the truth, and I shall agree to marry Miss Jiang, thus repaying your family for the care you've given me." Ye Tianqing appeared momentarily dazed, as Ye Chu returned to his ordinary self. Everything that had transpired seemed to vanish. Strangely, what had just occurred? How could this little wretch possess such an aura? Surely, I must have been mistaken. He reassured himself, feeling a twinge of anger at having been intimidated by Ye Chu. Yet, for the sake of the marriage, he forced himself to endure. "Very well, I shall tell you." Ye Chu leaned in attentively. "You are indeed not my biological child. Your mother was my first love. She fell gravely ill, and with her parents gone, entrusted you to my care. Out of respect for our past, I promised to look after you. As for your biological father, I know not who he is." Ye Chu fixed his gaze upon Yi Tiancheng, discerning that he was not lying. Thus, the trail had once again gone cold. However, he could ascertain that his biological father possessed dragon blood. If he could locate this individual, he should be able to uncover the truth about the dragon bone. But in this vast world, how could he find him? I have disclosed the matter to you, Yi Tiancheng said coldly, and I hope you remember what you just heard. Furthermore, this is between us. Do not let a third party know, lest we tarnish the Yi family's reputation. Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, rest assured, I am a man of my word. When shall we wed? Tomorrow, Yi Tiancheng replied. Stay at home today. I shall arrange for someone to bring you clothing. Soon after, Xie Yushan prepared a sumptuous feast. Upon learning of Ye Chu's agreement, she was overjoyed. After dinner, the couple promptly sent a large array of clothes for the housekeeper to help Ye Chu try on. The following day, Ye Chu, impeccably dressed, awaited the arrival of the wedding procession at the villa. Clad in a tailored suit, his visage was resolute. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his crew cut accentuated his spirited demeanor. He exuded an extraordinary aura. Third brother, your sacrifice will not be forgotten, Ye Chen said, patting Ye Chu on the shoulder with a warm smile. Having learned of Ye Chu's intention to marry into the Jiang family, he had rushed back from afar. Despite his deep disdain for Ye Chu, the illegitimate son, he felt it necessary to maintain appearances as the elder brother. Ye Chu shook his head. There is no need. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Yi family. He had fully discerned the shamelessness of the Yi clan. Ye Chen's smile faded, inwardly cursing Ye Chu for his ingratitude. Before long, the Jiang family's wedding procession arrived at the Yi residence. Ye Chu strode towards the entrance, not sparing a glance for anyone. Xie Yushan was infuriated. What a disgrace. After years in prison, he doesn't even understand basic etiquette. Ye Chen consoled her mother. He is merely an illegitimate child. Do not stoop to his level. Yu Tiancheng added, there is no need to be upset with the convict. This time, our branch has put forth considerable effort. We should seek benefits from the old master. Outside, having just boarded the car, Ye Chu overheard their conversation clearly. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Ye family, just wait. He joined the wedding procession, heading towards the Jiang family villa. The Jiang family was a century-old clan in Jiangdu City, rich in heritage, far surpassing the Yi family. Before long, the vehicles arrived at the Jiang family villa. Ye Chu followed the butler inside. Within the villa, Jiang Haiyun and his wife were entertaining a stoic elder. Dr. Li, we are truly grateful for your efforts, Jiang Haiyun said with appreciation. My apologies, I was unable to be of assistance, Li Zhenyuan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Should I receive news of the medicine emperor? I will inform you at once. The elder, known as Li Zhenyuan, was a national treasure, hired by the couple at great expense. However, he could not awaken Jiang Junyao and instead recommended a legendary healer, the medicine emperor. The couple expressed their gratitude. We appreciate your help, Dr. Li. Li Zhenyuan waved his hand, rising to take his leave. Jiang Yuhai quickly stood to escort him out. Li Zhenyuan brushed past Ye Chu as he entered. Ye Chu was curious. Who was this man that knew of the medicine emperor? The medicine emperor, the sovereign of all medicines. In ancient times, Shenong tasted 100 herbs. Today, the medicine emperor distinguishes myriad medicines. The medicine emperor is a towering figure in the realm of alchemy, possessing skills that defy comprehension. It is said that there is no ailment he cannot cure. Though the medicine emperor is formidable, his renown is confined to the realms of alchemy and martial arts, making it difficult for ordinary people to know of him. Why is Ye Chu so well informed? Because the medicine emperor is his master. You are Ye Chu? A stern voice interrupted Ye Chu's thoughts. Looking up, he saw Jiang Haiyun glaring at him unfavorably. Ye Chu nodded slightly. With a grim expression, Jiang Haiyun remarked, I heard you just got out of prison? Ye Chu nodded again. Jiang Haiyun's countenance darkened further. How audacious of the Yi family to permit a convict to marry into our clan. Do they think my lineage is easy to bully just because we have fallen from grace? Enough. Today is a joyous occasion. Let's keep the remarks to a minimum. Han Mingwan interjected, shooting her husband a glare. Besides, this was my decision. After assessing Ye Chu from head to toe, her eyes showed a hint of approval. Not bad. Not bad. Quite the dashing young man. He is indeed worthy of Junyao. Jiang Haiyun snorted and turned to ascend the stairs, clearly dissatisfied with Ye Chu as a son-in-law. Old Lin, have someone assist Junyao out. Han Mingwan instructed the butler, then beckoned to Ye Chu. Xiao Chu, let us also go upstairs. Ye Chu silently followed her up. Upon reaching the second-floor parlor, several maids were assisting an extraordinarily beautiful woman as she emerged. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with cascading red waves framing her exquisite, flawless face and a curvaceous figure. Were it not for her pallid complexion, she would undoubtedly be even more radiant. Ye Chu felt a flicker of doubt. Wasn't it said that she had been disfigured? How could she be so enchanting? Subsequently, in the presence of Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun, the two held a brief wedding ceremony. Subsequently, the steward procured their marriage certificate using their photographs. Mr. Yi, I entrust my daughter's future to your care. Madam Han implored Ye Chu with solemnity. Ye Chu nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, madam, I shall ensure Jiwenyao's happiness. Jiang Haiyun emitted a derisive snort, then turned and descended the stairs. Mr. Yi, please don't take your father-in-law's attitude to heart, Madam Han said, slightly embarrassed, as she produced a bank card. Consider this 1 million as a token of my esteem. Ye Chu was taken aback. 1 million as an introductory gift upon their first meeting? Such serendipity seemed improbable. Madam, I cannot accept this. Ye Chu demurred, perplexed by her intentions. He wondered if she was being overly generous. Little did he know that while the Jiang family sought someone for a propitious union, they were discerning in their choice. When the Yi family proposed Ye Chu's marriage into their family, Madam Han promptly investigated his background. 3 years prior, he had served a prison sentence in place of his elder brother, and now, having just been released, he willingly sacrificed for his family. Such a man of loyalty and righteousness naturally appealed to Madam Han. While she might have preferred someone exceptional, Jiwenyao's condition made such a prospect unlikely. Moreover, the Jiang family was financially secure. Thus, character was paramount. Chapter 3, Divine Skills, Transforming Qi into Needles in the End. Han Mingwan managed to press the bank card upon Ye Chu. After she departed, Ye Chu entered the room. His gaze fixed upon the unconscious Jiang Junyao lying on the bed. Perhaps marrying into the family isn't so bad, he murmured softly. Han Mingwan's warmth reminded Ye Chu of his late mother. Unlike Yi Tiansheng, his mother, Lin Xianxian, had been exceedingly loving towards him. He grasped Jiang Junyao's delicate hand to take her pulse. After a moment, his brow furrowed. Could this constitution be? He examined her closely, delight evident in his eyes. It truly is the true phoenix body. My luck is extraordinary. He was ecstatic. According to his master, individuals with unique constitutions were exceedingly rare. Yet, he had encountered one so soon after emerging into the world. Furthermore, he had unwittingly married her. Regaining his composure, he began to investigate the cause of Jiang Junyao's unconsciousness. After a brief examination, his brow arched slightly. It seems my wife is not so simple. With a swift hand gesture, he formed a seal, and wisps of true qi emanated from his fingertips, materializing into ethereal needles in the air. Transforming qi into needles was a divine feat. Anyone with discernment witnessing this spectacle would be utterly astonished. Such a technique was only found in ancient texts. He unveiled the covers, revealing a curvaceous and alluring figure, causing Ye Chu's gaze to ignite with passion. For the past 3 years, he had been confined within prison walls, devoid of any contact with women. Being in the prime of his youth, his heart inevitably raced at the sight. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his inner turmoil and focused intently on manipulating the qi needles. Shush, shush, shush. With nimble fingers, 9 qi needles were successively inserted into various acupoints on Jiang Juanyao's body. Buzz. The tips of the qi needles trembled slightly, then gradually transformed from transparent to crimson. Within minutes, they resembled droplets of fresh blood. With a wave of his hand, the 9 qi needles soared into the air, transforming into 9 drops of scarlet liquid above the nearby trash can. A subtle fragrance permeated the air. Ye Chu seized Jiang Juanyao's wrist to take her pulse. Discovering traces of residual toxins, he infused her with some true qi to revitalize her body, intending to continue the treatment. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the nanny, Wu Ma, entered carrying a basin of hot water. Upon witnessing the scene, she was aghast. What are you doing to Miss? Ye Chu frowned, withdrew his hand, and as he was about to explain, Wu Ma fled the room. Soon, she returned with Jiang Haiyun and Han Mingwan. You beast! What are you trying to do to Junyao? Jiang Haiyun roared as he entered. Han Mingwan immediately rushed forward to check on Jiang Junyao, reassured that she was unharmed. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she turned to Ye Chu and asked, Xiao Chu, what were you doing just now? Jiang Haiyun bellowed. What's there to ask? This animal must be trying to take advantage of Junyao. I knew he wasn't a good person, having been in prison, but you wouldn't listen. It was understandable that he would misunderstand. Ye Chu's impression of him was already negative, and coupled with what Wu Ma had witnessed, it was difficult not to be suspicious. The thought of him attempting to harm his comatose daughter ignited his fury. What's the rush? We haven't even gotten to the bottom of things yet. Han Mingwan chided her husband, then continued to look at Ye Chu. Ye Chu did not conceal the truth. I was treating Ju and Yao's illness. Han Mingwan was surprised. You know medicine? Ye Chu nodded. I have some knowledge of it. Jiang Haiyan laughed derisively, then rebuked. Nonsense. You dropped out of junior high and went to prison. Where did you learn medicine? From the criminals inside. Ye Chu did not want to over-explain, saying indifferently, I was indeed treating her illness. Believe it or not. It's up to you. Jiang Haiyan scoffed. Is that so? Then can you discern Ju and Yao's ailment? Poisoning. Jiang Haiyan burst into laughter, then scolded, utter nonsense. Jun Yao was in a car accident. Her consciousness fell into slumber, causing her to become a vegetable. What does that have to do with poisoning? Ye Chu curled his lip. Jiang Juanyao's brain had indeed suffered damage, but it was insufficient to cause her to remain unconscious. The true cause was the Lycoris radiata toxin within her body. The Lycoris radiata toxin was colorless and odorless, dissolving into the blood and nerves, making it extremely difficult to detect. This was why, in the past year, the Jiang family had invited numerous renowned doctors, yet none could awaken Jiang Junyao. They could not even find the cause of her illness, let alone treat it. He did not bother to explain, knowing that they would not believe him. As Han Mingwan was about to speak, the butler hurried into the room. Master, madam. The first madam and Miss Junlan have arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures entered. They were none other than the first madam of the Jiang family, Chen Meijing, and her youngest daughter, Jiang Junlan. Second brother, I heard you found a young master from the Yi family to bring luck to Junyao. Where is he? Let me have a look. Jiang Junlan curled her lip. Mom, what you family young master? I heard he's just an illegitimate child who's been in prison. The two sang in unison, infuriating the couple. Jiang Haiyan glared at Han Mingwan. This is all you're doing. Han Mingwan's expression was unpleasant. She said coldly, eldest sister-in-law. My son-in-law is none of your concern. Chen Meijing smiled ingratiatingly. Mingwan, you're wrong to say that. I'm still Junyao's aunt, so it's only right that I care about her. Even though Junyao has become a vegetable, you can't just find any Tom, Dick, or Harry. It makes it seem like Junyao is unwanted. Her words were like daggers. Han Mingwan trembled with anger, but before she could erupt, Chen Meijing continued. A former convict is full of bad luck. What if it's transmitted to Junyao? Instead of bringing good luck, it might bring disaster. Then she looked at Jiang Haiyun and sked. I say, second brother, you should keep an eye on Mingwan. What if it really brings disaster? Junyao might never wake up in this lifetime. Han Mingjuan's voice was shrill. Chen Meijing, how dare you curse my daughter? Chen Meijing was unfazed. Mingwan, don't misunderstand. I'm just stating the truth. Before Han Mingwan could respond, Ye Chu spoke up. This old auntie. Bringing good luck isn't about looking at a person's past experiences. It's about looking at their destiny and fortune. I had my fortune told when I was young. And the fortune teller said I was a lucky star, bringing prosperity wherever I go. Maybe Junyao will wake up soon. Chen Meijing was taken aback, then immediately reacted, yelling. You convict. Who are you calling old? Ye Chu grinned, his smile radiant. Old Annie, your face is so mean and nasty. The powder on your face could be used to paint walls. Could it be that you're too old and ugly to be seen in public? The crowd looked on in astonishment. No one had expected Ye Chu to be so sharp-tongued. Ah, you little beast, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Chen Meijing shrieked, baring her claws to scratch Ye Chu's face, but Han Mingwan stopped her. She said mockingly, eldest sister-in-law, you're an elder, yet you're bickering with a junior. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Chen Meijing trembled with anger, but she knew she could not do anything to Ye Chu here. Forcibly suppressing her anger, she sneered. Han Mingwan, don't get too cocky. I'm here to tell you that the old man has decided to let Zhu Long be the president. The inauguration ceremony will be in a month. The cooperation with the Huangfu family will also be handled by Jun Long. You better not interfere. Or don't blame us for being impolite. Han Mingjuan's face immediately turned ugly. A year ago, the Huangfu family was planning to invest in Jinling. And the old man promised that whoever could reach a cooperation agreement with them could become the president of the Jiang Corporation. Jiang Junyao had gone through great lengths to connect with them, but she was in a car accident at the crucial moment. During her coma, the first branch not only seized the fruits of her labor, but also suppressed all of Jiang Junyao's confidence in the company, either subduing them or firing them. The second branch had almost no say in the current Jiang Corporation. Dad is being biased. We will never agree to this. She nearly ground her back teeth to powder. Chen Meijing said smugly, what if you don't agree? Your proud daughter has now become a vegetable. Who else can the second branch rely on? Your good-for-nothing husband? Or this convict son-in-law? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became unbearably oppressive, and Han Mingjuan's expression darkened ominously. She wished to refute, but found herself at a loss for words. Han Mingwan, the Jiang family is destined to be inherited by our branch. You might as well relinquish your delusions. It would be wise for you to obey henceforth, or there will come a time for your lamentation. Just as Qin Meijing basked in her growing triumph, a sudden cough emanated from the direction of the bed. Everyone immediately turned to look, only to find Jiang Junyao had opened her eyes, unbeknownst to them. Chapter 4. A protective mother-in-law's perplexity. Junyao. Han Mengwan hurried forward, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I knew my daughter was blessed and would be all right." Jiang Haiyun, equally elated, immediately retrieved his phone to contact their private physician. Wu Ma and the butler also beamed with joy. In stark contrast, Qin Meijing and her daughter wore expressions as if they had tasted something foul. Soon, several medical personnel arrived with their equipment to conduct a thorough examination of Jiang Junyao. "Doctor, how is she?" Han Mengwan anxiously inquired. "Madam, the eldest young lady is in excellent health, merely a bit weak," the doctor responded, astonishment evident in his voice. As the Jiang family's personal physician, he regularly examined Jiang Junyao. Just days prior, her brain activity showed only slight fluctuations, consistent with her previous state, and she suffered from widespread muscle atrophy. Now, not only had she miraculously awakened, but her atrophied muscles had also returned to their normal state. It was truly remarkable. Jiang Hai erupted in laughter. "Haha. It must be the ancestors of the Jiang family watching over us." His daughter's awakening had dispelled the gloom in his heart. Han Mengwan, however, glanced inadvertently at Ye Chu, recalling the events that had transpired earlier. Could it truly be such a coincidence? Dismissing further contemplation for the moment, she turned to Qin Meijing with a smug expression. "Oh, elder sister-in-law, look, my son-in-law is truly a lucky charm." Junyao awakened as soon as he arrived. "With such a fortunate presence in our family, we are sure to prosper. Your branch had better be careful not to lose the presidency you acquired so easily." Qin Meijing's face darkened, never having imagined that retribution would come so swiftly. "Humph. He's just a former convict. There's no need to be so smug. It's embarrassing." Qin Meijing glared resentfully at Han Mengwan before departing with her daughter in a huff. The medical team followed suit. Once they were gone, Han Mengwan immediately approached Ye Chu. "Good son-in-law, you truly are a blessing to our family. I believe Junyao will be happy with you." Her satisfaction with Ye Chu as her son-in-law grew. Jiang Hai frowned. "Mengwan, Junyao has awakened. I think this farcical ritual should end here." He had disliked Ye Chu even when Jiang Junyao was in a vegetative state, and his feelings had not changed. Jiang Junyao was a renowned beauty in Jiangdu, excelling in appearance, talent, and family background. Numerous young and promising men pursued her. He absolutely refused to allow his precious daughter to marry a former convict. Han Mengwan's temper flared. "Jiang Haiyan, what do you mean? Are you trying to discard him after he's served his purpose? Would Junyao have awakened without Ye Chu?" Jiang Haiyun retorted coldly. "Junyao's awakening is due to her own good fortune and the blessings of our ancestors, not this boy. You can't possibly believe in such absurd rituals. Is that so? Then explain why Junyao didn't awaken sooner or later, but precisely when Xiao Chu arrived." Han Mengwan countered with a frosty expression. "And have you forgotten what happened earlier?" "Humph. It's merely a coincidence," Jiang Haiyun scoffed. "You actually believe this boy's words? He's an ex-convict. What would he know?" Han Mengwan erupted in anger. "Jiang, Xiao Chu is my son-in-law. If you ever dare to bring up his past again, I'm through with you." Jiang Haiyun was incredulous. His wife was defending a newcomer, raising her voice at him. His own anger flared. "Han Mengwan, I can concede to you on other matters, but this is non-negotiable. This boy must divorce Junyao. Are you rebelling against me today, daring to shout at me?" Just as the argument escalated, Jiang Junyao spoke from her bed. "Dad, Mom, please stop arguing. I want some peace." Both immediately fell silent. Han Mengwan glared at Jiang Haiyun before turning to Jiang Junyao. "Junyao, rest well. I'll go make you some nourishing food." With that, she left the room. Jiang Haiyun shot a glare at Ye Chu, as if to say, "Boy, if you know what's good for you, you'll take the initiative to divorce her." The nanny and the butler also quickly excused themselves. Just as Ye Chu was about to leave, Jiang Junyao called out to him. "Wait, I have something to say to you." Ye Chu turned to face the stunning beauty on the bed. Her eyes were captivating, like two black gemstones. Yet they held an air of coldness and depth. Jiang Junyao propped herself up against the headboard, glanced at Ye Chu, and spoke calmly. "I've pieced together what has happened. My mother was overly worried and resorted to this absurd ritual. You and I are strangers, and marriage is too forced. But you brought a glimmer of hope to my mother in her despair. As a token of gratitude, I can offer you 10 million as compensation." Ye Chu curled his lip. 10 million? Who do you think you're dealing with?" He paused, then asked, "So, what is it you really want to say?" A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Junyao's eyes. The other party showed no reaction upon hearing the offer of 10 million. For ordinary people, that was no small sum. Jiang Junyao revealed her purpose. Let's find a time to get a divorce. We are not from the same world, and forcing us together is pointless. Her voice was calm and even, without arrogance or condescension. But this calmness was the true arrogance. Perhaps in Jiang Junyao's eyes, Ye Chu was merely an ant, while she was a phoenix soaring in the heavens. After the divorce, their paths would never cross again. She didn't even bother to use her power to intimidate him. Why would a phoenix bother with an ant? Ye Chu chuckled inwardly and retorted, "How do you know we're not from the same world? Do you even know me?" Jiang Junyao rubbed her temples. "I dislike those who cling on. I hope you have some self-awareness." Although she had just met Ye Chu, she had gleaned enough from her parents' conversation. He was a former convict who had entered their family to fulfill a ritual. Such a person was too ordinary and incompatible with her. Since she had been so blunt, Ye Chu saw no reason to force himself upon her. Although he needed the true phoenix body to suppress the resentment within him, he had his pride. If he couldn't have the true phoenix body, he could find another suitable physique. He would never stoop to begging. "I have no objections, as long as my parents-in-law agree." He didn't completely dismiss the possibility because he genuinely liked Han Mingwan, his mother-in-law. Since his own mother's passing, Han Mingwan had rekindled the warmth of maternal love within him. "I'll speak to my mother about it," Jiang Junyao replied before lying back down. "You may leave. I want to rest." As Ye Chu departed, Jiang Junyao sighed softly. Although it was somewhat unethical, her position was unique, and Ye Chu's presence would inevitably involve him in her affairs. Ye Chu descended the stairs to find Han Mingwan busily preparing a table full of delectable dishes. Wuma assisted the frail Jiang Junyao downstairs. "Junyao, come and sit down. Mom made your favorite black-bone chicken soup," Han Mingwan said, rising to greet her. The family took their seats, and as they prepared to eat, Jiang Junyao turned to Han Mingwan. "Mom, I spoke with Ye Chu earlier. We are not compatible, and I intend to divorce him." The smile on Han Mingwan's face froze. Jiang Haiyan burst into laughter. "Haha, Junyao and I are the same mind. This boy is indeed unsuitable. We'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau after dinner." Clang. Han Mingwan slammed her chopsticks on the table. "Let me see who dares." "Junyao, one must not be ungrateful. I will never agree to this. After you became a vegetable, your former suitors avoided us like the plague, let alone marrying into our family." At that critical moment, Xiao Chu stepped forward, and you awakened as soon as he arrived. "He's your lucky star, and his character is impeccable. What could you possibly dislike about him?" She rattled off a torrent of reasons, praising Ye Chu at every turn, making it clear that she wholeheartedly approved of him as her son-in-law. Jiang Haiyan curled his lips, questioning how someone with good character could still end up in prison. Han Mingwan glared at him furiously, asserting, "You know nothing. I have investigated this matter. Xiao Chu was merely taking the blame for his elder brother. He has just emerged from confinement and is willing to sacrifice for his family. How can that not be considered good character?" "What then is?" Jiang Haiyan was rendered speechless by her retort. After a moment, he stammered, "But he is still an illegitimate child. How does he deserve to be with our Junyao?" Silence. Han Mingwan rebuked sharply, then turned to Jiang Junyao, declaring, "Let me make this clear. If you dare to divorce Xiao Chu, I shall disown you as my daughter." With that, she stormed upstairs in a fit of anger. Jiang Junyao rubbed her temples, aware that her mother was genuinely furious, and decided to wait before discussing anything further. Jiang Haiyan looked at his daughter and said, "Junyao, your father supports you." Jiang Junyao remained silent and, after finishing her meal, ascended to her room. Ye Chu took the initiative to help clear the dishes. Jiang Haiyan, observing this, felt irritated, perceiving his son-in-law as excessively submissive, and left the villa in frustration. Ye Chu, unfazed, prepared a bowl of food and brought it upstairs to his mother-in-law. "Mom, don't let yourself go hungry. Your health is paramount." Han Mingwan accepted the meal, increasingly pleased with Ye Chu. "Xiao Chu, rest assured, with me around, that stubborn girl won't get a divorce." Ye Chu smiled and nodded, naturally hoping to avoid such a fate. In the adjoining room, Jiang Junyao listened attentively, feeling a headache coming on. She took out her phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, a voice filled with surprise responded, "President Jiang, you are awake." "Shui, investigate the car accident," Jiang Junyao commanded. "President Jiang, we have already uncovered the truth. It was Jiang Junlong and his associates." The voice on the line seethed, "President Jiang, shall I send someone to eliminate them discreetly?" Although she had anticipated this, hearing it spoken aloud momentarily stunned Jiang Junyao. It was astonishing that they truly disregarded familial bonds. Very well. There was no need for politeness henceforth. Not for now. "What is the situation with the Huangfu family?" she inquired. "They have successfully established a foothold in Jiangdu, but it seems there have been some disputes with the White Wolf Society regarding demolition recently." "What sort of disputes?" It appears they have been unable to agree on a price. Jiang Junyao frowned. The White Wolf Society was indeed a formidable opponent. Keep a close watch on the situation in Nanjing. Contact me immediately with any updates. After finishing her instructions, she prepared to end the call, but remembered something and added, "Oh, and investigate a certain individual for me." After hanging up, Jiang Junyao sat cross-legged on her bed. As she sensed the changes within her body, astonishment and confusion flickered in her eyes. Strange, why has the poison of the other shore flower diminished so significantly? Did something happen while I was unconscious? Chapter 5. Junyao compromises. The Yi family's malice. The news of Jiang Junyao's awakening quickly spread among the upper echelons of Jiangdu City. Young and talented suitors who had once pursued her flocked to her residence, only to be repelled by Han Mingwan, who asserted that her daughter was now married and urged them to cease their trivial pursuits. During this time, Jiang Junyao repeatedly expressed her desire for divorce, but each attempt was met with vehement rebuke from Han Mingwan. Eventually, left with no alternative, Jiang Junyao sought out Ye Chu. "Ye Chu, your character is commendable, and you are indeed a man of responsibility, yet we are simply not suited for one another." After conducting an investigation into Ye Chu, her understanding of him deepened. Although somewhat meek, his integrity was undeniable. If she were merely a typical heiress from a prominent family, marrying such a man might not be a poor choice. However, her unique status made it impossible for her to unite with someone of ordinary standing. Forcing such a union would not only lack affection but could also jeopardize his well-being. While it may seem harsh, it is the undeniable truth. Ye Chu nodded. "A divorce, is it? As long as my mother consents, I have no objections." Jiang Junyao sighed. "You have seen my mother's stance. For now, let us put the divorce aside. I called you here to inform you that we shall henceforth be merely a nominal couple. Once my mother reconsiders, we will proceed with the divorce. In the meantime, let us not interfere with each other's lives. You are free to seek companionship. My only request is that you do not bring anyone home." I understand that this request may seem. All right, Ye Chu readily acquiesced, internally pleased at this unexpected arrangement. He had been worried about how to handle encounters with other special individuals. Han Mingwan had treated him well. Finding another woman would feel disloyal. Now that Jiang Junyao had proactively suggested it, he felt relieved. In the future, any repercussions would be of no concern to him. Jiang Junyao was taken aback by his readiness. Did he not fear her seeking relationships outside their marriage? She understood that men are particularly sensitive to infidelity. Even if their union was merely a facade, was it a lack of charm on her part, or was he simply spineless? Jiang Junyao found herself questioning. And upon reflecting on Ye Chu's background, she leaned towards the latter. An illegitimate child, imprisoned for his brother, and now sold by his family without a hint of resistance. How could this not be considered spineless? Disappointment welled within her. Indeed, such a man was destined to remain in a different realm from her own. As Ye Chu descended the stairs, Jiang Haiyan expressed his discontent. "What kind of man stays at home all day? Shouldn't you be earning a living? Do you expect the Jiang family to support you for a lifetime?" "Jiang Haiyan, have you lost your mind this early in the morning? Earn money? Does our family lack funds?" Han Mingwan retorted, then turned to Ye Chu. "Son-in-law, ignore him." Ye Chu smiled. "Mother, my father is right. I should indeed contribute to the household." Han Mingwan instantly shifted her demeanor. "Exactly. My son-in-law is ambitious. Let me think of any vacancies at the company." She furrowed her brow in contemplation, and Jiang Haiyun suddenly interjected. "Isn't there still some overdue payment pending? Perhaps we could let this lad try his hand at it." Han Mingwan immediately shook her head. "Those who owe us money are quite troublesome. How could a young man like Ye Chu manage that?" Jiang Haiyun replied nonchalantly. "He has spent time in prison. Perhaps he can handle it." Just as Han Mingwan was about to counter, ECH Chapter 6, a chance encounter with a loyal classmate after leaving the Jiang family. Ye Chu did not rush to collect the remaining payment, but instead took a leisurely stroll around Jiangdu City. By noon, he found a quaint little eatery to enjoy his lunch. Despite his newfound wealth, he still preferred the charm of roadside diners. It was not long after he settled in that a melodious female voice broke through the air. "Ye Chu." He looked up to behold a strikingly beautiful face. Her porcelain skin seemed almost ethereal, and beneath her rimless glasses, her large, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality, complemented by a delicate nose and a pair of cherry-red lips. Her features were simply impeccable. With her tall and graceful figure, she epitomized exquisite beauty. Ye Chu felt a flicker of skepticism. Was it mere chance that he stumbled upon such a vision in a casual noodle shop? The young woman before him would undoubtedly be a campus belle. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity washed over him, and with a moment's reflection, a memory surfaced in his mind. "Are you Sun Yuru?" he inquired, somewhat uncertainly. The girl beamed sweetly. I can't believe you still remember me. Taken aback, Ye Chu found himself momentarily lost in thought, recalling a girl of modest height, wearing black-framed glasses, with bangs that obscured her forehead. It was hard to believe that the once inconspicuous classmate had blossomed into such a stunning woman. Sun Yuru, his classmate from middle school, had once been an unnoticed presence in their class. Ye Chu remembered her fondly, particularly for the times he had stood up for her against bullies, which eventually forged a strong friendship between them. Indeed, as the saying goes, a woman grows more beautiful with age. Ye Chu chuckled, reflecting on how he regretted not having taken action sooner. Sun Yuru's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted playfully, "You're not the same either. You were never this smooth-tongued back then." In middle school, Ye Chu had been shy and withdrawn, often shunned at home, rarely engaging with his classmates. It was only after his time in prison that he began to change. "People do change," he replied with a chuckle, curiosity piqued. "Are you dining here as well?" Sun Yuru shook her head. "This restaurant is owned by my mother. I came to help out today since it's Sunday." "Yuru, the noodles are ready." A voice called from the kitchen. Without hesitation, Sun Yuru dashed off and soon returned, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. "To have such a beauty serve me is truly an honor," Ye Chu remarked, taking the bowl with a grin. "Just be grateful," she replied with a smile, settling down across from him, her chin resting on her hands. "So, Ye Chu, what happened that made you suddenly stop attending school?" "It was just a little incident," he replied nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate. Noticing his reticence, Sun Yuru shifted the topic. "Are you still studying?" Ye Chu shook his head. "No, I've already married." Sun Yuru gasped, her expression one of disbelief. "You actually got married?" "Of course, it was just a few days ago," he confirmed, then added curiously, "What about you? Miss Beauty? Do you have a boyfriend?" She hurriedly shook her head. "I'm still in college and not in a rush." Ye Chu nodded in agreement. "It's wise to prioritize your studies. Just don't follow my example," Sun Yuru affirmed with a slight hum, though inexplicably. She felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing about his marriage. At that moment, a group of unruly thugs barged in. Sun Yuru's expression changed instantly, her eyes narrowing with anger as she glared at them. "What are you doing here again?" "Well, look who we have here. The sister-in-law is present too," the leader, a red-haired ruffian, grinned, his gaze lecherously roaming over Sun Yuru. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. "Don't call me that. I'm not your sister-in-law." A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, her face paling at the sight of the thugs. "Gentlemen, are you here to eat, or?" The red-haired ruffian grinned maliciously. "Boss, have you made a decision?" Sun Yuru's mother, Sun Xiaoying, felt her heart race, unsure of how to respond. "Brother Jun said that if you agree, you won't have to pay management fees anymore, and he will even fund the expansion of your restaurant," the ruffian continued. Sun Xiaoying forced a smile. "My daughter is still in school and isn't ready for a relationship. Please convey our gratitude to Brother Jun for his kindness. I assure you, I will pay the management fees on time." With a kick, the red-haired thug overturned a chair, his demeanor menacing. "Don't be foolish. Brother Jun is interested in your daughter. It's her fortune. Today, she must accompany him, or I will demolish your shabby establishment." Witnessing the escalating tension, the patrons hastily fled the scene. "You are breaking the law. I will call the police," Sun Yuru shouted defiantly. The thugs merely laughed. One of them, a yellow-haired goon, lunged forward and snatched Sun Yuru's phone. "Sister, don't resist. Even if the police come, we'll be out in a few days and back here. Unless you decide to shut down this place." The red-haired thug chimed in. "Sister, if you submit to Brother Jun, you will have a life of luxury, and no one will dare to bully you again." Though frightened, Sun Yuru retorted, "You think I would ever agree to that?" Sun Xiaoying stepped in front of her daughter, pleading, "Please, gentlemen, we just want to run a small business. We beg you, spare us from trouble." Their repeated refusals only infuriated the thugs further. "Damn it, these two women are asking for trouble. Destroy this place and take them away," the red-haired thug shouted. The thugs leaped into action. Amid the sound of breaking furniture, Sun Yuru and her mother retreated to the kitchen, their hearts pounding with fear and sorrow. Sun Yuru instinctively glanced at Ye Chu, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. How wonderful it would be if he could once again come to her rescue like the hero he had been back then. But she quickly shook her head. How could he, alone, stand against a group of thugs? She only hoped they would leave soon, sparing him from any entanglement. The thugs noticed Ye Chu now. "Hey, kid. Get lost before you get hurt," the yellow-haired thug barked. Ye Chu rose, surveying the group with a calm smile. "You all seem to be having quite a bit of fun. Did you not hear me? Get lost," the yellow-haired thug shouted, slapping Ye Chu. "If you won't leave, then stay here." Ye Chu seized the thug's wrist, twisting it sharply. A crack echoed as the thug howled in pain. With a flick of his hand, he tossed the yellow-haired thug aside. The others quickly caught on, and the red-haired thug seethed with fury. You have a death wish, kid. Do you know who we are? Ye Chu nodded. Of course, just a bunch of societal scum. Brothers, finish him. The red-haired thug yelled, pulling out a dagger and lunging at Ye Chu. Watch out. Sun Yuru gasped, her face pale with fear. What happened next left her utterly dumbfounded. Ye Chu dispatched the gangsters effortlessly, as if they were mere playthings. You're finished. Brother Jun will not let you off. The red-haired thug groaned in pain, but he continued to threaten Ye Chu. Ye Chu stepped forward, placing his foot on the thug's face, applying just enough pressure to elicit pained cries. What did you just say, brother? I was wrong. I was wrong. Please stop. Ye Chu withdrew his foot and glanced at the others. The group of ruffians all bowed their heads, remaining silent. The red-haired thug staggered to his feet, casting a fearful glance at Ye Chu. Just as he intended to leave, Ye Chu called out to him, Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Chapter 7 Huangfu Shiriwa. By Lang Security, a red-haired thug with a mournful expression inquired, Big brother, do you have any other business? Ye Chu cast a glance around and replied nonchalantly, Is there no need to compensate for damages to others' property? Sun Xiaoying hurriedly stepped forward, Young man, perhaps we should just let it go. She certainly did not dare to let these ruffians pay for damages. Big brother is right. Compensation is necessary, the red-haired thug quickly interjected, eager to leave this place. These tables should be worth around 2,000 to 3,000. I'll compensate you 5,000. The thug pulled out his phone to initiate a payment. 5,000. Ye Chu's expression darkened. Are you trying to dismiss me like a beggar? The thug stammered, Big brother, how about you name a price? Ye Chu coolly stated, 50,000. The thug was left dumbfounded. A few broken tables can't be worth 50,000. Why don't you go rob someone instead? He blurted out, immediately regretting his words as he recognized the menace before him. Sun Xiaoying was also startled. Just as she was about to speak, Sun Yurua stopped her. Ye Chu's voice dripped with mockery. What? Is it only permissible for you to rob others while you cannot be robbed yourself? The thug fell silent, finally stuttering. But I really don't have that much money. Ye Chu's tone turned icy. Figure it out, or you might just leave a hand here today. The thug's face turned pale. I'll pay. In the end, several thugs resorted to loans and borrowed from credit services to barely scrape together 50,000. Ye Chu, I can't thank you enough today. Sun Yurua expressed her gratitude, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. This was already the second time he had come to her aid. Ye Chu smiled gently. It's just a small matter. No need to dwell on it. You've saved us today, young man. Sun Xiaoying reiterated her thanks, insisting on transferring the money to Ye Chu. You should keep that money. Ye Chu swiftly declined. Auntie, that is rightfully yours. Sun Xiaoying wished to argue further, but was met with Ye Chu's firm refusal. Resigned, she advised, Young man, those fellows are not to be trifled with. Today's incident may implicate you. You should leave Jiangdu as soon as possible. Sun Yurua, realizing the potential consequences, added bashfully, Ye Chu, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Ye Chu flashed a confident smile. No need to worry. They are just a few nuisances, hardly worth my concern. Seeing this, the mother and daughter duo refrained from saying more. After chatting with Sun Yurua for a while and exchanging contact information, Ye Chu finally took his leave. Before departing, he reminded them, if those thugs come looking for trouble again, remember to call me. Sun Yurua nodded vigorously. You take care as well. Once the shop settles down, I'll treat you to a meal. After leaving the noodle shop, Ye Chu received a message on his phone. It was from Jiang Haiyun, containing information about clients who owed outstanding payments. A cursory glance revealed more than 10 names, with Bailang Security Company at the top, owing over 5 million. Ye Chu pondered, wondering if Bailang Security had any connection to the Bailang Society. A quick search on his phone revealed a branch of Bailang Security not far from his location. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to the destination. Young brother. We arrived, the driver announced. Ye Chu paid and stepped out, observing that the area was undergoing demolition. He walked towards a nearby building. Just as he reached the building, a red Bentley pulled up. The doors opened, and 2 women stepped out. One was clad in a black leather jacket and sunglasses, resembling a bodyguard. Ye Chu merely glanced at her before shifting his gaze to the other woman, a stunning beauty rivaling Jiang Junyao. The woman wore no makeup, her features exquisitely defined, her skin flawless. The black office uniform accentuated her voluptuous figure perfectly. Not only was she beautiful, but she also exuded an aura of elegance and nobility. Ye Chu was taken aback, realizing that the 2 women appeared to have extraordinary backgrounds. What could possibly bring them to such a remote location? Were they also here regarding Bailang Security? Look again, and I'll have your eyes gouged out. A chilling voice interrupted his thoughts, sending a shiver down his spine. In Chapter 8. Despicable schemes in a state of despair, Sure you exclaimed, 500 million? Why not just rob it? Dongmei was furious. We have already investigated. The cost of this building is at most 50 million. Bald Li's expression remained unchanged as he accepted the teapot from his secretary and personally served tea to the three. Ah, young lady, do not be angry. There is an old saying, if you raise the price, you must repay. The price is negotiable. He lifted his cup of steaming tea with a smile and said, Miss Huangfu, please enjoy your tea. Yet, Huangfu Shuriwei remained unmoved. Bald Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Since Miss Huangfu was unwilling to give him this small courtesy, perhaps it was time to ask her to leave. Dongmei's tone turned icy. Li, do not overstep. Do you really think we dare not take action against you? Bald Li's expression darkened as he coldly replied, Little girl, I have navigated the treacherous waters of this world for decades, often skirting the edge of life and death. I am not easily intimidated. Either we negotiate properly, or you can leave. A chilling light flickered in Dongmei's eyes. She was tempted to teach him a lesson. However, considering that they were on his turf, she forced herself to endure. Huangfu Shuriwei calmly interjected, Managerly, let's skip the pleasantries and discuss your bottom line. Bald Li lounged back on the sofa, refusing to respond. Shuriwei furrowed her brow, a flash of anger crossing her eyes, but she did not explode. She took a careful sip of her tea and coldly said, Can we talk now? Haha, that's more like it. Bald Li laughed heartily and continued, Miss Huangfu, it is not that I am trying to make things difficult for you. I have indeed invested considerable effort into this building. Huangfu Shuriwei coldly interrupted, Managerly, let us not speak in riddles. Although I am unaware of how you acquired the information about my Huangfu family's plans to develop the southern district and built this large structure in advance, I advise you to tread carefully. Being overly greedy will only invite disaster. Ye Chu was astonished. The prominent family collaborating with the Jiang family was indeed the Huangfu family. He had not anticipated encountering them by chance. Bald Li grinned. I am well aware of the Huangfu family's strength. Here's the deal. If Miss Huangfu agrees to one condition, we will vacate immediately. Huangfu Shuriwei uttered a single word, speak. Bald Li leered at Huangfu API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 9. Arrogance and domineering. The master of opening Meridian's Winter Plum was in a state of acute anxiety, yet felt utterly helpless. Just as despair enveloped the two women, a voice unexpectedly broke through the tension. A group of men, employing such despicable tactics against a woman, had no sense of shame. The crowd turned their gaze toward the speaker, Ye Chu. Winter Plum was astonished, while Huangfu Shuriwei felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Young brother, if you can help me escape, I, Huangfu Shuriwei, will surely repay you handsomely. At that moment, she resembled a drowning person, unwilling to relinquish even the slightest glimmer of hope. Bald Li frowned. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of our White Wolf Society? He had assumed the three were allies, but now it was apparent that was not the case. Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, Who I am is inconsequential. I merely find your actions intolerable. Clap, clap, clap. Sima Kai applauded, a smirk on his face, courageous, I must say, daring to intrude upon my affairs. However, his expression darkened abruptly, morphing into one of malice. You wish to play the hero? You're not worthy. If you wish to avoid death, kneel immediately. I am in a good mood today. I might just break your legs and leave you with your hands for begging. He laughed heartily. His gaze towards Ye Chu filled with mockery. Bald Li followed suit, barking, Boy, hurry and kneel. Express your gratitude for young Master Kai's mercy. Ye Chu responded with indifference. That is a commendable suggestion. I too intend to leave you with your hands. Sima Kai's expression soured, while Bald Li bellowed, Brazen fool. How dare you disrespect young Master Kai? He charged at Ye Chu with a fist raised. Be careful. Winter Plum cried out in alarm. Huangfu Shuriwei wore a worried expression. Ye Chu was their last hope. Something terrible must not happen. She yearned to intervene, but the effects of the drug coursed through her, clouding her consciousness. Ye Chu rose and met the oncoming fist with his own. Bang! The impact echoed with a sound of cracking bones as Bald Li was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth. The onlookers were left speechless. With a single blow, he had severely injured a master of the 7th stage of body refinement. Ye Chu was at least a master of the 9th stage. Huangfu Shuriwei's dazed eyes brightened. This time, she genuinely saw hope. Although Sima Kai was astonished. Fear did not take root. Chapter 10. Ling Chi execution, lunar radiance physique boy. Surrender meekly, and I might grant you a complete corpse, sneered Baldy. Ye Chu responded with a disdainful expression, even beckoning provocatively. Enraged, Baldy roared, arrogant fool, prepare to die. Bang! A bullet hurtled through the air, aimed directly at Ye Chu. Without evading, Ye Chu nonchalantly intercepted the projectile with 2 fingers. The high-speed bullet was thus halted in its tracks, initially wearing sneering expressions. The onlookers were dumbfounded by this spectacle. Catching a bullet barehanded? What kind of monster was this? Even a Meridian opening Grandmaster couldn't accomplish such a feat, could they? Baldy Lee's face paled, realizing he might have provoked a formidable adversary. Sima Kai, though frightened, was primarily consumed by rage. What are you afraid of? He's just one person. Attack him. Whoever kills this bastard will receive 100 million. With such a substantial reward, bravery was sure to emerge. A burly man brandished a cleaver, shouting, "Brothers, let's go." Baldy Lee also opened fire rapidly. 2 bullets aimed at Ye Chu's head and heart. He had no choice but to fight desperately, having already offended Ye Chu. Ye Chu caught both bullets, then flicked his finger, sending one of the intercepted bullets hurtling back. Swoosh! The burly man's kneecap shattered instantly, blood gushing forth. Ah, my leg. The previously eager crowd fell silent. Useless trash. This kid won't dare to kill. Attack him. Sima Kai roared in exasperation. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ye Chu flicked the remaining 2 bullets he had caught. 2 bloody holes appeared in Sima Kai's knees, causing him to scream in agony. Ye Chu surveyed the crowd, asking, "Anyone else care to try?" The crowd fell silent, instinctively retreating, no longer daring to attack. "Ah, you bastard. You won't die a good death," Sima Kai howled, his face contorted with pain. "I swear, I'll kill your entire family." The intense pain, coupled with his crippled legs, drove him to the brink of madness. Ye Chu's expression darkened. "Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? I haven't taken action because I just arrived and didn't want to cause trouble." Sima Kai laughed maniacally. "Trash. Go ahead and try. If I die, your whole family will be buried with me." Ye Chu's face turned completely grim. He suddenly looked at Baldy Lee, who shuddered. Boss, is there something you need? Do you want to live?" Baldy Lee nodded vigorously. Ye Chu pointed to the cleaver on the ground nearby. "Go and cut off that kid's arms." Since the other party was so insistent on courting death, he had to oblige. Baldy Lee's face turned ashen. Offending the Huangfu family was already the riskiest thing he had ever done. Offending the Sima family was out of the question, as the Sima family, like the White Wolf Gang, was involved in organized crime and far more ruthless than the Huangfu family. "Boss, Ye Chu said calmly, "You can refuse, but you'll die." Baldy Lee trembled, unsure of what to do. Sima Kai laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, look at his cowardly appearance. Even if you gave him 100 chances, he wouldn't dare to touch me." Baldy Lee was already filled with resentment. If it weren't for Sima Kai, he wouldn't have encountered all this trouble. Now, being mocked further, he could no longer suppress his anger. He stood up, picked up the cleaver, and strode over. With 2 swift strokes, he severed Sima Kai's arms, splattering blood across his face. "I'll show you who's boss. You think you're so important just because of your family? Without the Sima family, you're nothing." Sima Kai screamed in agony, his eyes filled with venom. You'll all die." Baldy Lee ignored him, quickly returning to Ye Chu with a fawning expression. "Boss, are you satisfied?" Ye Chu nodded slightly, then looked at the group of burly men, saying calmly, "Go up there and each give that guy a cut." The men exchanged glances, hesitant to move. Baldy Lee glared at them. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what the boss said?" The men dared not hesitate any longer and stepped forward to deliver their blows. Even the man whose knee had been shattered went up and delivered a cut. The most brutal of them all, feeling that Sima Kai was responsible for his injury. Sima Kai never imagined that Ye Chu would actually dare to kill him, and in such a cruel manner. Just then, the unconscious old man stirred and awoke. Upon seeing the bloody scene of Sima Kai, his face turned pale with horror. Without a word, he turned and fled. How could Ye Chu give him a chance? He grabbed a teacup from the table and threw it. The teacup shattered, and a bloody hole appeared in the old man's head, killing him instantly. Ye Chu grinned at Baldy Lee. "Baldy, you know what to do with the aftermath, right?" Baldy Lee nodded hastily. "Boss, rest assured, nothing that happened here today will be leaked." He was joking. Everyone here had participated. If the Sima family found out, none of them would escape. Ye Chu nodded slightly. "Leave first and take care of the bodies." Baldy Lee dared not hesitate and immediately had his men remove the bodies from the office. Ye Chu approached Huangfu Shiwei, who was consumed by lust. It had to be said that Huangfu Shiwei was exceptionally alluring in her current state. If there were no one else present, Ye Chu might not have been able to restrain himself. Sensing the presence of a man, Huangfu Shiyue immediately tried to pounce, but Dongmei stopped her in time. Placing her on the sofa, Dongmei looked at Ye Chu warily. What do you think you're doing? Ye Chu rolled his eyes. Of course, I'm dispelling the poison. What else could I be doing? Dongmei was furious. You scoundrel. Get away from her. As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on my young mistress. She was initially grateful for Ye Chu's help, but didn't expect him to take advantage of the situation. Ye Chu was speechless. I'm talking about using true energy to dispel the poison. What are you imagining? Dongmei's face flushed red. Who told you not to explain yourself clearly? It was no wonder she misunderstood. Huangfu Shiyue had been drugged with an aphrodisiac. To dispel the poison, wouldn't one have to engage in that? You better not have any improper thoughts, or I'll kill you, she said coldly. Ye Chu ignored her and placed a few fingers on Huangfu Shiyue's body, immobilizing her. Then, he helped her sit up straight, placing his palms against hers, circulating his true energy into her body. What's this? Ye Chu's eyes narrowed as he examined her closely. Discovering that Huangfu Shiyue possessed a special physique known as the Lunar Radiance Physique, which allowed her to absorb moonlight for cultivation. It was exceedingly rare. Is my luck a little too good? Ye Chu mused, feeling that his luck was almost too good to be true, as his true energy entered her body. The aphrodisiac in Huangfu Shiyue's system turned into sweat, constantly seeping out of her pores. After more than 20 minutes, Huangfu Shiyue returned to a normal state. Ye Chu withdrew his hand and smiled. Miss Huangfu, how do you feel? Much better. Thank you for your help, mister. Huangfu Shiyue expressed her gratitude. Then asked curiously, I haven't had the pleasure of knowing your name. Ye Chu. Ye Chu stated his name, his gaze fixed on Huangfu Shiyue. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body, accentuating her figure. The top 2 buttons of her blouse had been torn off earlier, revealing a fair, deep cleavage. Sweat droplets trickled down her skin, creating an incredibly alluring sight. You pervert. What are you looking at? Dongmei scolded loudly. Huangfu Shiyue looked down, her fair face flushing with embarrassment, and quickly turned away. Chapter 11. Acknowledged as siblings, the Emperor's box. Dongmei shot a glare at Ye Chu, swiftly shedding her outer garment to drape it over Huangfu Shiyue. After a brief tidying up, Huangfu Shiyue turned her gaze back to Ye Chu. Mr. Yi, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Allow me to attend to matters here first, after which I shall host a banquet in your honor. Ye Chu, with a humble expression, replied, Miss Huangfu, you are too kind. Huangfu Shiyue instructed Dongmei to summon Baldly. The latter, trembling with fear, stammered, Miss Huangfu. It was that scoundrel Sima Kai who forced us to harm you. We had no other choice. I hope you can show leniency. Huangfu Shiyue snorted coldly, a formidable aura enveloping her. Tell me, who is the traitor within the Huangfu family? Bald Li's face turned pale with fright, unable to conceal the truth. It is Huangfu Jie. Huangfu Shiyue's expression darkened. Indeed, it was him. I shall not pursue you for this transgression, but you must vacate this place within a week. Should you dare to stir trouble again, your White Wolf Society will face annihilation. Baldly nodded vigorously. Understood, Miss Huangfu. Mr. Yi, please. Huangfu Shiyue gestured invitingly to Ye Chu. One moment, Ye Chu raised his hand and addressed Baldly. Baldly, shouldn't you settle the outstanding payment to the Jiang family? Baldly was taken aback. So this gentleman was here to collect money? He pondered when the Jiang family had acquired such a formidable figure. Without hesitation, he initiated the transfer. Brother, I recall the debt is over 5,800,000. I will send you 6 million. He merely wished to expedite the departure of this imposing figure. 6 million? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Ye Chu's expression grew stern. After such a long delay, should there not be interest? Baldly dared not voice a single objection, ingratiatingly responded, Brother, please, name your amount. Ye Chu held up 5 fingers. 50 million. Baldly nearly collapsed in disbelief. The interest had soared tenfold, more exorbitant than usury itself. Were they the ones involved in the underworld, or was it the other party? Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. Unwilling to comply? Baldly hastily shook his head. No, I will arrange it immediately. Ye Chu nodded. Transfer 6 million to the Jiang family's account, and the remainder to me. Baldly secretly grumbled, realizing this was merely a means to enrich oneself. Despite the dubious nature, who could challenge someone of such capability? After receiving the funds, Ye Chu and the 2 women descended the stairs. Although he intended to leave, Huangfu Shiyue's invitation compelled him to enter the Bentley. Mr. Yi, are you a local of Jiangdu? Huangfu Shiyue inquired curiously. Before her arrival, she had researched the local powers and had never encountered anyone named Ye Chu. Was he perhaps from elsewhere? Ye Chu nodded. Miss Huangfu, no need for formality. You may simply call me by my name. She was his senior, and her persistent use of Mr. Yi felt somewhat awkward. Mr. Yi is my benefactor. Such familiarity is unwarranted. Huangfu Shuriwei waved her hand dismissively. After observing Ye Chu's helpless expression, she contemplated and said, "How about this? We share a bond. Since I am a few years your senior, shall we acknowledge each other as sworn siblings?" Ye Chu's eyes lit up at the prospect of having a sworn sister. "That sounds wonderful. I would be delighted. However, may I know your name, dear sister?" Huangfu Shuriwei smiled playfully. "I am Huangfu Shuriwei. You shall call me Shuriwei Jie from now on." Dongmei, who was driving, was taken aback. This was the first time she had seen her mistress display such warmth towards a man. The Bentley first stopped at a shopping mall, where Huangfu Shuriwei changed into a new outfit before proceeding to a restaurant. Jianghuai Pavilion, the most prestigious establishment in Jiangdu, where a meal would cost at least several thousand. Upon entering the hall, the trio was met with enthusiastic service. Dongmei produced the reservation details. "The Emperor's Hall, we have a prior booking." The server, taken aback, quickly responded, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Shortly after they departed, 4 young men and women entered. The hall manager, with keen eyes, promptly approached. "Young Master Qin, please, come this way. What would you like to eat today?" One of the young men waved his hand grandly. "I am hosting esteemed guests today. Take me to the Emperor's Hall." The hall manager nodded vigorously. "Of course, young Master Qin." Just then, a server who had just come downstairs looked somewhat dazed and hurriedly approached. Manager Li. "The Emperor's Hall has already been reserved. The guests just went up." Manager Li frowned. "Who are they?" The server shook his head. "I don't know. They made the reservation online." Noticing the two engaged in hushed conversation, Qin Dongyang's expression soured. "Manager Li, is there a problem?" Li Mudwan quickly explained, "Young Master Qin. It's like this. A few esteemed guests have reserved the Emperor's Hall in advance. Please wait a moment. I will speak with them." Qin Dongyang replied coolly. "Let us go together." The group arrived outside a luxurious box on the top floor. "Please wait a moment, young Master Qin," Li Mudwan said before pushing the door open. Inside, Huangfu Shuriwei frowned slightly. "What is it?" Li Mudwan, wearing a polite face, addressed them, "Esteemed guests. It's like this. A few distinguished visitors have arrived and wish to exchange boxes with you." Huangfu Shuriwei's expression darkened. "We will not change." Li Mudwan's face stiffened. He hadn't anticipated such a refusal. However, he forced a smile. "Esteemed guests, the party outside is from the Qin family. I hope you can be accommodating." Huangfu Shuriwei's displeasure grew. Dongmei slammed the table, angrily declaring, "Leave at once, or I shall dismantle this establishment." Li Mudwan's temper flared as well. "Since you refuse to heed my counsel, do not regret it later. While you 3 may seem extraordinary, you cannot possibly compare with young Master Qin." He was well acquainted with the dignitaries of Jiangdu. None could rival the 3 before him. Emerging from the box, he stormed over to Qin Dongyang, seething. "Young Master Qin, I have exhausted all pleasantries, yet the individuals inside refuse to change boxes." Qin Dongyang chuckled mockingly. "It seems, Brother Qin, your standing in Jiangdu isn't as impressive as I thought." Another young man, slightly darker in complexion, smirked. Qin Dongyang's expression darkened. "I shall see just who dares to disrespect me." He pushed open the box door and scanned the 3 inside. Upon spotting Huangfu Shuriwei, his eyes gleamed with interest. Such a rare beauty was hard to come by. Then he looked at Ye Chu, and a sneer formed on his lips. "Oh, I see. It's the Jiang family's son-in-law. Are you not satisfied with marrying Miss Jiang and dare to flirt around?" Ye Chu, visibly displeased, replied, "What business is it of yours?" Qin Dongyang's expression soured further. Then he had a moment of realization. "Ah, I understand now. You must be incapable of satisfying Miss Jiang, which is why you're out here chasing after others. Indeed, if not for sheer luck, a worthless fellow like you could never have married her, let alone catch her eye." He then turned to Huangfu Shuriwei. "Beautiful lady, this fool is worthless. He has even served time. Do not be fooled by him." Huangfu Shuriwei retorted coldly, "I do not require your guidance in my affairs." "Ah, quite fiery." Qin Dongyang licked his lips. "Such a gem like you being with this waste is a travesty. You would be far better off with me." At that moment, other young men entered the box. One of them, upon seeing Huangfu Shuriwei's beauty, also lit up. "Young Master Qin, who is this stunning lady?" Qin Dongyang laughed. "She is probably just a minor internet celebrity mingling with this good-for-nothing. There's no way she is of any significance." He pointed at Ye Chu. "This lad is the Jiang family's much-discussed son-in-law." Zhao Sun cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chu before turning his gaze eagerly towards Huangfu Shuriwei. "Beautiful lady, how about being my girlfriend? I will give you 1 million every month." Chapter 12. The arrogant young master and the anger of Shiryu gazing at the self-righteous individuals before him, Ye Chu felt a twinge of amusement. A monthly allowance of 1 million to indulge the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family. How contemptuous must one be to hold such disdain for others? Huangfu Shiryu's delicate face darkened as Dong Mei sprang forward with the swiftness of an arrow. With a sharp slap, she sent Zhao Sun sprawling across the room. How dare such trash show disrespect to the young lady? The sudden scene left Qin Dongyang and his companions utterly stunned. How dare you strike someone? Do you know who Zhao is? Qin Dongyang exclaimed, his anger palpable. His two female companions rushed to assist Zhao Sun, who spat out blood, a few bloody teeth falling to the floor. His eyes brimmed with malice as he muttered, "This filthy woman will make me wish I were dead today." Dong Mei's expression darkened, and with a swift kick, she sent Zhao Sun crashing against the wall, the impact causing his chest to cave in and several ribs to break. Enraged, Qin Dongyang seethed. "You vile creature, how dare you lay a hand on him? Manager Li, summon security at once." Li Muduan dared not hesitate and quickly called for security. Qin Dongyang hurried to help Zhao Sun to his feet, reassuring him, "Rest assured, Zhao, I will avenge you." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Zhao Sun vowed, "That wretched girl will pay dearly, and those two must also face consequences. Fear not, none shall escape," Qin Dongyang promised. Casting a menacing glance at Ye Chu and his companions. "You are finished. Even the Jiang family cannot save you now. Listen well. Zhao is the heir of the Zhao family from Jinko City, a family whose power rivals that of the Jiang family. If you dare to lay a hand on him, prepare to rot in prison." He anticipated seeing fear etched across the faces of the three, but was met instead with their calm demeanor, causing his brow to furrow. At that moment, a group of security personnel burst in, and Li Muduan shouted, "Arrest these three." Just as the security team prepared to act, Huangfu Shiryu interjected, "I dare anyone to try." An invisible aura swept through the room, paralyzing the security guards with fear, some hesitating to advance. "What are you afraid of? Move in." Li Muduan barked, "I will take responsibility if anything goes awry." "You will take responsibility?" Huangfu Shiryu scoffed. "When did you, a mere lobby manager, gain such authority?" Li Muduan's expression darkened. "You will find out soon enough. All of you, advance. I will ensure my cousin doubles your bonuses." The guard's eyes lit up at the mention of the store manager being the cousin of the one speaking. The promise of doubled bonuses made them hesitate no longer. Swiftly surrounding Ye Chu and his companions. "Step aside," Dong Mei commanded coldly, swiftly dispatching the security guards with ease. "You are a martial artist?" Qin Dongyang observed, a hint of realization dawning upon him. "No wonder you are so arrogant. But even if you are a martial artist, you will not escape unscathed today." Li Muduan added icily, "Very well. No one has dared to cause such a ruckus in the Jianghuai Pavilion before. You will regret this." He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Shortly after, a middle-aged man arrived at the private room. It was Lu Shanchuan, the manager of Jianghuai Pavilion. "What is going on?" he asked in a deep voice. Li Muduan immediately twisted the facts. "Cousin, these individuals have occupied a reserved room for young Master Qin and even resorted to violence." He also mentioned Ye Chu and Zhao Sun's identities. Lu Shanchuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. He first turned to Qin Dongyang, saying, "Rest assured, young Master Qin, I will provide an explanation for this matter." Then, he directed his gaze towards Ye Chu and his companions, his attention primarily resting on Ye Chu, a mere son-in-law of the Jiang family. "How dare you cause trouble in my Jianghuai Pavilion? You have quite the audacity." Ye Chu felt a surge of irritation. Why did everyone assume they could step on him? "You dare to accuse me of causing trouble without even investigating?" His tone turned frosty. Lu Shanchuan sneered. "You are a mere son-in-law who has even served time. Your character is all too apparent. No investigation needed." Huangfu Shiryu's eyes glimmered with confusion. How could someone with Ye Chu's capabilities become a son-in-law? Prejudice is a mountain that looms large. Ye Chu, uninterested in further debate, spoke coolly, "I advise you to leave immediately, lest you invite calamity upon yourself." "A worthless son-in-law dares to speak such arrogance. How laughably presumptuous," Lu Shanchuan retorted disdainfully. "You will humbly apologize to young Master Qin, or the consequences will be beyond your comprehension." Li Muduan chimed in, insisting that they must bow and apologize, and that the woman should accompany young Master Qin for a night to show sincerity. Qin Dongyang chuckled coldly. "One night is hardly sufficient. It should be at least a month." Lu Shanchuan nodded in agreement. "Ladies and gentlemen, it would be wise to apologize. Otherwise, you shall not leave Jianghuai Pavilion today." The three spoke in turn, entirely disregarding Ye Chu and his companions. Huangfu Shiryu, furious yet amused, remarked, "Such grandiosity. I never expected such prowess under Huangfu Yun's command." Jianghuai Pavilion was indeed a subsidiary of the Huangfu family, and its manager, Huangfu Yun, was a distant relative of the family, granting Lu Shanchuan the audacity to behave in such a manner. Lu Shanchuan furrowed his brow. Who exactly are you to address our boss so casually? He felt a flicker of uncertainty, wondering if this woman was of significant stature. However, after much contemplation, he could not recall anyone in Jiangdu fitting that description. Qin Donglong sneered, Manager Zhou, do not overthink it. Anyone associated with this waste cannot possess any real standing. Lu Shanchuan considered this, but was about to respond when Huangfu Shiyu interjected coolly, I suggest you call in to inquire. Li Muduan scorned. Who do you think you are? Our boss is not someone you can simply summon. Huangfu Shiyu, uninterested in further discussion, retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Once connected, she spoke coldly, I am in the Emperor's Hall of Jianghuai Pavilion in Nanqing. I give you 30 minutes to arrive. Or you may as well consider yourself dismissed. Lu Shanchuan felt an increasing sense of suspicion. Could she truly know their boss? Li Muduan scoffed. She is quite the actress. Qin Donglong remained dismissive, stating coldly, even if you do know the boss, you must apologize today. My Qin family is not to be trifled with. Huangfu Shiyu responded icily. The Qin family, is it? I shall remember that. Seeing her confidence, Lu Shanchuan hesitated to act rashly, opting to wait and see. In mere moments, over 20 minutes passed. A man in his 30s rushed into the private room, panting heavily. Lu Shanchuan's expression shifted, dread pooling in his stomach. Boss, why are you here? He asked with forced cheerfulness, but Huangfu Yun bypassed him, walking straight to Huangfu Shiyu, and ingratiatingly said, Young lady, had I known you were coming, I would have arranged a proper welcome for you. Chapter 13. Displaying Medical Skills. Shiyu's invitation. Huangfu Shiyu chuckled derisively. Oh, I wouldn't dare trouble Chairman Huangfu to greet me personally. Huangfu Yun's heart skipped a beat as he realized something was amiss. He forced a smile and said, Miss, you jest. Without the Huangfu family's support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Huangfu Shiyu scoffed. It's good that you know. Keep your people in line, and don't tarnish the Huangfu family's reputation. Huangfu Yun nodded hastily, then turned to Lu Shanchuan with a frigid gaze. Speak. What happened? Lu Shanchuan trembled, his eyes filled with fear. Boss, I didn't know that she was. Huangfu Yun interrupted sternly. Spare me the nonsense. Tell me the truth. Lu Shanchuan shuddered, but dared not reveal the truth. Huangfu Yun's expression darkened as he looked at the security guards. You tell me. The guards dared not conceal anything and recounted the events truthfully. Huangfu Yun nearly stumbled upon hearing the story, glaring at Lu Shanchuan and the others. How dare you be so audacious as to bully the young mistress? Lu Shanchuan's face turned ashen. Boss, I was wrong. I truly didn't know she was the young mistress. Li Muduan lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. Qin Dongyang and Zhao Sin also appeared frightened, having already guessed Huangfu Shiyu's identity. The only person whom Huangfu Yun would address as young mistress was the radiant jewel of the Huangfu family in Jinling, Huangfu Shiyu. Not even the Qin and Zhao families, let alone the three ancient clans of Jiangdu combined, could compare to the Huangfu family. Huangfu Yun's face was somber. Get out immediately. Jianghuai Pavilion has no need for short-sighted fools like you. The two men didn't dare to protest and quickly left the private room. Although you were only following orders. Daring to lay a hand on the young mistress is an act of great disrespect. Go to HR, collect your wages, and resign, Huangfu Yun said, glancing at the security guards. Then, he turned to Qin Donglong and the others. As for you, you will be blacklisted from Jianghuai Pavilion and never allowed to enter again. Leave at once. The two men dared not defy him and turned to leave. Suddenly, Huangfu Shiyu spoke. Tell old man Qin that the Qin family will not be involved in the South District project. Qin Donglong stumbled, nearly falling, knowing that he had caused a great disaster. He dared not linger and quickly left the scene. Huangfu Yun approached Huangfu Shiyu with a humble expression, cautiously saying, Miss, it's my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. Please punish me. Huangfu Shiyu waved her hand. I don't want to see this happen again. You may leave. Huangfu Yun felt a slight relief and bowed as he retreated. Huangfu Shiyu looked apologetically at Ye Chu. Brother, I'm sorry you had to witness such a spectacle. Ye Chu waved his hand. It's nothing. In a large forest, it's normal to have a few parasites. Soon, the waiters brought in platters of delicious dishes, and the three began to enjoy their meal. Brother, with your abilities, why would you become a live-in son-in-law? After eating for a while, Huangfu Shiyu couldn't contain her curiosity. Ye Chu smiled wryly. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it when I have time, Sister Shiyu. Huangfu Shiyu wisely didn't press the matter. The meal lasted for over an hour, during which the two chatted and laughed, their relationship growing closer. Sister Shiyu, thank you for your hospitality. I'd like to give you a small gift in return. Here, let's add each other on WeChat. Ye Chu took out his phone and opened the QR code. As Huangfu Shuriwei scanned the code, she asked curiously, "What gift?" Ye Chu smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough." He quickly typed a string of characters and sent them to her. Huangfu Shuriwei was even more curious upon seeing them. Ye Chu had sent her a list of Chinese medicine names. Could this be a prescription? She wondered, slightly stunned. Ye Chu nodded with a smile. "Sister Shuriwei, if you get the herbs according to this prescription and use them for medicinal baths, your hidden ailments from practicing martial arts should be cured in 4 to 5 treatments at most." Huangfu Shuriwei's beautiful eyes widened, and she blurted out, "How did you know I had hidden ailments?" Dongmei also looked astonished. Only she and her mistress knew about this. Even the Huangfu family was unaware. Ye Chu said calmly, "Of course, I could see it." Huangfu Shuriwei paused, and after contemplating the prescription, she seemed to understand something. She asked in surprise, "Brother, could it be that you also possess medical skills?" Ye Chu replied modestly, "I know a little." Huangfu Shuriwei knew that he was being humble. To be able to discern her problem at a glance, his medical skills were certainly extraordinary. To resolve her internal ailments, Huangfu Shiyu had secretly sought out many famous doctors. But to no avail. She grew increasingly curious about Ye Chu and suddenly thought of something. She smiled and said, "Brother, could I ask you for a favor?" Ye Chu agreed readily. "Please, go ahead. It's like this. A friend of mine has a serious illness, and seeking medical help from all over has been useless. Could you help take a look? A trivial matter. When do we leave?" Ye Chu agreed without hesitation. Huangfu Shuriwei stood up. "Let's go now." The group left the Emperor's suite, and Huangfu Yun waited respectfully outside. "Miss, this is the VIP card you requested." Huangfu Shuriwei took the card and casually handed it to Ye Chu. "Brother, this is Zhonghuai Pavilion's VIP card. You can come here anytime and spend money without paying a cent." Ye Chu didn't stand on ceremony and accepted it with a smile. "Then I'll thank you, Sister Shuriwei." Huangfu Yun, standing to the side, was secretly shocked. To give away a VIP card so casually meant that Ye Chu held a significant position in Huangfu Shuriwei's heart. He silently memorized Ye Chu's face. The three left Zhonghuai Pavilion and soon arrived outside a luxurious and elegant manor. Several tall, black-suited security guards stood at the entrance, their faces dark and their temples bulging, indicating that they were experts. Clearly, the people inside the manor were not ordinary. A butler emerged from the manor and hurried to greet the Bentley. "Miss Huangfu, Madam is entertaining guests. She asked me to welcome you." Huangfu Shuriwei nodded slightly, instructed Dongmei to park the car, and followed the butler into the manor with Ye Chu. Soon, they entered a villa, where 4 men and 1 woman were seated. The woman's face was gaunt, her eyes were vacant, and her aura was weak, as if she were on the verge of death. Although she was tormented by illness, the woman was dressed impeccably and still exuded an aura of elegance and intellect. It was easy to see that she must have been a stunning beauty before her illness. Next to her sat a refined middle-aged man, presumably her husband. Opposite them sat 3 people, a fair-haired foreigner with a high-nose bridge, a bald middle-aged man wearing glasses, and an elderly man with white hair. Hearing the commotion, the 5 looked over curiously. "Shuriwei, you're here. Come, have a seat." Seeing Huangfu Shuriwei, the woman looked delighted and tried to stand up to greet her, but she was too weak and stumbled, nearly falling. The refined man quickly supported her. "Jingxian, you're weak. Sit down quickly." Chapter 14. Arrogant Foreigner. Encountering the national master again, Huangfu Shuriwei stepped forward immediately. "Jingxian, there's no need for formalities." Li Jingshuan's face bore a bitter expression. "Shuriwei, I'm afraid my frail constitution won't hold out much longer." Huangfu Shuriwei reassured her. "Jingxian, fret not. You are destined for good fortune. Nothing will happen to you." Li Jingxian cast a curious glance at Ye Chu, her eyes glimmering with suspicion. "Shuriwei, is this young gentleman the doctor you mentioned?" Huangfu Shuriwei nodded with a smile. "Jingxian, my brother possesses remarkable medical skills. He will surely cure your ailment." Nearby, a refined middle-aged man slightly furrowed his brow, evidently harboring doubts. The perceptive bald man spoke up immediately. What audacity! Huangfu Shuriwei frowned and turned to see the bald man, while Ye Chu glanced over and was taken aback to recognize the white-haired elder, Li Jinyuan, the national master who had recently appeared at the Jiang family. The elder was also curiously scrutinizing him. Ye Chu nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his attention to the bald man, raising an eyebrow. "What's your issue?" The bald man, with a serious demeanor, retorted, "Young man, considering your age, you likely haven't even graduated from university, yet you dare to practice medicine?" He scolded loudly, adopting a tone of admonishing a junior. emphasizing the importance of being grounded and not overreaching, lest one endangers oneself and others. Ye Chu felt speechless. The man's attitude made him seem like a high-ranking official on an inspection tour. "Mind your own business," he retorted curtly, which instantly turned the bald man's face a shade of iron. "Impudence! How dare you speak so boldly in front of the city lord?" he exclaimed angrily. Huang Fu Shuriwa interjected coldly, "Be quiet. Should you dare to speak out of turn again, do not blame me for being impolite." Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, the refined middle-aged man timely interjected, "Both of you are guests. Let us not allow minor matters to spoil our harmony. For the sake of the city lord, I shall not hold this against you." The bald man feigned magnanimity. Neither Huang Fu Shuriwa nor Ye Chu paid him any heed as they approached Li Jingxian to provide medical assistance. However, the refined middle-aged man, Huang Haijun, remarked, "Miss Huang Fu, we appreciate your kindness, but with Master Li and Dr. George present, it seems unnecessary for this young gentleman to intervene." Huang Fu Shuriwa frowned slightly, wanting to respond, but was restrained by Ye Chu. "Sister Shuriwa, it's fine. I'll just consider this a chance to have some fun." Huang Haijun turned to Li Jungyuan. "Master Li, do you have a method to treat Jingshuan's condition?" "I must examine her first," Li Jungyuan replied, stepping forward to take Li Jingshuan's pulse. Huang Haijun watched nervously from the side. The blonde foreigner sneered, murmuring in English, "What era is this? They still believe in traditional Chinese medicine." The bald man quickly chimed in, "Dr. George is right. Traditional Chinese medicine is merely a deceptive trick. When it comes to treating illnesses, one must rely on Western medicine." Had Ye Chu understood their language, he would have certainly rebutted their claims. After a moment, Li Jungyuan ceased taking the pulse. Huang Haijun immediately inquired, "Master Li, what do you think?" Li Jungyuan frowned deeply. "Strange. Based on the pulse, Mrs. Huang exhibits symptoms of cardiac failure, yet I cannot ascertain the cause. Li Jingxian was only 30. Barring any special circumstances, it was improbable for her to suffer from cardiac failure. Has Mrs. Huang previously had any heart-related ailments or hereditary diseases?" Huang Haijun shook his head. "No. Jingxian has always been in good health, and there are no hereditary diseases in the family." Li Jungyuan furrowed his brow even deeper, pondering. "Mrs. Huang's condition is peculiar. I may only be able to alleviate the cardiac failure, but a cure seems impossible." Huang Haijun's complexion paled at this, despair flickering in his eyes. If even Master Li was at a loss, did that mean they could only await her demise? The bald man stood up, suggesting, "City Lord Huang, why not let Dr. George have a try? He is a renowned expert in heart transplants from the United States, with numerous successful cases." Huang Haijun looked torn. The risks associated with heart transplants were substantial. A single misstep could be fatal. He was hesitant to take that gamble. "Mr. Huang, I will be leaving Longwu in 3 days. Please consider this matter quickly. Moreover, if we continue to delay, even I may not have any assurance left." The blond man, George, spoke in broken Longwu dialect. "I know you still wish to consult traditional Chinese medicine, but it is merely a deceptive trick. If you place your hopes there, you are essentially condemning Mrs. Huang's chances of survival." Upon hearing this, both Li Jungyuan and Ye Chu turned their attention toward him. The former's expression soured. "Sir, traditional Chinese medicine has a history of thousands of years and is profoundly intricate. How can you judge it so frivolously?" George's gaze was disdainful. "Nonsense. If it is so profound, why can't you treat Mrs. Huang's condition?" Li Jungyuan was at a loss for words, eventually responding, "That is merely due to my lack of skill. It does not imply that traditional Chinese medicine is ineffective." The bald man scoffed. "Old man, do not shield traditional Chinese medicine. Most practitioners today are charlatans, and few can actually heal. It won't be long before it is completely eliminated." "You." Li Jungyuan glared furiously. It was infuriating enough that George belittled traditional Chinese medicine, but for a fellow Longwu citizen to do the same was utterly intolerable. "What are you to dare disparage traditional Chinese medicine?" Ye Chu suddenly interjected, his words lacking any politeness. The bald man's face darkened. "What did you say?" Ye Chu replied calmly, "I said you are forgetting your roots and pandering to foreign ideologies. The wisdom left by our ancestors is being squandered by people like you." The bald man trembled in anger, his beady eyes fixed on Ye Chu as if he wanted to devour him whole. George spoke coolly, "This young gentleman, are you also a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine?" Ye Chu nodded proudly. "I am but a humble student, possessing some rudimentary understanding of traditional Chinese medicine." At this point, he turned his gaze toward Li Jingxian. "I should be able to treat Mrs. Huang's condition." This declaration stunned everyone in the room. The bald man laughed mockingly. "What an audacious claim. Aren't you afraid of overstepping?" Huang Haijun's eyes flashed with displeasure, and even Li Jungyuan frowned. Given Ye Chu's youth, It was difficult to believe he could have mastered Western medicine, let alone traditional Chinese medicine, which required years of study. George chuckled, "Oh really? Why don't you demonstrate for us, and let everyone see if traditional Chinese medicine is as effective as you claim? Then you must watch closely." Ye Chu replied with a chuckle, turning his attention back to Huang Haijun. Although he could treat Li Jingxuan's ailment, he needed the man's consent first. Huang Haijun, appearing courteous, said, "Young brother, thank you for your kindness. Given Jingxuan's current state, she cannot endure any strain. Let us first allow Master Li to prescribe some medicine for her recuperation." Chapter 15. The heart-devouring goo worm and the scarlet flame divine needles. While his words were courteous, the refusal was palpable. This was the utmost restraint Huang Haijun could muster. Were it not for Huang Fushuryue's presence, he would have already shown him the door. The balding middle-aged man sneered, Does he even grasp the stature of Madame Huang? To think he can just demand an audience?" Ye Chu shrugged. "If Mr. Huang is skeptical, so be it. Shirwei, let's depart." As a disciple of the medicine sovereign, he would never debase himself by begging to administer treatment. Huang Fushuryue's expression was also displeased. She had benevolently brought Ye Chu along, yet they were met with suspicion at every turn. However, she was loath to witness her dear friend, Li Jingxian, succumb to her ailment. "Jingxian, Xiao Chu's medical prowess is truly remarkable. Perhaps you should permit him to examine you." Li Jingxian nodded in agreement and addressed Huang Haijun. "Haijun, Shiryue's intentions are pure. Why not allow this young man to take a look?" George chimed in, "Mr. Huang, why not allow this gentleman to try? It would also afford me the opportunity to witness the marvels of traditional Chinese medicine." Seeing this, Huang Haijun could no longer refuse. He could only nod his assent. "Young man, I understand your desire to vindicate traditional Chinese medicine, but healing is not child's play. Simply do what you are capable of." He gave a pointed warning. Fearing that Ye Chu might cause harm to his wife through forceful treatment, Ye Chu remained silent. If it were not for Huang Fushuryue's sake and his desire to demonstrate the prowess of traditional Chinese medicine to the foreign George, he would have already turned and left. Ye Chu stepped forward to take Li Jingxuan's pulse and then stated, "Madame Huang's ailment is easily remedied. All that is required is to expel the goo worm from her heart." In truth, he had already discerned through his mental power that she was afflicted by goo poisoning. He took her pulse merely to avoid appearing too extraordinary. The mention of the term goo worm elicited a variety of reactions from those present. Huang Fushuryue looked bewildered, while Li Jingyuan appeared dubious and uncertain. The balding middle-aged man and George, on the other hand, wore expressions of derision. "Ha ha ha, young man, did I hear correctly? Goo worms? Do you think this is a television drama?" The balding middle-aged man guffawed boisterously, his eyes filled with mockery. George curled his lips into a sneer. Traditional Chinese medicine is indeed nothing more than deceptive trickery." Huang Haijun's expression was extremely displeased. "Miss Huangfu, I appreciate your concern for Jingxian, but in the future, please be more discerning about whom you bring along." Although Huang Fushuryue was displeased with his tone, she could not retort. She merely turned to Ye Chu with an inquiring gaze. "Shirwei, your friend is afflicted with the heart-devouring goo. The worm is currently dormant, but it is still passively absorbing the blood essence of her heart, which is causing the damage to her heart vessels." Ye Chu's expression was earnest. "The goo worm must be exterminated as soon as possible, or the patient's life will be in danger once it awakens." The balding middle-aged man retorted angrily, "Nonsense. Young man, you are supposed to be a modern youth, yet you spout such absurdities about goo worms. Mr. Mayor, I believe this young man has ulterior motives. He may be here to harm the madam. Perhaps we should arrest him and interrogate him." Before Huang Haijun could speak, Li Jingyuan interjected, "This young friend is not speaking falsely. Goo worms do indeed exist." Huang Haijun's eyes flickered. Li Jingyuan was a national treasure. He would not speak carelessly. "Mr. Li, is this truly the case?" Li Jingyuan nodded. "I have had the fortune of witnessing goo worms in the past. Such things do exist." As he said this, a look of bewilderment flashed across his eyes. "However, goo worms are only found in the southern frontier. Jiangdu is extremely far from the southern frontier. How could the madam have been poisoned by goo?" "Mr. Mayor Huang, has the madam been to the southern frontier recently?" Huang Haijun shook his head. "Jingxian has never been to the southern frontier." After saying this, he looked eagerly at Ye Chu. "Young man, is Jingxian truly afflicted with this heart-devouring goo?" He did not believe Ye Chu's words, but he could not afford to disbelieve Li Jingyuan's. Ye Chu gave him a look as if he were an imbecile. "What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" Huang Haijun's expression stiffened. The balding middle-aged man immediately scolded, "How dare you be disrespectful to the mayor?" "Silence." Huang Haijun glared angrily at the man and then turned to Ye Chu, forcing a smile onto his face. "Young man, I apologize for my earlier offenses. I implore you to save Jingxian. He understood now that Ye Chu could discern that Li Jingxian was afflicted with goo poisoning, so he must possess some skill. After all, even Li Jingyuan had failed to detect it. Ye Chu snorted and asked Li Jingyuan, "Mister, do you have any silver needles on you?" Li Jingyuan nodded and retrieved a box of silver needles from his person. The balding middle-aged man spoke up once more. "Mr. Mayor, this young man claims to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, yet he does not even possess silver needles. He is surely a fraud. You must not trust him." Ye Chu narrowed his eyes. The man was provoking him repeatedly, as if he had no temper. "Baldy, you have been jumping around here incessantly. If I cure Madame Huang, what will you do?" The balding middle-aged man sneered disdainfully. "If you can cure her, I will kneel down and call you grandfather." Ye Chu smiled playfully. "Very well. You said it yourself." Meeting his confident smile, the balding middle-aged man felt a sudden unease in his heart. He could not help but look at George beside him. Rest assured, Madame Huang's heart is severely damaged. There is no other solution besides a heart transplant. George was full of confidence, crossing his arms and looking at Ye Chu with a mocking gaze. He wanted to see how the other party would administer treatment. Ye Chu ignored the others and approached Li Jingxian, smiling to reassure her. "Madam, it may be a little painful later. Please bear with it." Li Jingxian smiled faintly. "It's all right. Young man, please proceed without hesitation." Ye Chu opened the box of silver needles and picked up the needles one by one with 2 fingers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The silver needles pierced through the air and landed on the acupoints around Li Jingxuan's heart. The crowd only saw a few afterimages. By the time they regained their senses, Ye Chu had already inserted all the needles. Li Jingyuan's eyes widened, and his breathing became slightly rapid. Based on this feat alone, he could assert that Ye Chu's medical skills were definitely above his own. Invisible strands of true qi emanated from Ye Chu's fingertips, connecting to the ends of the silver needles. With a gentle dance of his fingertips, the silver needles began to vibrate slightly. As time passed, the silver needles gradually turned red. A scorching aura permeated the air. Li Jingxuan's face contorted in pain, and beads of sweat as large as soybeans appeared on her forehead. Huang Haijun looked anxious, but he did not dare to interrupt. Huang Fu Shiyue's beautiful eyes widened, astonished by Ye Chu's methods. Even George and the balding middle-aged man, who had been full of disdain, gaped in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. Suddenly, a few wisps of flame bloomed at the ends of the silver needles, transforming into streams of fire that flowed along the needles into Li Jingxuan's body. Scarlet Flame Divine Needles. Could this be the Scarlet Flame Divine Needles? Li Jingyuan exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief and unsuppressed fervor. The others turned to look at him, but Li Jingyuan ignored them, his gaze fixed on Ye Chu, who was administering the needles. It was no wonder he was so excited. The Scarlet Flame Divine Needles were a unique acupuncture technique created by the legendary medicine sovereign. There was no doubt that the young man before him had a close relationship with that mysterious medicine sovereign. Suddenly, he thought of the awakened Jiang Junyao. Not long ago, he had heard that Jiang Junyao had miraculously awakened after the Jiang family had sought a bridegroom to bring her good fortune, and he had been puzzled. Now he finally understood the reason. Jiang Junyao must have been saved by Ye Chu. "Ah!" Li Jingxian cried out in agony, her face contorting in extreme pain. Ye Chu shouted softly, "Get out of there." Chapter 16. Shocking everyone. Yuro's Sikh's help Li Jingxuan's chest heaved erratically, as if something sinister writhed beneath her skin. The sight sent shivers down the spines of those present. With a tearing sound, her garment split open slightly, and a shadow of blood escaped, darting away in a flash. "Beast, where do you think you're going?" Ye Chu raised his hand and shot a silver needle, pinning the blood shadow against the distant wall. The onlookers snapped back to reality and focused their gaze. What they saw was a grotesque, crimson insect, its appearance ghastly with intricate, arcane patterns adorning its surface, exuding an aura of the uncanny. Gulp. A few of them swallowed hard. They had indeed encountered a cursed insect. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Ye Chu immediately used the silver needle to seal Li Jingxuan's wound, simultaneously channeling his vital energy to nourish her weakened body. Before long, the pallor of Li Jingxuan's complexion began to regain some color. Huang Haijun stepped forward with concern. "Jingxian, how do you feel?" "I feel much better," Li Jingxian replied, a smile blossoming on her face as she expressed her gratitude to Ye Chu. "Little divine doctor, thank you for saving me." Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a trifling effort. There is no need for thanks." In a short while, he withdrew the silver needle and asked Huang Haijun to fetch paper and pen to write a prescription. Follow this prescription to gather the herbs. In 3 or 4 treatments at most, Madam will be restored to her former self. Huang Haijun received it as if it were a treasure, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Little divine doctor, thank you for your assistance. I apologize for any previous offenses. Should you require my aid in the future, do not hesitate to ask. His demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Ye Chu responded indifferently, Mr. Huang, you are being overly courteous. Just refrain from judging others based on their appearance in the future. Huang Haijun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shook his head, vowing not to do so again. Huang Fushirwei smiled brightly. Brother, I never expected your medical skills to be so extraordinary. Although she had suspected as much, Ye Chu's prowess still took her by surprise. Ye Chu humbly replied, it's just a minor skill, hardly worthy of mention. Oh, my young friend is being modest. The Qian divine needle is no trivial technique, Li Jingyuan remarked with admiration. Genuinely surprised that such a young individual had inherited the true legacy of the medicine emperor. His words were laden with subtle probing, seeking to discern the nature of Ye Chu's relationship with the medicine emperor. Handing back the silver needle, Ye Chu said, Old sir, thank you for your needle. Noticing that Li Jingyuan did not respond, he felt a tinge of disappointment, but concluded that Ye Chu must have a significant connection with the medicine emperor. My young friend, it's merely a box of silver needles. Consider it a gift. Li Jingyuan insisted, not accepting the needle back. Ye Chu was taken aback. The silver needles were of considerable quality. Recognizing the intent behind the gesture, he graciously accepted. Thank you, old sir. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask for my assistance. Li Jingyuan had been waiting for this very statement, promptly pulling out his phone to add Ye Chu's contact information. Hold on. Where do you think you're going? Ye Chu called out, noticing a balding man attempting to slip away. The balding man turned, forcing a smile onto his round face. Is there something you need, little brother? Raising an eyebrow, Ye Chu replied, have you forgotten what you just said? The balding man's expression flickered between fear and composure. Little brother, I was merely speaking in jest. Please do not take it to heart. Ye Chu casually cleared his ear. I tend to take things seriously. What shall we do about this? The man's jowls quivered as he took a deep breath. Little brother, if you can show mercy, then do so. Being too absolute in one's actions benefits nobody. I am Zhang Dequan, the director of the First People's Hospital. Should you require my services in the future, please feel free to ask. Are you threatening me? Ye Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. You're just a worthless director. What gives you the right? Zhang Dequan's face darkened, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Huang Haijun. D. Chapter 17. To thrive in the underworld, one must have influence. In a private booth on the top floor of the Dynasty nightclub, the red-haired thug hung up the phone and turned to a burly man nearby. Brother Jun, that kid will be here soon. The burly man, named Wang Jun, was a minor leader of the White Dragon Society in the Southern District. Beside him sat a provocatively dressed woman, her demeanor flirtatious. Wang Jun's large hands roamed over her body, his slanted eyes glinting with coldness. Prepare yourselves, brothers. I wish to see if that kid is as formidable as you claim. Earlier that day, upon learning of the red-haired thug's group's misfortune, he had become infuriated. He had immediately captured Sun Yiru to coerce Ye Chu Qian into coming. The red-haired thug stood up to leave the booth, while Wang Jun's gaze shifted to Sun Yiru, a smirk forming on his lips. Beautiful lady, if you submit to me willingly, I might spare that kid. Sun Yiru's eyes flashed with disdain as she gritted her teeth. You wish. I would rather die than let a beast like you touch me. Slap. The provocative woman delivered a sharp blow to Sun Yiru's fair face, leaving a vivid red mark. You should consider yourself fortunate that Brother Jun has taken notice of you. Stop pretending to be high and mighty. Casting a disdainful glance at Sun Yiru, she turned to Wang Jun with a wicked smile. Brother Jun, since she's so pretentious, why not have some fun with her in front of that kid? Wang Jun chuckled, slapping the voluptuous woman on her rear. That's a splendid idea. I like it. The woman smiled seductively, leaning against Wang Jun. Let us record the entire thing. If this little harlot refuses, we can send the video to her school. Fear washed over Sun Yiru, her eyes filled with despair. If that were to happen, she would have no face left to live in this world. Well, we might consider it. Wang Jun nodded in agreement, gazing at Sun Yiru with a smile. You should think carefully, beautiful. I am not one to resort to violence against women, so do not force my hand. Sun Yiru closed her eyes, resolute in her decision. If Ye Chu Qian could not rescue her, she would rather bite her tongue and die than allow this beast to defile her. As if sensing her thoughts, the provocative woman instructed a nearby thug, administer the new drug to this little harlot. A thug produced a blue pill and approached Sun Yiru. She resisted fiercely, but it was futile. As the pill was swallowed, Chapter 18. Overpowering the scene, the arrogant Scarface Wang Jun's countenance radiated arrogance, betraying a complete disregard for Ye Chu. Boy, he sneered, I'll grant you a chance. Kowtow and watch me defile this woman, and perhaps I'll be merciful enough to spare you. Ye Chu chuckled, a flash of pearly whites illuminating his face. This morning, I encountered another braggart like yourself. Alas, he's already conversing with the Grim Reaper. Incorrigible fool, Wang Jun roared. Attack. Break this cur's limbs. A horde of thugs surged forward, brandishing their weapons at Ye Chu. Sun Yuro's face was etched with worry as she silently prayed for Ye Chu's safety. Ye Chu deftly snatched a stiletto, and with a flick of his wrist, several assailants were sent flying. He weaved and dodged through the throng, his strikes swift and precise. With each blow, a thug crumpled to the ground. In mere moments, the dozens of ruffians lay prostrate, each bearing the mark of his wrath. Crimson blood pooled on the floor, accompanied by a chorus of agonizing cries. A crimson-haired thug gulped audibly, his eyes wide with terror. He knew Ye Chu was formidable, but he never imagined such prowess. Even Wang Jun was taken aback. As a key member of the White Wolf gang, he was no stranger to skilled fighters, but the scene unfolding before him was astounding. Ye Chu's display indicated the mastery of a martial arts expert, and a powerful one at that. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock, and forced a smile. Young man, I see you possess considerable skill. How about joining the White Wolf gang? The White Wolf gang? Ye Chu's voice was calm, as if stating an obvious truth. They are hardly worthy of my service. Such insolence! Wang Jun exclaimed through gritted teeth, ripping open his shirt to reveal a torso crisscrossed with scars. You think a little strength makes you invincible? The world is far grander than you perceive. With that, he seized a cleaver from the ground and lunged forward. The blade aimed squarely at Ye Chu's face. As a lieutenant in the White Wolf gang, he was no ordinary thug. Besides commanding dozens of underlings, he was also a formidable bodybuilder. Swoosh! A flash of cold steel, and Wang Jun's weapon-wielding hand was severed clean. Aya! Wang Jun howled in agony. Clutching his bleeding stump with his remaining hand, his eyes filled with horror. Ye Chu discarded the stiletto, his voice even. You're right. The world is far grander than you imagine. Wang Jun's eyes flashed with shame and anger. Seeing Ye Chu approach, he blustered, What? What do you want? I'm with the White Wolf gang. Smack! Ye Chu delivered a resounding slap, sending Wang Jun staggering in circles. The White Wolf gang? Are they so impressive? Wang Jun's mouth was filled with blood. Don't you dare leave. I'm calling for backup. Suit yourself, Ye Chu replied dismissively, striding towards Sun Yuro. Wang Jun bellowed at the crimson-haired thug. Go. Get Baldy from downstairs. The thug didn't hesitate, fleeing the room. Seeing Ye Chu approach, the gaudy woman recoiled in fear. Ye Chu. Sun Yuro whimpered, throwing herself into his arms. The warmth and fragrance of the maiden filled his senses, stirring a flicker of desire within Ye Chu. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse, and channeled his inner energy to neutralize the drug's effects. Sun Yuro quickly regained clarity. Clinging tightly to Ye Chu, tears streaming down her face. Ye Chu, thank you for saving me. She sobbed, overwhelmed with relief. Ye Chu gently traced the red marks on her face, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. Yuro, does it hurt? I'll make them pay. The gaudy woman collapsed to the floor in terror. Ye Chu turned his gaze upon her, his eyes devoid of pity. The woman begged, Please, sir, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Slap yourself until I'm satisfied, Ye Chu commanded, his voice glacial. The woman didn't hesitate, striking herself repeatedly, her pale cheeks quickly swelling and reddening. Meanwhile, the crimson-haired thug had found Baldy Lee downstairs. Boss Baldy, something terrible has happened. Baldy Lee, enjoying himself with his cronies, flew into a rage. Get out. Don't bother me. The thug trembled but dared not leave, summoning his courage. Boss Baldy, there's trouble upstairs. They're hurting people and chopped off Jun's arm. Baldy Lee's eyes narrowed, a cold light flickering within. Daring to cause trouble in White Wolf territory? Lead the way. Let's see who this nobody is. Already in a foul mood, the news of the disturbance upstairs ignited his pent-up anger. Several of his underlings rose to their feet, their faces contorted in menacing expressions. Damn it. It seems the White Wolf gang has been too quiet lately. Scarface roared. Redhead, take us there. Let's see which bastard dares to cause trouble here. The crimson-haired thug led the way, and the group soon arrived at the top floor. He pushed open the door to the room. Boss, he's inside. Let me go first, boss. Scarface strode in, his gaze sweeping the room. When he saw Ye Chu, his eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed them, thinking he was mistaken. But when he looked again, the familiar face remained. Gulp. He swallowed hard, a deep fear taking hold. Due to the dim lighting, the others didn't notice his expression. Wang Jun rushed forward, wailing, Brother Scarface, you must avenge me. Before he could finish, Scarface spun around and fled. Wang Jun was stunned. Brother Scarface? Where are you going? Scarface didn't turn back as he left the room, surprised by his quick exit. One of the men asked, Scarface, what's wrong? Why are you out so soon? Scarface replied with a dark expression, wrong room. I suddenly remembered that my mom asked me to bring dinner home. I'll take my leave. Baldy Lee frowned, and the other man grumbled, Scarface, are you drunk? This kid led the way. How could he get the wrong room? As he spoke, he strode into the room but quickly retreated. He really did get the wrong room. He muttered, his face pale. Scarface, your aunt can't go hungry. Let's go. Let's go home. The crimson-haired thug was bewildered. Brothers, what are you talking about? The troublemaker is right there. Just then, Wang Jun stumbled out, his wails growing louder upon seeing Baldy Lee. Boss, look at my hand. You must avenge me. Baldy Lee frowned, about to speak, when Scarface launched a flying kick, sending Wang Jun sprawling. You son of a bitch. How dare you offend someone you shouldn't? The other man joined in. Beat him hard, brother Scarface. This troublemaker deserves to die. Stop. Baldy Lee roared. Scarface, what are you doing? Scarface whined, boss. That fiend is inside. Chapter 19. I calculate you. Your grandmother Li Guangtou stood there, utterly astounded. After a painstaking effort to rid himself of that formidable adversary during the day, he found himself face to face with another confrontation by night. To make matters worse, one of the subordinates had provoked the opponent. Enraged by this thought, he approached and viciously kicked the recently risen Wang Jun. You ungrateful wretch, you dare to provoke anyone? The red-haired thug nearby was left bewildered. Why are we turning on our own? Li Guangtou, refusing to hesitate, cautiously entered the private room, only to find Ye Chu lounging on the sofa with an imposing demeanor. A quick glance at the disarray around him made his heart skip a beat. Brother. What a coincidence. Ye Chu smirked slightly. Indeed, it's quite the coincidence to witness the brazen demeanor of your White Wolf Society. Li Guangtou felt a chill run down his spine, hurriedly ingratiating himself. Brother, I had no knowledge of tonight's events. It was all that scoundrel Wang Jun's doing. Just give the word, and I will heed your every command. At the entrance, Wang Jun's face turned pale upon hearing this. He finally realized he had stepped on a landmine. Ye Chu spoke coolly, I do not wish to see him again. Li Guangtou nodded vigorously. Rest assured, brother, after tonight, you shall never see him again. Wang Jun, trembling, fell to his knees. Forgive me, esteemed one. It was my foolishness that provoked you. I beseech you. Li Guangtou's expression turned icy. Silence. Take him away at once. Zhang Matzi and his companions sprang into action, dragging Wang Jun out. Li Guangtou pointed at the others on the ground. Brother, how shall we deal with these people? The subordinates tensed, fearing they might share Wang Jun's fate. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. I have already dealt with them. They may leave. A flicker of relief washed over Li Guangtou, and he immediately barked. Get up and thank brother. The crowd swiftly complied, stifling their pain as they rose to express their gratitude before hastily exiting the room. Only the provocative woman remained, her face marred from her own slaps. Ye Chu gestured dismissively. Leave, and take care in the future. The woman thanked him hurriedly before stumbling out. Sun Yuro watched in awe, feeling that Ye Chu was exceptionally formidable. The thugs who had been tyrannical before others now behaved like docile kittens in his presence. Li Guangtou cautiously approached. Brother, regarding tonight's events, what shall we do? Your performance has been satisfactory. Let it end here, Ye Chu replied indifferently. But remember, do not let there be a next time, or I will not hesitate to uproot your White Wolf Society. Li Guangtou nodded fervently. Brother, you can rest assured. It shall not happen again. Ye Chu acknowledged him with a brief sound before rising and departing with Sun Yuro. Only once their figures disappeared did Li Guangtou's taut nerves finally relax. His clothes were drenched, and he felt as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Zhang Matzi and the others re-entered. One questioned, Brother, that formidable adversary did not trouble you, did he? No, he has left, Li Guangtou sighed, collapsing onto the sofa. Brother, that lad is far too arrogant. We cannot let this slide. One of them spoke with indignation, eyes filled with resentment. Zhang Matzi shot him a sidelong glance. Wang Dazier. What, do you wish to seek revenge? Wang Dazier was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to utter, we cannot just let this go. And what if we don't? Li Guangtou sighed. That lad is undoubtedly a master of the pulse. Such a young master will have an immeasurable future. Given our White Wolf Society's current predicament, it is unwise to provoke a young master. Hearing this, the others sighed in unison. Ye Chu and Sun Yuro exited the nightclub, intending to hail a taxi. Suddenly, a roaring sound erupted in the distance as a red sports car sped towards them. The vehicle halted at the nightclub entrance, its flashy scissor doors swinging open. This spectacle instantly captivated many passers-by, who eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. While some young women gazed dreamily, a flamboyantly dressed young man emerged from the car, and upon catching sight of Ye Chu, exclaimed, "Well, if it isn't my good brother Ye Chu." The young man was none other than Yu Tianqing's second son, Yue Fei. He approached with a mocking grin, surprise flickering in his eyes upon seeing Sun Yuro. He had initially intended to have someone abduct her, but had not anticipated encountering her here. Ye Chu chose to ignore him and turned to leave. "Stop." Ye Chu turned back, furrowing his brow. "Is there something you need?" "Ye Chu, though you've married into the Jiang family, do not forget your surname. You just got married and are already out seeking another woman. What would the Jiang family think?" Ye Fei adopted a patronizing tone, wielding the authority of an elder brother. "Return to the Jiang family at once. I will handle this woman for you. Moreover, father wishes to meet Miss Jiang. You know what to do. Are you instructing me on what to do?" Ye Chu's expression grew cold. "And inform Ye Tianqing that I have severed ties with the Yi family. He should refrain from seeking me out in the future." Ye Fei's face darkened, his voice rising. "You insolent wretch. It seems mother was right. With the Jiang family as your backing, you have grown wings." At this point, a sneer crossed his face. "Look at yourself. You're merely a son-in-law. The Jiang family would hardly place you in their thoughts. Be wise and obedient, working for the Yi family's benefit, or else." Ye Chu interrupted icily, "Or else what?" Yue Fei smirked coldly. "Or else the Yi family's methods are beyond what a worthless son-in-law like you can fathom. You best not harbor any ill intentions. My own methods are not something the Yi family could ever imagine." With that, Ye Chu turned and walked away with Sun Yuro. Ye Fei's expression darkened, filled with scorn for the ungrateful fool. "It seems without a lesson. You truly believe you can act recklessly just because you married into the Jiang family." Gazing at Sun Yuro's alluring figure, a glimmer of lewdness flickered in his eyes. "Once I have her, I shall see what expression you will wear." He strode into the nightclub, addressing the receptionist. "Lead the way. I wish to see your boss." "Certainly. Young Master Yi, please follow me." The attendant promptly guided him. They arrived at the owner's office on the top floor, where the red-haired thug stood at the entrance. The attendant promptly said, "Brother Feiji, young Master Yi wishes to see Brother Jun." The thug, familiar with Yue Fei, forced a smile. "Young Master Yi, Brother Jun is not here today. Perhaps you could come back another time." Yue Fei frowned. "Where is he? I have urgent matters to discuss with him." The thug, unable to divulge the truth, pondered how to deflect the question. Just then, a voice emanated from the office. "Who is outside?" Ye Fei's displeasure grew. "Isn't there's someone inside?" Without a second thought, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside the office were Li Guangtou and his companions, having come to discuss the earlier chaos in the private room. The thug followed, explaining, "Brother Guangtou, this is young Master Yi from the Yi family. He says he needs to speak with Brother Jun." Li Guangtou glanced at Yue Fei, his tone indifferent. "What is it?" "Speak. I'm listening." Yue Fei frowned slightly, irritated by the dismissive tone. The thug quickly added, "Young Master Yi, this is Brother Guangtou, Brother Jun's elder brother." Upon hearing this, Yue Fei was taken aback. Wang Jun was a key figure in the White Wolf Society, and this man was clearly a core member of their hierarchy. A smile spread across his face. "Ah, so it is Brother Guangtou. A pleasure to meet you." Zhang Matzi, growing impatient, snapped, "Enough with the pleasantries. Get to the point." Though Yue Fei felt displeased, he dared not show it, and promptly stated his purpose. "Gentlemen, I wish to propose a business deal." Baldly raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What kind of business is this?" "Assist me in abducting a person, and upon the completion of the task, I shall offer a reward of 2 million. Zhang Matzi scoffed. 2 million? That's merely a pittance to dismiss a beggar. Yue Fei's lips twitched as he gritted his teeth, declaring, 5 million. I shall provide 5 million. Now that is more reasonable, Zhang Matzi conceded reluctantly, though he insisted on knowing who the target was. Rest assured, she is merely an ordinary student, Ye Fei replied, producing his phone and navigating to a photograph. Her name is Sun Yuro, a student at Jiangdu University, with no significant background, as her family runs a noodle shop. He spoke with great enthusiasm, oblivious to the change in the expressions of those around him. Baldly and the others stared intently at the photo on the phone, exchanging glances that conveyed their shared fury. Having just dismissed a formidable foe, now they were being asked to kidnap another S-woman. Was it not enough that they faced peril? Ye Fei chuckled. So, brothers, what do you think? Is this business not quite lucrative? Chapter 20. I can slap you. Inside the private room, several individuals wore expressions of intense intrigue, their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon Ye Fei. Just as Ye Fei began to feel uneasy under their scrutiny, Zhang Matzi sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "How outrageous! I'll teach you a lesson." He charged at Yi Fei, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. The others quickly joined in, and soon, the office was filled with anguished cries. After Ye Chu and Sun Yuru left the nightclub, they found themselves in a shopping mall. Sun Yuru's clothing was in tatters. She couldn't possibly return home in such a state. Otherwise, Sun Xiaoying might suspect that Ye Chu had done something inappropriate to her daughter. They entered a women's clothing store. "Welcome." A young saleswoman greeted them enthusiastically. "Ladies, we have just received the latest styles. Please feel free to try on anything that catches your eye." Ye Chu replied calmly, "Please recommend a few options for her." The saleswoman glanced at Sun Yuru, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She selected a purple dress, saying, "Sir, this shade of purple should suit your girlfriend's temperament perfectly." Misunderstanding the situation, Sun Yuru's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Seeing that Ye Chu did not object, she felt a twinge of delight. She accepted the dress and examined it closely, growing increasingly fond of it, until she glanced at the price tag and gasped in shock. The dress cost over 30,000, nearly equivalent to her annual living and tuition expenses. "Ye Chu, I'm not particularly fond of wearing dresses. Perhaps we should look elsewhere?" Ye Chu, aware of the young woman's apprehensions, smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, the price is not an issue. Please, try it on." However, Sun Yuru remained hesitant. She felt uncomfortable spending Ye Chu's money without cause. Ye Chu interrupted her decisively, "No buts. Go change into the dress." The saleswoman gazed at Sun Yuru enviously, saying, "Miss, your boyfriend is truly kind to you." Sun Yuru blushed deeply but did not protest further, eager to try on the dress. Just then, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "Oh, is that you, Sun Yuru? How dare someone from a noodle shop like you come here to buy clothes?" Ye Chu frowned and turned to see a flamboyantly dressed woman striding out from the back of the store. The saleswoman immediately greeted her, "Manager." The woman's expression darkened as she reprimanded, "Zhang Xiaoli, how many times must I tell you? Our clothes are extremely expensive, not for just anyone to try on. If they get dirty, who will be responsible?" The saleswoman bowed her head, clearly intimidated by the woman. The latter then turned her disdainful gaze towards Sun Yuru, sneering. "Sun Yuru, do you even understand your family's situation? Do you really think you can act wealthy here? Can you afford to compensate for any damage?" Sun Yuru felt her face burn with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear. Ye Chu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and then fixed an unyielding gaze upon the woman, stating emphatically, "Apologize to Yuru." "Apologize?" The woman scoffed dismissively, "Why should I?" She then scrutinized Ye Chu with derision, mocking, "Sun Yuru, could this impoverished fool possibly be your boyfriend? TSK, your taste is truly dreadful." Sun Yuru's anger flared. "Wang Yingying, my affairs are none of your business." Wang Yingying retorted, "Who cares about your trivial matters? Just get lost. You're an eyesore here." Though Sun Yuru was furious, she knew the woman's temperament and did not wish to engage further. She grasped Ye Chu's hand, ready to leave. "Not so fast. She hasn't apologized yet." Ye Chu shook his head, fixing his gaze on Wang Yingying. "Are you certain you want to apologize?" Wang Yingying crossed her arms defiantly. "I refuse to apologize." "What can you do about it?" Slap. Ye Chu, disinterested in further conversation, struck her with a cold declaration, "I can slap you," feeling the sting on her cheek. Wang Yingying was momentarily taken aback, her expression quickly transforming to one of rage. "You insolent fool, how dare you hit me? Just wait." She furiously pulled out her phone and called someone. "Tiangu, someone is causing a ruckus in the store and hit me. You must help me," she wailed. "Just wait. I'm coming right over." A cold voice responded from the other end before the call ended abruptly. Wang Yingying glared at Ye Chu with venomous intent. "You poor fool. Just wait and see how Tiangu will deal with you." Ye Chu paid no mind to her and addressed Zhang Xiaoli. "Please bring over several more outfits for Yuru to try." Zhang Xiaoli hesitated, clearly fearful of Wang Yingying's wrath. "Do not worry. I'm here, and no one will dare to trouble you." Ye Chu reassured her calmly. Zhang Xiaoli nodded and went to fetch the clothing, having resolved that she would simply quit if necessary. Soon, Zhang Xiaoli returned with several outfits, leading Sun Yuru to the fitting room. Initially reluctant, Sun Yuru was pushed into the fitting room by Ye Chu. Wang Yingying did not attempt to stop them, secretly hoping Sun Yuru would try on more clothes, so she could later demand compensation. Sun Yuru quickly emerged from the fitting room, and Ye Chu's eyes lit up. Clad in flowing purple attire, she appeared even more radiant and ethereal than before. "How do I look? Is it beautiful?" Sun Yuru asked eagerly, gazing at Ye Chu. "Stunning. Like a celestial being descended to earth," Ye Chu praised without reservation. Sun Yuru's eyes sparkled, her smile impossible to conceal as she proceeded to try on other outfits. After several tries, each looked exquisite, a testament to Zhang Xiaoli's discerning eye, though it also highlighted Sun Yuru's natural beauty. Suddenly, a tall young man accompanied by a group of security guards burst in. Wang Yingying's eyes brightened as she rushed toward him. "Tiangu, you finally arrived. Look at my face. It was struck." She sobbed. Zhao Xiaoyan's expression darkened instantly. What on earth happened? Wang Yingying elaborated on the situation, embellishing it with her own narrative. "Do not worry. I will seek justice for you," Zhao Xiaoyan assured her. At that moment, Ye Chu emerged from the fitting room. Upon seeing Ye Chu, Zhao Xiaoyan paused for a moment. "Oh, I thought who would be so bold as to cause trouble in Jiangnan Mall. It's only the Jiang family as son-in-law," he said with a mocking smile. Wang Yingying, surprised, asked, "Tiangu, you know this guy?" Zhao Xiaoyan nodded. "This is Ye Chu, the recently infamous son-in-law of the Jiang family in Jiangdu City." Ye Chu's photo had circulated among the young elite of Jiangdu, allowing Zhao Xiaoyan to recognize him instantly. Wang Yingying was taken aback, realizing Ye Chu's significant background. No wonder he was so audacious. "Tiangu, does that mean we?" She hesitated, aware that the Jiang family was not to be trifled with. Zhao Xiaoyan waved dismissively. "Rest assured, he is merely a useless son-in-law. The Jiang family wouldn't dare offend the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce over him." Zhao Xiaoyan's father was the general manager of this mall, and the establishment was backed by the powerful Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a formidable entity in Jiangnan province. Even a mall manager held a status comparable to that of the Jiang family. Wang Yingying felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, Sun Yuru emerged from the fitting room. Zhao Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, thinking, "What a beautiful girl." Sun Yuru approached Ye Chu, saying, "I think that's enough. No need to try more." Ye Chu nodded and instructed Zhang Xiaoli, "Wrap everything up." Sun Yuru shook her head repeatedly. "Ye Chu, just one piece is fine. Taking them all is too expensive." Ye Chu waved dismissively. "It's merely a few $100,000. I can afford it." Zhao Xiaoyan scoffed. What an extravagant statement. Truly befitting of the renowned son-in-law of the Jiang family. Ye Chu coldly retorted, "Mind your own business." Zhao Xiaoyan's smile faltered, his demeanor darkening. "Just because I called you the Jiang family's son-in-law, you think you're something special?" He looked down on Ye Chu, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Young man, a waste like you, a mere son-in-law, is utterly insignificant in the presence of true second-generation elites. Out of respect for the Jiang family, I shall grant you an opportunity. Kneel and apologize, and relinquish this woman to me. If you comply, I might consider sparing you." Upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoyan's intentions towards Sun Yuru, a flicker of resentment crossed Wang Yingying's eyes. A similar incident occurred during her high school years. She had finally managed to attract a wealthy heir, only to have him abandon her the moment Sun Yuru appeared, chasing after her instead. Since then, Wang Yingying harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Sun Yuru, which is why she felt no hesitation in targeting her as soon as they met. Though she was filled with resentment, she dared not express it. Wang Yingying understood well that she was merely one of Zhao Xiaoyan's many girlfriends, in an attempt to curry favor with him. She even urged Sun Yuru, claiming that being noticed by Brother Tian was a great fortune, encouraging her to comply, assuring her that obedience would yield rewards. Sun Yuru trembled with anger, bewildered by how these two imbeciles could treat her in such a manner. Ye Chu gently patted the young woman's shoulder, advising her not to stoop to the level of these self-important fools. Zhao Xiaoyan, seething with rage, shouted, "You waste, are you seeking death? Get him. Capture this useless fool." With a wave of his hand, a throng of security personnel surged towards Ye Chu. Chapter 21. The Honest Confession. A group of security guards menacingly surrounded them, only to be swiftly defeated by Ye Chu's prowess. "You worthless fool, how dare you harm others?" Zhao Xiaoyan glared fiercely. "Do you realize the consequences of causing trouble at Jiangnan Mall?" Upon hearing the name of Jiangnan Mall, Sun Yuru's expression changed. That establishment was under the aegis of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a formidable entity she had heard of before in Jiangnan province. "You're talking nonsense. When did we cause trouble?" she retorted, unable to contain herself. "We merely came here to shop for clothes, and it was Wang Yingying who provoked us without reason. You attacked us without discerning right from wrong. This is clearly the behavior of a large establishment bullying its customers. I shall file a complaint against you." Wang Yingying scoffed. "So what if we bully you, Sun Yuru? Tianji's father is the general manager of this mall. Do you think your complaint will have any effect? Besides, everyone here is on our side. Who would believe your words?" Zhao Xiaoyan wore a smug expression. "Yingying is right. If this escalates, the only ones who will suffer will be you. You are bullying us." Sun Yuru trembled with rage. And so what if we do? Zhao Xiaodian replied arrogantly. People like you, who are powerless and without influence, deserve to be bullied. That worthless fool has injured someone. With just one phone call, I can have him locked away for years. If you don't want him to get into trouble, then obediently become my woman. Sun Yuru felt a moment of panic. Although Ye Chu was skilled in combat, it would be futile against the police. The backing of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce meant that if matters escalated, Ye Chu would undoubtedly be arrested. Do not fear. With me here, nothing will happen, Ye Chu assured the girl with a reassuring glance. Then turned his attention back to Zhao Xiaodian, his eyes narrowing. You enjoy bullying others, do you? Zhao Xiaodian raised an eyebrow. And what if I do? Who told you that you lack power and connections? How do you know I don't? Ye Chu chuckled softly, his gaze filled with intrigue. Since you relish in oppressing others, allow me to let you experience the feeling of being humiliated today. Zhao Xiaodian was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha. Worthless fool, did I hear you correctly? You wish to humiliate me. Based on what? I truly wonder where your confidence comes from. Is it from the Jiang family? Setting aside whether the Jiang family would stand up for him, even if they did, the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce would have no need to give them face. Ye Chu remained silent, producing a golden card and tossing it over. Is that so? You might want to take a look at this first. Zhao Xiaodian instinctively caught it. Examining it closely, and his pupils instantly constricted. If he was not mistaken, the golden card in his hand was the highest-tier membership card of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, the Jiangnan Dragon Card. Holding the Jiangnan Dragon Card allowed one to make purchases at any establishment under the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce without spending a single penny. It was rumored that only a handful of such cards were issued, and all holders were significant figures of unparalleled status. He knew this because his father had specifically warned him never to offend anyone holding such a card. Zhao Xiaodian had initially dismissed the idea of encountering such a prominent figure. Yet, not only had he met one, but he had also offended them. Noticing Zhao Xiaodian's change in expression, Wang Yingying cautiously inquired, Tiange, what's wrong? Zhao Xiaodian snapped back to reality, forcibly suppressing his shock as he incredulously looked at Ye Chu. How do you possess a Jiangnan Dragon Card? Ye Chu did not answer, but countered with a question. That's none of your concern? I only ask you, can one still bully me with this card in hand? Not long before leaving the estate. Huangfu Shirawei had broadly explained the significance of the Jiangnan Dragon Card to him. Ye Chu had not intended to reveal it, but Zhao Xiaodian's arrogance had become unbearable, providing the perfect opportunity to turn the tables. Zhao Xiaodian was rendered speechless, with the Jiangnan Dragon Card in hand. Not only he but even his father wouldn't dare utter a word in this place. Wang Yingying, filled with curiosity, asked Tiange, what exactly is the Jiangnan Dragon Card? Though Zhao Xiaodian was frustrated, he nonetheless explained what the card entailed. Upon hearing this, Wang Yingying's mouth fell agape. Utterly astonished that the man she had looked down upon possessed a Jiangnan Dragon Card. But isn't that guy a worthless son-in-law? How could he possibly have a Jiangnan Dragon Card? Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with panic. This was also a point of confusion for Zhao Xiaodian. How could a son-in-law like Ye Chu possibly possess such a prestigious card? Not to mention, even the esteemed head of the Jiang family would likely lack that ability. Tiange, do you think? Could he have picked it up somewhere? Wang Yingying speculated. Zhao Xiaodian's eyes lit up, finding this possibility plausible. However, to err on the side of caution, he snapped a photo of the card and sent it to his father, urging him to investigate the identity of the cardholder. His father, Zhao Daji, who was in the mall's top-floor office meeting with the secretary, was taken aback upon receiving this news. The emergence of a Jiangnan Dragon cardholder in the mall was no trivial matter. After clarifying the situation, he wasted no time and immediately checked the card information on the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce's internal website. Soon, results were in. The cardholder was identified as Li Jingxian. Zhao Daji was astounded upon seeing the name. Li Jingxian was the wife of the city's mayor, known to anyone with even a modicum of power in Jiangdu. However, as a mid-level member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Daji was privy to even more information, beyond being the mayor's wife. Li Jingxian was also a member of the prestigious Li family from Jinling. The Li family was a top-tier family with influence across military, political, and business realms. Truly a powerful elite in Jiangnan province. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was founded in collaboration with the third son of the Li family and other prominent families from Jinling. Zhao Daji quickly concluded that Ye Chu's card was either stolen or found. After all, how could a mere son-in-law of the Jiang family possibly have connections with someone of Li Jingshuan's stature? Not even Jiang Junyao, the pearl of the Jiang family, would possess such capability. He promptly called Zhao Xiaodian, instructing him to keep the situation under control while he rushed over. Inside the women's clothing store, Zhao Xiaodian breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving Zhao Daji's message. Considering Ye Chu's past imprisonment and dubious dealings, he became increasingly convinced of his father's suspicions. "You worthless fool, confess honestly where you got this Jiangnan dragon card," he interrogated coldly, as if questioning a criminal. Ye Chu, however, revealed, "It was given to me by someone else." "Given to you by someone else?" Zhao Xiaodian scoffed. "You truly have the audacity to say that. Do you even know who the cardholder is? That is the mayor's wife. How could a mere worthless son-in-law like you possibly know her, let alone be gifted such a precious Jiangnan dragon card?" Upon hearing this, the three women present were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that a mere card could be linked to someone of such high stature as the mayor's wife. Wan Yingying laughed derisively. "Sun Yuru, it seems your judgment is lacking. How could you fall for a thief? This fellow truly has the audacity to steal from the mayor's wife. You are talking nonsense. Ye Chu would never steal." Sun Yuru rebutted vehemently, refusing to believe that Ye Chu could be a thief. Chapter 22. What does it feel like to be humiliated? Soon, Zhao Daji arrived. "Xiaotian, where is that boy?" Zhao Xiaotian pointed at Ye Chu. "Dad, it's him." Zhao Daji's gaze immediately shifted to Ye Chu. Noting his ordinary attire and demeanor, which only confirmed his suspicions. "Boy, confess honestly, where did you steal the Jiangnan dragon card from?" Ye Chu replied indifferently. "It was given to me." Zhao Daji retorted angrily. "What nonsense. The city's first lady has such a high status. Would she give a precious item like the Jiangnan dragon card to a useless son-in-law like you? Quickly reveal the truth, and for the sake of the Jiang family, I might let you off lightly." Ye Chu's voice remained indifferent. "You need not extend any leniency. I have no intention of letting you go." The father and son were both infuriated by his words. Zhao Xiaodian scoffed. "What an arrogant fool, daring to speak so boldly even when facing death." Zhao Daji's voice turned cold. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." He pulled out his phone to call his superior, intending to escalate the matter. By then, not even the Jiang family would be able to save Ye Chu. Unfazed, Ye Chu sat down with Sun Yuru, eager to see just how far these two clowns could go. In the Huang family estate, Li Jingxian was engaged in conversation with an elegantly poised woman, accompanied by a secretary sporting gold-rimmed glasses. "Jia, what brings you to Jiangdu?" Zhuge Jia smiled. "Of course, I came to see you, sister." Li Jingxian smiled slightly. "Don't flatter me. I see you are here for Shiwei." "Oh, you figured it out." Zhuge Jia feigned surprise, then her expression turned serious. "Sister Jingxian, you are correct. I heard Huangfu Shiwei has taken on $1 billion project, and I, Zhuge Jia, cannot fall behind." Li Jingxian rolled her eyes. "You are still as competitive as ever." Just then, a phone rang. Zhuge Jia frowned slightly, and the secretary's expression changed as she quickly checked her phone. "Who is calling?" The secretary promptly replied, "It's Zhao Daji, the general manager of Jiangnan Mall. Ask him what it's about." The secretary immediately connected the call and inquired. Zhao Daji quickly explained the situation. After listening, the secretary appeared somewhat surprised and said, "Hold on, let me check further." She hung up and promptly reported to Zhuge Jia. The latter looked at Li Jingxian in astonishment. "Sister Jingxian, did you give away the Jiangnan dragon card?" Li Jingxian's expression darkened as she immediately thought of Ye Chu. "Jia, it seems your management is lacking. A mere mall manager dares to make things difficult for my friend." Zhuge Jia was taken aback, realizing that this friend held a significant position in Li Jingxian's eyes. "Rest assured, Sister Jingxian, I will handle this matter for you." She rose to address the issue personally. Li Jingxian followed suit. "I will go with you to see." Zhuge Jia's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Then she nodded. "All right, let us go together." Inside the mall, Zhao Daji received a call from Secretary Song. Upon hearing that the other party would come personally to handle the situation, he was somewhat taken aback. However, considering Li Jingxuan's status, he quickly calmed down. "Boy, our boss's secretary is coming in person. Just wait to be jailed." His expression was cold, filled with mockery. Ye Chu remained unperturbed. "I'll be waiting." Sun Yuru, initially worried, found comfort in Ye Chu's confidence, realizing he had always handled challenges with ease since their reunion. About half an hour later, 3 striking figures entered the store. Zhao Daji immediately stepped forward to greet them, his heart racing with shock upon seeing Zhuge Jia and Li Jingxian. The city's first lady had come in person, and Zhuge Jia was a board member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, also from the prestigious Zhuge family of Jinling. He felt a surge of joy, assuming the two were taking this matter very seriously and would reward him later. "Director Zhuge, city's first lady. You should have informed me of your arrival." He intended to ingratiate himself, but the three brushed past him and made their way toward Ye Chu. Dr. Ye, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. You've been wronged, Li Jingxian said with genuine remorse. This scene left Zhao Daji and the others utterly dumbfounded. The city's first lady was treating Ye Chu with such courtesy. Wang Yingying and Zhao Xiaodian turned pale, realizing they had landed themselves in serious trouble. Ye Chu smiled lightly. Madam Huang, you flatter me. This matter isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, it should be the owner of Jiangnan Mall for employing such incompetent staff. Zhuge Jia's expression soured slightly, as Ye Chu's words were a clear slap to her face. Though she felt displeased, she refrained from speaking out due to Li Jingxuan's presence. Dr. Yi is right. Li Jingxian agreed, nodding. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is resolved. She then turned to Zhuge Jia, who nodded slightly before directing her gaze at Zhao Daji. Her voice cold. Now, explain what happened. Zhao Daji, unaware of the specifics, glared fiercely at Zhao Xiaodian. The latter bowed his head, afraid to speak. They had no justification. They were merely abusing their power. Faced with Li Jingxian and the others, they dared not reveal the truth. Let me explain, Ye Chu interjected calmly, recounting the events that transpired. After he finished, Zhao Daji's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He kicked Zhao Xiaodian. You worthless brat. All you do is cause trouble. I'll beat you to death. Zhao Xiaodian curled up, crying for mercy. Wang Yingying trembled at the sight. Zhao Daji continued to beat Zhao Xiaodian until he was bruised and battered, then cautiously approached Zhuge Jia, bowing deeply. Director Zhuge, it's my failure as a parent that allowed my son to offend this gentleman. I sincerely apologize. Zhuge Jia's tone was indifferent. Zhao Daji, out of consideration for our past relationship, I want to pursue this matter further, but you must resign from your position tomorrow. Zhao Daji felt as though he had been struck by lightning, nearly losing his balance. Director Zhuge, please show mercy. I may not have achievements, but I have worked hard these years. You cannot be so heartless. Zhuge Jia replied coldly. I don't wish to repeat myself. Zhao Daji felt an invisible pre-chapter 23. I want to reclaim what belongs to me. Zhao Xiaoyan's expression shifted erratically, although he was filled with immense frustration and rage. He dared not utter a word, bowing his head in submission. There was simply no way he could provoke them further. Ye Chu found the situation rather tedious and waved his hand dismissively, instructing him to leave and to remember the lesson of the day. Those who insult others are often met with the same disdain in return. Zhao Xiaodian did not dare to counter and quickly turned to depart. Tian Ge, wait for me. Wang Yingying hurried after him but was angrily kicked aside by Zhao Xiaodian. You wretched woman, this is all your fault. Get lost. He wished he could annihilate her, had it not been for Wang Yingying. He would never have crossed paths with Ye Chu. Wang Yingying was filled with regret, but it was too late, and she was ultimately expelled by Zhuge Jia. Jingxian, are you satisfied? Zhuge Jia inquired, glancing at Li Jingxian. The latter turned to Ye Chu, who nodded slightly, expressing gratitude for Madame Huang's assistance. Li Jingxian waved her hand dismissively, stating that it was a trivial matter and that Dr. Yi need not concern himself. Ye Chu nodded, requesting Zhang Xiaoli to assist in packing the clothes and settling the bill with the Jiangnan dragon cart. Zhang Xiaoli promptly complied, soon returning with several large bags of clothing. Sun Yuro took the bags, thanking her. Zhang Xiaoli responded with utmost respect. Madam, you are too kind. It is my duty. Zhuge Jia suddenly interjected. What is your name? Zhang Xiaoli was taken aback, but respectfully replied. Director, my name is Zhang Xiaoli. Zhuge Jia remarked coolly. You have performed admirably. You shall henceforth be the manager of this store. Zhang Xiaoli stood stunned for a moment before regaining her composure, suppressing her excitement as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Director, for your guidance. Do well, Zhuge Jia encouraged before the group exited the store. Dr. Yi, where are you headed next? Shall we offer you a ride? Li Jingxian inquired. Ye Chu nodded. That would be much appreciated. The group descended into the underground parking garage and boarded a black Rolls-Royce, which drove out towards Sun Yuro's residence. The atmosphere in the vehicle was notably quiet. Ye Chu was only familiar with Li Jingxian, and their relationship was not particularly close, leading him to close his eyes and rest. Sun Yuro, feeling even more apprehensive, did not dare to speak freely, fearing she might inadvertently say something amiss. Li Jingxian, wishing to strike up a conversation with Ye Chu, hesitated to disturb him as he appeared to be meditating. After a brief while, Zhuge Jia in the passenger seat could no longer contain her curiosity and turned to ask, I've heard your medical skills are quite remarkable? Her gaze held a hint of skepticism. On the way here, she had been curious about whom Li Jingxian had gifted the gold card. Li Jingxian did not conceal the truth, recounting the events of the day. Upon hearing about such sinister matters as the goo worms, Zhuge Jian naturally found it hard to believe, though she refrained from questioning Li Jingxian. However, upon seeing Ye Chu's youthful countenance, her skepticism only deepened regarding his medical prowess. Ye Chu opened his eyes, perceiving the doubt in her expression, and smiled calmly. It is not so much remarkable. I merely possess a modest understanding. For instance, I can discern symptoms such as your irregular menstrual cycle, excessive internal heat, and hormonal imbalances. As soon as he spoke, the car fell into an abrupt silence. Zhuge Jia's face flushed with embarrassment, inwardly cursing the lecherous interloper. You should refrain from such nonsense. I do not exhibit any such symptoms. She shot Ye Chu a glare before quickly turning away. The lack of conviction in her response was not lost on the other women. They recognized that Ye Chu had struck a nerve. Sun Yuro's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she gazed at Ye Chu, feeling increasingly mystified. He possessed formidable skills, had connections with the city's first lady, and could even practice medicine. The vehicle soon arrived outside the residential complex where Sun Yuro lived. Thank you, Madame Huang. If you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me, Ye Chu said as he exited the car, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Li Jingxian. You are too polite, Dr. Yi. She replied, her eyes glimmering with delight, as her late-night efforts had been aimed at hearing those very words. Watching the car drive away, Ye Chu led Sun Yuro toward the dilapidated neighborhood ahead. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a building. Ye Chu, I have arrived. Thank you for everything tonight, Sun Yuro said. Her gaze soft and warm. Reflecting on the events of the evening, she still felt as if it were all a dream. There's no need for thanks. We're old classmates, Ye Chu waved dismissively. Go on. Don't keep your mother waiting. Sun Yuro nodded, reluctantly ascending the stairs. Ye Chu watched her figure fade from sight before turning to leave the neighborhood. After hailing a taxi, he headed straight for the Jiang residence. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Sun Xiaoying had already prepared dinner. Seeing her daughter carrying a large pile of clothes, her expression darkened upon recognizing the brand. Who bought you all these things? Detecting the discontent in her mother's tone, Sun Yuro hurriedly replied, I bought them myself. Don't lie, Sun Xiaoying's expression darkened further. These clothes must cost tens of thousands. Tell me, where did you acquire so much money? Sun Yuro was left speechless and ultimately had to confess the truth. Mom, it was all thanks to Brother Yi tonight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to return. However, to her surprise, Sun Xiaoying did not express gratitude. Instead, she grew even angrier. Didn't you say that fellow named Yi is already married? I suspect he orchestrated this entire situation to win your favor. Sun Yuro, feeling indignant, retorted, Mom, don't make baseless assumptions. Brother Yi is not that kind of person. Who can say for certain? Sun Xiaoying scoffed. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. In any case, keep your distance from that Yi fellow. Mom, Brother Yi saved us last time. How can you say that? Sun Yuro's face flushed with anger as she stormed into her room. On the other side, Ye Chu spent over half an hour in the car before finally returning to the Jiang villa. As soon as he arrived, he was met with a barrage of scolding from Jiang Haiyan. You finally decided to come back? What time is it? Just married and already acting like this. Are you planning to spend the night out soon? Let us tone it down a bit. Xiao Chu is late because of work, Han Mingwan interjected, shooting her husband a glare. She then turned to Ye Chu with a warm smile. Son-in-law, you are truly impressive. That bunch from White Wolf Security has owed us money for years. So many have gone to collect and failed, yet you managed to resolve it in one go. Not long ago, while listening to the financial report from the company, Han Mingwan found it utterly astonishing. The notoriously difficult White Wolf Security not only returned the owed amount, but also paid back several $100,000 in interest. Ye Chu humbly replied, Mom, you flatter me. It was merely good fortune. Good fortune? Many have failed to collect before. It takes more than luck to accomplish that. Han Mingwan retorted with a smile. Jiang Haiyan snorted dismissively. I think it was just a lucky coincidence. Perhaps they were already planning to repay and happened to cross paths with this lucky kid. Han Mingwan chose to ignore him, turning her attention back to Ye Chu. Son-in-law, have you eaten yet? If not, I can ask the housekeeper to prepare something. No need to trouble yourself, Mom. I've already eaten. Ye Chu waved his hand. Just then, Jiang Junyao walked into the villa from outside. Jiang Haiyan immediately approached her with concern. Junyao, you just woke up. Your health isn't fully restored yet. Don't just focus on work. Take care of yourself. His demeanor was a stark contrast to earlier. Han Mingwan also stepped forward to inquire. Junyao, how are things at the company? Jiang Junyao frowned. The company is essentially under the control of the main branch, and our collaboration with the Huangfu family has been seized. To re-establish that partnership will require considerable effort. For the past few days, she had been devising ways to reconnect with the Huangfu family, but the results had been unsatisfactory. To collaborate with the Huangfu family, one must possess both strength and capability. Over a year ago, she had secured the partnership through her own abilities and the robust capital of the Jiang Group. Currently, the Jiang Group is predominantly under the control of the eldest branch, leaving her with limited financial resources. Engaging in a partnership with the Huangfu family independently proves to be exceedingly challenging. The only alternative would be to attain the position of president of the Jiang Group. Yet this endeavor is equally formidable. Upon hearing this, both husband and wife displayed discontented expressions. Han Mengwan pondered for a moment and suggested, Junyao. The old man has always favored the eldest branch. Perhaps we should concede. We could sell off our shares in the group and focus on managing Yunming Pharmaceutical. Yunming Pharmaceutical is a company founded by Han Mengwan, and while it may not rival the Jiang Group, it still holds a valuation in the billions. With Jiang Junyao's capabilities, it is not inconceivable that she could achieve remarkable success in the future. Jiang Junyao shook her head, her voice resolute and powerful. No. I am determined to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Chapter 24. 2 associations, 3 clans, 4 families. Han Mengwan, well aware of her daughter's temperament, refrained from excessive persuasion. Merely advising, do not overexert yourself. Take care of your health. Jiang Junyao nodded slightly before striding upstairs. Once she departed, Jiang Haiyan cast an irritated glance at Ye Chu. As Junyao's partner, have you never considered sharing her burdens? Ye Chu, rendered speechless, perceived that his father-in-law was intent on scrutinizing him. Rest assured, the Huangfu family will soon approach Junyao. With that, he ascended the stairs. Jiang Haiyan, his expression grim, took a seat beside Han Meiwan. Look at this young man, utterly incapable, yet quite boastful. Who said Xiao Chu is incapable? Did he not successfully reclaim the outstanding balance from the White Wolf security today? Han Mengwan retorted, her face reflecting discontent. Perhaps Xiao Chu is not merely boasting. In a few days, the Huangfu family may indeed reach out to Junyao. Jiang Haiyun widened his eyes in disbelief. You actually believe such nonsense? Why should I not trust my son-in-law's words? Han Mengwan rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore him. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ye Chu could not find Jiang Junyao and surmised she had gone to the rooftop. He gathered his clothes and entered the bathroom. On the villa's terrace, Jiang Junyao contemplated for a moment before dialing a phone number. The call was quickly answered by a cool, teasing voice. Oh, you finally decided to call me? Jiang Junyao's expression darkened at the playful tone. Speak your mind. What is it? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Junyao replied, during the year I was unconscious. My plans face some unforeseen changes. I may need my senior sister's assistance with the collaboration with the Huangfu family. You are asking me for help? How rare. The voice shifted from playful to serious. I will intervene, but let me be clear, we cannot afford any mistakes this time. We must locate the place swiftly. Rest assured. The same error will not be repeated, Jiang Junyao assured, a glint of cold determination flickering in her eyes. That is for the best. By the way, the master has found the antidote for the ghost flower. I will send someone to deliver it to you in a few days. After hanging up, Jiang Junyao descended the stairs and entered the room, discovering Ye Chu had already laid down on the floor. Seeing him so considerate, a hint of satisfaction crossed her gaze. They had previously agreed to share a room, but to sleep separately. Dear, it is getting late. Rest early and avoid staying up too late. Ye Chu suddenly spoke, concern emanating from his eyes. Do not call me dear. Jiang Junyao shot him a glare before striding into the bathroom. Watching her graceful silhouette vanish, Ye Chu chuckled inwardly. Amused by her pridefulness, he silently vowed to win her heart one day. In a private hospital, Yu Tiancheng and a few others gathered around a hospital bed. On it lay Yu Yifei, his body wrapped in bandages. Xie Yushan, filled with concern, asked, Yifei, what on earth happened? Who could have caused you such severe injuries? Yi Tiancheng and Yi Yicheng's faces burned with rage. Yifei, tell us quickly. Whoever dares to harm a member of the Yi family must pay dearly for it. Yi Tiancheng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He was genuinely furious that someone had so ruthlessly harmed his son. Did they truly think so little of Yi Tiancheng and the Yi family? In a weak voice, Yu Yifei replied, it was the White Wolf Society. The once furious trio fell silent upon hearing this. A look of fear flickered in Yu Yicheng's eyes. Yifei, how did you provoke the White Wolf Society? Yi Tiancheng pressed on. Yes, what happened? How could you have gotten involved with those people? Their fear was justified. The White Wolf Society was not to be trifled with. In Jiangdu, there existed a saying, one family, two societies, three clans for families. The one family refers to the true noble family of Jiangdu, the Long family. The Long family, the local aristocracy of Jiangdu, is said to have once been helmed by a military magnate. Though he has since retired, his connections and influence remain, and many talented descendants have emerged. Thus, few dare to provoke the Long family. The two societies encompass the White Wolf Society and the Black Tiger Society. The three clans refer to the Jiang, Wang, and Li families, which have stood for centuries. The final four families are the Yun, Qin, Wu, and Ye families. The Ye family, being one of the four, ranks lowest, far inferior to the White Wolf Society. As one of Jiangdu's two major underground forces, the White Wolf Society may not match the Ye family in financial resources, but in other aspects, they far surpass them. This includes connections and martial prowess. It is said that the four leaders of the White Wolf Society are all formidable masters in the later stages of body refinement, while the vice president and president are even grandmasters. The Ye family, being one of the four families, is well aware of martial artists, as they have several practitioners among their ranks. When engaging in unsavory dealings, the Ye family often calls upon their martial artists for assistance. If the Ye family can do this, so can others. It is not an exaggeration to say that the White Wolf Society could send a single leader to make the Ye family feel like they were facing a formidable adversary. Yue Fei, with no intention of hiding the truth, weakly recounted the events. The three listened, their faces a mixture of confusion. Yue Qing inquired, how could this happen? Could it be that the White Wolf Society is involved with a woman? Yue Fei bitterly nodded. Those men referred to her as sister-in-law. She must be a woman of some high-ranking member of the White Wolf Society. Not long ago, I was nearly beaten to death by Bald Li and his gang. Before I lost consciousness, I stubbornly asked why they were attacking me. The answer was that Sun Yuru is their sister-in-law. They warned me never to harbor any improper thoughts about her, or they would kill me. The three wore expressions of astonishment, unable to fathom how an unassuming girl could have entangled herself with the White Wolf Society. Upon learning the details, they collectively exhaled in relief. Though Yue Fei had been beaten, at least the White Wolf Society would not trouble the Ye family further. Exchanging glances, Yue Cheng asked, Father, it seems we can no longer use that woman to threaten Ye Chu. What should we do next? Yu Cheng's expression darkened as he coldly replied, in that case, we shall resort to force to subdue that rebellious son. The following day, after having breakfast at home, Ye Chu continued his efforts to collect debts. On the way, he called Huangfu Shiyue. Brother, calling so early in the morning. Are you missing your sister? Listening to the languid and charming voice from the phone, Ye Chu felt a twinge of desire. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed any inappropriate thoughts and said, Sister Shiyue, I need your assistance with something. What kind of assistance? Whatever it is, I will do my best to fulfill. Ye Chu briefly explained the situation regarding Jiang Junyao. After concluding, he awaited a response. But the other end remained silent for an extended period. Frowning slightly, Ye Chu pondered, Sister Shiyue, if you help me with this, feel free to ask for anything in the future. Finally, a voice responded from the other end. You are exaggerating, brother. It is just a small matter. I would not demand anything in return. Gratefully, Ye Chu replied, Thank you so much, Sister Shiyue. Do not mention it. Huangfu Shiyue replied with a hint of annoyance. I truly envy that Miss Jiang. She has such a wonderful husband. Ye Chu sensed a trace of melancholy in her final words, causing him to regard her with suspicion. What could she be lamenting? Did she perhaps harbor feelings for him? However, he quickly dismissed the notion. After all, they had only met the previous day. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Huangfu Shiyue's lips curled into a meaningful smile. This Miss Jiang was indeed extraordinary, not only capturing her brother's attention, but also enlisting the aid of the Long family. Chapter 25. Old Friends in the ensuing 2 days. Ye Chu relentlessly pursued the outstanding payments. During this time, he encountered several formidable opponents, yet ultimately, he managed to subdue them all. At last, he arrived at the final establishment, concluding his tasks. Ye Chu strode towards a well-appointed medical clinic ahead. The clinic, a harmonious blend of traditional and Western medicine, exuded a subtle fragrance of herbs as he entered. However, upon surveying the surroundings, he found no patients in sight. His brow furrowed. Such a large and well-decorated clinic ought not to be devoid of clientele. Sir, are you here for a consultation or to purchase medicine? A young nurse approached from behind the counter. Ye Chu shook his head. I neither seek treatment nor wish to buy medicine. I am here to speak with your proprietor. The nurse's expression shifted to one of disappointment, yet she courteously replied, The owner is in the back. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch him. Just then, a voice resonated from the back room. Zhou Jie, who is it? A young man in a white lab coat, appearing to be in his early 20s, emerged. The nurse informed him, Boss, This gentleman seeks you. The young man glanced at Ye Chu, and Ye Chu returned the gaze, both feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had met before. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chu hesitantly inquired, "Are you Zhang Miaochuan?" Recognizing the somewhat familiar voice. Zhang Miaochuan's face lit up with excitement as he stepped forward. "Ye Chu, it's really you, isn't it?" Ye Chu smiled and nodded. "Indeed. It's been a long time." "Indeed. It has been 3 years. You've grown quite tall." Zhang Miaochuan opened his arms and enveloped Ye Chu in a bear hug. "You too." Ye Chu returned the embrace. They had been close friends since middle school, akin to brothers. "What have you been up to these past few years? Why did you suddenly leave school?" Zhang Miaochuan released Ye Chu, curiosity etched on his face. "Some things occurred. I was away from Jiangdu for a while." Ye Chu casually explained, omitting the more complicated details of his past. Zhang Miaochuan, sensing the reluctance to delve further, refrained from probing and instead led Ye Chu to a side area to catch up. After a lengthy conversation, Zhang Miaochuan finally asked, "By the way, Ye Chu, did you come here for a specific reason?" Ye Chu hesitated before revealing, "Actually, I am here to collect a debt for Yiming Pharmaceuticals." Zhang Miaochuan's demeanor shifted instantly, a flicker of discomfort crossing his features. Ye Chu quickly reassured him, "Miaochuan, I didn't realize it was you. Everyone faces challenges. If you can't repay it right away, take your time." With a bittersweet smile, Zhang Miaochuan confessed, "I have encountered some difficulties recently, but it is indeed my fault for the overdue payment. Rest assured, I will find a way to settle it promptly." Ye Chu furrowed his brow. "What exactly is going on? Feel free to share. Perhaps I can assist you." Zhang Miaochuan, not wishing to conceal the truth any longer, explained, "Not long ago, a patient experienced complications from the medication I prescribed. In an attempt to compensate, I resorted to high-interest loans, intending to use the revenue from the coming months to repay them. However, following that incident, the clinic's business plummeted, and now it's virtually deserted." He sighed deeply at the end of his explanation. Just then, a group of men stormed into the clinic, their demeanor aggressive. The leader, clad in a floral shirt, brazenly declared, "Zhang, pay up quickly, or we'll take this clinic as collateral." The young man, appearing to be in his 30s, was adorned with tattoos and a gold chain, exuding the air of a street thug. Zhang Miaochuan's face drained of color as he rose, indignantly responding, "But there are still 3 days left." The floral shirt leader scoffed, "3 days? Do you honestly believe you can gather 1 million in that time? If you could, you would have paid by now. Hand over the clinic, and we'll consider the debt settled." Despair flickered in Zhang Miaochuan's eyes, but he resolutely retorted, "This clinic was left to me by my father. You will not take it away." The leader chuckled mockingly, "That's not up to you." He gestured to his accomplices. "Go, teach this kid a lesson." 2 henchmen advanced menacingly towards Zhang Miaochuan. The young nurse, terrified, took refuge behind the Chapter 26, borrowing a bit of money before long. Brother Leopard arrived at the medical clinic with a group of his underlings. He was a rugged-looking middle-aged man with dark skin and a face full of excess flesh, exuding an intimidating presence. "Brother Leopard, you finally made it. That brat Zhang not only refuses to pay back the money, but even hired someone to beat us up," lamented a young man in a floral shirt, his face a picture of grievance. "What a bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a mere kid. What good are you?" Brother Leopard scoffed, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze darkly sweeping over Ye Chu and his companion. "You little brat. You dare to touch my man. You have quite the audacity." Zhang Miaochuan managed a forced smile, attempting to defuse the tension. Brother Wang Tianbao coldly interrupted, "Enough of your nonsense. Hand over the clinic and pay for my brother's medical expenses. No need for excess, just 100,000 each. And that little brat who hit my men must kneel and apologize one by one. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here today." His voice was domineering and left no room for dissent, as if Ye Chu and his companion were mere ants to be crushed at will. Zhang Miaochuan's expression fluctuated between fear and anger, but Ye Chu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Stay calm. I'll handle this." Zhang Miaochuan felt a surge of gratitude, opening his mouth but unsure of what to say. "Thank you," he finally managed to utter. Ye Chu turned to Wang Tianbao, his tone composed. "You seem quite arrogant. What, do you not accept that?" Wang Tianbao raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "You little brat. Don't think that knowing a bit of martial arts gives you the right to be arrogant. In front of me, you're nothing." Ye Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Indeed. You are quite arrogant, and I find that rather appealing." With a swift motion, he struck, producing a sharp crack as Wang Tianbao was sent spinning several times before regaining his footing. "Brother Leopard." His underlings erupted in fury, quickly surrounding Ye Chu. Ye Chu, however, showed no hesitation as he retaliated, delivering a series of blows that left over 10 of Wang Tianbao's men sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Wang Tianbao, momentarily stunned, glared at Ye Chu, incredulous. You, how dare you act so recklessly? Do you know who stands behind me? Feigning curiosity, Ye Chu inquired. And who me? Chapter 27. The noble box. Upon noticing the playful glint in Qian Xian's eyes, Ye Chu narrowed his gaze slightly and replied nonchalantly, I am currently unemployed. Feigning surprise, Qian Xian exclaimed, No way. Jun Yao is renowned as the belle of Jiangdu, and as her husband, you don't have a job? Surely you aren't expecting her to support you? He continued, Brother, I must say this. As a man, you should bear responsibility. How can you let a woman provide for you? Feeling the sarcasm in Qian Xian's tone, Ye Chu was rather displeased and retorted without hesitation, Mind your own business. Qian Xian's expression stiffened, and Jiang Haiyan scolded loudly, What nonsense! How dare you speak like that? Han Mengwan merely smiled silently, choosing not to interject. She thought to herself that he should consider his own position before belittling her son-in-law. Had it not been for Zhang Junyao, she would have lost her temper long ago. Ye Chu shrugged. I didn't say anything wrong. He is an outsider. What right does he have to meddle in my affairs? Jiang Haiyan rebuked. Qian Shenzi speaks the truth. A grown man relying on Junyao for support is quite disgraceful. Are you upset because I pointed it out? With a grin, Qian Xian added, Uncle Jiang, my apologies. I merely wanted to encourage my brother here. After all, as Junyao's husband, he must uphold her and the Jiang family's dignity. I didn't expect. He sighed lightly at the end. Jiang Haiyan felt somewhat uncomfortable. The thought of his accomplished daughter being with a good-for-nothing left him unsettled. Xianzi, this good-for-nothing is like mud that cannot support a wall. How can he compare to you? He lamented. At that moment, Jiang Jun Yao entered from outside the villa. Qian Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately approached her. Jun Yao. It's been a long time. With a hint of surprise, Jiang Junyao nodded slightly. Indeed, it has been a while. I heard you went abroad for studies. When did you return? Just got back. I heard you've awakened, so I came over right away, Qian Xian replied with a smile. Junyao. I've booked a reservation at Jianghuai Pavilion. Let us go. It's been ages since we caught up. Jiang Junyao frowned slightly, about to refuse when Jiang Haiyun interjected. Junyao, Qian Xianzi just arrived in Jiangdu this morning and came to see you this afternoon. He genuinely cares for you. You shouldn't decline such a kind invitation. Seeing Jiang Junyao still hesitant, Qian Xian continued, Junyao. I heard from Uncle that you've been busy discussing collaboration with the Huangfu family. Could you share some details with me? I might be able to assist. Jiang Haiyun's eyes brightened. Junyao, Qian Shenzi means well. You should not turn down his kindness. Reluctantly, Jiang Junyao nodded and went upstairs to change her attire. Jiang Haiyun turned to Ye Chu. You should stay here. He clearly recognized Qian Xian's intentions and did not want Ye Chu to accompany them. Why can't Xiaochu go? Han Mengwan interjected, a look of discontent on her face. Xiaochu, ignore him and go change your clothes. Jiang Haiyan scowled. We are going for serious business. This kid knows nothing and will only cause trouble. Just as Han Mengwan was about to retort, Qian Xian interjected, Uncle, it's fine. Let this brother accompany us. A sly smile flickered in his eyes. If Ye Chu didn't attend, how could he showcase his superiority later? Very well, we shall heed Xianzi's suggestion. Jiang Haiyan immediately shifted his stance and barked at Ye Chu. What are you standing there for? Hurry and change your clothes. Ye Chu strode upstairs and quickly changed. However, when he descended, Jiang Haiyun's expression soured upon seeing his attire. Ye Chu was clad in a casual t-shirt and shorts, complemented by a pair of flip-flops. What nonsense! You're going out dressed like this? You may not care for your image, but the Jiang family does. Jiang Haiyan reprimanded him, his eyes filled with disdain. Ye Chu shrugged. It's comfortable for the evening. Besides, it's not like we're going on a blind date. Why dress up? Why should he give face to someone with ulterior motives regarding his wife? Jiang Haiyan's face turned dark. And he was about to continue his scolding when Han Mengwan chimed in. Zioku is right. It's not a blind date. Why so formal? You. Jiang Haiyan shot a furious glare at Han Mengwan, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately settling for a resentful glare at Ye Chu. Before long, Jiang Junyao returned, dressed in a stunning red dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, her long hair cascading in waves. She exuded both beauty and sensuality, radiating a queenly aura. Qian Xian gazed at her in awe, silently vowing to win her over. As for Ye Chu, he paid no mind to Qian Xian's intentions. He was merely a clown, easily dismissed and unworthy of concern. The group departed the villa and boarded Qian Xian's extended Lincoln. After leaving the villa area, they soon arrived at Jianghuai Pavilion in the city center. Compared to the Jianghuai Pavilion in the southern district, the central one was far larger and more lavishly decorated. As they entered, a hostess greeted them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Do you have a reservation?" Qian Xian nodded slightly and opened his phone to present the reservation details. "I've booked the noble box. Please lead us there." After confirming the information, the hostess gestured for them to follow. Shortly after, they reached a lavish room on the top floor. The opulent decor was striking, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the entire Jiangdu city. As dusk approached, a waning sun hovered on the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the city, creating a picturesque scene. Jiang Haiyan felt a surge of excitement. Despite being a member of the Jiang family, he had seldom dined in the noble box at Jianghuai Pavilion. His last visit was over a year ago, when Jiang Junyao celebrated her collaboration with the Huangfu family. Though Han Mingwan did not exhibit the same fervor as Jiang Haiyun, a smile graced her face. Jiang Junyao remained composed, sitting calmly at the table, quietly admiring the view outside. "Uncle, Auntie, please don't stand. Come sit over here," Qian Xian warmly invited them. Then turned to Ye Chu with a grin. "Brother, I've reserved the window seat for you. The view outside is magnificent. You must not have been here before, so take your time to enjoy it. If you miss this chance, it won't be easy to come back." His tone was laced with mockery, intending to make Ye Chu feel embarrassed. "No need. The view is just buildings. What is so special?" Ye Chu waved dismissively, appearing utterly unconcerned. "And this shabby place? I can come here any time." Jiang Haiyan scolded sternly. "Nonsense. What do you know? This is the noble box. The reservation fee alone is 10,000. And it's quite difficult to book. A meal here starts at a minimum of 1 million. Those who dine here are people of status. And you have no legitimate job, yet dare to speak so arrogantly? Have you no shame?" Han Mingwan frowned slightly, agreeing that Ye Chu's words were a bit presumptuous. Jiang Junyao shot Ye Chu a disapproving glance. Being incompetent was one thing, but being incompetent and pretentious was the most detestable trait. Ye Chu raised his hands in surrender. "I'm just speaking the truth. What is there to be ashamed of? Don't mention the noble box. Even the emperor's box is just as mundane." Chapter 28. Could it be that you cannot afford it? Upon hearing Ye Chu's words, the expressions of those present varied significantly. Jiang Haiyan felt an escalating disdain, perceiving it as an utter embarrassment. Jiang Junyao furrowed her brow slightly. Even Han Mingwan, who typically sided with Ye Chu, felt a wave of disappointment. It was not the lack of ability that bothered them. Given the Jiang family's wealth, supporting an idle person was a trivial matter. However, boasting was decidedly unappealing. Qian Xian, with a mocking expression, remarked, "Oh, so you've been to the emperor's private room?" Ye Chu nodded, stating that he had indeed visited a few days prior and that it was nothing extraordinary. Qian Xian feigned curiosity, inquiring about the rumored luxuriousness of the emperor's private room, asking if Ye Chu might enlighten him to broaden his horizons. "It's merely a private room. There's nothing remarkable to discuss," Ye Chu retorted curtly. Qian Xian suppressed his laughter, nodding in agreement. Yes, indeed. You, brother, are so discerning that even the emperor's private room does not impress you. Truly, you are the renowned son-in-law of the Jiang family in Jiangdu. I, as your junior, feel utterly inferior." Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, sensing the sarcasm in Qian Xian's tone. Just as he was about to respond, a sharp reprimand suddenly erupted. "Enough. You know full well what your own standing is. How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of Qian?" Jiang Haiyun's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could expel Ye Chu from the Jiang family at that moment. Feeling that he had brought shame upon them, Ye Chu felt speechless. Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one believed him? "Dad, I am telling the truth," he insisted earnestly. Just as he was about to explain further, Jiang Junyao interjected. "Not having been there is nothing to be ashamed of. Forcing comparisons will only lead to a loss of dignity and render one a laughingstock." Though her tone was calm, her words struck deeply. Meeting her cold gaze, Ye Chu felt a twinge of disappointment. Did they not trust him at all? He sighed, deciding not to elaborate further. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Qian Xian hastily attempted to smooth things over. "Junyao, this brother of ours is likely experiencing this kind of place for the first time. He might feel a bit out of sorts, which is why he spoke recklessly. It's said that son-in-laws are often sensitive. Let us show some understanding and leave it at that." His words dripped with veiled insults, implying that Ye Chu was nothing more than a self-deprecating son-in-law. Han Mingwan felt a hint of dissatisfaction, but was at a loss for a rebuttal. Ye Chu's behavior today had truly disappointed her. "Uncle and aunt, let us order," Qian Xian said, handing the tablet to Jiang Haiyun. He then turned to Jiang Junyao, asking, "Junyao, will you have red wine or white wine?" Red wine, please, she replied. Qian Xin addressed the waiter with a grand gesture. Bring us 2 bottles of Romani Conti. Certainly, sir, the waiter replied with a smile. Qian Xin then turned to Jiang Haiyan with feigned concern. Uncle, I wonder if you can handle red wine. If not, we can order something else. Jiang Haiyan smiled. I'm not quite accustomed to red wine. I do prefer a bottle of Maodai. His beaming smile suggested that Qian Xin was the one truly in his family. Of course, uncle. Waiter, also bring a bottle of Feitian Maodai. And aunt, what about you? I'm fine with anything, she replied. Finally, Qian Xin looked at Ye Chu. His tone somewhat haughty. Choose whatever you wish. Opportunities like this are rare, so do not hold back. Ye Chu's eyes brightened. Really? Of course, Qian Xin nodded. His eyes glinting with mockery, relishing Ye Chu's navet. Jiang Juniao and her companions exchanged discreet frowns but felt it inappropriate to voice their concerns. Han Mingwan subtly signaled to Ye Chu to avoid further embarrassment. Feigning ignorance, Ye Chu asked the waiter, what fine wines do you have? The waiter smiled, sir. We have Romani Conti, 1982 Lafite, 50-year-old Wulianya, 30-year-old Feitian Maodai, and Gujing Gongjiu, among others. Can wine really be aged for so long? Doesn't it expire? Ye Chu pretended to be oblivious. The waiter explained with a smile, sir, both white and red wines become richer with age. There is no concept of expiration. Nearby. Qian Xin could hardly contain his laughter, the derision nearly spilling from his eyes. Jiang Haiyun and his wife looked displeased. I see, Ye Chu said, feigning enlightenment. Do you have any 80-year-old Maodai? The waiter hesitated before nodding. Yes, but the price is a bit. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. This brother Qian is genuinely affluent. A mere bottle of wine is nothing to him. Qian Xion's expression shifted, realizing what was happening, and attempted to intervene. But Ye Chu preemptively declared, I have yet to try the 80-year-old Maodai. Fetch 2 bottles for me. The waiter nodded and exited the private room. Ye Chu heard the sound of gritted teeth and looked up to see Qian Xian glaring at him, his eyes filled with fury. Brother Qian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ye Chu pretended to be curious. You seemed fine just a moment ago. Qian Xion's eyes reddened with anger as he felt a pang in his heart. 80-year-old Maodai. It was indeed a luxury. The last time he was here, he heard of a guest in the emperor's room who opened a bottle, costing $1 million. The mere thought had shocked him. 1 bottle of wine for $1 million was exceedingly extravagant. Now this fool had ordered 2 bottles, amounting to $2 million. Though his family was wealthy, they were not extravagant enough to spend $2 million on a single meal. Even 200,000 seemed excessive. If not for wanting to win Jiang Juniao's favor, he would never have dined here. Jiang Juniao and the others were equally astonished, not expecting Ye Chu to make such a bold move. Sensing the tension, Jiang Haiyan quickly tried to defuse the situation. You reckless fool, 80-year-old Maodai? How dare you order something like that? Is it something you can even drink? He glared at Ye Chu. I'm not particularly eager to drink it. I mainly want you to try it. Dad, Ye Chu replied with a look of filial piety. Besides, wasn't he at Brother Qian who told me to order freely? I know it might be a bit pricey, so I only ordered 2 bottles. Jiang Haiyan opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Should he say that he was unworthy of such a drink? Han Mingwan and Jiang Juniao were equally at a loss. The order had already been placed, and it was indeed Qian Xin who had encouraged it. What could they say? Qian Xin's lips twitched in frustration. Do you hear yourself? You only ordered 2 bottles? How many more do you wish to order? 1 for each of you? At that moment, he wished he could slap himself. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have kept his mouth shut. Ye Chu, noticing Qian Xion's grim demeanor, chuckled. Brother Qian, could it be that you cannot afford it? If you truly cannot, just say so, and I'll ask the waiter to cancel the order. His amusement was unmasked. Qian Xion's face contorted in anger, his heart filled with fury. Ye Chu's actions had undoubtedly placed him in an untenable position. Admitting he couldn't afford it would be a loss of face. Denying it would mean incurring a $2 million loss. That was a sum he would either have to max out a credit card for or request from his family, a choice he was loath to make. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and a cold smile crept upon his face. You scoundrel, daring to set me up, just wait. He flashed a smile. My brother is just joking. 2 bottles of wine are hardly a concern for me. Chapter 29. I have a solution truly impressive, Brother Qian. Ye Chu said with a smile, though the sarcasm in his tone was unmistakable. Heh, it's merely a trifle, Qian Xin replied nonchalantly, though internally he scoffed, thinking, just wait. You'll soon be the one in tears. Before long, the waiter brought forth exquisite dishes, accompanied by 2 bottles of vintage Maodai from the 1980s. Ye Chu uncorked one, and an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Dad, let me pour you a drink. He filled the glass for Jiang Haiyan, who took it with great care. Having never tasted such aged Mao before. Mom, would you like a taste as well? Ye Chu inquired, glancing at Han Mengwan, who, despite not being much of a drinker, was intrigued by the prospect of trying the 1980s Mao Dai. Just a little for me, she replied. Ye Chu poured her a generous glass, and then turned to Jiang Junyao. Noting her silence, he filled her glass to the brim. In no time, one bottle was emptied. Ye Chu proceeded to open the second bottle, pouring a full bowl for himself before offering the remaining dregs to Qian Xian. Brother Qian, there's just a bit left for you to savor. Qian Xian's mouth twitched in annoyance, cursing inwardly. Yet, he accepted the bottle and poured the remnants into his glass. Looking at the scant amount in his cup only intensified his disdain for Ye Chu. How dare you order such expensive wine and leave me with so little? Cheers, everyone. Ye Chu raised his glass, signaling for them to drink. Jiang Haiyan, unable to contain his excitement, took a sip. The rich flavor enveloped his palate, and as he swallowed, warmth spread through him. The lingering aroma remained, a testament to the wine's exceptional quality. Truly, this Mao is extraordinary, he declared. Jiang Junyao and Han Mengwan each took a small sip, their eyes closing in appreciation. Qian Xian, not wishing to be outdone, also indulged in the vintage Mao Tai. While Ye Chu maintained a calm demeanor, having experienced even finer wines. He took a hearty gulp and remarked, the taste is adequate. Qian Xian, looking disdainful, perceived Ye Chu's demeanor as mere pretense. This Mao Tai is indeed distinct, Jiang Haiyun exclaimed, a flavor that lingers delightfully. To savor such exquisite wine is a blessing. Qian Xian nodded in agreement, echoing, indeed, Uncle Jiang, it is a rare pleasure. Dear nephew, this is all thanks to you. Jiang Haiyan raised his glass again, urging, let's drink to that. The atmosphere grew jovial as Jiang Haiyun and Qian Xian exchanged toasts, entirely disregarding Ye Chu. After a while, Jiang Haiyun could no longer contain his curiosity. Nephew, you mentioned you could assist Junyao. Can you truly? Qian Xian patted his chest confidently. Of course. My father was recently appointed as a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, overseeing matters in Jiangdu. You must know that the Jiangnan Chamber often collaborates with the Huangfu family. If my father lends a hand, we should be able to facilitate a partnership between the Huangfu family and Junyao. In truth, his assertion was somewhat exaggerated. A mere director could hardly influence the Huangfu family's decisions. Yet Jiang Haiyan was unaware, and upon hearing Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, his eyes sparkled with eagerness. Nephew, you must assist us. Once this matter is resolved, the Jiang family will surely reward you handsomely. Uncle, you're being overly generous, Qian Xian replied with a carefree demeanor. Junyu and I are old classmates. Her affairs are my concern. Rest assured, I will speak to my father right away. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Jiang Junyao, hoping to see a flicker of gratitude in her expression, but was met with her calm indifference, leaving him slightly disappointed. Thank you, dear nephew, Jiang Haiyan said, raising his glass again, sighing, what an exceptional young man. How wonderful it would be if he were my son-in-law. Han Mengwan shot him an annoyed glance. Qian Xian felt a flicker of joy, feigning regret as he lamented, perhaps it's just not meant to be. If only I had returned sooner, Junyao might not have. His words trailed off, and he took a large swig, his eyes glistening with feigned sorrow. Though he did not finish his thought, it was clear what he implied. Jiang Haiyun, moved, encouraged, dear nephew, do not lose hope. Life is unpredictable, and opportunities may yet arise. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed Han Mingjuan's disapproving gaze upon him. However, Jiang Haiyan pretended not to notice and continued to drink. Jiang Junyao maintained her serene composure, seemingly unaffected by the events unfolding around her. Qian Xian's resolve hardened. What Jiang Haiyan said was true. Life is indeed unpredictable. He cast a challenging glance at Ye Chu, who completely disregarded him. To Ye Chu, Qian Xian was nothing more than a foolish clown attempting to covet his wife. After a while, Qian Xian began to feign drunkenness, swaying unsteadily before finally collapsing onto the table. Nephew, nephew, Jiang Haiyun called out loudly, but received no response. Young people today have such poor tolerance for alcohol. How could he be so inebriated after just a few drinks? Jiang Haiyun shook his head in amusement. Ye Chu, however, immediately saw through the ruse. Qian Xian was clearly pretending to be drunk to avoid paying. Jiang Junyao, too, sensed something amiss, her brows knitting in concern. As Jiang Haiyun prepared to pour another drink, she interjected, Dad, perhaps we should consider how to settle the bill. Jiang Haiyan paused, confusion etched on his face. Han Meiwan quickly caught on, casting a suspicious glance at Qian Xian. Is that kid pretending to be drunk? Qian Xian smirked inwardly. Indeed, He was feigning intoxication. He had consumed quite a bit of alcohol earlier with Jiang Haiyan, and no one here knew his true tolerance. Who could discern whether he was genuinely drunk or merely acting? Realizing the situation, Jiang Haiyun's expression shifted as he became more alert. He turned to Qian Xian, calling out, "Nephew, wake up." But after repeated attempts, there was still no response. His face darkened. What were they to do now? Jiang Junyao replied coolly, "What can we do? We must pay for our own meal." Han Mingwan frowned, displeased. Inviting others out only for them to get drunk? I suspect this kid is doing it on purpose. Humph. It's not my fault for ordering such expensive wine, is it? Qian Xian, feeling malicious, thought, even though this was quite embarrassing. He had no choice but to avoid being taken advantage of. Jiang Haiyan glared at Ye Chu, blaming him for ordering such expensive wine, resulting in a loss of 2 million. Dad, weren't you enjoying yourself just a moment ago? Ye Chu's comment provoked Jiang Haiyun's ire. Just as he was about to explode, Ye Chu quickly added, "Don't worry, it's a minor issue. I have a solution." At this point, you're still boasting? Jiang Haiyan scolded. What can a useless person like you do? Han Mingjuan's expression shifted. Little Chu, do you really have a way? Ye Chu grinned. I learned a method to sober someone up while I was in prison. Allow me to assist young Master Qian. Chapter 30. Gratitude for hospitality. Upon observing Ye Chu approach Qian Xian, Han Mingwan furrowed her brow, pondering if this action was imprudent, as it seemed to coerce payment. Her concern was not for Qian Xian's welfare, but rather the potential ramifications of offending someone integral to Jiang Juanya's endeavors for a mere 20 million. Mother. There is no impropriety. Given Qian Xiao's inebriated state, he is incapable of returning home. I am merely assisting him, Ye Chu jested as he advanced. Qian Xian seethed inwardly, perceiving Ye Chu's insistence on payment. However, he feigned intoxication. He resolved that no stratagem would compel him to sobriety. Humph, you cur. If you think you can get me to pay, you are sorely mistaken, he sneered internally. Ye Chu, arriving at Qian Xian's side, gently placed his palm on the man's shoulder, channeling tendrils of true energy into his body. Qian Xian experienced a sharp, stabbing sensation, as if myriad needles were simultaneously piercing his flesh. His frame trembled slightly, and a grimace of agony contorted his features. Fortunately, he was prone. Concealing his discomfort from Jiang Junyao and the others, Han Mingwan furrowed her brow. Xiao Chu, is your method efficacious? Efficacious? More like this good-for-nothing is mocking us. Jiang Haiyun retorted with disdain. Scarcely had these words left his lips when Qian Xian, feigning intoxication, emitted a piercing shriek before abruptly sitting upright. Jiang Haiyun's face darkened, astounded by the swiftness of the retribution. You bastard, what have you done to me? Qian Xian glowered at Ye Chu, his eyes burning with murderous intent. The agony coursing through his veins was excruciating. Ye Chu smiled serenely. Qian Xiao, do not fret. I am merely aiding your sobriety. Qian Xian noticed the disappearance of the needle-like sensation, further solidifying his suspicion that Ye Chu was the culprit. However, in this predicament, he could not voice his grievances. Qian Xiao, now that you are sober, perhaps you could settle the bill? The repast is nearing its conclusion, Ye Chu urged, leisurely returning to his seat. Qian Xian gnashed his teeth, his heart aflame with indignation. He had intended to impress Jiang Junyao and belittle Ye Chu, demonstrating his unworthiness of her. Instead, he had been ensnared by the latter. The thought of the exorbitant 20 million price tag caused his heart to bleed. To exacerbate matters, he had barely sampled the extravagant wine. Observing Qian Xian's prolonged silence, Ye Chu playfully taunted, Qian Xiao, could it be that you were unable to afford it? Without waiting for a response, he continued, Fear not, if you genuinely cannot afford it, we can split the cost. However, such news might tarnish Qian Xiao's reputation. The esteemed Qian Xiao, hosting a dinner, ultimately unable to settle the bill and resorting to splitting the expenses. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hearing these sarcastic words, Qian Xian's face alternated between pallor and crimson. Finally, with a fierce bite, he glared at Ye Chu and retorted, Nonsense. A mere 20 million? This young master is more than capable of affording it. Qian Xiao, how generous. Ye Chu extended his thumb in approval, though his eyes glinted with amusement. Ultimately, Qian Xian nearly exhausted all his credit cards to scrape together the 20 million. After settling the bill, the group departed from Jianghuai Pavilion. Junyao, allow me to summon a chauffeur to escort you, Qian Xian inquired obsequiously, his gaze fixed on Jiang Junyao. Ye Chu interposed himself, feigning concern. Qian Xiao, there is no need. You have consumed a considerable amount of alcohol today. Please return home promptly. I will care for Junyao. You need not worry. Without awaiting Qian Xian's assent, he hailed a taxi. Father, mother, Quickly, enter the vehicle. Han Mingwan swiftly boarded the vehicle. Jiang Haiyun, desiring to create opportunities for Qian Xin and Jiang Junyao to interact, had hoped for Qian Xin to provide transportation. However, witnessing Han Mingwan's entry, he reluctantly waved goodbye to Qian Xin and followed suit. Thank you for your hospitality. Jiang Junyao nodded slightly to Qian Xin before entering the vehicle. Qian Xiao, thank you for your hospitality. The 80-year-old mount was truly exquisite, Ye Chu quipped with a playful smile before swiftly boarding the taxi. As he watched the departing taxi, Qian Xion's face darkened ominously. You little bastard, just you wait, he snarled through clenched teeth. Never before had he suffered such humiliation. He vowed to exact retribution or forfeit his surname. Approximately half an hour later, Ye Chu and the others arrived at the Jiang family villa. Upon entering, Jiang Haiyun erupted in fury. You confounded wretch, come here at once. Ye Chu nonchalantly settled onto the sofa. Father, what is the matter? Have you not had your fill of spirits? Jiang Haiyun's expression faltered momentarily before intensifying his rage. What is the matter? Are you unaware of your actions? Ye Chu feigned ignorance. What have I done? I merely attended a dinner. Witnessing his pretense, Jiang Haiyun grew more incensed. Who authorized you to order such extravagant wine? Do you not realize that such actions offend others? Qian Xion's father is a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Are we capable of offending him? You good for nothing. Instead of alleviating the family's burdens, you only incite trouble. Despite having sampled the 80-year-old Mao Tai, the possibility of offending Qian Xion filled him with uncontainable fury. Increasingly enraged, he raised his hand to strike Ye Chu. I will beat you to death, you useless wretch. Ye Chu swiftly evaded the blow, further enraging Jiang Haiyun. You confounded cur. You dare to dodge? Stand still. Han Mingwan promptly intervened. Jiang Haiyun, what are you doing? Stand aside. I must teach him a lesson today, or this wastrel will truly become incorrigible. Jiang Haiyun bellowed, attempting to shove Han Mingwan aside, but she firmly blocked his path. Why are you shouting? You remained silent during the drinking, but now that you have imbibed, you turn on us? Han Mingwan retorted. Jiang Haiyun flushed crimson, his anger intensifying. Perceiving the escalating tension, Jiang Junyao interjected sternly. Enough. Junyao, this wastrel. Jiang Haiyun attempted to speak, but Jiang Junyao cut him off. Father, it is late. You have consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Please retire early. Furthermore, the collaboration with the Huangfu family is of no concern to you. I will resolve it myself. With that, she turned and descended the stairs, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. Jiang Haiyun sighed, then turned to Han Mingwan. See, this is the fine son-in-law you found. He acts impulsively and lacks foresight. If this continues, who knows what chaos he will incite. Han Mingwan scoffed. That Qian fellow harbored ulterior motives toward Junyao. As her husband, is it not appropriate for Xiao Chu to teach him a minor lesson? She harbored no affection for Qian Xin. When Jiang Junyao encountered difficulties, he promptly departed for overseas studies. Upon Jiang Junyao's recovery, he immediately returned. Jiang Haiyun sputtered with rage. A minor lesson? I suspect Qian Xin now despises this good-for-nothing. Furthermore, what if he becomes enraged and refuses to assist Junyao? If we cannot secure a collaboration with the Huangfu family, Junyao will be unable to regain her footing in the group. Do you wish to see our daughter bullied by the main family? Han Mingwan was momentarily speechless before retorting. If all else fails, we shall allow Junyao to manage Yiming Pharmaceuticals. With the old man's favoritism, it is unlikely that he will bequeath the group to Junyao anyway. Jiang Haiyun opened his mouth, but he was unable to formulate a rebuttal. Ultimately, he cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chu before ascending the stairs. Mother, thank you. Ye Chu said, touched by Han Mingwan's unwavering support. No need for thanks. We are family. Han Mingwan waved her hand dismissively, then earnestly cautioned, Xiao Chu, I understand your discontent with that Qian fellow, but refrain from acting so impulsively in the future, as it is easy to offend others. She was well aware that Ye Chu's actions tonight were deliberate. While gratifying, they also risked alienating others. Being ostracized by the main family, it was unwise to create new adversaries. Understood, Mother, Ye Chu replied obediently. Han Mingwan nodded. Go and rest. Mother, please rest early as well. Ye Chu instructed before swiftly ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered the door was locked from the inside. After knocking persistently for quite some time, there was no response. Ye Chu was rendered speechless. It was evident that Jiang Junyao was displeased with his actions that evening. This was undoubtedly a subtle warning directed at him. Ye Chu secretly scoffed. Others were setting their sights on his wife. Yet he was expected to greet them with a smile. Did they truly perceive him as a spineless coward? Chapter 31. The Holy Sect. After knocking for a while without receiving a response, Ye Chu grew weary of the effort and leaped out of a nearby window. Departing from the villa, one might wonder why he did not simply descend the stairs. The answer lay in the potential encounter with Han Mingwan. How could he explain being locked out by his wife? Ye Chu valued his dignity. Inside the room, Jiang Zhuyao furrowed her brows at the silence. Approaching the door, she found no sign of Ye Chu, and a flicker of irritation crossed her features. This evening's actions of Ye Chu left her somewhat dissatisfied, primarily due to his audacity. If he dared to deceive Qianxin today, what might he attempt tomorrow? Should he inadvertently offend someone he ought not to? She would have no time to clean up his mess. She had intended to give him a light reprimand, but the absence of his presence frustrated her. Having left the villa, Ye Chu sought a secluded park, where he sat cross-legged to commence his cultivation. He had been preoccupied with various matters lately, leaving little time for his practice. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body, it awakened the vengeful dragon energy within his dantian. A spectral black dragon arose from its slumber, rampaging within his dantian. Pain etched across Ye Chu's face as his strength increased. So too did the ferocity of the vengeful dragon energy. This energy was being nourished alongside his body by the spiritual energy, and Ye Chu was powerless to halt it. For the vengeful dragon energy was intrinsically linked to him. To resolve this, he must dispel its resentment and earn its acknowledgement gradually. According to his master, if he could fully gain the vengeful dragon's recognition, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. It seemed imperative to swiftly address Huang Fuxiu. Ye Chu mused otherwise. Enduring such torment during every cultivation session would soon become unbearable. As for Jiang Zhuyao, he had not given her much thought. That woman was as proud as a queen and would not be easily dealt with. While Ye Chu was engrossed in his cultivation, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger approaching from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a swift roll away from his original position. Swish! A bamboo arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself in a nearby tree. Had Ye Chu reacted even a fraction slower, he would have undoubtedly been struck. The dark hue of the arrow indicated it had been laced with poison, revealing the assailant's intent to kill. Who dares? Ye Chu bellowed, his gaze fixed intently on a towering ancient tree several dozen meters away. Hee, not bad. You managed to evade my poisoned arrow, a chilling voice echoed, followed by a figure clad in black descending from the treetop. It was an elderly man, his hair withered and face lined with deep wrinkles, revealing a gaping maw full of yellowed teeth when he smiled, a visage that inspired dread, accentuated by his bizarre black robe. Who are you? Ye Chu demanded in a deep voice, confident that he did not recognize the man before him. The old man cackled ominously. You dare to slay my heart-eating goo? Have you thought about how you will die? This was indeed the man who had placed the goo on Li Jingxian, upon discovering the death of the insect. He had been both shocked and furious. Over the past few days, he had been tracking the residual aura of the heart-eating goo to find the culprit. Heaven rewards the diligent, and tonight he had finally tracked down his prey. Ye Chu's expression hardened. So, you are the one who cast the goo. The old man cackled again. You dare disrupt my plans? Prepare to die. Swish, swish, swish. Several bamboo arrows flew toward Ye Chu's vital points. Such trivial skills dare to challenge me? Ye Chu scoffed dismissively, evading the arrows with agile movements. He then charged straight at the black-robed elder. You insolent brat. The elder scoffed coldly, his gnarled hand reaching into his robe, and with a vigorous sweep, he released a cloud of green powder that enveloped the advancing Ye Chu, simultaneously launching several bamboo arrows. Hee, boy, you've been struck by my 10,000 ants heart-eating poison. Prepare to die in agonizing pain. The black-robed elder laughed maniacally as he swiftly retreated, attempting to distance himself from Ye Chu. With a swift motion, a figure burst forth from the powder, darting toward the elder like lightning. Startled, the elder instinctively tried to evade, but it was too late. Crack! A searing pain erupted in his chest as a tremendous force sent him flying. He crashed to the ground some distance away, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Ye Chu advanced toward him with heavy steps, his voice cold. Who are you? Why did you place a goo on the mayor's wife? The elder struggled to rise. But Ye Chu's earlier punch had been devastating, shattering his internal organs. After several futile attempts, he could only cough up more blood, his complexion swiftly deteriorating. A meridian opening master? How is this possible? Who are you? The elder's face was a mask of terror. To be injured by a single punch meant Ye Chu was no ordinary meridian opening master, but rather a formidable one with at least 3 meridians opened. Yet, Ye Chu was only in his early 20s. It was utterly unfathomable that he had reached such a level. Unbeknownst to the elder, Ye Chu had merely held back to facilitate questioning. Otherwise, that punch would have been fatal. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just cooperate, or you will find it difficult to meet your end. Ye Chu replied with an indifferent expression. Heh, boy, do not be so smug. You have fallen victim to my 10,000 ants heart-eating poison. Prepare to accompany me to the grave. The elder sneered, not a hint of fear in his eyes. Is that so? A glimmer of mockery flashed in Ye Chu's eyes. You are woefully naive. Such a trivial poison cannot harm me. The elder's expression shifted as he began to sense something was amiss. So much time had passed, and Ye Chu showed no signs of being affected by the poison, which was entirely inconsistent with the nature of the 10,000 ants heart-eating poison. Impossible. The 10,000 ants heart-eating poison can only be cured by the holy sect. He shrieked, unable to accept this reality. Ye Chu's disdain was evident. As a direct disciple of the medicine sovereign, he had long cultivated a body impervious to toxins through frequent exposure to various poisons. Most toxins in the world posed no threat to him. What holy sect? Speak, he demanded sternly. This time, he employed his spiritual energy, and the elder felt an invisible force assail his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, it was but a fleeting moment before clarity returned. The elder's eyes widened in horror as he saw Ye Chu closing in, hastily retrieving a black pill to consume. A trickle of black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. You dare to thwart the plans of the holy sect? Prepare to die. I shall await you below, he declared, his head lolling to the side as he succumbed. Ye Chu's expression darkened as he cautiously inspected the elder's corpse. Aside from some poisonous powders, he found nothing else of interest. A flicker of flame appeared at his fingertip, and with a snap, he sent it forth, igniting the elder's body. In an instant, brilliant flames erupted. Minutes later, all that remained will go to Jiangdu to investigate who killed Elder Jiu. Additionally, it is time to tighten the net on the Li family. It is imperative to obtain that item. Chapter 32. Yunbing as dawn broke. A radiant sun emerged on the horizon. Ye Chu concluded his meditation and returned to the Jiang residence. Upon arriving at the villa, he discovered that Jiang Junyao had already departed, while Han Mengwan and Jiang Haiyun were seated at the dining table, enjoying their breakfast. Where has she gone so early in the morning? It's utterly disorganized. Jiang Haiyun expressed his discontent, clearly displeased with Ye Chu's presence. Ye Chu chose to disregard him, and Han Mengwan called out, Xiao Chu, come and have some breakfast. Taking a seat, Ye Chu noticed the somber expressions on both their faces, suggesting that something weighed heavily on their minds. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Mother, has something happened? With a sigh, Han Mengwan replied, Jiang Juanlong's inauguration as president has been moved up. He will officially assume the role of president of Jiang Group in 3 days. Ye Chu was taken aback. Was it supposed to be a month away? Then, piecing the situation together, he realized that it was likely due to Jiang Juanyao's awakening, which could potentially disrupt their plans. Jiang Haiyun's expression mirrored his concern. Once Jiang Junlong took the helm, it would be all but certain that he would inherit Jiang Group. Even if Jiang Junyao managed to forge an additional partnership with the Huangfu family, it would be of little consequence, possibly leaving them at a disadvantage. What worries us most is that once Jiang Junlong becomes president, our family will likely find it even harder to make a living, Jiang Haiyun lamented. Mother, try not to worry too much. We still have 3 days. There might be unexpected developments, Ye Chu offered, attempting to provide some comfort. Developments my foot. Unless Jiang Junyao and the Huangfu family can finalize their collaboration within 3 days. Jiang Haiyun shot back, his eyes narrowing in anger. But is that even possible? The only glimmer of hope you had has been extinguished by you, he added, still bitter about the previous night's events. Ye Chu suppressed a smirk, thinking how naive his father-in-law was. Truly believing that a mere member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce could influence the Huangfu family's decisions, Han Mengwan sighed quietly, perhaps this is for the best. It might just allow Junyao to return and manage Yumeng Pharmaceuticals. With the old master around, we cannot compete with the main branch. Ye Chu wanted to offer comfort and explain the situation regarding Huangfu Shimyu, but he reconsidered, realizing they might not believe him and it would only invite mockery from Jiang Haiyun. Nevertheless, with Huangfu Shimyu's assistance, it would be nearly impossible for the main branch to secure the presidential position smoothly. After finishing breakfast, Ye Chu left with the intention of purchasing some medicinal herbs to concoct elixirs. Having offended the so-called holy sect the night before, he knew they might seek revenge at any moment. Moreover, they employed poison, and while he was not afraid, those around him could be in danger. Thus, he deemed it prudent to prepare some elixirs for emergencies. Searching on his phone, he soon arrived at a herbal wholesale market in the East District. Stepping inside, a faint aroma of herbs greeted him. Ye Chu began to meander through the aisles, noting that most of the herbs were cultivated, with truly wild varieties being exceedingly rare. This was to be expected. In the current era, wild herbs were nearly extinct. After some inquiries, he learned that Wanao boasted the finest quality herbs, predominantly wild ones. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Wanao, a quaint three-story building that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding modern architecture. Upon entering, a staff member greeted him warmly. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Ye Chu produced a list filled with various herbs and inquired, "Do you have these?" The staff member took the list, astonishment flickering in her eyes. The herbs listed were mostly exceedingly rare, cumulatively valued at several million. Excitement danced in the staff member's gaze as she realized they had encountered a significant client. "Please hold on. I need to confirm with the manager," she informed him before heading upstairs. Ye Chu settled down to await her return. Before long, the staff member descended with an elderly man sporting a head of white hair. "Manager, this is the gentleman," she said, pointing at Ye Chu. The elderly man, surprised by Ye Chu's youth, approached him and asked, "Sir, are you certain you want these herbs?" Ye Chu nodded slightly. "Please prepare 5 sets for me." The manager was taken aback. 5 sets amounted to over 10 million. "Very well, sir. Please wait a moment." Seeing Ye Chu's serious demeanor, the manager wasted no time and quickly began to prepare the herbs. Soon, 5 sets were neatly packaged. "Sir, here are your herbs. Please inspect them." Ye Chu accepted the packages, examined them closely, and then proceeded to make the payment. Upon hearing the payment notification, the manager breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that such a young man might be playing a prank on him. "Thank you, sir. Please come again," the manager said, his face beaming with joy. As Ye Chu exited the shop, he unexpectedly bumped into 2 elegantly poised women. One of them was a familiar face. "Madame Huang, what a coincidence." Li Jingxian appeared surprised, not expecting to encounter Ye Chu here. "Dr. Yi, what brings you here?" "I came to purchase some medicinal herbs," Ye Chu explained casually, his gaze drifting to the woman beside Li Jingxian. The woman, around 30, possessed a rare head of purple hair and an alluring figure, exuding an air of maturity. What captivated attention the most was her gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a wise older sister, making one feel drawn to her. Ye Chu's interest in her was not solely due to her beauty. He recognized the purple-haired woman. Her name was Yun Bingwan, the illegitimate daughter of the Yun family and a well-known widow in Jiangdu. Ye Chu was familiar with her because his imprisonment was somewhat related to her. Yi Chen had once pursued Yun Bingwan, yet regardless of his efforts, he had never gained her affection. In a fit of rage, he resorted to drugging her, intending to force the situation and then propose to the Yun family. Naturally, he believed that as an illegitimate child and a widow, the Yun family would not retaliate too harshly. However, not only did his attempt fail, but it also incited the wrath of the Yun family, leading to the Yi family conceding numerous benefits and ultimately pushing Ye Chu to take the blame to appease their anger. Though Ye Chu had been young at the time, he was aware of the woman who had driven Yi Chen to such desperation. Beauty has always been a source of trouble, Ye Chu mused inwardly. Redirecting his gaze to Li Jingxian. "Madame Huang, how is your health?" Li Jingxian smiled. "Thanks to Dr. Yi, I am feeling much better and should be fully recovered soon." "That's splendid to hear," Ye Chu replied with a smile, engaging in a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. Once he departed, Yun Bingwan turned to Li Jingxian with curiosity. "Jingxian, is he the doctor you mentioned?" Li Jingxian nodded. "Bingwan, let me tell you, Dr. Yi is truly remarkable." She animatedly recounted the events surrounding their previous encounter. Yun Bingwan listened, her expression shifting to one of surprise, followed by a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. He is quite the interesting young man." Not long after Ye Chu left, his phone rang suddenly. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhang Miaochuan, and he answered immediately. "Brother Yi, you must come quickly. Dr. Zhang, he is going to be killed," came the frantic voice on the other end. Filled with distress, recognizing the voice as that of a young nurse from the clinic stumbling, he collapsed to the ground, a fleeting grimace of pain etched upon his brow. "Enough, don't kill him," a resonant voice commanded. A middle-aged man in a tang suit arose from a grand armchair not far away. He clutched 2 time-worn walnuts in his hand, ceaselessly rotating them as he ambled toward Zhang Miaochuan, his gaze condescending. "Young man, 20 million, not a penny less. Or you won't be leaving here today," the man enunciated slowly, his tone brooking no argument. Zhang Miaochuan was already a mass of bruises, several ribs fractured within his chest. Enduring the excruciating pain, he struggled to his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood, and met the middle-aged man's gaze. That ginseng was a counterfeit to begin with. "You're clearly extorting us," he gritted out, his voice laced with fury. Not long ago, he had accompanied Zhou Shaoan to procure medicinal herbs. Seeking to acquire a mature ginseng as a medicinal primer, he had been introduced to Baiao Pavilion through an acquaintance. Due to the referral, Baiao Pavilion extended a warm welcome, presenting numerous ginsengs for his perusal. Among them was a ginseng purported to be a century old. Though he could not afford such a rare specimen, his curiosity was piqued, and he wished to examine it. This very act would lead to his misfortune. Zhang Miaochuan's family had practiced medicine for generations, instilling in him a familiarity with various herbs, including ginseng. Upon careful inspection, he discerned that the centennial ginseng was a fabrication pieced together from remnants of several aged wild ginsengs. As he was about to voice his observation, he was abruptly bumped from behind, causing him to drop the ginseng, which shattered into pieces upon impact. The staff immediately demanded compensation, an exorbitant sum of 20 million. Zhang Miaochuan naturally refused, asserting that the ginseng was fake. However, the staff produced various certificates of authenticity and purchase invoices, seemingly proving that it had indeed been acquired for 20 million. Realizing the elaborate scheme, Zhang Miaochuan engaged in a heated dispute, which resulted in a brutal beating. Seeing the dire situation, the nurse Zhou Shaoan seized his fallen phone and called Ye Chu for help. Fake? The middle-aged man scoffed. Who can prove it? I say it's real. And so it is. Chapter 33. Pointing at a deer and calling it a horse. You are extorting me, Zhang Miaochuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury. I will call the police. Call the police? The middle-aged man scoffed. I have all the necessary certifications here. Even if the police arrive, you will still have to compensate. Zhang Miaochuan shook her head desperately. That is impossible. Those certificates are forged. The police won't believe them. Child, must you be so naive? The middle-aged man sneered, his expression mocking. Have you not heard the story of pointing at a deer and calling it a horse? I say that ginseng is genuine, therefore it is. Even if the police come, it remains true. Do you believe they will even glance at those certificates? Zhang Miaochuan's face turned pale. Indeed, in this world, where is the true fairness and justice? As long as one possesses power and influence, black can easily be declared white. The middle-aged man before her exuded an air of wealth and authority. Just as despair engulfed her, a familiar voice resonated from outside the shop. Zhang Miaochuan's eyes flickered, and she hurriedly glanced outside, spotting Ye Chu striding into the store. Ye Chu. Zhang Miaochuan felt a mix of emotions, gratitude intertwined with concern. The man before her appeared formidable. She wondered if Ye Chu could handle him. The middle-aged man turned his gaze to Ye Chu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ye Chu stepped forward to support Zhang Miaochuan, inquiring, what happened? Zhang Miaochuan did not withhold the truth and swiftly recounted the events. Ye Chu's eyes narrowed as he began to piece together the situation. Who are you? The middle-aged man demanded. This kid has damaged my century-old ginseng and must compensate. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Ah, the illustrious third master of the Yun family engaging in such petty tricks. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Miaochuan was taken aback, quickly realizing why the man had demanded 2 million in compensation. So, he was the third master of the Yun family, no wonder. Understanding his identity only deepened her concern. The Yun family was one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangdu, not to be trifled with. Quite perceptive, Yin Zhanghe chuckled lightly. Ye Chu, since you are aware, hand over that 2 million. My money is not easily obtained. After Wang Tianbao reported the incident to Yin Zhanghe, although furious, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to investigate further. Upon learning of Ye Chu's identity, he was taken aback. A mere son-in-law daring to act so arrogantly? While he looked down on Ye Chu, the latter was indeed a son-in-law of the Jiang family, making it difficult to act directly against him. Thus, he devised this scheme. Chapter 34. Apology. Yin Zhanghe regained his composure, though a hint of displeasure marred his countenance. Despite his meticulous preparations, he had still failed. Forcing a smile, he acknowledged, You truly have hidden depths. I can see today's events. You may leave. Ye Chu shook his head. You may depart, but I implore you, Third Master, to offer my brother an apology, along with compensation for medical expenses. Zhang Miaochuan grew anxious, eager to interject, but Ye Chu silenced him with a wave. Yun Zhanghe looked bewildered. He had chosen not to pursue the matter further, yet his counterpart was still unsatisfied. Young friend, do not overreach. While I did injure this fellow, you have extorted 2 million from me and harmed my men as well, he said, his voice strained with suppressed ire. Ye Chu replied calmly, You speak correctly. But do not misunderstand, Third Master, I never claimed to negotiate with you. Yun Zhanghe's eyes widened in fury. You certainly possess skill. But my Yun family is not to be trifled with. Are you certain you wish to escalate this? Ye Chu shook his head. Your words are misguided, Third Master. I have already shown restraint. Had it not been for the Yun family's reputation, these individuals would not merely have sustained minor injuries. Yun Zhanghe paused, taken aback. Feng Hansen quickly stepped forward. Third Master, A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. You might consider conceding to this young man. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Yun Zhanghe coldly asked Ye Chu, "What do you propose?" "That is the spirit, third master. A prudent individual recognizes the times. It is simple. Compensate my brother with 1 million for medical expenses, in addition to my labor fees." Yun Zhanghe frowned. "Labor fees? I have endured considerable hardship in this matter." Ye Chu grinned. "I happen to require some medicinal herbs. Let us consider those as payment for my labor." Yun Zhanghe's lips twitched, his thoughts turning to curses. The one who struck him now demanded compensation. This was truly intolerable. "Very well, prepare 5 portions," he instructed. Ye Chu handed him a piece of paper. Upon seeing the list of expensive herbs, Yun Zhanghe's expression soured. The total value exceeded 2 million. And 5 portions amounted to over 10 million. Did this rascal truly believe him a fool? Yet he refrained from exploding in anger. After a long look at Ye Chu, he spoke solemnly. "These herbs are rare and costly. Some may require fetching from other locations, so please be patient." Ye Chu waved dismissively. "No matter." He then ignored Yun Zhanghe and approached Zhang Miaochuan to tend to his injuries. "Ye Chu, perhaps we should reconsider. The Yun family is powerful. We ought not to provoke them unnecessarily," Zhang Miaochuan murmured. Ye Chu smiled lightly. "Fear not. The Yun family is hardly a concern." Zhang Miaochuan opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Before long, a throng of security personnel, accompanied by a group of black-clad bodyguards, stormed into Baiyao Pavilion, weapons in hand. Among them were 2 graceful figures, Li Jingxian and Yun Bingwan. Ye Chu narrowed his eyes. "Third master, it appears you do not intend to honor your promise." Yun Zhanghe scoffed. "Kid, I warned you, my Yun family is not easily provoked." He swiftly approached the entrance, asking his sister, "What brings you here?" Yun Bingwan replied, "I heard there was a disturbance at Baiyao Pavilion, so I came to investigate." Li Jingxian inquired curiously, "Who dares to cause trouble on Yun family territory?" The 2 women had been leisurely wandering the market when they stumbled upon the agitated security personnel and decided to follow out of curiosity. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Chu was surrounded within. Yun Zhanghe pointed inside. "A brash young man is within." As they made their way inside, the crowd parted, revealing the encircled Ye Chu. "Dr. Ye!" Li Jingxian exclaimed in surprise, her expression shifting to one of concern. Ye Chu was momentarily stunned. What a coincidence. Yun Zhanghe's face paled. He had not anticipated that Ye Chu would be acquainted with the mayor's wife. "Dr. Ye, what transpired?" Li Jingxian asked, intrigued by the conflict between Ye Chu and Yun Zhanghe. Ye Chu recounted the events succinctly. Li Jingxuan's expression darkened. "Rest assured, Dr. Ye, I will seek justice for you." She then turned to Yun Bingwan, who nodded slightly. "Do not worry, I will handle this." She faced Yun Zhanghe. "Third brother, apologize to this young man." Yun Zhanghe's face clouded over. "Sister, this fellow." Yun Bingwan's tone grew firm. "Apologize." Yun Zhanghe seemed to fear his sister, falling silent, his expression shifting uneasily. Finally, he gritted his teeth and approached Ye Chu. "Young friend, I apologize." Ye Chu was taken aback. How could a bastard daughter command such authority over Yun Zhanghe? "Since third master has apologized, let this matter conclude here," Ye Chu said, waving his hand. "However, the herbs must still be provided, and my brother's compensation cannot be overlooked." Yun Zhanghe's eyelids twitched as he fought to contain his fury. "That is only natural. I will arrange for it." He instructed his staff to prepare the herbs and personally transferred 1 million to Zhang Miaochuan. Before long, the staff returned with the 5 portions of herbs. Yun Zhanghe took them and handed them to Ye Chu. "Thank you, third master." Ye Chu accepted them with a smile, nodding at Li Jingxian. "Madam Huang, I appreciate your assistance. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Li Jingxian smiled and nodded. "Dr. Ye, take care." Ye Chu departed with a bewildered Zhang Miaochuan. Once they had left, Yun Bingwan turned to Li Jingxian. "Jingxian, please wait for me at Wanyaozhai. I will join you shortly." Li Jingxian nodded and exited Baiyao Pavilion. As soon as she left, Yun Zhanghe could no longer contain himself. "Sister, that young man is insufferable." "Why did you just now?" Yun Bingwan countered with a question. "You mentioned earlier that he defeated Elder Feng. Elaborate on that." Yun Zhanghe recounted the events in detail. Yun Bingwan's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Feng Hansen. "Elder Feng, please describe your battle with that young man." Feng Hansen nodded and recounted the encounter. "Does he also know Eagle Claw technique? Or was it something he learned on the spot?" she asked incredulously. Feng Hansen affirmed. "Not only does he know it, but his mastery is exceptional. Even I am no match for him. He must have trained for years. Claiming he learned it recently is surely a boast." Yun Bingwan's beautiful eyes narrowed, her interest in Ye Chu deepening. "Third brother, that young man saved Jingxuan's life. Let this matter rest, and do not provoke him further." With that, she departed by Yao Pavilion. Ye Chu escorted Zhang Miaochuan back to the clinic. Ye Chu, thank you. If it weren't for you today, I fear. Zhang Miaochuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Though they had only reunited for 2 days, Ye Chu's assistance had been invaluable. Had he been a woman, he might have offered himself in gratitude. It was but a trifling matter. Do not dwell on it, Ye Chu reassured him with a smile. Focus on your recovery, and should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call. Had it not been for Zhou Xiaoan's plea for help, Zhang Miaochuan would have likely refused assistance, even in dire circumstances. Zhang Miaochuan nodded in understanding. Sister Zhou, please take good care of Miaochuan. Ye Chu added a final reminder. Having sensed Zhou Xiaoyan's interest in Zhang Miaochuan, rest assured, I will care for him well, Zhou Xiaoyan replied earnestly. After exchanging a few more words, Ye Chu took his leave from the clinic. Chapter 35, The Return to the Ye family. Ye Chu departed from the medical clinic, intending to find a secluded spot to concoct some medicines. Suddenly, his mobile phone vibrated, signaling a text message. Upon glancing at it, his eyes narrowed slightly. Ye Chu, I suddenly recalled that there are some matters regarding your lineage that I have yet to disclose. If you wish to know, return to the Ye residence. Although the number was unfamiliar, Ye Chu had already deduced the sender's identity from the content of the message. Just then, the phone rang. The call coming from the same number. Ye Chu opted to answer it. Ye Chu, I await you at the Ye residence, came the voice of Ye Tianqing, who hung up immediately after speaking. Ye Chu's expression darkened. The Ye family truly was relentless. Despite knowing that this could be a ruse, he could not afford to dismiss even the slightest chance. Without hesitation, he made his way to the Ye residence. Meanwhile, at the Ye family villa, after ending the call, Ye Tianqing turned to the middle-aged man seated opposite him. Mr. Su, should any unforeseen events arise, I would appreciate your intervention. The middle-aged man, Su Wanshan, wore an air of arrogance. The master need not worry. A mere young lad cannot stir up much trouble. I doubt my assistance will even be required with these few brothers by my side. He glanced at the bodyguards beside him, all of whom displayed expressions of pride, confident that they could easily handle a mere youth. Su Wanshan was a revered figure in the Ye family, a martial artist at the 6th stage of body refinement. Ye Tianqing had summoned him as a precaution. About half an hour later, Ye Chu arrived at the Ye residence. Following the butler into the villa, he scanned the room, his eyes narrowing slightly. He lingered a moment longer on Su Wanshan before striding confidently to the sofa, fixing his gaze on Ye Tianqing. Speak. What else is there that you have not told me? Xie Yushan and Yu Yichen exchanged puzzled glances. Not long ago, Ye Tianqing had claimed to possess a method to lure Ye Chu back. They had been skeptical, yet here was Ye Chu, having returned and immediately uttering a question that left them bewildered, as if there was some secret between the two. Ye Tianqing's eyes widened in anger. Ye Chu, how dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? Xie Yushan interjected sarcastically. Oh, now he is a son-in-law of the Jiang family. Naturally, he looks down upon us. Elder. Ye Chu shot Ye Tianqing a derisive glance. You think you deserve such a title? Ye Tianqing's expression darkened ominously as he coldly rebuked, rebellious son. Do you truly believe that just because you have joined the Jiang family, you can act with impunity? Ye Chu displayed visible impatience. Are you going to speak, or shall I tack API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 36. You can do whatever you wish. Yu Yichen's eyes flickered as he promptly stated, it's simple. Just help me arrange a meeting with Miss Jiang. My father wishes to see her. Once the matter is accomplished, the Ye family will not forget your benefits. Ye Chu initially intended to mock him, but suddenly changed his mind. Don't just speak. Present the benefits directly. Ye Yichen was momentarily taken aback, his expression slightly unnatural. What do you want? Ye Chu tilted his head in contemplation before replying. Just give me the money directly. After all, there is nothing in the Ye family that piques my interest. Humph, what audacity. Yu Yichen scoffed inwardly, yet on the surface, he inquired. How much do you want? Ye Chu extended a finger, indicating 100 million. Yu Yichen's face stiffened, and in a low voice, he warned, Ye Chu, don't push your luck. 100 million, just as a gesture? What kind of nonsense is that? Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. Is the illustrious Ye family unable to produce a mere 100 million? Yu Yichen was momentarily at a loss. Of course, the Ye family could afford that sum. However, giving it to Ye Chu without hesitation seemed unwise. Ye Tianqing interjected, 100 million is excessive. The Ye family's business has been struggling lately, and our liquidity is limited, at most 5 million. 5 million? Ye Chu shot him a sidelong glance. Are you dismissing me with such a trifling amount? Ye Tianqing's lips twitched as he gritted his teeth. 8 million. 70 million. It cannot be less. 10 million. It cannot exceed that. 40 million. 15 million. 30 million. Ye Tianqing's forehead twitched with veins bulging, and he barely contained his fury as he stated, at most 20 million. Do not be too greedy. Ye Chen quickly added. Ye Chu, after all, we are family. Let us settle for something reasonable. Ye Chu agreed, nodding in approval. You make a fair point, for the sake of family. 20 million it is. He promptly provided his account number for the transfer. Ye Tianqing wasted no time, transferring 20 million to Ye Chu. After receiving the notification, Ye Chu's eyes sparkled with delight. Another 20 million, how exhilarating. The money has been transferred. You can proceed with the arrangements. I need to see Miss Jiang as soon as possible, Ye Tianqing instructed in a solemn tone. Rest assured, I shall await your news, Ye Chu responded outwardly. While inwardly he mused, just wait and see. By the way, do you have any news you haven't shared with me? Ye Chu recalled the matter at hand. Ye Tianqing's expression turned slightly awkward as he shook his head. I believe that's all. I must have misremembered. Damn it, I knew it. Ye Chu cursed internally as he turned and left the Yi residence without hesitation. Seeing him leave so decisively, Xie Yushan expressed concern. Tianqing, do you think this brat will take the money and run? He dares, Ye Tianqing replied, a frown forming on his brow. Yet, recalling Ye Chu's recent behavior, he couldn't shake the feeling that he truly might. He then glanced at Su Wanshan. Mr. Su, I've heard you have a senior brother? Su Wanshan nodded. Indeed. My senior brother works for the Yun family. Upon hearing the Yun family's name, the three men's expression shifted slightly. Ye Tianqing further inquired. What is your senior brother's strength? Su Wanshan immediately understood the implications and smiled. Rest assured, my senior brother, Feng Han-san, is a formidable warrior at the 8th stage of body refinement. His mastery of the eagle claw technique is extraordinary, far surpassing my own. He will have no trouble dealing with that brat. Ye Tianqing's expression brightened. I would greatly appreciate it if you could introduce us, should that brat resort to trickery. Your senior brother may need to intervene. Rest easy, I will contact him right away and inform you as soon as I have news, Su Wanshan assured, patting his chest confidently. After departing from the Yi residence, Ye Chu intended to find a quiet place to concoct medicine. The process required tranquility and should not be interrupted. Returning to the Jiang family was out of the question. Encountering Jiang Haiyun would surely result in chaos. After some thought, Ye Chu retrieved his phone and called Huangfu Shirwei. Little brother, what brings you to call your sister? Came Huangfu Shirui's alluring voice over the phone. Ye Chu felt a stirring in his heart. This woman was undeniably captivating. Sister Shirwei, is your place spacious? I wish to borrow a room. He briefly explained his intent to concoct medicine. My place is quite spacious. You can do whatever you wish, her sultry voice replied, igniting further curiosity within Ye Chu. He longed to ask, truly, anything goes? Ending the call, Ye Chu took a taxi to the location she provided. Soon, he arrived at an upscale villa area. From a distance, he spotted a familiar figure waiting at the entrance. It was Dongmei. Ye Chu exited the vehicle and waved. Dongmei rolled her eyes. Follow me. As they entered the villa area, they soon arrived at a 2-story villa. The property was expansive, surrounded by gardens and extravagantly decorated. Upon entering, Ye Chu saw Huangfu Shirwei seated on the sofa, organizing documents. Today, she wore a black spaghetti strap loungewear, her snow-white shoulders exposed, and a captivating neckline that drew the eye. Her long, beautiful legs were crossed, glistening under the sunlight, exuding an enticing allure. Today, Huangfu Shirwei appeared less the composed and cool figure she usually was, radiating a touch of sultry languor. Hearing the commotion, Huangfu Shirwei turned her head and, upon spotting Ye Chu, her face broke into a radiant smile. Brother, you're here. She rose to greet him, and Ye Chu was enveloped in a fragrant breeze. With a flash of white catching his eye, he discreetly averted his gaze, overwhelmed by the tantalizing scene before him. Noticing his flustered demeanor, Huangfu Shirwei's eyes glinted with mischief. Brother, what medicine do you plan to concoct? Her curiosity was piqued, having heard of Ye Chu's intent to create medicine. She was utterly astonished. The alchemical arts she had only seen on television or in ancient texts were, in reality, practiced by someone she knew. Some detoxifying elixirs and pills to enhance strength, Ye Chu explained. Huangfu Shirwei's eyes sparkled. Pills can enhance strength? Indeed, Ye Chu affirmed, subtly hinting. Especially for those on the verge of a breakthrough, they can expedite their progress. Huangfu Shirwei's expression brightened at his words. Since using the medicinal bath recipe Ye Chu had provided, her hidden ailments had swiftly healed, elevating her strength to its pinnacle. She was merely a step away from reaching the aperture opening stage. Brother, may I have a pill? she asked, suddenly bashful. Without needing to think, Ye Chu readily agreed. He had come to concoct medicine with the intention of helping Huang Fushirwei break through. She had assisted him, and it was only right he reciprocate. Naturally, he had other motives as well. Seeing Ye Chu agree without hesitation moved Huang Fushirwei deeply. Her gaze toward him softened, filled with tenderness. Dongmei watched anxiously, sensing that if things continued this way, her mistress would inevitably fall. Brother, thank you. Ye Chu feigned displeasure. Sister Shiriyue, our relationship is such that there's no need for thanks. Huang Fushirwei's eyes curved into a smile. Come, I'll show you to the room. Not yet. Do you have a rice cooker here? Ye Chu asked as he entered the kitchen. The two women exchanged puzzled glances. Before long, Ye Chu emerged with a rice cooker in hand. Huang Fushirwei inquired curiously, Brother, what is this for? Ye Chu explained helplessly, I currently lack an alchemical cauldron, so I must use this as a substitute. The two women's expressions froze, their minds racing with doubt. Can a rice cooker really be used for alchemy? Chapter 37. The underground auction. Huang Fushirwei led Ye Chu into the basement. The room below was spacious and tranquil, ideal for alchemy. Sister Shirwei, you both wait for me upstairs, Ye Chu instructed as he closed the door. He retrieved a rice cooker, meticulously sorted the medicinal herbs he had purchased, and commenced the alchemical process. Tossing the herbs into the cooker, a flicker of true fire ignited at his fingertips, enveloping the cooker and melting the ingredients within. Soon, the room was filled with the fragrant aroma of medicine, which wafted up to the two women above. What an intense fragrance! Huang Fushirwei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The afternoon passed swiftly, and as night descended, Ye Chu emerged from the basement, fatigue etched across his brow. Alchemy was no trivial endeavor. Cradling the blackened rice cooker, he revealed a substantial collection of pills inside. Brother, you've worked hard. Come and eat. Huang Fushirwei warmly beckoned, having already prepared a meal. Ye Chu sat down and began to feast heartily, his appetite insatiable after a long afternoon of work. Rather than being put off, Huang Fushirwei eagerly served him more dishes. Take your time, brother, she encouraged. Sister Shirwei, I can manage on my own, Ye Chu replied, somewhat bashful. He pushed the rice cooker towards her. The yellow pills are for breakthroughs. Please take a few. The green pills are detoxification pills. You may take some of those as well. Huang Fushirwei took the rice cooker, and an overwhelming medicinal fragrance enveloped her. Peering inside, she discovered dozens of pills, predominantly green, which comprised 2/3 of the total, with approximately 10 yellow pills. Without hesitation, she consumed one, and a surge of pure medicinal energy coursed through her body. Not daring to be careless, she quickly seated herself in a meditative posture to refine the energy. In no time, a powerful aura began to radiate from her. And with the aid of the medicinal energy, Huang Fushirwei finally broke through to the meridian opening realm. Miss, congratulations! Dongmei exclaimed with delight. Huang Fushirwei stood, reveling in the newfound power coursing through her, her eyes alight with excitement. Brother, thank you, she expressed sincerely. It was but a small matter, no need for thanks. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively, then teasingly added, Sister, perhaps you should take a shower first. Huang Fushirwei glanced down and realized her body was sticky and emanating a foul odor. It appeared that during her breakthrough, impurities had been expelled from her body. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly dashed toward the bathroom. Ye Chu chuckled at the sight. Suddenly, Dongmei spoke up. Could I also have a pill? Ye Chu turned to her, noting her shy demeanor, and couldn't help but chuckle internally. Adopting a serious tone, he replied, No. The minor true essence pills are far too precious to waste on you. You. Dongmei's face flushed with indignation. You're bullying me. I will tell the miss. Seeing the once proud bodyguard appear like a wronged wife only added to Ye Chu's amusement. He shifted his tone. I could give you one, but only if you beg me. You. Dongmei's eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Chu expected her to refuse, but instead, she boldly declared, I want to grow stronger. Please give me a pill. Ye Chu was taken aback for a moment before laughing heartily. One won't suffice. You need at least two. Dongmei's expression brightened, her earlier anger dissipating in an instant. She hurriedly took 2 pills, as if fearing Ye Chu might change his mind. Without hesitation, she consumed one and began her breakthrough. Shortly thereafter, a powerful aura erupted within the villa again. Haha, I've broken through, she exclaimed, her face alight with joy. The remaining pill, however, she decided to hold onto until her realm stabilized, intending to use it for a future breakthrough. Ye Chu wrinkled his nose. You stink. Hurry and shower. Regaining her composure, Dongmei looked down and noticed she too was somewhat sticky. Though not as extreme as Huang Fushirwei, she still bore an unpleasant odor. Her expression turned to one of embarrassment and anger as she rushed into the bathroom. After more than half an hour, the two women emerged from their showers. Huang Fu Shuriwa hesitated to meet Ye Chu's gaze, feeling embarrassed at her earlier state. Sister Shuriwa, I'll take my leave if there is nothing else. Ye Chu suggested to avoid awkwardness. Brother, don't rush off. I wish to take you somewhere, Huang Fu Shuriwa quickly interjected. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. Where are we going? You'll find out soon enough. Half an hour later, the three arrived at a private estate. The manor was lavishly decorated, complete with artificial hills and flowing water, pavilions and towers. They made their way to the central reception hall, which was vast and opulently adorned. In the center stood a circular platform surrounded by rows of seats, resembling an auction venue. Ye Chu's curiosity deepened. Sister Shuriwa, what is this place? Huang Fu Shuriwa explained with a smile. This is the largest underground auction in Jiangdu, held every 6 months, showcasing a plethora of treasures each time. Since you lack an alchemy furnace, I thought you might want to come and see if you could find one. Ye Chu's interest was piqued, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. By the way, not only can we buy items here, but we can also sell them. Ye Chu paused, then produced the pills he had crafted earlier. Sister Shuriwa, could you help me sell these? Huang Fu Shuriwa frowned slightly. Brother, these pills are incredibly valuable. Wouldn't selling them be too regrettable? Not at all. I can always make more. Ye Chu replied with a smile, and I still have some left. Huang Fu Shuriwa considered this and decided against further persuasion, accepting the pills. I'll find the organizers. You stay here and wait for me. She and Dongmei departed, while Ye Chu began to wander around the reception hall. A considerable number of guests had already gathered, most of whom were dressed extravagantly, indicating their high status. Ye Chu also noticed several martial artists among the crowd. As time passed, more guests arrived. While Ye Chu was exploring, a sudden voice called out from a nearby corner. Oh, what are you doing here, you good for nothing? Ye Chu turned to see a tall young woman, none other than Jiang Julan, the youngest daughter of the Jiang family. Beside her stood a tall man whose attire and demeanor suggested he hailed from a distinguished background. The young man, Wang Zihao, looked at Ye Chu with surprise. Julan. Is this kid? Jiang Junlan explained, her voice loud enough for those nearby to hear. Yes, Zihao. This is the illegitimate son of the Yi family who was brought into my uncle's household. Her words drew the attention of those around them, many of whom had heard of the notorious Jiang family's son-in-law. They scrutinized Ye Chu, their gazes filled with curiosity, jealousy, disdain, and contempt. Wang Zihao looked down at Ye Chu, amusement dancing in his eyes. So, you're the lucky one? Ye Chu, feeling displeased, retorted, what is it to you? Jiang Junlan fumed, you worthless fool, how dare you speak to Zihao like that? Ye Chu shot her a sidelong glance. I said what I said. What will you do about it? You. Wang Zihao raised a hand to quell Jiang Junlan's anger, casting a haughty glance at Ye Chu. You are unworthy of Miss Jiang. Be smart and divorce her. Otherwise, when my brother returns, you will regret it. Chapter 38. Who dares to touch him? As Wang Zihao's words echoed, the surrounding individuals silently nodded in agreement. His elder brother, Wang Ziding, was the firstborn of the Wang family, not only exceptionally gifted in commerce but also formidable in martial arts. He stood as a paragon among the younger generation in Jiangdu. Among the many suitors of Jiang Junyao, he was undoubtedly the most suitable match. Their family backgrounds and capabilities were remarkably compatible, leading many to hold high hopes for their union, including the higher-ups of both the Jiang and Wang families. Regrettably, an unforeseen incident befell Jiang Junyao, and Wang Ziding departed abroad. Now that Jiang Junyao had awakened, she would inevitably return. If Wang Ziding were to target Ye Chu, the latter would stand no chance at all. The crowd turned their gazes toward Ye Chu, eager to witness his reaction. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. Are you instructing me on how to act? The onlookers' expressions shifted, revealing their astonishment. Wang Zihao froze momentarily before his demeanor turned icy. He was not instructing, but rather issuing a command. Divorce Miss Jiang, and you may yet have a chance at survival. Otherwise, not only you but the Yi family, too, shall face annihilation. Contempt gleamed in his eyes, as if he regarded Ye Chu as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed. Jiang Junlan sneered in agreement. You better listen, or once Zihao is angered, you won't enjoy the consequences. Ye Chu remained silent, merely raising his middle finger. His eyes filled with defiance, as if to say, what can you do to me? The crowd exchanged glances, surprised by Ye Chu's audacity to confront Wang Zihao. Some speculated that Ye Chu must have some hidden strength, while others deemed him a fool, believing that his marriage into the Jiang family granted him the audacity to oppose the Wang family. Little did they know, even the Jiang family held great trepidation towards the Wang family. The Wang family was the strongest among the three ancient clans. Being a martial arts family with a master of meridian opening residing within, it was common knowledge that only 4 great powers in Jiangdu had such masters, 2 from one sect and 2 from the 3 clans, one of which was the Wang family. Ignorant fool, Jiang Junlan coldly rebuked, her gaze as frigid as a corpse's. Wang Zihou grinned. It has been a while since I encountered someone as arrogant as you. Very well, let me see from whence your audacity stems. As he spoke, he beckoned to the head of the security team responsible for maintaining order. The latter quickly approached, politely inquiring, Young Master Wang, how may I assist you? Wang Zihou pointed at Ye Chu. I suspect this kid has infiltrated. Please investigate thoroughly. The security chief glanced at Ye Chu, understanding that he had offended Wang Zihou. Yet, to be prudent, he asked, Young Master Wang, may I ask who this is? Wang Zihou, with a mocking expression, replied, This boy is Ye Chu, the well-known son-in-law of the Jiang family. The security chief had heard of the notorious son-in-law, and, knowing Ye Chu lacked any solid background, felt relieved. With a stern face, he approached Ye Chu, requesting to see his invitation. Though this was an underground trade fair, there were still restrictions. One must possess a specific invitation to enter. Ye Chu spread his hands. I don't have one. I came with someone else. The security chief was taken aback, initially intending to find an excuse to reprimand Ye Chu, but was surprised to discover he truly had no invitation. Nonsense. Each person must have their own invitation to enter. He shouted. Speak honestly, how did you manage to sneak in? His words were somewhat biased, as martial arts masters or individuals of considerable status could indeed bring others along. However, the security chief did not believe Ye Chu belonged to either category, for even Wang Zihou could not bring anyone in. Ye Chu replied calmly, I told you. Someone brought me in. Still trying to quibble? It seems a lesson is in order for you to understand the severity of the situation. The security chief's eyes turned cold as he advanced toward Ye Chu. The crowd displayed expressions of anticipation, eager to see if the previously arrogant Ye Chu would dare to maintain his bravado. I advise you not to move. The consequences will be dire. Ye Chu's expression turned slightly frosty. Oh, really? Let me see just how dire it can be. The security chief scoffed, extending his large hand towards Ye Chu. Crack. Ye Chu's face hardened as he grasped the man's wrist, twisting it gently. The sharp sound of bones cracking echoed in the air. The security chief's expression twisted in agony. Unable to scream, as an overwhelming force surged through his arm, sending him flying across the room, crashing heavily against the distant wall. The atmosphere turned so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The crowd was astonished. Someone had dared to strike in this place. Ye Chu strode forward, looking down at the staggering security chief. Now do you understand? The security chief, enduring immense pain, glared at Ye Chu with resentment. You little brat. Daring to act out here will be your demise. Without him needing to shout, many security personnel were already rushing over. Wang Zihou laughed heartily. Fool. You truly know how to court death by stirring up trouble here. Indeed, Zihou, this fool is nothing but a brainless idiot. Jiang Junlan sneered in disdain. Just as the group of security personnel prepared to take action, a sharp voice rang out from afar. Who dares to touch him? The crowd turned to see 2 graceful figures approaching. One was stunningly beautiful and voluptuous, an exquisite sight to behold, Huangfu Shiwei and Dongmei. As they neared, Huangfu Shiwei commanded, Stand aside. The security personnel felt an invisible force press upon them, instinctively parting to the sides. Huangfu Shiwei reached Ye Chu's side, her previously indifferent demeanor replaced with concern. Brother, what happened? The crowd was taken aback. How could a mere son-in-law know such a remarkable beauty? Ye Chu briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Shiwei's expression turned icy. Miss, this boy has harmed someone here. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The security chief attempted to reason, recognizing Huangfu Shiwei's extraordinary presence. Huangfu Shiwei calmly replied, I insist on intervening. The security chief's expression darkened. Wang Zihou chuckled, My dear lady, is it worth it to offend this establishment over a worthless son-in-law? Huangfu Shiwei turned, her tone frigid. Are you instructing me on how to act? Wang Zihou's expression faltered, his face darkening rapidly. Jiang Junlan scolded, You wretched girl, how dare you disrespect young Master Zihou? You seek death. With a swift motion, Dongmei stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap. Jiang Junlan staggered, blood oozing from her mouth and nose, astonished. You dare hit me? With another swift slap, Dongmei coldly stated, Those who disrespect the lady ought to be punished. Jiang Junlan, now furious, exclaimed, You little wretch, I will kill you. She lunged at Dongmei, but was no match for her, receiving several more slaps in the blink of an eye. Speak another word, and I will end you. Dongmei warned, her eyes frosty. Jiang Julan, frightened, refrained from further provocation. Turning chapter 39, Lord Longjio. Dongmei's expression was indifferent, her gaze filled with disdain. The Jiang family? She had never heard of it. What audacity! Wang Zihao, incensed, laughed bitterly. The Jiang family was one of the three ancient clans of Jiangdu, and not long ago. They had reached a comprehensive partnership with the Huangfu family of Jinling. How dare the young lady claim ignorance? Such arrogance was excessive. A flicker of amusement danced in Dongmei's eyes as she feigned ignorance, saying, I have heard of the Huangfu family. It is said to be a prominent clan in Jinling, possessing remarkable strength, particularly the eldest daughter, Huangfu Shiwei, who is rumored to be a paragon of beauty and talent. Ye Chu felt speechless. Such flattery was absurd. Wang Zihao's expression shifted, and with a cold snort, he replied, It's good that you know. The Jiang family has established a comprehensive partnership with the Huangfu family. Offending the Jiang family is tantamount to offending the Huangfu family. It would be wise for you to apologize to Junlan promptly. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Had he not perceived the extraordinary demeanor of the two women, he would have cared little to elaborate. Jiang Junlan added, Indeed. My brother is the president of the Jiang group, fully responsible for the collaboration with the Huangfu family, and he is acquainted with the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family. You would do well to apologize and slap yourself 10 times. Otherwise, you shall not leave Jiangdu unharmed. Her threat was fierce, her eyes brimming with malice. Ye Chu found her expression peculiar, pondering how the two would react if they realized that the esteemed eldest daughter of the Huangfu family was standing before them. Nonsense. Dongmei's countenance darkened. How could the esteemed eldest daughter of the Huangfu family possibly know such lowly figures as the Jiang family? She stepped forward and delivered 2 slaps to the latter. Jiang Junlan covered her cheek, trembling with rage. She had never endured such humiliation throughout her life. Wang Zihao's expression was equally grim as he turned to the head of the bodyguards, saying, Captain Zhao, this woman is brazenly assaulting others. Are you not going to intervene? Captain Zhao snapped back to attention. Rest assured, young Master Wang. Anyone causing a ruckus here shall face the consequences. He raised his hand, preparing to command his subordinates to apprehend the troublemakers. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Stop. Everyone turned, their expressions instantly serious. A distinguished middle-aged man approached. Clad in a purple robe, his hair a light shade of violet, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of a scholar. He imparted a sense of tranquility, however. Those present knew this was merely a fade. Despite his outward gentility, he was known for his profound cunning and ruthless disposition, referred to as Lord Longjio. In Jiangdu, few dared to disregard him. Even the leaders of the 2 associations would treat him with utmost respect. Thus, it was no surprise that the crowd was astounded when they witnessed Ye Chu and the others engaging in a brawl. Captain Zhao immediately stepped forward. Lord Jiao, someone is causing trouble here. Silence. Lord Longjio admonished sharply, striding directly to Huangfu Shiwei, his expression apologetic. Sister Shiwei, my sincerest apologies. It is my failure to maintain order and has led to this disturbance. Huangfu Shiwei waved her hand gracefully, dismissing the matter. It's nothing. There are always a few rotten apples in every place. It's quite normal. Upon hearing their exchange, the crowd gaped in astonishment. No wonder she dared to act so brazenly. She was acquainted with Lord Longjio, and their relationship appeared to be quite close. Captain Zhao's face paled instantly. Wang Zihao and Jiang Julan also turned pale, realizing that they had unwittingly stirred up a hornet's nest. Rest assured, Sister Shiwei, I will ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. Lord Longjio, who had been smiling moments ago, turned his icy gaze upon Captain Zhao, his demeanor transforming. I wish to know the entire sequence of events. Captain Zhao, not daring to conceal any details, recounted the incident in its entirety. You shall pay for your transgressions and face your punishment. Now leave this place. Lord Longjio's voice was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Captain Zhao's face turned ghostly pale as he knelt, pleading, Lord Jiao, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. Lord Longjio's expression darkened. I do not wish to repeat myself. The captain, struck as if by lightning, fell silent, turning to leave in silence. Lord Longjio then fixed his gaze upon Wang Zihao and Jiang Julan, his eyes devoid of warmth. Wang Zihao forced a smile. Lord Jiao. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. I shall not pursue today's matter. Return and inform old Master Wang that the debt of gratitude is now settled. Wang Zihao felt as though he had been struck hard, wishing to protest, but faltering under Lord Longjio's chilling gaze. He wisely fell silent, retreating alongside Jiang Junlan. The crowd, secretly astonished, recognized the power of Lord Longjio. The so-called young master of the Wang family dared not utter a word in his presence. While everyone was shocked, they also grew curious about Huangfu Shiyue's identity. Who was she, to command such respect from Lord Longjio? They were equally puzzled as to how Ye Chu, a mere son-in-law, had come to know such a prominent figure. Lord Longjio turned his attention to Ye Chu. Inquiring with interest, Sister Shirwei, is this individual perhaps? Huangfu Shirwei nodded. Indeed, he is Master Yi. Lord Longjio's eyes brightened as he extended his hands. Master Yi, I am Longjio. It is an honor to meet you. Ye Chu shook his hand and introduced himself. Ye Chu. The crowd was left speechless once more. Wang Ziheo's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a useless son-in-law earn the favor of Lord Longjio? At that moment, a bell tolled at the center of the venue. The crowd turned their attention, understanding that the auction was about to commence, and they gravitated towards the central stage. Lord Longjio also led Huangfu Shiyue and the others to the best seats available. Sister Shiyue, Master Yi, I have some matters to attend to. We shall converse later. Lord Longjio remarked before hastily departing. Ye Chu turned to Huangfu Shiyue, puzzled. Sister Shiyue, why do I suddenly bear the title of Master Yi? Huangfu Shiyue smiled brightly. You possess the skills of alchemy and healing. How could you not be considered a master? Ye Chu pondered this. There was some truth to her words. Yet, being called a master at barely 20 made him feel rather aged. Ah, is that not Huangfu Shiyue? Suddenly, a voice called from behind. The group turned to see 3 graceful figures approaching. All 3 women were strikingly beautiful, particularly 2 of them, who could rival Huangfu Shiyue. Ye Chu's eyes widened in surprise, for he recognized all 3, Zhuge Jia and her secretary, along with Yun Bingwan. He wondered how these parties had converged. Huangfu Shiyue's expression darkened. Zhuge Jia. You truly are relentless. Chapter 40. The light body Zhuge Jia elegantly settled beside them, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Miss Huangfu, your statement is rather misguided. My arrival in Jiangdu is tied to family obligations and has no bearing on you. Huangfu Shiyue snorted coldly, choosing to ignore her. Yun Bingwan offered a slight nod to Ye Chu, saying, Young friend Yi, it is a pleasure to see you again. Ye Chu returned the gesture with a nod. Bingwan. Do you know this fellow? Zhuge Jia inquired, her expression one of surprise. Not quite an acquaintance, merely a few encounters, Yun Bingwan clarified. Zhuge Jia acknowledged this and scrutinized Ye Chu with curious eyes. Their last meeting lingered vividly in her memory. Moreover, the fact that Huangfu Shiyue regarded him with such importance suggested that he was far from ordinary. It seemed he possessed skills beyond mere medical expertise. Beautiful lady, if you require medical attention, I can prescribe a remedy right now, Ye Chu remarked with a playful wink. In light of Madame Huangfu's presence, I shall offer you a 20% discount. Zhuge Jia recalled their previous encounter. A blush of embarrassment and irritation crossing her face as she shot Ye Chu a reproachful glance, quickly averting her gaze. Yun Bingwan observed with surprise. Having never witnessed the usually composed Zhuge Jia display such vulnerability, Huangfu Shiyue, intrigued, asked, Brother, do you know Zhuge Jia? Ye Chu nodded and recounted their last meeting. Huangfu Shiyue's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a warning. This woman is not to be trusted. Keep your distance. Zhuge Jia's gaze turned icy as she retorted, Huangfu Shiyue, clarify your words. Why am I not a good person? Huangfu Shiyue met her gaze with a sidelong glance. Are you truly unaware of your own nature? Must I spell it out for you? Zhuge Jia's expression grew dangerously cold, and just when Ye Chu anticipated her ire, she unexpectedly smiled. Are you simply afraid of my approaching this young man? I was merely curious about him, but now my interest has shifted. Her eyes turned to Ye Chu, a captivating smile gracing her features as she rose, extending her hand. Dr. Yi, I am Zhuge Jia, and I would like to befriend you. Those nearby were taken aback by such an overture from a woman of her striking beauty toward Ye Chu, a mere son-in-law. How could he possess such allure? Wang Ziheo, seated across the pavilion, seethed with jealousy at the sight of yet another stunning woman engaging with Ye Chu. Damn it. Why does this good-for-nothing attract such attention? He raged internally, unable to accept the reality. Ye Chu was momentarily stunned but quickly regained composure, warmly shaking her hand. Of course, the warmth of her touch was delightful. Instinctively, he released a trace of true energy to assess her constitution. Moments later, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. She too possessed a unique constitution, the light body, comparable to the moonlight body. He had not anticipated such fortuitous luck, encountering 3 individuals with extraordinary physiques upon his arrival. While he could not presently manage that proud woman, Zhang Zhuyao, he could devise a strategy for Huangfu Shiyue and the enchanting lady before him. Success in this endeavor would likely quell the turmoil of the dragon of resentment within him. alleviating the pain during his cultivation. The thought ignited a fervent light in his gaze. Zhuge Jia shivered slightly, feeling a touch of fear from Ye Chu's intense stare. She instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but found herself unable to do so. Panic surged within her, yet she feigned calmness. Dr. Yi, might you loosen your grip? Ye Chu, regaining his senses, promptly released her hand. My apologies. I was lost in thought, contemplating something delightful. He hastily offered an apology. Determined not to leave a negative impression, Zhuge Jia's eyelids twitched, sensing that his so-called delightful thoughts were anything but innocent. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved her phone and exchanged contact information with Ye Chu. Dr. Yi, I hold a bit of sway in Jiangdu. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out. Her voice was sweet, yet she cast a provocative glance at Huangfu Shiwei. Of course, Ye Chu replied with a grin, just as he settled down, sensing a piercing gaze upon him. Turning, he found Huangfu Shiwei's unwavering stare fixed on him, while Dong Mei glared with evident anger. Ye Chu cleared his throat, about to explain, when the sound of a bell echoed, signaling the official commencement of the auction. A statuesque woman ascended the stage, microphone in hand. Welcome to tonight's auction. I am your host, Dandan, and I declare this auction officially open. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Chu diverted the conversation. Sister Shiwei, the auction has begun. We must pay close attention and not miss any valuable items. With that, he focused intently on the stage. Huangfu Shiwei shot him a resentful glance before also turning her gaze to the stage. A staff member approached, bearing a tray covered with red cloth. As Dandan began her introduction, the first item up for bid is a luminous pearl. As the red cloth was unveiled, a pale green pearl of considerable size was revealed, akin to the size of an adult's fist. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and the pearl radiated a gentle green glow in the darkness. Through this ethereal light, the intricate patterns within the pearl became vividly discernible, captivating the onlookers. As the lights flickered back on, Dandan elaborated, this luminous pearl hails from the west, reportedly unearthed from the depths of the mountains. According to expert appraisal, it is a rare mineral of unprecedented nature, known to calm the mind and enhance one's vitality when worn regularly. The crowd erupted in excitement, some eyes glimmering with fervor. This was indeed a high-grade gemstone, a true treasure for any aficionado. Once the clamoring subsided, Dandan announced, the starting bid for this luminous pearl is set at 10 million, with increments no less than 1 million, 11 million, 12 million, 15 million, 20 million, 30 million. The bidding frenzy escalated swiftly, reaching 30 million in no time. Those in the front row remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to bid. Ultimately, the luminous pearl was sold for a staggering 100 million to a jade merchant. The second item, an antique from the Han Dynasty, fetched a jaw-dropping 150 million. The auction proceeded smoothly, with 8 or 9 items sold, all of immense value. The most expensive was a string of imperial green prayer beads, reportedly from the Tang Dynasty, which sold for 400 million. Next came an antique from the pre-Qin era. Dandan unveiled the red cloth, revealing a small bronze tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears. The tripod, roughly the size of a basin, was tarnished with rust, adorned with numerous engravings, exuding an air of ancient mystery. However, the only drawback was the numerous cracks marring its surface, and 1 ear and leg were missing, giving it a dilapidated appearance, as if it might crumble at any moment, significantly diminishing its market value. Upon learning it was a pre-Qin relic, the audience initially showed anticipation. But upon seeing the condition of the tripod, they quickly lost interest, setting aside the authenticity of the antique. A broken bronze tripod on the brink of disintegration held little value for collectors. Noticing the waning enthusiasm in the crowd, Dandan felt a twinge of disappointment but pressed on with her detailed description. Ladies and gentlemen, this bronze tripod has been verified by experts to indeed originate from the pre-Qin era, though its exact age remains unknown. It is undoubtedly a genuine artifact, albeit incomplete. She continued, the starting bid is set at 10 million, with increments no less than 1 million. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears, as no one made a bid. Dandan felt disheartened, yet she understood the rationale. This was the 10th item. The upcoming pieces promised genuine value, and spending funds on a broken tripod could jeopardize their ability to bid on truly remarkable items. Just as Dandan feared the item would go unsold, a voice suddenly rang out. 1,100,000. I'm sorry, but it seems there is no text provided for me to edit and translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 41. The youth-preserving herb. Everyone turned their gaze, eager to discern the identity of the one with seemingly foolish wealth. Upon recognizing the bidder, there was a collective pause. It was none other than Ye Chu. A smirk played on some lips as they thought, the son-in-law of the Jiang family, truly a fool with money to spare. Yet, Ye Chu remained unfazed. His attention casually fixed upon the bronze cauldron on the stage. His formidable mental acuity discerned its extraordinary nature, and coincidentally, he was in need of an alchemical vessel. Hence his intention to acquire it. Huang Fu Shuriwe furrowed her brows. Brother, is this cauldron not too shabby? Ye Chu shook his head dismissively. No worries. As long as it is functional. Huang Fu Shuriwe chose not to argue further. The earlier scene was still vivid in their minds, and none dared to contest Ye Chu. Ultimately, the bronze cauldron was sold for a mere 11 million. Of course, its low value was a contributing factor. Otherwise, there would have been bidders aplenty. Despite the modest price, Dan was elated. Ladies and gentlemen, our next item up for bid is the 11th auction piece, Dan announced, and the crowd displayed palpable excitement. Knowing the highlight was approaching, a staff member ascended the stage, cradling an ancient wooden box, piquing the curiosity of all. The box, a delicate shade of lavender, was adorned with exquisite carvings, indicating its exceptional worth. Once the anticipation reached a crescendo, Dan leisurely opened the box, releasing a fragrant aroma of herbs. The crowd leaned in closer, revealing a single lavender-hued herb nestled within. What is this? Confusion flickered across the faces of many, although they sensed its rarity. They could not identify it. Could it be the youth-preserving herb? Ye Chu's eyes widened in surprise. Such a rarity was indeed hard to come by. On stage, the host Dan elaborated, this is the youth-preserving herb. Consuming it can preserve one's youthful appearance for a decade, and if refined into a pill, its effects will be even more pronounced. At this revelation, the audience erupted in astonishment, particularly among the women, whose eyes burned with fervor. The allure of eternal youth was irresistibly potent, even if only for 10 years. Ye Chu keenly noted the quickening breaths of several women nearby. Huang Fu Shuriwe immediately turned to Ye Chu, asking softly, Brother, if this herb were given to you, could you refine it into a pill? Yes, Ye Chu affirmed. But I will require additional herbs as support. Huang Fu Shuriwe's eyes brightened at this prospect. This youth-preserving herb was said to originate from the 100 Herbs Valley in Shenanjia, having been procured at great expense by foragers, making it exceedingly rare and precious. The host then laid the groundwork before announcing the starting bid. The youth-preserving herb starts at 100 million, with increments of no less than 10 million. 110 million, 120 million, 150 million, 170 million, 200 million. Though the price soared, numerous bidders continued to participate, with the figures climbing to 200 million rapidly. However, the bidding began to dwindle as the numbers reached 400 million, surpassing the previous item's price. At this juncture, only a few remained in the fray, as it was apparent that only a select few could muster such wealth. 500 million. A calm voice pierced the air, silencing the room as if a pin could be heard dropping. An increment of 100 million was no longer a mere display of affluence, it was a statement of sheer extravagance. I started around, revealing that the bidder was none other than Huang Fu Shuriwe herself. A chill ran through the crowd. She was indeed a woman of means. Known for her acquaintance with the illustrious Long Jiu, Ye Chu silently marveled at his sister's wealth, momentarily contemplating the merits of a leisurely life. With the announcement of 500 million, no one dared to continue bidding. Some feared offending the enigmatic Huang Fu Shuriwe, while others deemed themselves inadequate competitors. Just as the crowd believed the bidding had come to a close, a languid voice interrupted, 600 million. Stunned silence enveloped the room as the bid increased by another 100 million. Eyes turned to the source, revealing another stunning beauty seated beside Huang Fu Shuriwe. Gasps filled the air as curiosity piqued. When had Jiangdu birthed two such affluent women? Huang Fu Shuriwe cast a cold glance at Zhuge Jia, continuing her bid. 700 million. Zhuge Jia remained undeterred. 800 million. Her tone was indifferent, as though she were discussing a trivial sum rather than a staggering amount. 900 million. 10 billion. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Such audacity was unprecedented. Huang Fu Shuriwe's brow finally furrowed, her gaze icy as she addressed Zhuge Jia. Are you truly intent on competing with me? Zhuge Jia replied with a light smile. What competition? It's simply a matter of who bids higher? Huang Fu Shuriwe's expression darkened, her countenance reflecting the tempest of her emotions. In the background, Long Jiu watched in bemusement, pondering why these two girls had found their way to his auction. As the tension escalated, Ye Chu felt compelled to intervene. Sisters, why not let me have the youth-preserving herb? Once I refine it, I shall provide each of you with a pill. Huang Fu Shuriwe's expression shifted. After a moment's contemplation, she acquiesced. Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. Zhuge Jia, however, remained skeptical, questioning the nature of their bond. The youthfulness of Ye Chu, coupled with his ability to refine herbs, raised her doubts. Ye Chu smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. Should I fail, you are always welcome to seek me at the Jiang family. After a moment's thought, Zhuge Jia nodded in agreement. All right. We shall trust in the abilities of the esteemed Yishini. With their dispute resolved, the youth-preserving herb ultimately sold for an astronomical 10 billion. Now in the possession of Zhuge Jia, the crowd was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the abrupt cessation of hostilities between the two women after such fierce competition. As their hushed conversation continued, the attention of the remaining bidders soon shifted to the next auction item, which turned out to be a scroll containing martial arts techniques. Though it only allowed cultivation to the pinnacle of body tempering, it still incited fervor among the attendees. In a place like Jiangdu, having a peak body tempering expert within the clan commanded respect and deterred potential challengers. After an intense bidding war, the scroll ultimately fetched a staggering 12 billion. The grand finale of the auction was yet to come. At the mention of the final item, the crowd collectively focused their attention on the stage. Dan unveiled a red cloth draped over a tray, revealing 8 small jade vials. The vials were divided into 2 groups, one blue and one white, each adorned with labels that were unfortunately too small for the audience to decipher. Curiosity abounded. What treasures lay within these vials that warranted such a climactic reveal? This time, the host wasted no time in teasing the audience. Pointing to the white vial, she began, "This contains a detoxification pill, capable of neutralizing 100 poisons." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even if the claims were slightly exaggerated, a pill with such capabilities was undeniably valuable. Once the murmurs subsided, she continued. The blue vial contains the minor true essence pill, which allows body-tempering warriors to break through 1 or 2 minor realms. For those at the pinnacle of body tempering, it carries the potential to advance to the realm of master. Boom. The revelation ignited the entire venue. Chapter 42. A fiery scene. Initially, the atmosphere was tranquil, but it soon erupted into a cacophony of voices. Is it true? Can a mere pill enable someone to transcend to the master realm? Lord Longjio has always maintained an impeccable reputation. Surely he would not exaggerate. It is unfathomable that such a pill exists in this world. The crowd buzzed with a mixture of curiosity, astonishment, and skepticism. Once the din subsided slightly, the host, Dan, resumed her speech. I understand that many of you may be incredulous. Fear not, we have arranged for a demonstration. As she spoke, a lean middle-aged man ascended the stage. The audience's gaze sharpened as they recognized him. Zhao Hu, one of Lord Longjio's 2 trusted aides and a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of body refinement. The crowd's excitement grew palpable, their eyes glinting with anticipation. The host, Dan, opened a blue jade vial and poured out a pill. Zhao Hu took it without hesitation, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the process of refining the pill's potency. Before long, his aura began to surge, ultimately breaking through the barrier of the 8th level, reaching the 9th level of body refinement. As the spectators sensed Zhao Hu's transformation, several martial artists and attendants began to breathe heavily, their gazes aflame with fervor. It is real. The pill is indeed genuine. An individual exclaimed, their eyes shimmering with desire. After his breakthrough, Zhao Hu nodded slightly to the audience and departed. The host, Dan, smiled brightly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed the effects firsthand. I shall not elaborate further. The detox pill is available in 4 units, with a starting bid of 100 million, and each subsequent bid must exceed 10 million. The small true essence pill, 3 in total, begins at 500 million, with each increment not less than 20 million, 520 million, 550 million, 600 million. Despite the exorbitant starting prices, countless individuals were eager to bid, primarily vying for the small true essence pill. The scene was nothing short of explosive. It is no wonder the crowd was so frenzied. Acquiring even one could potentially create a master. The worth of a master cannot merely be quantified in monetary terms. Junlon, please assist me in bidding. I will call home immediately. We must secure the small true essence pill, Wang Zihao declared as he swiftly retrieved his phone. Jiang Junlon nodded in agreement. Zhuge Jia also prepared to bid but noticed that Huang Fu Shiwei remained completely still. Her brows furrowed slightly. How could someone remain indifferent to such a treasure? Is there a hidden agenda? A sudden alertness struck her, yet upon deeper contemplation, it seemed implausible. Setting aside the earlier spectacle, her understanding of Lord Longjio suggested he deeply valued his reputation and would never resort to selling counterfeit goods. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. Casually, she cast a glance at Huang Fu Shiwei, noting her calm demeanor, devoid of any intent to bid. Her suspicion deepened, prompting her to suppress her own bidding intentions and observe for the time being. Meanwhile, Yun Bingwan expressed her surprise. Jia, are you not tempted by such a treasure? Zhuge Jia feigned a wry smile, stating that her previous purchase of the eternal youth grass had already cost her 1 billion, leaving her with limited funds this time. So she decided not to compete. Seeing Yun Bingwan's skepticism, she continued, saying, primarily, I am not a practitioner. Investing heavily in such an item would not be prudent. Yun Bingwan considered this and refrained from further inquiries, joining in the bidding instead. At this moment, the price had surged to 800 million. 1 billion. Suddenly, she boldly raised the bid by 200 million, instantly stunning the crowd. Her audacious increment of 200 million surpassed the previous bids made by the two women. The audience turned their attention to the assailant, and upon realizing it was Yun Bingwan, they felt a chill. The widow of the Yun family holds considerable renown in Jiangdu. Though a child born out of wedlock, her capabilities are extraordinary. She has taken charge of the Yun family at a young age, leading them to ascend from the bottom of the four great families to the very top in just a few short years. Unfazed by the collective scrutiny, Yun Bingwan stood and addressed the crowd with a smile, saying, esteemed guests, my family urgently requires this pill. I kindly ask for your leniency and not to contest with this humble woman. Reactions varied among the attendees. Some withdrew quietly while others displayed dissatisfaction. Yet none dared to openly oppose her. The reason was simple. The Yun family is not to be trifled with, though merely one of the four great families. Rumors suggest a close relationship with the Long family. Years ago, the Ye family, once the foremost of the four great families, fell to the bottom after offending the Yun family. It is said that the Long family intervened in that downfall. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Yun Bingwan clasped her hands in gratitude, thanking them for their support. Ultimately, the first small true essence pill was secured by Yun Bingwan. Next came the bidding for the second pill, and the competition remained fierce, quickly reaching 1 billion. Observing the escalating prices, Wang Zihao grew anxious and, emulating Yun Bingwan, stood up to speak. Esteemed guests, my Wang family is in dire need of this small true essence pill. I hope you can extend some courtesy, and my family will be most grateful. Upon hearing this, a ripple of laughter spread through the room. What a joke. Your Wang family needs the small true essence pill. Do we not need it as well? Wang Zihao's expression darkened as he turned to confront the source of the mockery. A burly man with a scar running down his left cheek, exuding a menacing aura. Are you implying that you refuse to show my Wang family any respect? He asked, his tone tinged with menace. And what if I do? The scarred man sneered. I am Qin, the leader of the White Wolf Association. If you have a problem with that, the White Wolf Association will come to settle it. The crowd gasped in surprise. Chun, known as Scarred Chun, is the most ruthless of the four leaders in the White Wolf Association. It is no wonder he dared to disregard the Wang family. Wang Zihao's expression stiffened. He was well aware of Scarred Chin's reputation. Not only is he ruthless, but his strength is formidable, reputed to be a master at the pinnacle of body refinement. Such an individual would naturally not fear the Wang family. My apologies, Master Qin. It seems there has been a misunderstanding, he said, forcing a smile while bowing slightly. Scarred Chin huffed dismissively, ignoring him as he continued to bid. 1,100 million. The audience felt a collective chill, realizing the other party was intent on winning. And for a moment, no one dared to raise their bid. Clearly, no one wished to offend the White Wolf Association. Ultimately, the second small true essence pill was claimed by Scarred Chin for 1,100 million. Now, the final pill was up for bid, and the competition intensified even further than the previous two. Wang Zihao was the most aggressive, his eyes bloodshot, wearing a manic expression of determination. The price swiftly surpassed 1,100 million, reaching the astronomical figure of 1,200 million. At this juncture, the number of bidders dwindled significantly. After all, few could produce such a sum in cash, and the efficacy of the small true essence pill remained unproven. The host had also mentioned that it merely holds the potential to enable one to break through to the master realm. If it fails, such a price would be exorbitantly high. As silence enveloped the room, Wang Zihao felt a sense of relief. The host, Dan, beamed and announced, this esteemed guest has bid 1,200 million. Are there any other bids? The hall was enveloped in silence. This esteemed guest has bid 1,200 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Wang Zihao felt a sense of security, believing victory was within reach. Yet at that moment, an ill-timed voice rang out. 1,220 million. Chapter 43. You truly disappoint me. The crowd turned their heads. Momentarily stunned upon recognizing the bidder, it was none other than Ye Chu. Who is this young man? His name has not been heard before. He is the infamous son-in-law of the Jiang family. Is it possible that a mere son-in-law possesses such wealth? Nonsense. It appears he is merely seeking to stir trouble. Curiosity mingled with disbelief among the onlookers, while some began to discern the underlying motives. Wang Zihao was particularly incensed, convinced that Ye Chu was deliberately causing a disturbance. He angrily addressed the host. This fellow is nothing but a worthless son-in-law. There's no way he could produce such a sum. I demand a verification of funds before proceeding. The host, Dandan, glanced at Ye Chu, who sat in the front row, her faith in Wang Zihao's claims wavering. Just then, a voice crackled through her earpiece. It was the voice of Long Jiao. Ignore him. The auction must continue. With a polite smile, Dandan responded, Sir, we do not have a policy of prior fund verification here. Please refrain from causing a disruption. Wang Zihao was on the brink of exploding with rage. Who was disrupting things here? He thought, suppressing his anger as he raised the bid again. 1.25 billion. 1.27 billion. Ye Chu's voice was utterly calm, as if merely reciting numbers. Zhuge Jia's eyes widened in surprise. Noticing that Huang Fushirwei had not participated in the bidding, a suspicion began to form in her mind. Could it be that Ye Chu possesses the ability to refine medicine, and this small true yuan pill was crafted by him? If so, it would explain everything. Otherwise, Huang Fushirwei's character would never allow her to overlook such a treasure. Am I mistaken? She pondered, filled with doubt. Wang Zihao ground his teeth in frustration. 1.3 billion. 1.32 billion. 1.38 billion. 1.4 billion. Regardless of how much Wang Zihao increased the bid, Ye Chu consistently raised it by a mere 20 million each time. The crowd quickly recognized this as a deliberate provocation. So that is how it is, Zhuge Jia thought, her expression clearing. Wang Zihao, barely containing his fury, warned, Yi, don't push your luck. Ye Chu met his gaze with indifference. What? Is it only permissible for you to call out bids while others cannot? Wang Zihao's rage peaked, his eyes fixed on Ye Chu with a deadly intensity. If looks could kill, Ye Chu would have been left in tatters. 1.5 billion. If you raise it again, I'll withdraw. He made one final bid, raising it by 100 million. Ye Chu sensed Wang Zihao had reached his limit and chuckled, as expected of the Wang family, so affluent. It's impossible to compete against you. He feigned a sigh, yet the mirth in his eyes was evident. Wang Zihao's face darkened, devoid of any joy from winning the medicinal pill. After all, he had unnecessarily spent an additional 300 million. Who could find joy in that? Had he known this money would ultimately line Ye Chu's pockets, he would likely have been seething with rage. 3 small true yuan pills fetched an astronomical price of 3.7 billion. One must admit that alchemists are indeed lucrative. Next came the auction for the detoxification pills. Compared to the fervor surrounding the true yuan pills, the detoxification pills garnered almost no interest. This was to be expected in this era. People are exceedingly cautious about their diets, and poisoning is a rare occurrence. Ultimately, 4 detoxification pills sold for a mere 450 million. As the auction concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Zhuge Jia handed a wooden box to Ye Chu, saying, Dr. Yi, this is the youth-enhancing herb. Please do not let me down. Rest assured. Ye Chu replied with a smile, I will ensure your satisfaction. Yunbing Wan, with a soft smile, inquired, Dr. Yi, might I also request a pill when the time comes? Ye Chu did not respond directly, instead turning his gaze towards Zhuge Jia, as the herb was ultimately her purchase. Zhuge Jia pondered before asking, how many pills can one youth-enhancing herb produce? With good fortune, perhaps 6 or 7, Ye Chu estimated. Zhuge Jia's eyes brightened. Then let us reserve one for Bing Wan. Very well, Ye Chu nodded, recognizing her decision as final. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Yin Bingwan said. Extending her delicate hand, Ye Chu promptly took it, intending to probe her vitality, but she withdrew her hand before he could. Master Yi, I must take my leave. With that, she and Zhuge Jia departed. Ye Chu felt a pang of disappointment. Yun Bingwan possessed an extraordinary aura, particularly with her rare violet hair. He sensed she might have an extraordinary constitution. Stop looking, they've gone far away. Ye Chu snapped back to reality, noticing Huang Fushirwei's melancholic gaze. Ahem, Sister Shirwei. Let us quickly retrieve our items. He hastily changed the subject, and Huang Fushirwei nodded, leading him to seek Long Jiao. In the distance, Wang Zihao's eyes were cold as ice. You scoundrels, just you wait. Today's events are far from over. He had already resolved that once the Wang family produced another master, he would avenge this humiliation. Jiang Junlin's eyes glimmered with malice. Watching the retreating figures, she quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a picture. In the photo, Ye Chu walked between the 2 women, conversing with Huang Fushirwei, his smiling profile clearly visible. She opened her family group chat and shared the photo, captioning it, shocking. The son-in-law is actually maintaining mistresses outside, and two at that. Upon posting, the family group erupted with chaos. Ye Chu remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing as he followed Huangfu Shiwei to find Long Jiao. Master Yi, this is the bronze cauldron you purchased. Long Jiao had someone bring forth the cauldron and promptly arranged for the payment to be transferred to Ye Chu. Before long, Ye Chu received the notification and was taken aback as he glanced at his phone. A staggering sum of 7.1 billion had been credited to his account. Master Jiao, has there been a miscalculation? Ye Chu asked, puzzled. He had offered 10 pills in total, 5 detoxification pills and 5 true yuan pills. Huangfu Shiwei had previously mentioned that Long Jiao had taken 3 of the pills, with the remainder calculated at the auction's highest price. Altogether, it should tally around 7 billion, and after deducting a 30 service fee, it should only amount to 5 billion. Not at all, Long Jiao replied cheerfully. Master Yi, since you are a friend of Shiwei, we will waive the service fee. Understanding dawned on Ye Chu, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Master Jiao, that seems inappropriate. You cannot work for free. Such a trivial matter, there is no need for concern. Long Jiao boomed with laughter. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Should you acquire any fine items in the future, do remember. Long Ye Chu no longer insisted, smiling as he agreed. Certainly, certainly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and contact information, they parted ways. Upon exiting the estate, Ye Chu intended to visit Huangfu Shiwei's home to examine the bronze cauldron. However, he received a phone call from Han Mengwan, urging him to return promptly due to an urgent matter, detecting a note of urgency in her voice. He did not delay and told Huangfu Shiwei, Sister Shiwei, I must leave the bronze cauldron with you for now. I have something to attend to. Do you need me to escort you? Huangfu Shiwei asked. No need. It's getting late. You should head back, Ye Chu replied, waving his hand as he hailed a cab straight to the Jiang family. After more than half an hour, he arrived back at the Jiang family villa. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed the atmosphere was off. Looking up, he saw Jiang Haiyun and Han Mengwan sitting on the sofa, their expressions flat and devoid of emotion. Seeing their demeanor, he sensed something significant had transpired. He approached and asked, Mom, Dad, has something happened? Jiang Haiyun tossed his phone at him, coldly stating, Explain this. Ye Chu picked up the phone, suspicion creeping in, and his expression shifted as he beheld the screen. A photo displayed him walking alongside 2 women. The 2 women were only visible from behind, but his profile was unmistakably clear. Not long ago, he found himself captured in a scene with the 2 women, Huangfu Shiwei and another. At that moment, only Jiang Junlong was present, and it was evident that the photograph had been taken by someone else. Damn it, that wretched individual, Ye Chu mentally cursed, realizing that this situation would be difficult to explain. Mom and Dad, please don't misunderstand. They are merely my friends. Friends? Jiang Haiyun scoffed. You've just recently emerged from prison, and you've already made 2 female friends. Your social skills are quite impressive. Dad, please don't overthink it. They truly are my friends, Ye Chu attempted to explain but was coldly interrupted by Jiang Haiyun. Enough. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still dare to argue? Just a few days into your marriage, and you're already keeping mistresses, and not just 1, but 2. You really are something. His anger intensified. His gaze filled with disdain. Had it not been for Han Mengwan's presence, he might have already resorted to violence. Ye Chu's lips curled slightly. To think he would be accused of supporting Huangfu Shiwei. Mom, let me explain. It's not what it seems. He turned to Han Mengwan, ready to disclose the circumstances. Noticing his serious expression, Han Mengwan's eyes flickered. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Haiyun interjected. Spare me your excuses. If you claim you're not keeping a mistress, didn't Team Mengwan just give you $1 million? Show us the money. If it's still there, we might consider believing you. Han Mengwan nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiao Chu, hurry and show us. Though she didn't believe Ye Chu to be that kind of person. The reality before her inevitably sparked some doubt. As long as that $1 million was still intact, it would be impossible for Ye Chu to maintain a mistress. Especially since he had just been released and lacked any income. Ye Chu's eyes lit up. He hadn't touched that $1 million at all. He immediately went upstairs to retrieve the card. Mom, the card is right here. Take a look. I haven't spent a single cent. Han Mengwan nodded, taking out her phone to link the card number for verification. Since the account was under her name, she could easily check the balance through her mobile banking. Soon enough, she completed the process and opened the balance. Ye Chu was brimming with confidence. See, not a cent has been spent. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. For Han Mengwan's face was as dark as thunder. He glanced over, only to find the balance displayed was 0. Ye Chu was utterly bewildered. He clearly hadn't touched it. Jiang Haiyun seized the opportunity and shouted, Good for nothing. Does it really matter? Where is the money? Faced with the undeniable truth, Ye Chu found himself at a loss for words. Humph, you have nothing to say now, do you? Just a few days, and $1 million has vanished without a trace. Do you still dare to claim you haven't been keeping a mistress? Jiang Haiyan, emboldened by his position, demanded, divorce, it is imperative. A scoundrel of your moral caliber has no place in the Jiang family. Ye Chu's expression shifted as a thought occurred to him. He stared intently at Jiang Haiyan. It didn't take much to surmise that he was likely behind this. As Han Mingjuan's husband and given the Jiang family's connections, it wouldn't be difficult for him to call the bank and transfer the funds away. Could this useless man have actually discovered the truth? Under Ye Chu's unwavering gaze, Jiang Haiyan felt a twinge of unease, yet quickly regained his composure, angrily retorting, "What? You think you can't be criticized for your wrongdoings? Don't show your face here. If it weren't for Jun Yao, I would have struck you by now." "Ah, who truly knows the depths of their wrongs?" Ye Chu retorted with a cold smile, preparing to share his suspicions with Han Mingwan. However, she suddenly interjected with a sharp rebuke. "Enough, Ye Chu. You have truly disappointed me." Chapter 44. Jiang Juanyao's curiosity. Han Mingwan was filled with disappointment and anger. She had never held Ye Chu in high regard, yet she secretly cherished the idea of him as her son-in-law, only for him to. Ye Chu recognized that she was upset, and realizing that words would be futile, he hastily devised a plan. "Mom, I just remembered that I transferred that $1 million into my card. I will transfer it to you right now." Han Mingjuan's gaze sharpened. "Really? Dream on. Do you actually believe that?" Jiang Haiyan scoffed. "What kind of person do you think he is? Can't you see through him?" Ye Chu chose to ignore him, reaching for his bank card. "Mom, I would never deceive you." He swiftly took out his phone and completed the transfer. "Huh, quite the act. Are you going to claim the bank delayed it next?" Jiang Haiyan sneered, completely disbelieving that Ye Chu could produce $1 million. He had already transferred that money away. Initially, he disdained the thought of a good-for-nothing using Jiang family's funds, yet he never anticipated it would come in handy tonight. Just as he finished speaking, Han Mingjuan's phone suddenly chimed with a message alert. She immediately picked it up, and her face lit up with joy. Jiang Haiyan's expression faltered as he leaned in to see, and upon reading the message, his face turned ashen. "How is this possible? Where did you get so much money?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Ye Chu didn't just transfer the money. He sent over 1,100,000. Ye Chu feigned surprise. "Dad, what are you saying? I sent this money from Mom." Jiang Haiyan was rendered speechless, his mind racing with confusion. The $1 million had been transferred away. How could Ye Chu have acquired more? Indeed. What is going on? Han Mingwan echoed, her curiosity piqued. "And why didn't you clarify earlier, causing Mom to misunderstand?" Ye Chu smiled as he explained, "Mom, it's like this. A few days ago, a friend of mine wanted me to invest in his venture. He runs a casino." Upon hearing this, Han Mingwan's face turned serious. "Xiao Chu, don't do anything foolish. You must stay away from such places. Rest assured, I would never engage with that." Ye Chu assured her with a laugh, continuing his narrative. He recounted how his friend invited him to the casino for a business discussion, and although he declined, he couldn't resist trying his luck at gambling and ended up winning 100,000. The two women he encountered were merely casino staff guiding him. "Mom, that is the whole story. How could I have the means to support a mistress?" Ye Chu wore a bittersweet smile. He speculated that Jiang Junlan must have been at the casino and misinterpreted the situation. "Humph, what misunderstanding? I believe she did it on purpose," Han Mingwan scoffed, then cautioned. "Xiao Chu, since the bronze cauldron emanates a gentle azure glow, as the surface's patina swiftly flakes away. Mysterious and profound patterns emerge from the walls of the cauldron." Chapter 45. Miss Yun is quite exceptional. A few minutes later, the verdigris on the small cauldron completely peeled away, revealing its true form. It was a small black cauldron, adorned with numerous enigmatic patterns, with a cerulean divine dragon coiled around it, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Whoosh! The small cauldron transformed into a streak of azure light and entered Ye Chu's chi. Corresponding information surfaced in his mind. The Dragon Soul Void Cauldron, crafted from void divine gold and infused with the soul of a true dragon, was indeed a genuine treasure. Ye Chu could effortlessly pledge his blood to claim it as his own due to his true dragon bloodline, which activated the dragon soul within the cauldron. Had it been an ordinary person, success would have been utterly impossible. Ye Chu turned his gaze inward to examine the cauldron within his chi. The cauldron appeared ancient and mysterious, the cerulean dragon intricately lifelike, as if it might spring to life at any moment. Inside the cauldron, there were also some arcane characters. Ye Chu focused intently, discovering that the characters were profoundly enigmatic, striking directly at his soul with a mysterious, ancient aura. However, as he did not recognize the script, he could not ascertain what it recorded. Roar. The previously silent vengeful dragon energy suddenly roared, its tail swishing as it soared toward the small cauldron. The entire dragon body wrapped around the cauldron, perfectly overlapping with the cerulean dragon pattern, as if it were absorbing the essence of the true dragon within the dragon soul. Ye Chu was initially taken aback before a thought struck him. He immediately attempted to cultivate, and indeed, he found that the vengeful dragon energy no longer surged violently as before. Yet, before he could rejoice, the cerulean dragon pattern on the cauldron erupted with a brilliant azure light, and faintly, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed forth. Buzz. The small cauldron trembled slightly, and the vengeful dragon energy was forcefully expelled, immediately rampaging through his chi. Ye Chu's face contorted in pain as he hurriedly utilized his true energy to suppress and calm it. After a considerable time, the turbulent vengeful dragon energy finally settled down. It dared not approach the cauldron any longer, retreating to a corner as if it were a forsaken child abandoned by its mother. Ye Chu's expression turned to one of disappointment. He had thought that with the cauldron, he would no longer suffer from the torment of the vengeful dragon energy. Yet, the cauldron seemed unwilling to comply. However, he soon cast aside his feelings of loss. Overall, this acquisition was still substantial. The cauldron was not only ancient and mysterious, but also crafted from void divine gold, inherently possessing storage capabilities. Ye Chu took out the remaining medicinal pills, and with a thought, they vanished into the cauldron. Ah, how convenient. A smile graced his face as he reminisced about the time he had seen his master use a storage ring, filled with both envy and astonishment. He never imagined that he would one day possess such a treasure himself. Suppressing his excitement, he began his cultivation. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, after enjoying breakfast prepared by Huang Fu Shuwei, Ye Chu prepared to depart. Before parting, Huang Fu Shuwei cheerfully said, "Brother, if you ever find yourself in trouble again, you can always come to me." Ye Chu's face darkened. This woman had become quite the tease. He chose not to respond and swiftly left, eliciting peals of laughter from Huang Fu Shuwei. On the way, he received a call from an unknown number. Upon answering, he was surprised to find it was Yun Bingwan calling. "Ye Divine Doctor, I hope I am not intruding. Please do not take offense." Although Ye Chu felt puzzled, he maintained an impassive demeanor, wondering what Miss Yun sought from him. Yun Bingwan did not conceal her intentions, stating, "Ye Divine Doctor, I heard from Jing Xian that your medical skills are divine. A friend's mother has recently been unwell, and I would like to ask if you could assist in examining her, if you have the time." Ye Chu pondered for a moment and replied, "No problem. Where are you located?" "I am at the Yun residence." "You Divine Doctor, where are you?" "I will come to pick you up right away," Yun Bingwan said. Ye Chu provided his location. At the Yun residence, Yun Bingwan hung up the phone, softly murmuring, "Let me see if you are truly as remarkable as they say." Shortly thereafter, Yun Bingwan drove away from the Yun residence and arrived at the agreed location to pick up Ye Chu. Upon entering the car, Ye Chu's eyes lit up. Today, Yun Bingwan was clad in a purple qipao that perfectly showcased her voluptuous figure. Through the slit, a pair of snow-white legs were visible. This ensemble, complemented by her cascading purple hair, rendered her both regal and alluring. Even with Ye Chu's composure, he couldn't help but steal a few glances. Yun Bingwan noticed his gaze but did not seem displeased. Rather, a slight smile graced her lips. "Ye Divine Doctor, I thought you would decline to help," she suddenly remarked, her voice melodious and gentle. Ye Chu countered, "Oh, Miss Yun, why would you think that?" With a sigh, Yun Bingwan spoke with genuine remorse. "If it weren't for my Yun family's pursuit back then, Ye Divine Doctor, you would not have suffered those years in prison. Others would undoubtedly harbor grudges. But someone as magnanimous as Ye Divine Doctor is truly rare. I am genuinely in admiration." Ye Chu was taken aback. He had not expected her to say such a thing. It was indeed true that had it not been for the Yun family's pursuit, he might not have ended up imprisoned. Yet, considering the ruthless nature of the Ye family, even without imprisonment, his subsequent days would likely have been fraught with difficulties. "Miss Yun, your words are misguided. Back then, Yi Chen committed acts worse than that of a beast, so it was entirely reasonable for the Yun family to pursue him." He replied with a smile, his tone light, showing no resentment toward the Yun family. Yun Bingwan felt a wave of relief at his words, smiling brightly. With Ye Divine Doctor saying this, I am reassured. The two continued to converse, with Yun Bingwan behaving like a caring older sister, inquiring about his experiences in prison and his situation with the Jiang family. Ye Chu harbored doubts. They were not particularly familiar, so why was she showing such concern? Was there an ulterior motive? He suddenly felt a twinge of wariness, but upon further reflection, it seemed unreasonable. As the esteemed daughter of the Yun family, she had everything one could desire. What could she possibly covet from him? Surely she wasn't interested in him personally? That was even less likely, considering he was already married. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Bingwan indeed harbored such intentions. "You divine doctor, I have always been curious. Given your abilities, why did you willingly marry into the Jiang family?" Ye Chu regained his focus, noticing Yun Bingwan's curious gaze fixed upon him, a wry smile appearing on his face. "Haha, circumstances dictated it. Had it not been for the need to uncover my origins, I would never have consented to marry into the Yi family, but such matters are not easy to disclose." Yun Bingwan recognized his reluctance and refrained from further probing, instead cheerfully changing the subject. "If Ye divine doctor finds himself unhappy in the future, feel free to tell me. I know some exceptional young ladies and can introduce them to you." Ye Chu was taken aback. Such an opportunity? He chuckled. "No need to wait. You can introduce me now." Yun Bingwan was slightly surprised, then smiled. "All right, what kind of young lady does Ye divine doctor prefer?" Ye Chu's gaze roamed up and down Yun Bingwan, grinning. "Someone like you, Miss Yun, would be quite splendid. I am very fond of it." Chapter 46. The Li family. Yun Bingwan was momentarily taken aback, then a bittersweet smile appeared on her face. "Dr. Yi, please do not jest. How could a widow like me possibly capture your interest?" Ye Chu shook his head with a smile. "Miss Yun, you are being overly modest, and I assure you, I am not jesting." Seeing his serious demeanor, a hint of annoyance flashed in Yun Bingwan's eyes. How audacious of this young man to tease her. It was indeed an honor. "If Dr. Yi has no objections, we may as well start courting right now." She smiled slyly, then sighed softly. "But I fear that Dr. Yi may have an attachment to Miss Jiang." Ye Chu looked astonished. "Miss Yun, are you serious?" Yun Bingwan laughed heartily. "Oh, is it that Dr. Yi is hesitant?" Ye Chu chuckled nervously and refrained from responding. Before long, they arrived at a villa district. Upon reaching the entrance, a maid greeted them. "Miss Yun, the lady of the house is waiting for you inside." Yun Bingwan nodded slightly and followed the maid into the villa area. Soon, they entered a villa situated in the center of the complex. In the grand hall sat a middle-aged couple. "Bingwan, come sit with us." The woman immediately rose to greet them with warmth. Dressed in exquisite attire and adorned with jewels, her demeanor exuded elegance. Yun Bingwan approached with a radiant smile. "Sistering, allow me to introduce, this is Dr. Yi." Zhang Ying scrutinized Ye Chu with curiosity, noticing his youth and furrowing her brow slightly. However, as he was introduced by a friend, she refrained from voicing her reservations and warmly invited him. "Young friend, please, take a seat." Ye Chu and Yun Bingwan settled onto the sofa. The middle-aged man frowned deeply. "Miss Yun, my mother's condition is extremely grave. This young man seems, well." His sentence trailed off, but the implication was clear. Yun Bingwan countered his silence with a question. "Mr. Li, have you heard about the strange illness of the city lord's wife recently?" Li Guangling, puzzled by her sudden inquiry, nodded. He was aware that the city lord had sought numerous renowned doctors without success. "Ah, but Mrs. Huang has made a full recovery," Yun Bingwan continued, her gaze shifting to Ye Chu, and the one who treated her was none other than Dr. Yi. The couple gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening as they looked at Ye Chu. "Bingwan, is that truly the case?" Zhang Ying asked, struggling to believe it. Yun Bingwan nodded, sistering. "Of course it's true. I have no reason to deceive you." Zhang Ying's face lit up with joy. "Then that means my mother has hope." Though Li Guangling remained skeptical, he approached Ye Chu with a respectful bow. "Dr. Yi, I implore you to save my mother." Ye Chu nodded and inquired, "Where is the patient? Lead me to her." Li Guangling immediately took the lead, and the group entered a nearby bedroom. Inside lay an elderly woman, her form frail and withered, surrounded by various medical instruments monitoring her condition, alongside several private doctors on standby. Upon noticing the unfamiliar presence, the doctors cast curious glances. Li Guangling explained to Ye Chu, "My mother underwent a kidney transplant a few years ago, and her condition was stable until recently when something went awry. The doctors suspect a possible rejection. The best course of action would be another transplant, but given my mother's age, the risks are considerable. I can hardly bear to take that chance." He sighed heavily, his eyes filled with sorrow. It was evident he was a devoted son who genuinely wished for his mother's well-being. "I will take a look." Ye Chu stepped forward and took the elderly woman's pulse. Li Guangling and the others watched anxiously. In the distance, several doctors exchanged bewildered looks, with one discreetly pulling out his phone to send a message. After a moment, Ye Chu released her hand, his brow furrowing slightly. To his surprise, he had discovered a parasitic worm within the woman's kidneys. He instantly recalled a certain sinister sect. Li Guangling, unable to contain his impatience, asked, "Dr. Yi, what is the situation?" Ye Chu did not answer directly but instead inquired, Mr. Li, have you recently offended anyone? Li Guangling looked perplexed. Doctor, what do you mean by that? Ye Chu replied candidly. The reason for the elderly lady's renal failure is not rejection, it is poisoning. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief. Yun Bingwan could not help but ask, Dr. Yi, are you certain you are not mistaken? Ye Chu affirmed. The poison affecting her is not ordinary, it is a form of cursed toxin. The gravity of his words left them all in shock, but before they could respond, a voice rang out from outside. This is preposterous. They turned to see two men and a woman enter. The leader, a middle-aged woman, was dressed opulently and radiated an air of authority, bearing a resemblance to Li Guangling. Eldest sister, what brings you here? Li Guangling asked, astonished. Li Guanghan replied coldly. If I hadn't come, you would have caused a disaster. Without giving Li Guangling a chance to explain, she pointed at Ye Chu and coldly commanded, how dare you bring this charlatan into our home and allow him to treat our mother? You must be trying to harm her. The younger man among the two echoed. Exactly. Brother, how can you trust just anyone? This boy hasn't even grown hair on his face yet, and he claims to be a doctor? He thinks he is in a movie with all this talk of cursed worms. His scornful gaze fell on Ye Chu, filled with disdain. This young man was Li Guangjiang, Li Guangling's younger brother. Li Guangling was rendered speechless, wanting to defend himself, but was interrupted by Li Guanghan's icy tone. I want this fraud to leave at once, or I will not show him any mercy. Li Guangling couldn't help but retort, Sister, how can you be so certain he is a fraud without even allowing him to try? I don't wish to repeat myself. Li Guanghan dismissed him, her gaze shifting to the elderly gentleman beside Li Guangjiang. Master Ge, I would appreciate it if you could take a look at our mother. Her tone had transformed from domineering to exceedingly polite. Master Ge, with an air of arrogance, assured, fear not. With my presence, the old lady will not come to harm. He strode confidently to the bedside, casually patting Ye Chu's shoulder and saying, Youngster, you are fortunate I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have stirred up trouble. You should leave promptly. Ye Chu brushed aside the elder's hand, replying nonchalantly, there is no rush. I'm curious to see how the esteemed elder treats patients. Master Ge narrowed his eyes, but offered no further comment, beginning to take the elderly woman's pulse. Yun Bingwan looked apologetic. Dr. Yi, I'm sorry. I had no idea things would escalate like this. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. It's merely a trivial matter. Zhang Ying whispered, Bingwan. Dr. Yi, perhaps you should leave for now. My eldest sister has a rather difficult temperament. Ye Chu shook his head. Let us not be hasty. We shall see how things unfold. Li Guanghan suddenly shot a disdainful glance. What is there to see? The Li family does not welcome frauds like you. Depart at once. Or do not blame me for being rude. Yun Bingwan, feeling a surge of indignation, replied, Miss Li, I am a friend of Sister Ying's. Your words are rather excessive, don't you think? Li Guanghan ignored her, turning her gaze back to Zhang Ying. In the future, be more discerning with your friends. Not everyone is worthy of being associated with the Li family, especially not a widow who brings misfortune. Chapter 47. The mysterious shadow. Yun Bingwan's expression was exceedingly grim. The words spoken were undeniably hurtful. Even Li Guangling could hardly bear to witness the scene. Sister, Miss Yun meant well. How could you speak so harshly? Meant well? Li Guanghan sneered coldly. I beg to differ. Don't think I am oblivious to the fact that she has withdrawn a substantial sum from our family bank. This is merely a standard business transaction, Li Guangling attempted to clarify, but was interrupted by Yun Bingwan. Mr. Li, there is no need to elaborate. Since Miss Li does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. Dr. Yi, let us go. She beckoned to Ye Chu and headed toward the exit. Ye Chu quickly followed, and as they passed by Li Guanghan, he could not resist saying, Madam, we are leaving now. Do not regret it. Li Guanghan replied with haughty disdain, I, Li Guanghan, have never regretted my actions. Remember your words. Ye Chu chuckled lightly, following Yun Bingwan out of the villa. Zhang Ying hurried after them, eager to see them off. What audacity! One should at least be aware of their own worth before making such bold claims, Li Guangjiang scoffed. How dare he suggest that my sister would regret anything? Li Guangling's countenance darkened, yet she could not voice her discontent. At that moment, the elderly gentleman in the long robe released his grip, prompting Li Guanghan to inquire, Master Ge, what is the situation? Master Ge stroked his beard, a grave expression adorning his face. The old lady is suffering from severe renal failure. Healing her is no longer possible. Li Guanghan's face paled, and he stumbled backward, unable to accept the harsh reality. Li Guangling too exhibited a sorrowful demeanor. Li Guangjiang hastily asked, Master Ge, is there truly no way to help her? Master Gu coughed lightly and pondered. I possess an ancient prescription that may extend the old lady's life, but at most, it would only be for half a year. The trio's eyes brightened, and Li Guanghan quickly urged, Master Gu, please, we implore you. Half a year is sufficient. During this time, we will seek other remedies. Li Guangjiang echoed, please, Master, save our mother. The Li family is willing to pay any price. Li Guangling furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, yet refrained from expressing her unease. Master Gu waved his hand, displaying great magnanimity. Young friend, your words are misguided. Saving a life is worth more than the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda. How could I take advantage of this opportunity? Li Guanghan was filled with respect. This was a true master, unlike the earlier charlatans. Master Gu retrieved a black pill from the bag slung over his shoulder. This is the Bai Chao pill, an ancient remedy passed down in my family, crafted from 100 precious herbs. It can prolong the life of one on the verge of death. Fetch some water. Li Guangjiang immediately went to pour water, while Li Guanghan expressed her gratitude. Master Gu, rest assured, your generosity in providing such a precious item for my mother's sake will be forever etched in our hearts. Master Gu waved his hand dismissively. You exaggerate, Miss Li. Li Guanghan soon returned with the water, and just as the old man was about to administer the medicine to her mother, Li Guangling whispered to Li Guanghan, Sister, are you certain this master is reliable? Li Guanghan's displeasure was evident. Guangling, what do you mean? Do you think I would harm our mother? Li Guangling quickly shook her head. Of course not. It's just... Enough said. Let actions speak. Li Guanghan interrupted coldly. Meanwhile, Master Gu had already given the Bai Chao pill to the old lady. The effect of the medicine was remarkable. Shortly after ingestion, the old lady awoke from her slumber. The three immediately surrounded her. Elsewhere, Ye Chu and Yun Bingwan drove away from the villa area. Dr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. Had I known this would transpire, I would not have invited you, Yun Bingwan said, her face filled with remorse. It is of no consequence. This matter cannot be blamed on Miss Yun. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. Yun Bingwan nodded. Dr. Yi, it is getting late. Shall we dine together? Ye Chu accepted without hesitation. After a meal at a restaurant, Yun Bingwan offered to escort Ye Chu, but he declined. Once they parted ways, Ye Chu hailed a cab and headed straight for the Li family's villa area. Old fool, I shall see what you truly are, Ye Chu thought coldly. Not long ago, the old man had left a trace of a mark when he struck at him. Although subtle, it had not escaped his notice. He was almost certain that the individual was connected to that so-called holy church. Yet, he was unsure of the motive behind the old man's curse on the Li matriarch. Upon exiting the cab outside the villa area, Ye Chu circled around until he found a secluded spot to slip inside. With his skills, the patrolling security guards remained utterly unaware. He soon arrived at the Li villa, scanning the surroundings and noticing a sizable osmanthus tree beside the villa. Swiftly, he climbed the tree and concealed himself within the dense foliage, straining to listen to the happenings inside. Within the villa, the atmosphere was lively as Li Guanghan and others hosted Master Gu. Master Gu, we are immensely grateful for your assistance today. It is thanks to you that our mother has awakened. Li Guangjiang raised his glass. Allow me to toast to you. Such a simple act. Young Master Li need not be overly concerned, Master Gu replied, clinking glasses with him. Li Guanghan also raised her glass to you, Master Gu. While it may be a mere gesture for you, it is a great favor to us. The exchange of toasts continued, and the meal stretched on for several hours. As night fell, Master Gu finally departed the villa, with Li Guangjiang seeing him off. Once outside, the intoxication on their faces diminished significantly. Master Gu quietly inquired, Is everything in place? Li Guangjiang nodded gently. Rest assured, Master, all is prepared. Master Gu inclined his head slightly, and Li Guangjiang promptly called for the bodyguards to bring the car. They both entered the vehicle and departed the villa. Up in the osmanthus tree, Ye Chu raised an eyebrow in realization. So these two are indeed in cahoots. During the day, he had sensed a similar aura emanating from both Li Guangjiang and the elderly gentleman, deducing they were likely allies. After the old man departed, Ye Chu extended his mental acuity. Instantly, everything within the villa came into view. Li Guanghan lay sprawled on the sofa, apparently inebriated. Zhang Ying tended to her side, while Li Guangling occupied the adjacent bedroom, caring for their mother. Ah, is that a listening device? Upon sweeping his mental energy across the bedroom, Ye Chu discovered 2 listening devices hidden within. Are there others? Ye Chu pondered, suspicion swirling within him. Inside the villa bedroom, the elderly woman gazed toward the door. Where is everyone? Sister is drunk. Ah Ying is attending to her, and Guangjiang has gone to see off Master Gu, Li Guangling explained. The elderly woman nodded. her expression suddenly serious. "Lock the door, dear. I have something to discuss with you." Though puzzled, Li Guangling complied without question. "Mother, what is it?" The old lady removed an iron ring from her finger. "This is for you." Li Guangling was taken aback. "Mother, is this not the token of love given to you by father? Why are you giving it to me?" The old lady shook her head. "No. This ring is an heirloom of the Li family, said to hold a great secret." Suddenly, the old lady spoke, her words shocking. "However, the specifics are no longer discernible to me. My time is short, and today I pass it on to you. Remember, you must not let a second soul learn of it, or calamity will ensue." Outside the villa, Ye Chu's expression shifted as he finally comprehended why the so-called Holy Church had set its sights on the Li family. It seemed to be in pursuit of this ancestral artifact. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened at a distant figure. In the darkness, a shadow stealthily entered the villa, heading straight for Li Guangling's room. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by a furious shout. "Who are you? Call for help." In mere seconds, the shadow leaped out of the window and fled swiftly. Ye Chu's eyes glinted, and just as he intended to pursue, he heard a furious cry nearby. "Bold thief! How dare you intercept what our holy church has set its sights on? Do not let him escape." Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a long-robed elder swiftly pursuing the elusive shadow in the distance. It was none other than Master Ge. It turned out that the figure had not departed, but was merely concealed nearby. A faint smile graced Ye Chu's lips as he thought, how truly intriguing this has become. Chapter 48. Unreasonable tyranny. As Ye Chu prepared to pursue, a figure swiftly dashed into the villa, followed by sounds of argument and screams from within. His mental acuity swept through the interior, revealing all. The figure was none other than Li Guangjiang, who was currently coercing Li Guangling to relinquish the position of family head. "What have you done to mother?" Li Guangling's eyes blazed with fury. On the bed, the elderly woman displayed a visage of anguish, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead, clearly enduring inhumane torment. Li Guangjiang sneered. "Li Guangling, as long as you obediently hand over the position of family head, mother will be spared the agony of the worm's bite." Li Guangling's pupils contracted sharply as he gasped. "You bastard, it was you." At that moment, he realized the truth of Ye Chu's words, regretting his earlier disbelief. "Li Guangjiang, how could you be so cruel? Mother raised you with such hardship, and you would use sorcery against her." "Humph, this is not my fault," Li Guangjiang retorted coldly. "Blame mother for her favoritism. From childhood, everything good was given to you. Family authority, bank shares, even heirlooms. Why should I not have a share? I am her son too." His expression contorted with rage, he appeared almost mad. Li Guangling opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. "Even so, you cannot use sorcery against mother." "Humph. I already gave her a chance. She chose not to speak." Li Guangjiang's disdain was palpable. Not long ago, he had subtly inquired about the heirloom, only to be reprimanded by the old woman. Harboring resentment, he initially intended to resort to violence to extract answers. However, considering her temperament, he feared that it might lead to mutual destruction. Ultimately, he recalled that prior to her kidney transplant, she had left behind a testament, leading him to secretly use sorcery. Enlisting Master Ge to announce that she had but 6 months to live, he surmised that she would likely divulge the matter of the heirloom. Thus, he placed a listening device in the room, and the developments unfolded as he had anticipated, yet the outcome proved unacceptable. The elderly woman once again chose Li Guangling. As the elder in the long robe chased after the figure in black, Li Guangjiang immediately returned, ready to lay his cards on the table and seize control of the Li family. At that moment, a drunken Li Guanghan was roused by the uproar, overhearing their conversation. Without a second thought, she approached and slapped Li Guangjiang hard. "Beast, how dare you lay hands on mother? I will kill you." She prepared to strike again, but Li Guangjiang retaliated with a backhand that sent her staggering to the ground. In disbelief, she looked up. "You dare hit me? What of it?" Li Guangjiang coldly replied. "Li Guanghan, do not overestimate yourself. Who do you think you are? You think you can dictate everything? You married out, yet you still meddle in Li family affairs. By what right?" Li Guanghan was further astonished, unable to comprehend how the resentful young man before her could be the same obedient and adoring brother she once knew. Rising to her feet, she warned, "Li Guangjiang, you still have time to back down. Otherwise, no one can save you." Li Guangjiang scoffed. "You are overly confident. Do you think I lack the means to confront you?" With that, he produced a small bone flute and blew into it gently. Li Guanghan and Li Guangling immediately grimaced in pain, clutching their stomachs as they writhed on the floor. You wouldn't dare?" Li Guangling struggled to lift his head, disbelief filling his eyes. "How does it feel to be gnawed upon by the worms?" Li Guangjiang laughed maniacally. Relinquish the position of family head and surrender all your shares, otherwise you shall not see the sunrise tomorrow. Li Guanghan's eyes widened in fury. You will never have the Li family. Li Guangling urged once more, third brother, it's not too late to turn back. Do not be so deluded. Even now. You attempt to lecture me? Li Guangjiang sneered repeatedly. It seems you do not understand the severity of the situation until you suffer. He blew the bone flute again, causing the two to scream in agony, their faces twisting in torment. Beast, they are your own siblings. How can you do this? Zhang Ying scolded, attempting to intervene, but was sent flying by a slap from Li Guangjiang. Eyeing, Li Guangling cried out. On the bed, the elderly woman, enduring her suffering, implored, third brother, please. Stop. Li Guangjiang remained unmoved, responding coldly. Heh, mother, do not blame me. You brought this upon yourself. With tears in her eyes, the elderly woman opened her mouth to speak, but the waves of pain within her silenced her. Heh, what a splendid performance. A sudden voice startled those present. Who? Li Guangjiang turned sharply, his gaze turning frigid upon seeing Ye Chu enter. You. Li Guangling and Li Guanghan's eyes lit up, with the former pleading, Dr. Yi, please save our mother. Rest assured, Mr. Li, with me here, the old lady will be safe. Arrogant. Li Guangjiang snorted derisively, blowing into the bone flute, causing several sorcery insects to emerge from his collar, rushing toward Ye Chu. Brat die? Child's play. Ye Chu swiftly struck, eliminating the insects on the spot. How is this possible? Li Guangjiang was aghast. Ye Chu advanced with a swift step, incapacitating Li Guangjiang's limbs in an instant. He then retrieved 3 antidote pills, administering one to the elderly woman first. Her pain soon dissipated. He then approached Li Guangling and offered him a pill as well. Finally, he stood over Li Guanghan, saying, Miss Li, do you recall what I said? Li Guanghan, tormented by the insects, struggled to utter, help me. Ye Chu initially intended to humiliate her further, but lost interest. He tossed the antidote pill down. Li Guanghan hastily picked it up and swallowed it. The poison within her swiftly vanquished, her pain alleviated. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she immediately rushed to Li Guangjiang's side, worry etched on her face. Guangjiang, are you all right? Does it hurt? Ye Chu was taken aback, realizing she must have some grave illness. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave in pursuit of the elder in the long robe. Stop. You harmed my brother and think to leave? At the sound behind him, Ye Chu was momentarily stunned. He slowly turned, his expression turning frigid. What do you want? Li Guanghan coldly demanded, apologize, and wait for the police to arrive. You harmed a member of the Li family. This cannot be overlooked. Li Guangling retorted angrily, Li Guanghan, have you lost your mind? Dr. Yi saved you. And instead of gratitude, you would cast blame. What saving? Li Guanghan argued stubbornly. This is clearly a ruse between him and that so-called Master Go. My brother has surely been deceived. Chapter 49. Miss Yun, I apologize. Li Guangling was left speechless, bellowing, Li Guanghan, this is not how things are. Stop your nonsense. Li Guanghan retorted furiously, you dare to shout at me. Have you lost your mind? Why was this young man at our home late at night? Li Guangling was rendered speechless by the inquiry. Ye Chu had no time to waste here. If it weren't for Yin Bingwan's sake, he would not have intervened. Mr. Li, I bear no ill will towards the Li family. I must take my leave, he declared as he prepared to exit, only to be blocked by Li Guanghan. You are not permitted to leave, Li Guanghan insisted. Ye Chu's gaze turned icy. Do you wish to die? Li Guanghan showed no fear. Try touching me, and I'll tell you that my husband is the deputy chief of the police station. If you lay a finger on me, you can expect to rot in jail. Ye Chu did not wish to engage in further dialogue and was ready to teach the man a lesson. Guanghan, step back. A sudden elderly voice resonated. Li Guanghan turned towards the bed, noticing an elderly woman glaring at him sternly. Mother, I command you to step back, the elderly woman emphasized. And although Li Guanghan was headstrong, he dared not defy his mother, reluctantly stepping aside. Guangling, help me down from the bed, the elderly woman instructed. Li Guangling immediately approached to assist the elderly lady down. She tremblingly advanced towards Ye Chu and respectfully bowed. Young friend, I shall remember the kindness you have shown today. Ye Chu quickly helped her up. No need for such formalities, madam. Without your intervention, my family would have faced grave consequences, the elderly woman asserted, shaking her head. Young friend, I have family matters to attend to, but I shall personally host a banquet to express my gratitude at a later date. Ye Chu nodded and turned to leave the villa. Following the trail left by the elder in the long robe earlier in the day, he began his pursuit. He moved swiftly through the city, akin to a nimble monkey, his speed astonishing. After more than half an hour, he tracked the scent to a secluded park. Within the park, Two figures were locked in combat, the cloaked man and the elder in the long robe. Ye Chu found a concealed spot to observe the fierce battle. Judging by their energy output, both seemed equally matched, each at the 4th or 5th level of the opening pulse realm. However, the elder, being a Gu master, not only relied on his own strength but also excelled in using Gu techniques. This meant that while the cloaked man fought, he also had to be wary of the Gu insect's assaults. I care not who you are, surrender the item at once, or you shall meet your demise here today, the elder declared coldly, producing a bone flute and playing it swiftly. Several black Gu insects fluttered their wings and flew towards the cloaked man. Seizing the moment while the opponent was distracted by the insects, the elder swiftly reached into his bag and tossed a cloud of pale red powder forward. The cloaked man's expression changed dramatically as he quickly retreated but was still caught off guard. Inhaling a small amount of the powder, he felt a surge of heat within him, an uncontrollable desire rising from the depths of his being. His face paled, and he ceased to fight, turning to flee rapidly. "Aha, where do you think you're going?" The elder cackled, hastening his pursuit. Ye Chu also followed swiftly. The cloaked man was soon caught up by the elder, and they clashed once more. This time, the cloaked man was clearly at a disadvantage, quickly falling into dire straits. His black robe was torn away, revealing an exquisite visage. It was her. Ye Chu's pupils contracted. The cloaked figure was none other than Yun Bingwan. "Ah, so it is you, woman," the elder remarked, surprise crossing his face. Quickly replaced by lecherous intent. "Dare to snatch what my holy sect values. Today you shall learn the might of my sect." Feeling the fiery heat within her body intensifying, Yun Bingwan grew anxious but felt utterly powerless, retreating while still fighting. "Ha, woman, yield willingly. Do not struggle. I shall take good care of you shortly." The elder grinned lewdly, avoiding direct confrontation, instead employing long-range attacks to keep her at bay, waiting for the drug's effects to fully manifest. After a while, Yun Bingwan could no longer withstand the urge. Her beautiful face flushed. Chapter 50. Family banquet. This night marked the zenith of joy in Ye Chu's nearly 2 decades of existence, an unparalleled and unforgettable sensation. He lost count of the number of times he surged to the peak, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion despite his robust constitution, only to drift into a tranquil slumber at dawn, cradling the beauty in his arms. The following afternoon, Ye Chu stirred from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was immediately met with an aura of hostility. His gaze settled upon Yun Bingwan, whose icy stare pierced through him. Her cascade of violet hair framed her exquisite face, the alabaster expanse of her skin bearing the subtle marks of the previous night's fervor. However, the gentle warmth that had previously defined her was now replaced by an arctic chill. "Miss Yun, allow me to elucidate," Ye Chu began, feeling a sense of awkwardness. While he had rescued her, he had also compromised her purity, leaving him somewhat abashed. He attempted to offer an explanation, but Yun Bingwan swiftly cut him off with a frigid pronouncement. "Consider last night as if it never transpired. Should you dare to utter a word of it, I shall most assuredly end your life." Her voice was glacial as she hastily donned her garments and rose from the bed. A pang of discomfort in her lower body caused her to falter, prompting Ye Chu to inquire with concern, "Miss Yun, are you all right?" "None of your concern," Yun Bingwan retorted, casting a complex and venomous glare in his direction. After a profound, lingering look, she swiftly departed from the room. "Is such a reaction warranted?" Ye Chu muttered, a hint of resentment in his tone. He had, after all, been the one to rescue her, and yet he received no gratitude. It wasn't as if he had intentionally sought to take advantage. Pulling back the covers, he prepared to leave, but his gaze suddenly froze. Upon the pristine white sheets, several crimson blossoms stood out in stark relief. Could it be? A look of stunned realization washed over Ye Chu's face as he finally understood the source of Yun Bingwan's fury. He had, in fact, taken her virginity. What is the meaning of this? Hadn't I heard she was a widow? Bewildered, Ye Chu dressed and carefully collected the bedsheet, placing it within the small cauldron. She was, after all, his first woman, and certain mementos were worth preserving. Having completed this task, Ye Chu turned his attention to the changes within his own body. To his astonishment, he discovered that the malevolent energy surrounding the grievance dragon Qi had diminished. It truly worked. A look of elation spread across his face. During the yin-yang exchange with Yun Bing on the previous night, he had discovered that she possessed the rare 9 corpse physique. Not only was her constitution unique, but her bloodline was also extraordinary, seemingly linked to the dragon race, exerting a powerful allure upon the grievance dragon Qi. It was this very allure that had caused the Qi to surge uncontrollably, and without which, the events of the previous night might never have unfolded. He attempted to cultivate, and to his delight, The grievance dragon Chi no longer raged as it once had. Miss Yun, rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. Ye Chu resolved within his heart to find a way to win over Yun Bingwan. For her unique constitution and apparent dragon bloodline held immense potential to aid him. Picking up his phone, he noticed several missed calls, all from Han Mingwan. He quickly returned the call, and it was answered almost immediately. Xiao Chu, where were you last night? Why didn't you come home all night? Han Mingwan's concerned voice echoed through the line. Ye Chu, of course, couldn't reveal the truth. So he fabricated a story. Mom, I ran into an old classmate last night, and we had a few too many drinks. I forgot to let you know. Try to drink less next time, Han Mingwan chided gently, adding, come home early today. We're attending a family banquet tonight. All right, I'll be back in a bit. Ye Chu replied, ending the call. He tidied up and returned to the Jiang household. By the time he arrived, it was already past 4 p.m. Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun were already prepared, waiting only for Jiang Juanyao's return. She's never home these days, always out doing who knows what, Jiang Haiyun grumbled. Casting a disapproving glare at Ye Chu. Ye Chu ignored him and asked Han Mingwan, Mom, why are we attending a family banquet? Is there a special occasion? Han Mingwan scoffed. Tomorrow is Jiang Juanlong's inauguration as CEO. The old man probably wants to give us a stern warning beforehand. I see. Ye Chu responded. Before long. Jiang Junyao returned. Han Mingwan immediately approached her. Junyao, tomorrow is that boy Jiang Juanlong's inauguration as CEO. What's the situation with the Huangfu family? Jiang Junyao remained composed, Mom. There's no need to worry. I'll handle it. With that, she ascended the stairs. Han Mingwan hesitated, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes. Ye Chu chuckled, Mom. Since Junyao said that, there's definitely no problem. Jiang Haiyun scoffed, easy for you to say. Once Jiang Junlong becomes CEO, our branch will face dire straits. Ye Chu chose to ignore him. After spending some time with the man, he had realized that his father-in-law was all talk and no substance. Arguing with him would only lead to frustration. Soon, Jiang Junyao changed into a different outfit and descended the stairs, still as radiant and captivating as ever. The family then departed for the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, the venue for the family banquet. The Jiangnan Grand Hotel was the only 5-star establishment in Jiangdu. Located in the heart of the city, its luxurious decor, elegant ambience, an array of high-end vehicles parked outside spoke volumes of its prestige. After parking the car, the family entered the hotel lobby. Recalling a past incident, Jiang Haiyun hissed at Ye Chu, remember, the old man will be there today. Try to keep quiet. And for heaven's sake, don't embarrass us like you did last time. Ye Chu nodded casually, indicating his understanding. As they entered the lobby, a burly young man approached them from afar. Second uncle, he greeted, his gaze then sweeping over Ye Chu. So, this is the brother-in-law. Quite remarkable for someone so young to have done time. Han Mengjuan's expression soured. Juanhu, my son-in-law is none of your concern. Jiang Juanhu chuckled. Second aunt, don't be angry. I was just making small talk. Grandpa and the others are in the penthouse suite. You can go up first. I'll wait for great aunt and her family. Han Mingwan harumphed. But before she could leave, Jiang Juanhu interjected, Second uncle, why don't you let brother-in-law stay here? I'm bored and would like someone to chat with. Jiang Haiyun nodded in agreement, turning to Ye Chu. Did you hear that? Stay here and keep Juanhu company. Han Mingwan attempted to object, but he pulled her away. Jiang Junyao remained silent throughout. Once the others had left, Jiang Juanhu said to Ye Chu, brother-in-law, wait here for me. I'm going to use the restroom. Without waiting for a response, he turned and left, but instead of heading to the restroom, he circled around to the other side of the lobby. He pulled out his phone and inquired about the whereabouts of his great aunt and her family. Upon learning that they had arrived at the parking lot, he immediately went to greet them. Juanhu, over here. A middle-aged woman waved from a distance. She was Jiang Haiyun, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Beside her stood a young couple, her daughter, Zhang Biyue, and her boyfriend, Sun Tao. Jiang Juanhu hurried over, his eyes curiously examining Sun Tao. Great aunt, is this Biyuejie's boyfriend, who works at Jiangnan Bank? Jiang Haiyun nodded proudly. Jiang Juanhu eagerly extended his hand. Brother-in-law, a pleasure to meet you. Sun Tao grunted in acknowledgement, but did not reciprocate the handshake. Jiang Juanhu's smile faltered. Just then, an extended Rolls-Royce pulled up in the distance. The group instinctively turned their heads, and a middle-aged man in a tailored suit emerged from the vehicle, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Sun Tao's expression shifted, and he immediately rushed forward, only to be stopped by the bodyguards before he could get close. Who are you? Stop. Sun Tao quickly explained, brothers, I mean no harm. I just wanted to greet Chairman Li. The middle-aged man turned his head and frowned. Are you manager Sun from the East Branch? Sun Tao nodded profusely. Chairman. I'm honored that you remember me. It's my privilege to be in your presence. His voice was filled with excitement. The individual before him was none other than the superior of his superior, who surprisingly remembered such a minor character as himself. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, inquiring, "Do you need something?" Sun Tao quickly shook his head, replying, "No, I just saw the chairman and thought I would come over to say hello." The man responded with a nonchalant "Oh," and remarked, "That's considerate of you, but I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." With that, he was escorted into the hotel by 2 bodyguards. The chairman proceeded at a leisurely pace, while Sun Tao bent slightly in farewell. At that moment, Zhang Juanhu and the others approached. Zhang Biyue, filled with curiosity, asked, "Brother Tao, could that be Li Guangling, the president of Jiangnan Bank's Jiangdu branch?" Sun Tao confirmed with a nod, "Indeed, it is him." The group gasped in astonishment. Jiangnan Bank, the largest private bank in Jiangnan province, boasted immense financial power. Backed by the illustrious Murong family from Suzhou, rivaling even the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce in strength. Truly impressive, Brother Tao. You are acquainted with such a distinguished individual. Zhang Biyue exclaimed with admiration. Of course, Sun Tao replied, his expression brimming with pride. Zhang Juanhu beckoned, "Cousin, aunt, let us also proceed inside." The 3 nodded in agreement, and he intentionally led them to another entrance. Zhang Biyue furrowed her brow, questioning, "Cousin, why are we taking this route?" Zhang Juanhu casually explained, "This way is a bit closer." She did not press further, and soon they found themselves inside the elevator. You just wait down there." Zhang Juanhu thought to himself with a cold smile. Before long, the trio arrived at the top-floor private room, where 8 individuals were seated. In addition to Jiang Haiyan and the others, there were 4 from the eldest branch and the elder of the Jiang family. "Come sit over here," called a tall man who rose to greet them. Dressed in luxurious attire and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of affluence. He was none other than Jiang Junlong, the eldest son of the primary branch. Jiang Haiyan nodded with a smile and took a seat beside her elder brother, Jiang Haifeng. Not seeing Ye Chu, Han Mengwan inquired, "Juanhu, where is little Chu? That fellow just mentioned he had something to attend to and stepped out. He has tea returned for quite some time." "So I brought aunt and the others up first," Jiang Juanhu replied with a smirk. "I wonder what important matter could possibly require his attention, making us wait here." He added dismissively. Chun Meijing chimed in, "What important matter could it be? That kid is just a reformed delinquent. Who knows what trouble he is getting into now?" "Well, it's not certain," Jiang Juanhu scoffed. "That kid might just be intimidated by such a high-end place for the first time, so he concocted an excuse to sneak away." Chapter 51. Encounter with Li Guangling. Jiang Haiyun's expression was exceedingly grim, and her disdain for Ye Chu intensified. Despite having made prior arrangements, he still managed to let her down. Han Mengwan, visibly displeased, interjected, "Sister-in-law, as an elder, you ought to exercise some restraint." Qin Meijing retorted sharply, "Han Mengwan, what do you mean by that? Am I not stating the truth?" "Humph, whether my son-in-law has been productive or not is none of your business." Han Mengwan scoffed, her demeanor unfriendly. Chun Meijing remained unyielding, asserting, "That lad has joined our Jiang family. As the matriarch of the first branch, am I not entitled to voice my opinions?" As the tension between the two escalated, the elder patriarch, seated at the head of the table, let out a heavy sigh. Enough. Only then did the 2 women relent. Jiang Fengnian's authoritative gaze turned to Jiang Haiyan. "Second, having a convict associated with the Jiang family is indeed a disgrace. Arrange for Junya to annul the marriage at your earliest convenience." His tone was commanding, leaving no room for dissent. Jiang Haiyan nodded promptly, relieved that this aligned with his own thoughts. "Father, rest assured, I will attend to it immediately." Han Mengwan shot him a glare but refrained from expressing her anger in front of the elder. Jiang Junyao remained silent. Jiang Fengnian nodded slightly and addressed the assembly. Today's family banquet serves to convey 2 important announcements. The attendees straightened, listening attentively. First, Junlong will assume the role of CEO tomorrow, taking full responsibility for the collaboration with the Huangfu family. I expect everyone to support his endeavors moving forward. He emphasized this statement with a pointed glance at Jiang Junyao, a silent warning embedded within his gaze. Han Mengwan's expression darkened as she cast a worried glance at her daughter. The others discreetly observed Jiang Junyao, eager to gauge her reaction, yet were met with her unyielding calm. The elder took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. Biyue has recently begun dating a young man who works at Jiangnan Bank. It would be beneficial for everyone to become acquainted. The room erupted with surprise and curiosity. Jiang Haiyan, brimming with pride, urged Sun Tao, "Young son, please introduce yourself to everyone." Sun Tao stood confidently. Hello everyone, I am Sun Tao, currently serving as a department manager at Jiangnan Bank's Jiangdu North District branch. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. The crowd marveled at his youthful achievement as a department manager, speculating on his promising future. Young man, you are impressive. If our Jiang family ever requires assistance, we shall count on you. Commendations filled the air, with only Han Mengwan and Jiang Junzhao remaining silent. The former was preoccupied with contacting Ye Chu, while the latter, by nature, seldom praised others. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Jiang Haiyun's eyes as she declared, everyone. My son-in-law is not only a department manager, but is also well acquainted with the branch president of Jiangnan Bank. Just downstairs, I encountered President Li, who spoke highly of our Xiao Tao. I suspect it won't be long before he receives a promotion. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The president of the Jiangdu branch was a figure of considerable influence, managing substantial capital and having dealings with many prominent families. Moreover, Li Guangling was the head of the esteemed Li family, one of the three ancient clans, while the Wang family held the strongest overall power. The Li family undoubtedly possessed the greatest financial might. Aside from Jiangnan Bank, the most lucrative hotel in Jiangdu, the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, was also backed by the Li family. To be recognized by President Li at such a young age, the future looks incredibly bright for our young friend. Eldest sister, with such a fine son-in-law. You are assured of a prosperous future, they praised, with Chen Meijing casting a sidelong glance at Han Mengwan, sardonic in her tone. Unlike some, who invite all sorts into their homes, leading to their own daughter's misfortune and bringing shame upon our Jiang family. The crowd turned their eyes toward Han Mengwan, amusement dancing in their gazes. Previously, Jiang Junyao's brilliance had overshadowed the younger generation of the Jiang family, provoking envy and admiration. Now, however, it seemed that the second branch had completely lost its standing. As the assembly continued to deride Han Mengwan, the main figure, Ye Chu, was ushered by Li Guangling into a private room. Earlier, upon entering the hotel lobby, Li Guangling had spotted Ye Chu and approached him eagerly. Dr. Yi, what brings you here? Ye Chu, equally surprised, replied, I am here for a family banquet, waiting for someone. Li Guangling, looking somewhat enlightened, continued, Dr. Yi, I must express my gratitude for your assistance last night. I had intended to host a banquet in your honor in a few days. Since we have crossed paths today, I would like to extend my hospitality and introduce you to some friends. With such warmth from Li Guangling, Ye Chu felt it impolite to decline. Moreover, he had surmised that Jiang Juanhu was not merely stepping out to use the restroom, but rather had deliberately distanced himself, likely attempting to undermine him. Given the circumstances, Ye Chu saw no harm in accepting Li Guangling's invitation. Very well, I shall impose upon you. Impose? Dr. Yi's presence is an honor for me. Li Guangling laughed heartily, leading the way with great enthusiasm. Chapter 52. A reunion with Zhuge Jia. Li Guangling led Ye Chu to a luxurious private room on the top floor. Inside, a group of distinguished individuals sat, their attire and demeanor exuding an air of authority. Among them was a familiar face, Zhuge Jia. Old Li, hurry up, we've been waiting for you, called out a bald middle-aged man with a smile, casting a curious glance at Ye Chu. Old Li, who is this young fellow? Inquired another dark-skinned middle-aged man. The others also displayed curiosity. Li Guangling smiled as he introduced, this is Dr. Yi, a renowned physician I happened to encounter today. I thought I would bring him along for everyone to meet. The group exchanged slight glances, a flicker of skepticism evident in their eyes. Such youthfulness hardly seemed fitting for the title of renowned physician. Yet, out of respect for Li Guangling, they held their tongues. Ah, so it's Dr. Yi. Please, have a seat. Zhuge Jia said with a radiant smile, seemingly as if meeting Ye Chu for the first time. Ye Chu, not want to be shy, strode confidently over and settled beside her. The others were once again taken aback. Today's gathering was organized by Zhuge Jia, the esteemed young lady of the Zhuge family in Jinling. It was indeed curious that she would display such warmth towards a young man she had just met. Li Guangling, slightly surprised, called for the waiter to serve the dishes. Old Li, is this young brother truly skilled in medicine? The dark-skinned man leaned closer and whispered. Li Guangling nodded earnestly. Old Shou, Dr. Ye's medical skills are unparalleled in my experience. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek him out. Missing this opportunity would be a pity. Zhou Bingtian regarded Ye Chu with skepticism, his gaze scrutinizing the youthful face that appeared to be under 20. He could hardly reconcile this with the notion of a renowned physician. Before long, the waiter arrived with an array of delectable dishes. Everyone, please eat and chat, Li Guangling encouraged, then turned to Ye Chu. By the way, Dr. Yi, Let me introduce you to these gentlemen. This is Zhou Bingtian, the commander of the city guard. This is Sun Weiming, the minister of finance, and this is Chang Guangyuan, the deputy mayor. Ye Chu was initially taken aback, but soon realized the intention behind the introductions, an opportunity to build connections, although he did not particularly require it. He appreciated the goodwill and therefore did not decline. With a slight nod, he addressed the group. Gentlemen, I am Ye Chu, a physician. Should you require my assistance in the future, please feel free to reach out. Surprise flickered in their eyes as they noted the young man's composure upon learning of their statuses. This level-headedness alone was quite remarkable. Zhou Bingtian could not help but speak up. Young brother, being called a renowned physician at such a young age, are you from a family of medical practitioners? Upon hearing the doubt in his voice, Ye Chu shook his head and replied, not at all. I only began studying medicine 3 years ago. Zhou Bingtian's expression fell. Disappointment evident. 3 years of study. What skills could you possibly possess? The others similarly shook their heads, losing interest in Ye Chu. Li Guangling, however, felt a twinge of frustration. He had brought Ye Chu here not only to introduce him to influential figures, but primarily to present him as a physician to his friends. After all, no one could guarantee immunity from illness, and knowing a skilled physician would undoubtedly enhance one's sense of security. Zhuge Jia, intrigued, recalled her prior research on Ye Chu. Aware that he was a child born out of wedlock to the Yi family, she had assumed he possessed no medical skills, possibly having learned in prison. Yet hearing it confirmed was still astonishing. To master such advanced medical knowledge in just 3 years, she could only think of one word: genius. With this thought, she cheerfully remarked, Gentlemen, one should not judge a book by its cover. Do not underestimate Dr. Yu merely because of his youth. I have a relative who, at a young age, displayed extraordinary talent. Not only is he a master in his field, but he is also well-versed in esoteric disciplines like Qi and Duanjia. The others exchanged skeptical glances, thinking to themselves that her relative must surely have come from a prestigious family, groomed from a young age to achieve such brilliance. Ye Chu, intrigued by the mention of esoteric knowledge, remarked, I have a bit of understanding in that area as well. Zhuge Jia was taken aback. Dr. Yi, you are also knowledgeable in esoteric studies? Just a little, he replied modestly. The others exchanged unamused glances, thinking that his assertion was rather boastful. Zhou Bingtian, known for his straightforwardness, could not help but press on. Oh really? Then which aspect of esoteric knowledge do you excel in? Ye Chu replied nonchalantly. I have a basic understanding of Qi and Duanjia, yin-yang, 5 elements, and various forms of divination. Upon hearing this, disdain and irritation flickered in the eyes of the group. Such arrogance was hardly endearing. Had it not been for Li Guangling's presence, they would have likely asked him to leave. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Chu's humility was merely a veneer. Over the past 3 years, he had not only studied medicine and martial arts, but also delved into the realms of Qi and Duanjia, yin-yang, 5 elements, and various other esoteric practices. While he may not have reached the same level of proficiency in these fields as in medicine, he was certainly well-versed. Zhou Bingtian, suppressing his frustration, asked, Is that so? Then, Dr. Yi, could you perhaps provide me with a reading? Certainly, Ye Chu nodded. What would you like me to read for you, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Bingtian replied nonchalantly. Let us say it concerns my romantic prospects. At this, the others perked up, their eyes fixed on Ye Chu, eager to see how he would respond. Very well. Ye Chu nodded, carefully studying Zhou Bingtian's features. After a prolonged moment, he stated, If I am not mistaken, Mr. Zhou has likely experienced the loss of a wife in middle age. Indeed, Zhou Bingtian's expression turned somber. My beloved passed away a few years ago. However, Zhou continued, this is something that can be easily uncovered. Unless you can accurately predict when my next romantic interest will appear, your assertion holds little weight. The group could not help but chuckle. They all knew how devoted Zhou Bingtian had been to his late wife, vowing never to remarry. Over the years, many had tried to set him up. Even his children urged him to find a new partner, but he had steadfastly refused. To ask Ye Chu to predict his next romance seemed more like a challenge than a genuine inquiry. That is a simple matter, Ye Chu replied with a smile. I observe a bright aura at your forehead and a clear marital palace. This year appears prosperous for you. It is likely that you will encounter your next romantic interest quite soon. Laughter erupted among the group, for it seemed the young man was merely spouting nonsense. Zhou Bingtian, his expression darkening, retorted, Young brother, it appears your skills are lacking. To be frank, I have no intentions of seeking a partner for the remainder of my life. Perhaps. Ye Chu replied without contention. He turned to Li Guangling and said, Mr. Li, thank you for your hospitality. I must take my leave now, as I have a family gathering to attend. On his phone, Han Mingwan had sent multiple messages, and he could not afford to delay any longer. Dr. Yi. Old Zhou is just a straightforward man. Do not take his words to heart, Li Guangling said apologetically, inquiring about Ye Chu's room number, intending to send a few bottles of wine later. Not at all. Ye Chu waved his hand and called out to Zhuge Jia, Miss Zhuge. I shall take my leave now. Zhuge Jia nodded slightly. Once Ye Chu departed, the group could not hold back their ridicule. Today's youth truly dares to boast without restraint. One remarked. Indeed, the world is changing, and people's morals have shifted. Another added. Old Li, you haven't been deceived, have you? This young man seems all talk and no skill. Zhou Bingtian directed his skepticism toward Li Guangling. Li Guangling was at a loss for words, shaking his head helplessly. You all missed a golden opportunity. There will come a day when you regret it, he remarked quietly as the others dismissed his words. Miss Zhuge, are you truly planning to construct a commercial complex in the Eastern District? Asked Deputy Mayor Chang Guangyuan, shifting the conversation back to business. The others turned their attention to her as well. Of course, it is a serious endeavor. Such matters are not to be taken lightly, Zhuge Jia affirmed. Zhuge Jia raised his wine glass, expressing that his future endeavors would commence in Jiangdu, and he kindly requested the company of a few individuals for their guidance. The others promptly lifted their glasses in response. After finishing their drinks, both parties prepared to discuss the detailed plans. However, at that moment, the door swung open, and a gentle-faced, elegant woman entered. Her cheeks were flushed, as if she had indulged in too much wine. Haidang. Zhou Bingtian suddenly stood up. His gaze fixated on the woman. It was no wonder he lost his composure. The woman bore an uncanny resemblance to his deceased wife, as if they were twin sisters. The woman was startled, regained her composure, and realized she had entered the wrong private room. I apologize. I've had too much to drink and wandered into the wrong place, she said with an apologetic smile before turning to leave the room. How could she resemble her so closely? Zhou Bingtian sank back into his seat, murmuring to himself as if he had lost his spirit. The others exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in their eyes. It was evident that Zhou Bingtian had been profoundly affected by the earlier woman. They needed not speculate further. It was clear that fate had indeed made its entrance. Chang Guangyuan chuckled wryly, realizing that their young friend was not merely boasting. They had been narrow-minded in their perspective. Chapter 53. Maintenance unbeknownst to Ye Chu. He had already arrived at the private room belonging to the Jiang family. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyan wore grim expressions, their brows furrowed with suppressed anger. Xiao Chu, Juanhu said you had something to attend to. Why didn't you inform your mother in advance? Han Mingjuan's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. After being ridiculed by a group of people, it was hardly surprising that she felt irked. Ye Chu cast a glance at Jiang Juanhu, who responded with a provocative smile. I just ran into a friend and chatted for a bit, he explained with a smile. Humph, what kind of friend is that? You made us wait here for you, Jiang Haifeng scoffed, his words brimming with discontent. Jiang Juanhu mockingly added, Dad. What decent friends could this guy have? They are probably just as unremarkable as he is. Chun Meijing nodded in agreement. Indeed. A friend of a convict is likely another convict. Ye Chu ignored the two and sat down beside Zhang Junyao. Jiang Haiyan scolded, You wretched boy. Don't you have a mouth? With so many elders present, you didn't even greet anyone. Where are your manners? Ye Chu lazily replied. How am I supposed to know who is who? How should I greet them? Jiang Haiyan was momentarily speechless, his anger rising but lacking a retort. Jiang Juanhu added sarcastically. Uncle, there's no need to be angry. This kid is just an illegitimate child. How could he possibly understand etiquette? Jiang Haifeng chimed in, old too. I don't understand how you could accept such a mannerless good-for-nothing as a son-in-law. Compared to Xiao Sun, they are worlds apart. Father is right. You should find a time for Junyao to end this marriage soon. Jiang Haiyun's expression fluctuated, having been berated countless times today due to Ye Chu. He felt a burning rage, wishing to expel Ye Chu from the Jiang family immediately. Eldest brother is right. Not only is this kid useless, but according to Zhu Lan, he has also been fooling around outside. The Jiang family cannot tolerate him. Jiang Fingnian spoke in a low voice. Our family as son-in-law must be as accomplished as Xiao Sunday. The others echoed his sentiments. Grandfather is right. The Jiang family is one of the three ancient clans. To be part of the Jiang family, one must be a young talent like Brother Sun, and certainly not a good-for-nothing like him. The Jiang family members once again praised Sun Tao while disparaging Ye Chu. Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyan wore faces of utter displeasure. It's all your fault for insisting on taking this good-for-nothing as a son-in-law. Look where that's gotten us, Jiang Haiyan hissed at Han Mingwan, clearly at the end of his tether. Han Mingwan's chest heaved with anger. She had never anticipated that tonight's family banquet would unfold in such a manner. Just as the crowd was getting worked up, Jiang Junyao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Enough. Everyone turned to look at her. Ye Chu is my man. Whether he is good or bad is none of your concern. Her words, though calm, carried an undeniable authority. Ye Chu was secretly astonished that she would defend him. Jiang Junlong reprimanded, Jiang Junyao, how dare you speak to your elders like that? Jiang Junyao met his gaze with indifference. My courage can match yours. You are heartless and do whatever you please. Jiang Junlong's heart raced. What nonsense are you spouting, Jiang Junyao? Although he appeared calm, he felt a surge of panic inside. Jiang Junyao sneered. Humph, if you don't want others to know, you should refrain from doing anything shameful. Aren't you aware of what you have done? Shen Meijing looked displeased. Jiang Junyao, mind your words. Julong is about to become the president. You best show some respect or else. Or else what? Han Meiwan coldly interrupted. Junlong is not president yet. Let us not speak too soon. No one can predict what is yet to come. Shen Meijing scoffed. Oh, Han Meiwan, are you still clinging to unrealistic fantasies? Very well, just wait until tomorrow. And let us see what you have to say then. Han Meiwan refused to back down. Fine, I will watch closely. No one took Han Meiwan's words to heart. Believing her to be merely stubborn, Jiang Junlong's presidency was a foregone conclusion. Only Jiang Junlong felt a sense of unease. For she alone understood that Ye Chu was not as simple as he appeared, and perhaps he truly had something up his sleeve. However, she felt too embarrassed to mention the shameful incident from that day. Junyao, as a member of the Jiang family, I hope you can be sensible. Jiang Fengyan's words were laden with warning as he cast a glance at Ye Chu. And this boy truly is unworthy of you. I hope you can reconsider. Rest assured, I will not forget that I am a Jiang family member and will consider everything for the Jiang family. Jiang Junyao replied coolly. As for my own matters, you need not worry. I know my own mind. That is for the best. Jiang Fengyan narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the door swung open, and two hotel employees dressed in uniforms entered. The crowd looked on in confusion. The middle-aged woman introduced herself. Good evening, everyone. I am the hotel manager, here to deliver wine on behalf of our owner. The young employee stepped forward and placed 2 bottles of 30-year-old Maotai and 2 bottles of Romanée Connie on the table. These are gifts from our owner to you all. Please enjoy them at your leisure. After the manager finished speaking, she and the young employee turned to leave. The guests exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the 4 bottles on the table. Despite being just 4 bottles, they were worth a small fortune. Why would the hotel owner send them such extravagant gifts? Jiang Junlong remarked in surprise. I recall that the Jiangnan Grand Hotel is backed by the Li family. Could these wines be a gift for brother Sun? Among those present, only Sun Tao had a connection with the Li family. Jiang Haiyun quickly chimed in, yes. It must be a gift from President Li to Xiao Tao. Zhang Biyue looked at Sun Tao with admiration. Tao Ge, you're really impressive. The others echoed their praise, now more sincere than before. Initially, they had been skeptical, but after witnessing the expensive wines sent by Li Guangling for Sun Tao, their doubts evaporated. Sun Tao felt bewildered. Had he really garnered such attention from Li Guangling? Yet, given the current situation, he naturally kept his thoughts to himself. Jiang Juanhu's eyes glinted with suspicion. He had clearly seen that Li Guangling did not seem particularly invested in Sun Tao earlier. After some thought, he figured that perhaps some matters should not be judged solely by appearances. Haha, everyone is too kind. I've only dined with President Li a few times. We're not that familiar. Sun Tao laughed as he waved his hand, though his words lacked humility. Come now, Sun Xiaoyu, don't be modest. The Jiang family is about to collaborate with the Huangfu family on the development of the South District, and we may need some financial support. I hope you can assist us then, Jiang Fengyan said, his laughter booming. With such an excellent junior, how could the Jiang family not prosper? Just as the crowd was happily chatting, Shen Meijing turned her attention back to the second branch. Look, this is what we call a true son-in-law of the Jiang family. Unlike some people who bring in all manner of riffraff. Chapter 54. A resounding slap in the face once again, the gaze of others turned toward Han Mingjuan's family. Their eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Jiang Haiyun quickly waved her hand, saying, Meijing, please refrain from speaking like that. Otherwise, Mingwan will be hurt. She sighed, reminiscing about how exceptional Junyao had once been, with countless young talents vying for her affection, only to end up, alas, her life seems to have been ruined. It is truly regrettable. With a heavy sigh, she shifted her tone, remarking, it is indeed a matter of fate. My daughter Biyue could not compare to Junyao before. But fortunately, she found an outstanding boyfriend. A woman's abilities are of little consequence. What truly matters is marrying the right man. Her words were laden with double entendre. not only referring to Zhang Junyao, but also subtly mocking Han Mengwan for her poor choice in marriage. If only Zhang Haiyun had possessed some competence, the second branch would not have descended to such depths. Han Mengwan's face turned ashen. Had it not been for the presence of the elder, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fury, she chose not to engage with the two. She understood well that any argument would only invite further ridicule. Zhang Haiyun's face twitched incessantly. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating day of his life. His gaze toward Ye Chu grew increasingly filled with loathing. In his mind, everything was attributable to Ye Chu. He resolved that upon their return, he would ensure Zhang Junyao would be divorced. Noticing the lack of reaction from the others, Chen Meijing felt disheartened and lost interest in continuing the conversation. The rest of the attendees diverted their attention, once again toasting and enjoying their drinks with great merriment, lavishing praise upon Sun Tao. Only Ye Chu understood that these drinks were not intended for Sun Tao, but rather for himself. However, he chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. Speaking out would only provoke disbelief and further scorn. He certainly could not call Li Guangling to come over and testify on his behalf for the sake of vanity. As the meal came to a close, everyone appeared elated, except for Han Mingzhuan's family, who were filled with indignation. As soon as the dinner was over, Zhang Haiyun urged everyone to leave. "Ha, second uncle, why the rush? No one is going to eat you." Zhang Juanhu laughed heartily. Although Zhang Haiyun longed to leave immediately, the elevator took a while to arrive. Eventually, he found himself sharing the same elevator with the others. "Second brother, Mengwan. Tomorrow Junlong will be appointed president. You must come to the ceremony," Chen Meijing deliberately interjected, her eyes glinting with mockery as they exited the elevator. Zhang Haiyun and Han Mengwan wore sullen expressions and did not respond. Zhang Haiyun stepped forward to taunt. "Mengwan, I heard your son-in-law is still unemployed. Should I speak to Xiao Tao and see if he can get your son-in-law a job as a security guard at their bank?" Zhang Biyue pretended to be displeased. "Mom, their bank has high standards for employees. How could they possibly hire someone with a criminal record?" Zhang Haiyun sighed. "Oh, Mengwan, it's not that I don't want to help. It's just..." Han Mingzhuan's face darkened. "Thank you for your kind intentions, elder sister, but even if my son-in-law is perpetually unemployed, my family can support him. We do not need your unwarranted concern." The mother-in-law's staunch defense left Ye Chu feeling touched, though a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he pondered whether to teach these individuals a lesson. At that moment, the middle-aged female manager who had delivered the drinks approached from a distance, instantly drawing the attention of the Jiang family. The manager walked directly to Ye Chu and politely inquired, "May I ask if you are Mr. Ye Chu?" Ye Chu nodded. "Yes, that's me. How can I assist you?" The middle-aged manager produced a black card from her possession and respectfully handed it over. "Mr. Ye, this is a Supreme membership card from our boss. From now on, all your expenditures here will receive a 10% discount. Please accept it." This scene left the Jiang family utterly astonished. Zhang Haiyun could not help but exclaim, "Manager, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Shouldn't this membership card be given to our Xiao Tao?" The manager smiled and explained, "Madam, our boss specifically instructed that this card be presented to Mr. Ye Chu. There is no error in this." Upon hearing this, the Jiang family members widened their eyes. Disbelief etched across their faces. "How could this be possible? You must be mistaken." Zhang Haiyun struggled to accept it. "And the drinks just now, weren't they all meant for?" As she spoke, realization dawned on her, and her words abruptly ceased. The manager smiled brightly. "Madam, the drinks were also provided by our boss as a courtesy to Mr. Yi." Turning to Ye Chu, she asked, "Mr. Yi, how was the taste?" Ye Chu glanced at the Jiang family, his tone laced with sarcasm. "How did it taste, everyone?" The expressions on the faces of the Jiang family fluctuated dramatically, especially Sun Tao, who wished he could vanish into thin air. Zhang Haiyun stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, but Zhang Biyue quickly steadied her. In that moment, the expressions of the Jiang family were nothing short of spectacular. Their earlier arrogance had transformed into profound embarrassment. "Mr. Yi, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave," the manager said with a sweet smile. Ye Chu nodded. "Very well, please extend my gratitude to Mr. Li." The manager nodded and departed. "Mom, this card is for you." Han Mengwan suddenly came to her senses, her face lighting up with a smile. "Xiao Chu, since you've shown such filial piety, I shall not refuse." Han Mengwan accepted the card, raising it triumphantly, exclaiming, "Truly, my son-in-law is remarkable." As she spoke, she cast a deliberately mocking glance at Zhang Haiyun, elder sister. "Although your son-in-law is a young talent and a favored child of heaven, his actions seem somewhat unscrupulous. He even dares to claim others' goodwill. Today has truly opened my eyes." She emphasized the phrases young talent and favored child of heaven with particular intensity. Jiang Haiyan trembled with rage, her breath coming in short gasps, her fingers shaking as she pointed at Han Mengwan. Yet, despite her fury, she could not articulate a single word. Elder sister, please don't be upset. I only mean well. After all, a son-in-law is like a half-son. One must choose wisely, Han Mengwan said, her face brimming with delight, as the tension within her dissipated completely. Jiang Haiyun's body shook even more violently, her gaze fixed menacingly on Han Mengwan. Xiao Chu, let us depart, Han Mengwan declared, uninterested in further engagement, and beckoned Ye Chu and the others to leave the hotel, leaving the Jiang family exchanging glances of disbelief. Upon entering the car, Han Mengwan could no longer contain her curiosity. Xiao Chu, what happened? How do you know President Li? Jiang Junyao and Jiang Haiyun also turned their attention to him. Ye Chu did not conceal anything, responding candidly, not long ago, I saved Mr. Li's life. The three were taken aback, realizing that it was a matter of life and death, which explained the gifts of wine and the card. Han Mengwan inquired with curiosity, what exactly transpired? Just as Ye Chu was about to explain, Jiang Junyao received a phone call, her expression instantly turning cold. Junyao, what is the matter? Han Mengwan asked with concern. Jiang Junyao replied, Mom, something has come up that I need to handle. You all go back first. With that, she exited the vehicle. Ye Chu, filled with concern, asked, Wife, what's wrong? Do you need my help? Jiang Junyao shot him a glare, coldly stating, no need, before swiftly departing. Jiang Haiyun had no choice but to take the wheel, while Han Mengwan urged, Xiao Chu, quickly explain what happened. It's nothing serious. President Li was poisoned. And I happen to know a few detoxification techniques, so I helped him, Ye Chu explained casually, omitting certain details to avoid alarming the two women with the mention of the poison. Truly, my son-in-law is impressive, Han Mengwan praised sincerely, her face alight with joy. What is so impressive? He had an opportunity laid out before him and still failed to seize it, Jiang Haiyan scoffed, her irritation growing. Clearly, President Li sent gifts and the card to fully repay his debt of gratitude. He likely sees that this young man has no promising future and is unwilling to form a connection. If it were any other young talent, they would not be so easily dismissed. As he continued to speak, his anger mounted, and he cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chu. Waste is merely waste. When a splendid opportunity presents itself, it cannot be grasped. Chapter 55, A Dissenting Voice Silence. If you lack eloquence, refrain from speaking, Han Mengwan rebuked Jiang Haiyan, casting a glare in his direction before turning to Ye Chu with a warm smile. Pay him no mind, Xiao Chu. Ye Chu nodded in acknowledgement. The vehicle then departed from the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, upon exiting the car, Jiang Junyao chose not to hail a taxi. Instead, she proceeded on foot, leaving the Jiangnan Grand Hotel behind. Upon reaching a secluded alleyway, she turned and stated calmly, Show yourselves. From the shadows emerged a man clad in black. Remarkable perception, indeed. It's no wonder you're Miss Jiang, he chuckled. Jiang Junyao's expression remained impassive. A Tier 6 body refiner. It seems Jiang Junlong has managed to acquire some capable lackeys, leveraging the Jiang family's influence over the years. The man before her was indeed dispatched by Jiang Junlong. The events of the recent past had led Jiang Junlong to misinterpret the situation, leading him to believe that Jiang Junyao had aligned herself with the Li family. To prevent any unforeseen complications tomorrow, he had sent his confidant to abduct Jiang Junyao. He believed that once tomorrow had passed, no amount of ability on her part would be able to reverse the situation. Unbeknownst to him, his every action had been under Jiang Junyao's surveillance. She was immediately aware of his movements and had thus separated from Ye Chu and the others in order to deal with the matter independently. The man's pupils contracted. How did you discern my strength? Care to speculate? Jiang Junyao responded with a faint smile, her flowing crimson hair dancing in the night breeze. Her jade-like skin shimmered with a pearlescent glow under the moonlight, rendering her a breathtaking vision. Enough with the charade, the man scoffed, reaching out to seize Jiang Junyao. My apologies, Miss Jiang. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. You will be released after tomorrow. Jiang Junyao's face hardened. She raised her hand to intercept. With a resounding thud, the man was sent flying by a single punch. Impossible. You're a martial artist? The man clutched his fractured arm, his eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Junyao's tone remained indifferent. Is it so improbable that I might be? Suppressing his astonishment, the man rose to his feet and attempted to flee. In a flash, Jiang Junyao was upon him, delivering a swift kick. The man was sent hurtling through the air once more. Upon landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face contorted with horror. How could you be so strong? Jiang Junyao advanced, looking down upon him with disdain. Contact Jiang Julong. Inform him that the abduction has been successfully executed. Do not attempt any trickery or face the consequences. The final word reverberated like a thunderclap. The man's head swam, as if countless needles were piercing his mind simultaneously. Overwhelmed with dread, he dared not hesitate, immediately retrieving his phone and following Jiang Junyao's instructions to the letter. Allowing no room for deceitful thoughts. Miss Jiang, I have complied with your instructions. I implore you to spare my life. The man pleaded, his head bowed low. That may be possible, but only after tomorrow, Jiang Junyao replied coolly. Thank you, Miss Jiang. The man responded hastily, daring not to express any dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Jiang Junlong hung up the phone, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Jiang Junyao, you're no match for me. Once tomorrow has passed, you will have no chance of recovery. Back at the Jiang family villa, the trio waited in vain for Jiang Junyao's return. Upon making a call, they learned that she would not be coming back. Han Mengwan appeared somewhat concerned. Is Junyu feeling overwhelmed? Alas, there's little we can do to assist. Jiang Haiyan sighed in agreement. Once Jiang Junlong assumes the position of president, the second branch will have no hope of advancement. Ye Chu offered words of comfort. Father, mother, please set your minds at ease. Junyao is resilient and will not be defeated by this. Furthermore, the matter is not yet entirely decided. It's not certain that Jiang Julong will become president. Jiang Haiyan scoffed. What do you know? At this point, the situation is practically a foregone conclusion. Unless Junyao can secure an independent partnership with the Huangfu family overnight. But is that even plausible? His voice grew almost into a roar, as if seeking to vent his frustrations upon Ye Chu. Why are you shouting? Han Mengwan protested. This has nothing to do with Xiao Chu. Turning to Ye Chu, she said, pay him no mind. Go upstairs and rest. Ye Chu nodded and ascended the stairs to his room. Once inside, he retrieved his phone and contacted Huangfu Shiwei to inquire about the situation. She assured him that Jiang Julong would not be appointed president of the Jiang Corporation unless they wished to jeopardize their collaboration with the Huangfu family. Relieved, Ye Chu exchanged a few more words with her before ending the call. The night passed without incident. The following day, Ye Chu arose early. Upon descending the stairs, he found Han Mengwan and Jiang Haiyun already dressed and ready. As core members of the Jiang family, they were naturally expected to be present. Especially since the first branch had extended a special invitation the previous day, they harbored a faint hope that some unforeseen event might occur. The trio drove to the Jiang Corporation headquarters. The Jiang Corporation, primarily engaged in the real estate industry, was headquartered in the city center. Within a towering skyscraper that soared over 100 meters into the sky, the trio ascended in an elevator to a spacious office on the top floor. Inside, Jiang Fingyan sat regally at the head of the table, with Jiang Julong standing beside him. Below them were an assembly of directors and executives. Jiang Haifeng, Jiang Haiyan, and other core members of the Jiang family were also present. Upon their arrival, all eyes turned toward them. The Jiang family members, such as Jiang Haifeng, regarded them with amusement. As for the directors and senior managers, their expressions varied. Some sycophantic individuals revealed looks of mockery and derision. Jiang Junyao had always been decisive and unyielding, often offending many within the company. The current situation was precisely what they had hoped for. Others, possessing genuine strategic insight, preferred to see Jiang Junyao as president, solely because her capabilities surpassed those of Jiang Junlong. Without Jiang Junyao, the Jiang Corporation's chances of securing a partnership with the Huangfu family would be exceedingly slim. However, they were powerless against the overwhelming influence of Jiang Fingyan's decision to appoint Jiang Junlong as president. Mengwan, this is an internal company meeting. Perhaps it would be best not to bring along any unsavory individuals. If company secrets were to be leaked, would you be able to bear the responsibility? Jiang Haiyun remarked with ill-concealed animosity, having lost considerable face the previous night and harboring deep resentment toward Han Mengwan. Seizing the opportunity, she was determined to make the most of it. Han Mengwan retorted firmly, Xiao Chu is my son-in-law, practically half a member of the Jiang family. How can you call him an unsavory individual? Half a member of the Jiang family? Does that boy even qualify? Jiang Haiyun scoffed with disdain. Why shouldn't he? Jiang Haiyun, what do you mean by that? Han Mengwan challenged, her voice rising. She was prepared to go to any lengths to disrupt the meeting. As the two women teetered on the brink of an argument, Jiang Fengyan, seated at the head of the table, bellowed, enough. His authoritative gaze swept over the assembled crowd. What do you take this place for? A marketplace? Are you free to quarrel and cause a ruckus as you please? The two women glared at each other before falling silent. Jiang Fengyan surveyed the room and stated, I declared a year ago that whoever proved capable of securing a partnership with the Huangfu family would be appointed president. Junlong has now fully established cooperation with the Huangfu family, demonstrating exceptional performance. It is my belief that he is highly qualified to serve as president. What are your thoughts? Everyone. I have no objections. Jiang Haifeng was the first to declare. Nor do I. Jiang Haiyun echoed closely behind, with the two leading the way. The other directors and executives voiced their agreement. In the end, aside from a few company elders, only Han Mengwan and her companions remained silent. Jiang Fengnian frowned slightly, glancing subtly at the elders before turning his attention to Jiang Haiyun. Second brother, do you have any objections? Jiang Haiyun gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Second brother, why are you not speaking? Have you lost your tongue? Jiang Fengnian's tone grew markedly sharper. Jiang Haiyun flinched, about to speak when Han Mengwan preempted him. Yes, we do have objections. The partnership with the Huangfu family was clearly secured by Zhu Yao. On what basis should Jiang Julong be appointed president? At this moment, those who were at odds with the second house all displayed expressions of anticipation, as if they were spectators at a performance. Who among those present was unaware of this reality? Yet, no one dared to voice it. The reason was simple: defying Jiang Fengnian could lead to dire consequences. Jiang Fengnian's countenance abruptly darkened, but before he could utter a word, a voice unexpectedly resonated from outside the door. I too have a dissenting opinion. Chapter 56. What are your thoughts? As everyone turned their gazes, two figures entered the room. One was Jiang Junyao, and the other was a sophisticated and elegant mature woman. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Jiang Juanlong's pupils dilated, nearly betraying his composure. Jiang Fengnian furrowed his brow and sternly exclaimed, Junyao, what is your intention? Do not forget your station. Yesterday, the opposing party had agreed readily, and he presumed there would be no further complications. Jiang Junyao walked into the office unhurriedly, her eyes scanning the assembly before ultimately resting upon Jiang Fengnian. Grandfather, I am acutely aware of my identity, and precisely for that reason, I am here today. She cast a glance at the visibly distressed Jiang Junlong, her words unapologetic. To speak candidly, grandfather, your judgment in selecting a successor leaves much to be desired. With Jiang Juanlong's capabilities, he would only lead the conglomerate into decline. As a member of the Jiang family, I cannot permit such a fate. Veins throbbed on Jiang Fengnian's forehead, his countenance radiating fury. Being a man of experience, he understood that, in terms of ability, Jiang Junlong was no match for Jiang Junyao. However, the fact remained that she was a woman. The vast Jiang family could not be entrusted to a female, and that was his unwavering principle. To be publicly challenged today incited his wrath. Before he could retort, Jiang Haifeng interjected. Jiang Junyao, have you lost your mind? How dare you, a junior, speak to your father in such a manner? It is utterly outrageous. Furthermore, my son Julong possesses exceptional talent, having excelled in the company over the past year, and has successfully negotiated with the Huangfu family. How could he possibly lead the group astray? Jiang Haiyan chimed in. What my elder brother said is correct. Junlong is indeed outstanding, and as president, he will surely elevate the group to new heights. Besides, we are all in agreement. On what grounds do you oppose him? Who do you think you are? With the two leading the charge, others supporting Jiang Junlong echoed their sentiments, launching a verbal assault on Jiang Juyao. This left Han Mengwan seething with indignation, though she felt powerless to intervene. Jiang Junyao remained composed, waiting for the uproar to subside before directing her gaze towards several elder members of the company. Gentlemen, do you also support Jiang Junlong as president? All eyes turned to the few who had yet to voice their opinions. One elderly gentleman, his hair gray, glanced at the mature woman beside Jiang Junyao and then beamed at Jiang Fengnian. Chairman, everyone's aware of Jiang Junyao's capabilities, and she was the one who initially negotiated the collaboration with the Huangfu family. I believe she may be more suited for the presidency. This declaration shocked the assembly. Jiang Fengnian's brows furrowed deeply, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Chairman, I too concur with old Wang's sentiment. Jiang Junyao may indeed be the more suitable candidate. Yes, Jiang Junyao is more fitting, several other elders chimed in. The crowd was taken aback, turning their attention to Jiang Junyao, realizing she had covertly garnered support from several elder members. In that moment, they witnessed the formidable prowess of this favored daughter of the Jiang family. Not only were the others astonished, but Han Mengwan and her husband were equally taken aback, completely unaware of these developments. In recent days, Jiang Junyao had been preoccupied, not with the Huangfu family's collaboration, as her senior sister had already resolved that matter, but rather with consolidating support from the company's elders. This time, she sought to secure her grandfather's unequivocal endorsement. The first family's members were furious, Chen Meijing beside herself with rage. Jiang Junyao, you are truly insidious. Secretly colluding with the company's elders. Jiang Junyao disregarded the outburst, her gaze fixed on Jiang Fengnian as she calmly stated, Grandfather, what are your thoughts? Veins throbbed on Jiang Fengnian's forehead. Jiang Junyao had not only defied his decision, but had also gravely undermined his authority. Very well, very well. You are indeed my granddaughter. Jiang Fengnian's kin, and you possess remarkable abilities. His fury turned to a sardonic laugh. However, do not forget, I am the chairman of the group. No one can dictate my decisions. Junlong is my chosen successor, and no one can obstruct that. Your abilities are commendable, yet your character is obstinate and domineering, lacking respect for hierarchy. If you have yet to become president and already question my authority, what would happen if you were to assume that role? His words brimmed with wrath, revealing his profound dissatisfaction with Jiang Junyao. Observing the old man's unwavering stance, those supporting Jiang Julong felt reassured. As though fortified by a potent elixir, the first family's members cast provocative glances at Jiang Junyao, their expressions suggesting, what can you accomplish if the old man does not support you? Even if you possess great skill, it is futile. Han Mingwan trembled with indignation, realizing the old man's blatant favoritism towards the first family. Jiang Haiyan clenched his fists, equally furious, yet having always feared the old man. He dared not voice a single objection. Ye Chu observed silently, his expression unchanging. Indeed, grandfather, you are correct. You are the chairman, and no one can question your decisions. A mocking smile graced Jiang Junyao's lips as she smoothly transitioned the topic, gesturing towards the elegant woman beside her. By the way, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. This is Yushan, the personal secretary of Miss Huangfu. The room fell silent in astonishment. Jiang Juanlong's expression shifted, an ominous premonition stirring within him. He had engaged in negotiations with the Huangfu family for quite some time, but his interactions had been limited to a department manager from their Jiangdu branch. He had never encountered a personal secretary of Miss Huangfu. Jiang Fengnian initially frowned, but soon a smile graced his face as he rose enthusiastically. I apologize for not having welcomed Secretary Yu. Please forgive my oversight. Yushan waved her hand dismissively. Chairman Jiang, there is no need for formality. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Jiang Fengnian nodded eagerly. Please, Secretary Yu, do go on. Yushan continued. Our young lady has stated that since Jiang Miss was the one who initiated the collaboration, it would be more appropriate for her to oversee the subsequent dealings. What do you think, Chairman Jiang? Jiang Fengnian opened his mouth, but words eluded him for a prolonged moment. The others were expressions of shock, glancing at Jiang Junyao. The magnitude of her influence was evident. She had managed to sway the Huangfu family to her side. While she did not explicitly state that Jiang Junjiao should become president, everyone present understood that collaboration with the Huangfu family was a coveted prize. Whoever held this partnership would wield significant influence within the company. Even if the old man insisted on appointing Jiang Junlong as president today, it would merely be a fade. As long as Jiang Junyao maintained the partnership with the Huangfu family, the majority of the company would gravitate toward her, ultimately undermining Jiang Junlong's position. Yushan smiled slightly. Of course, if Chairman Jiang finds this request burdensome, you may decline. I will report back to the young lady accordingly. Though her words were delivered with a smile, they struck Jiang Fengnian like a thunderclap. This was a request from the Huangfu family's young lady. Should he refuse, the collaboration would likely falter. He forced a smile. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Since Miss Huangfu has spoken, I naturally have no objections. The first family's expressions changed dramatically. Jiang Junlong could not contain himself. Grandfather. Silence. Jiang Fengnian glared at him before turning his attention to Jiang Junyao, a strained smile appearing on his face. Junyao, you will take full responsibility for the collaboration with the Huangfu family moving forward. Do not disappoint your grandfather. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall seize this opportunity to elevate the group to new heights. Jiang Junyao radiated confidence, then shifted the conversation back. Grandfather, I still believe I am more capable of assuming the role of group president. What are your thoughts? Chapter 57. The scheme of the main house. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone exchanged glances, sensing the underlying pressure in Jiang Junyao's words. Jiang Fengnian furrowed his brow, a fleeting flash of anger in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Junyao intently. Junyao, while your grandfather undoubtedly trusts your capabilities, you are still rather young. How about this? You shall serve as the acting CEO for now, and if your performance proves satisfactory, we will make it official. His demeanor was affable, seemingly concerned for Jiang Junyao's best interests. Jiang Junyao raised an eyebrow, aware of the need to tread lightly with the elder. Very well, I shall comply with grandfather's wishes. Jiang Fingyan sighed in relief, relieved that Jiang Junyao was not being obstinate. He surveyed the assembly, his voice commanding, from now on. Junyao will assume the position of acting CEO, taking full charge of the collaboration with the Huangfu family. I hope everyone will extend their support to her endeavors. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. None dared to voice opposition. Even members of the main house remained silent, though their resentment simmered beneath the surface. The prevailing circumstances compelled them to acquiesce. Moreover, the old man had yet to concede, indicating he still harbored some hope for Jiang Junlong. With further strategizing, they felt certain a solution would arise. Secretary Yu, since this is your first visit, allow me to show you around, Jiang Fingyan offered, eager to foster a connection with Yushan. No need for trouble, Chairman Jiang, Yushan declined. I must return to report to the young lady and shall not impose further. Jiang Fingyan conceded. Very well, allow me to see you out. Yushan accepted this offer, nodding to Jiang Junyao. Miss Jiang, I bid you farewell. Jiang Junyao smiled warmly. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Yu. I will escort you. With that, Yushan departed the office alongside Jiang Junyao and Jiang Fingyan. As they exited, the meeting came to a close. Han Mengwan immediately turned to Chen Meijing, chuckling. Oh dear sister-in-law, how fickle fate can be. The CEO position we thought we had slipped right through our fingers. What a pity. Chen Meijing's face paled, her body trembling with suppressed rage. If looks could kill, Han Mengwan would have been left in tatters. Do not be too pleased with yourself, Han Mengwan. Jiang Junyao is merely the acting CEO, not the permanent one. She could be dismissed at any moment, Jiang Haiyun countered, unable to tolerate Han Mengjuan's arrogance. Acting or not, she still holds the title of CEO and can still oversee you, Han Mengwan retorted, her smile broadening, pride evident on her face. You. Jiang Haiyun's breath hitched in frustration as she shot a fierce glare at Han Mengwan before storming off. Humph, Han Mengwan, do not get too smug. This matter is far from over. We shall see, Chen Meijing spat before leaving in a huff. Fear not, dear sister-in-law, I will be waiting, Han Mengwan called after her. Second brother, you have truly raised a remarkable daughter, Jiang Haifeng remarked darkly as he glared at Jiang Haiyun before departing with Jiang Juanhu and the others. We should take our leave as well. Han Mengwan beckoned to Ye Chu and Jiang Haiyun, leaving the remaining individuals exchanging puzzled glances, unable to fathom how events had unfolded in such a manner. Upon exiting the building, Han Mengjuan's smile remained undiminished. Xiao Chu, mother is in a good mood today. Let us go out for a lavish meal. Ye Chu, not wishing to dampen her spirits, nodded in agreement. Jiang Haiyun, however, appeared puzzled. I wonder why the Huangfu family would assist Junyao. As he pondered this, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. Could it be that Qian Xianji offered his assistance? The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to voice his speculation to Han Mengwan. Dream 1. This matter likely involves Qian Xianji's influence. We ought to express our gratitude. What do you think would be the best way to do so? Ye Chu found himself speechless, realizing that his future father-in-law lacked common sense. No wonder he seemed the least accomplished among the Jiang family's second generation. He had intended to mention his own contribution but decided against it, knowing Jiang Haiyun would not believe him and would only mock him further. Han Mengwan frowned. Surely not. Xiao Chu offended them last time. Why would they help? Mentioning this provoked Jiang Haiyun's ire. Do you think everyone is as petty as this good-for-nothing? Qian Xianji is an educated and sophisticated individual. He wouldn't nitpick over trivial matters. Han Mengwan rolled her eyes, unwilling to argue further. Perhaps. But let us not rush to conclusions. We shall inquire with Junyao this evening. After Jiang Haiyun's interruption, Han Mengwan lost her appetite for a grand meal, opting for a casual lunch before heading to Yunming Pharmaceuticals, where she had been keeping a close watch on the Jiang Group's affairs as many matters remained unresolved. Ye Chu had planned to leave but was drawn in by Han Mengwan, who suggested they see if a position could be arranged for him. Meanwhile, back at the main house, the members convened to plot their retaliation against Jiang Junyao. That wretched Jiang Junyao. How cunning she is. Colluding with those old-timers and secretly enlisting the Huangfu family's aid. Jiang Haifeng seethed, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Chen Meijing and the others shared his fury. But only Jiang Julong remained pensive. He had dispatched men to kidnap Jiang Junyao yesterday. How had she appeared at the company today? After leaving the premises, he had attempted to reach his trusted subordinates, but his calls had gone unanswered. What in the world is going on? He muttered to himself, suppressing a torrent of rage. Brother, are you all right? Jiang Juanhu inquired with concern. Jiang Junlong shook his head. Do not worry. I have not lost my wits over this matter. Yet. His voice betrayed the tension beneath his calm facade. Chen Meijing pressed, Junlong, what should our next move be? A glint of malice flashed in Jiang Junlong's eyes. If all else fails, we should eliminate that wretched Jiang Junyao. Qin Meijing gasped, alarmed. Isn't that too reckless? It seems unwise. Jiang Haifeng shook his head. After all, we are family. If the old man finds out, we will face dire consequences. Qin Meijing frowned. What do you propose? Shall we simply stand by and watch? Jiang Haifeng tightened his brow, momentarily at a loss. I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility, Jiang Junlan interjected, breaking her silence. Eyes turned toward her as Jiang Junhu asked, What is your idea, little sister? Speak. Jiang Junlan said, I heard from Zihai that Wang Ziding is returning soon. Perhaps we could form a marriage alliance with the Wang family, compelling Jiang Junyao to marry. Little sister, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Junyao is already married. Jiang Junhu admonished. Jiang Junlan smirked slyly. That is easily remedied. We simply need to eliminate that useless husband. The other's eyes brightened at her suggestion. It seemed feasible. Jiang Junlong pondered. Yet, given Jiang Junyao's tenacity, even if that boy were to die, she might refuse to marry. Jiang Haifeng nodded in Agra Chapter 58. Serendipity. Jiang Junlan did not conceal anything and briefly recounted the recent auction event. Of course, she refrained from mentioning her encounter with Ye Chu, as it was somewhat embarrassing. The others were taken aback. It was astonishing that such a miraculous elixir could enable someone to break through to the realm of a grandmaster. Jiang Junhu exclaimed in awe. It is a pity we were not present, otherwise, we would have certainly bid on one. Jiang Haifeng expressed his regret. Jiang Junlong spoke solemnly. If that is the case, it is highly probable that the Wang family will soon have another grandmaster. The atmosphere suddenly turned serious. The Wang family was already the most formidable among the three ancient clans. If they were to gain another grandmaster, their power would become even more terrifying. If the Wang family proposed a marriage alliance at that time, the old man would undoubtedly agree, making it difficult for Jiang Junyao to refuse. Jiang Junlan smiled. I heard from Zihao that Wang Zitong still harbors feelings for Jiang Junyao, and it seems that he is already a peak martial artist. The Wang family will most likely bestow that elixir upon him. Once Wang Zitong breaks through to Grandmaster and personally comes to propose, Jiang Junyao may not be able to refuse. The other's eyes brightened. If that were the case, it would be nearly impossible for Jiang Junyao to resist. The demands of a Grandmaster were not something anyone could easily dismiss, especially not a young Grandmaster. Once Jiang Junyao was married off, everything would be resolved. Thus, we need only deal with that useless son-in-law. Jiang Junhu smirked insidiously. I will handle this matter. I assure you that he will not see the light of day tomorrow. Second brother, do not act impulsively, Jiang Junlan hurriedly advised. We do not yet know the relationship between that useless one and the Li family. For prudence's sake, we should first send someone to probe. In truth, she was not afraid of the Li family. Her primary concern was Lord Longjiu and that mysterious woman. At present, the exact relationship between Ye Chu and the two was unknown, making it unwise to intervene personally. If they were to pursue the matter, the Jiang family would not be able to withstand it. Jiang Junlong frowned. Is it really necessary to go through such trouble to deal with a useless person? Junlan is correct. We must proceed with caution, Jiang Haifeng remarked, looking at Jiang Junlan. If you have any ideas, please share them. We can discreetly find someone to deal with that fellow and observe the Li family's reaction, Jiang Junlan suggested. The others nodded in agreement, considering this a sound plan. Jiang Junhu immediately stated, I know people from the Black Tiger Society. I can enlist their help. Jiang Haifeng nodded. Very well, we will leave this matter to you, Junhu. He then turned to Jiang Julong. Julong, investigate the situation between Jiang Junyao and the Huangfu family. This incident feels peculiar. Logically, this is a matter for our Jiang family. And the Huangfu family has no reason to interfere. Jiang Julong nodded. Understood, Dad. In the Jiang Group's president's office, Jiang Junyao gazed out at the bustling scene outside, a faint smile flickering in her eyes. Though belated, she had finally reclaimed what was rightfully hers. Taking out her phone, she dialed a number. The call was quickly answered, and a cool female voice came through. Junior sister, congratulations. Senior sister, thank you for your assistance. I will remember this kindness, Jiang Junjiao replied solemnly. Once our master emerges from her seclusion, I will request additional exorcism elixirs for you. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a chilling voice. There is no need for you to worry about my matters, since yours have been resolved. Find the place as soon as possible. Otherwise, if our master becomes enraged, we will all face dire consequences. Jiang Junyao furrowed her brow, sensing an unusual tone in her senior's voice. I understand. And be cautious of that young lady from the Huangfu family. She is not to be underestimated. I will be careful. Meanwhile, Han Mingwan initially intended to arrange a position for Ye Chu at the company, but she was repeatedly thwarted by Jiang Haiyun, who clearly did not wish for Ye Chu to have an easy time. Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely what Ye Chu desired. Having been confined for 3 years, he had no intention of returning to work. Eventually, he found an excuse and left Yuming Pharmaceuticals. Afterward, he planned to seek out Yun Bingwan to mend their relationship, as she was suspected of having dragon blood and might possess information regarding the dragon clan, with no prospects from the Yi family. If he wished to uncover the secrets of his heritage, he would have to explore other avenues. He knew that simply showing up would likely result in a cold reception, so he decided to purchase a gift. After some contemplation, Ye Chu concluded that he should buy something to appease her. Otherwise, given Yun Bingwan's attitude during their last encounter, it would be a stretch to expect her to help him, let alone not cause him any trouble. He hailed a cab and headed straight for Jiangdu's largest jewelry store, Jiangnan Jewelry. As the eldest daughter of the Yun family, Yun Bingwan would surely not be satisfied with ordinary gifts. He needed something valuable. Jiangnan Jewelry, located on the bustling jewelry street in the city center, stood out prominently among the many shops. Ye Chu exited the cab and made his way inside, heading directly for Jiangnan Jewelry at the back of the street. After walking a short distance, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered in front of a store. Initially intending to bypass them, he caught sight of a familiar figure among the crowd and walked over. In the center of the throng, a middle-aged man with a rotund face was glaring menacingly at a young couple. The woman was none other than Sun Yuru, while the man was a stranger. "You must compensate 1 million today. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place," the middle-aged man declared, his tone exuding an undeniable authority. Upon hearing the figure of 1 million, the man's face turned pale. "But that bracelet was only priced at 10,000. How can it turn into 1 million? The middle-aged man sneered. 10,000 was the price before it was broken. Now it is 1 million. If you dispute this, you must provide me with an identical one." Onlookers shook their heads in dismay. This couple had clearly run into Luo Sampang, a notorious thug. Everyone who frequented the jewelry street knew of his ruthless reputation. Despite the widespread discontent, no one dared to confront him due to his connections. The man, feigning bravado, declared, "This is robbery. I will call the city guards." "Go ahead and try," the middle-aged man scoffed, waving his hand. Instantly, several burly men surrounded him. The man's face paled, and he immediately shifted the blame. "Boss, this is not my fault. That woman broke the bracelet." Sun Yuru stared at him in shock, her eyes filled with fury. The man, when Shashan, was a blind date introduced to her by a relative. After returning home last time, her mother, Sun Xiaoying, had seen her with a pile of expensive clothes, which she later learned were gifts from Ye Chu. Instead of being pleased, Sun Xiaoying had scolded Sun Yuru harshly and instructed her to keep her distance from Ye Chu. According to her mother, since Ye Chu was already married yet treated Sun Yuru so well, his intentions must be impure. Additionally, she pressured Sun Yuru into blind dates, seemingly to deter Ye Chu. Initially, Sun Yuru had vehemently refused, but her mother's persistent persuasion left her with no choice but to comply, thinking it would merely be a formality. Not long ago, under the company of her mother and the matchmaker, the two had dined together. During the meal, when Xiaoshan had been exceedingly polite, leaving a good impression on Sun Xiaoying. Thus, after the meal, when Xiaoshan invited Sun Yuru for a stroll, Sun Xiaoying readily agreed and insisted that Sun Yuru accompany him to get to know each other better. As the two wandered along, they found themselves on Jewelry Street, perhaps in a bid to flaunt his wealth and win the favor of Sun Yuru, when Xiaoshan resolved to purchase a jade bracelet for her. Sun Yuru, however, vehemently declined, yet could not withstand his persistent coaxing. Given that they were introduced by relatives, she felt it improper to be overly dismissive. With the intention of merely browsing, she acquiesced, planning to express her lack of interest later. Ultimately, when Xiaoshan took it upon himself to select a piece, and while Sun Yuru was momentarily distracted, he seized her wrist, attempting to adorn her with it. Instinctively, she recoiled, causing the jade bracelet to fly from her grasp and shatter into several pieces, leading to the current scene. Chapter 59. Shamelessness. Luo Sampang scrutinized Sun Yuru, his infatuation growing with each glance. What a striking young lady, precisely the type he favored. "Little girl, if you agree to accompany me for a month, I shall waive the compensation for this jade bracelet," he leered. This, in truth, was the underlying motive for his fixation on the pair. Sun Yuru, flushed with indignation, retorted, "You must be dreaming." Luo Sampang snorted dismissively, refusing. "Are we? Then prepare to pay, not a single coin less." When Xiaoshan, alarmed, whispered urgently, "Have you lost your mind? Just agree. This man is clearly trouble. Provoking him will lead to dire consequences for us." Besides, what's the harm in spending a month with him? Rest assured, I won't think any less of you afterward. Sun Yiru was utterly bewildered, grappling with the reality of such shamelessness. The onlookers exchanged glances of disdain, a grown man, unwilling to confront the issue himself, shoving his girlfriend into the fray while cloaking his cowardice in noble rhetoric. Not only was he despicable, but also remarkably brazen. Unbeknownst to the crowd, they assumed the two were merely a couple out shopping, as the murmurs of derision surrounded them when Xiaoshan felt his pride wane. Yet, in this moment, reputation held little value. A sum of 1 million was at stake, an amount he could never muster without resorting to usury. There was no way he would ruin his future for a woman. Just agree quickly, otherwise, brace yourself for the financial repercussions. After all, it was you who shattered the bracelet, and I shan't part with a single penny, he asserted with unwavering conviction. If it weren't for you, I would never. Sun Yiru's voice trembled, on the brink of tears. Regret washed over her. Had she known this would unfold, she would never have ventured out for a blind date. Enough of this bickering. Pay up. Luo Sanpong's expression darkened, or none shall leave. Their faces shifted in concern when Xiaoshan plotted an escape while Sun Yiru contemplated seeking help from Ye Chu. However, after much deliberation, she hesitated to call, feeling guilty for her repeated reliance on him. It appears you two are unwilling to comply. You lot, escort them inside the establishment, Luo Sanpang commanded with a wave of his hand, and several burly men approached. Desperation gripped when Xiaoshan. Boss, I truly cannot produce 1 million. Would 10,000 suffice? Furthermore, you may do as you wish with this woman. Luo Sanpang raised an eyebrow. Feigning contemplation, given your respectful demeanor, 10,000 it shall be. With a sigh of relief, when Xiaoshan quickly transferred the funds via his phone, after completing the transaction, he cautiously inquired, Boss, may I leave now? Scram, Luo Sanpang waved him off. But just as when Xiaoshan prepared to depart, a sudden voice interrupted. Wait. The crowd turned to see who dared to meddle in Luo Sanpong's affairs. A tall young man strode forth. Ye Chu, Sun Yiru gasped, her eyes sparkling with joy. In her moment of need, Ye Chu had once again come to her aid. Luo Sanpang narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Ye Chu ignored him, fixing his cold gaze on Wen Xiaoshan. Stop right there. When Xiaoshan, eager to escape, paid no heed to Ye Chu. Ye Chu snorted, flicking a silver needle towards him. Pain shot through Wen Xiaoshan's left calf, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. In that instant, panic engulfed him as he realized he could no longer feel his left foot. What have you done to me? Without sparing him a glance, Ye Chu approached Sun Yiru, gently asking what transpired. Sun Yiru recounted the events truthfully, including the reason her mother had sent her on this blind date, as if to prevent any misunderstandings. Ye Chu, my mother is somewhat paranoid. She means no harm. Please don't be upset with her. She spoke cautiously, fearing his reaction. Rest assured, I am not so petty. However, your mother's taste seems rather poor to have set her sights on such a character, Ye Chu jested, casting a discreet glance at Wen Xiaoshan. He held no respect for a man devoid of responsibility. Indeed, Sun Yiru concurred, grateful for Ye Chu's timely arrival, as she would have been at a loss otherwise. Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? Luo Sanpong's fury simmered as he glared at Ye Chu, clearly displeased by the interruption. Ye Chu regarded him coolly, his tone laced with amusement. You demand 1 million for a bracelet worth merely 10,000. This is blatant extortion. Is it that business ethics have been discarded in this age? Ethics? Luo Sanpang scoffed, his arrogance palpable. In this street, my rules are the only rules. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the man's bravado. So brazen, are you? What if I refuse? Luo Sanpong's grin was mocking. Then you shall remain subdued. For in this street, you must either submit like a tiger or lie down like a dragon, or else you shall not leave. Such audacity was met with silence from the onlookers, who dared not challenge him. After all, Luo Sanpang was backed by the Black Tiger Society, a formidable organization. It was understood that apart from the Jiangnan jewelry store, no one could afford to cross him. Ye Chu raised his brow. Is that so? I, for one, do not believe in such superstitions. I am intrigued to see what you can do. Unwise choice. Since you wish to test your luck, I shall indulge you. Luo Sanpang Chapter 60. Jiangnan Jewelry Store. Luo Sanpang arrogantly glared down at Ye Chu, his contemptuous gaze dismissing him entirely. The onlookers turned their attention to Ye Chu, eager to see how he would respond. Ye Chu narrowed his eyes, scoffing at the audacity of this man to speak so grandly before him. In an instant, he lunged forward and delivered a swift kick to Luo Sanpong's chest. With a resounding crash, Luo's corpulent form was sent flying, shattering the glass door of the store. A heavy silence enveloped the scene. The spectators displayed expressions of disbelief. Had Ye Chu truly struck Luo Sanpang? Was he prepared to confront the Black Tiger Society head-on? When Shashan's face turned as pale as a sheet, trembling as he retreated behind the crowd, fearful of attracting Ye Chu's attention, Ye Chu strode toward the bloodied Luo Sampang, his gaze indifferent as he looked down upon him. Luo, wiping the blood from his face, felt rage boiling inside him. "You wait," he seethed. "If I don't take you down today, I want to be called Luo-san." Enduring the pain, he pulled out his phone to call for help. Once connected, he lamented, "Brother-in-law, someone is causing trouble here and has assaulted me, showing no respect for the Black Tiger Society. You must stand up for me." Whatever was said on the other end ignited a fierce excitement in his expression. Hanging up, he shouted at Ye Chu, "You better not leave. My brother-in-law will be here soon. Tell him to hurry. I'll be waiting at Jiangnan Jewelry." Ye Chu tossed a remark and proceeded with Sun Yuru to Jiangnan Jewelry, the crowd following closely, curious to see if Ye Chu was merely youthful bravado or if he truly possessed the audacity to back it up. When Xiaoshan's eyes flashed with malice as he crawled along, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Ye Chu, with his left leg incapacitated, he felt an unsettling discontent unless he witnessed Ye Chu being punished. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Chu had merely sealed his acupoints temporarily, easily reversible with the removal of the silver needles. "Thank you, Ye Chu," Sun Yuru said gratefully, her eyes filled with admiration. "It was just a small matter. No need to dwell on it," Ye Chu replied, waving his hand dismissively. "In the future, if you encounter such situations, be sure to call me instead of trying to handle it alone." Sun Yuru nodded softly. Moments later, they entered Jiangnan Jewelry, where a young saleswoman greeted them warmly. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" Ye Chu replied nonchalantly, "I'd like to browse first." The saleswoman led the way, enthusiastically showcasing various items. An older saleswoman observed with disdain, Jiangnan Jewelry was not far from Luo Sanpang's shop, and she had witnessed the entire incident. To her, it was evident that Ye Chu had crossed Luo Sanpang, and repercussions were inevitable. She wondered why the younger saleswoman would even dare to entertain him, deeming it a futile endeavor. After a moment's thought, the older saleswoman hurried upstairs to report the incident to the manager. Meanwhile, the younger saleswoman continued her enthusiastic presentation of the merchandise. Ye Chu surveyed the room, uncertain of what to purchase, and simply asked, "What is the most expensive item you have here?" The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback, her expression revealing skepticism. This seemingly ordinary young man was making quite a bold inquiry. It was important to note that Jiangnan Jewelry housed an array of luxurious items, some priced in the hundreds of millions. Even the wealthiest heirs might hesitate before making a purchase here. Ye Chu perceived the saleswoman's doubts and chuckled. "What, do you think I can't afford it?" She quickly shook her head. No, please follow me upstairs." Ye Chu nodded slightly and followed the saleswoman, with Sun Yuru in tow. The onlookers, filled with intrigue, speculated whether Ye Chu might be from an affluent family, explaining his fearlessness toward the Black Tiger Society. Curiosity propelled them to follow as well. The jewelry on the second floor was evidently of a higher caliber, with items casually priced in the millions. "Sir, we have a prized item in our store. Known as Heart of the Forest. It is crafted from the finest emperor green by the foremost sculptor in the Dragon Kingdom," the saleswoman stated. Ye Chu's interest piqued. "Where is it?" "Show it to me." "Right this way," the saleswoman replied, quickening her pace until they reached a prominent glass display case at the center of the second floor. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted jade necklace, adorned with diamonds of varying sizes and shapes, culminating in a heart-shaped jade pendant encircled by a delicate ring of smaller diamonds. Under the illumination, it radiated a dazzling brilliance, providing a striking visual allure that captivated the eye. At the bottom of the display was the necklace's description and price. Heart of the Forest, priced at 220 million. The onlookers gasped in astonishment upon seeing this price. The saleswoman smiled brightly. "Sir, are you satisfied with this Heart of the Forest?" "Quite nice," Ye Chu nodded. "Can I see it up close?" The saleswoman hesitated. Knowing the immense value of the piece, if it were damaged, she could not bear the responsibility. Ye Chu produced a Jiangnan dragon card. "Do you recognize this card?" The saleswoman scrutinized it closely before her pupils dilated in shock. As an employee of Jiangnan Jewelry, she was well aware of the significance of the Jiangnan dragon card, which represented the highest tier of customer privilege, emphasized during her training to prevent any disrespect toward cardholders. "Ah, so you do recognize it," Ye Chu remarked with a faint smile. "May I see it now?" "Yes, of course," the saleswoman replied eagerly, ready to unlock the display case to retrieve the Heart of the Forest. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Stop." The crowd turned to see three figures approaching. In addition to the previous saleswoman, a man and a woman accompanied her. The man was portly with a balding head, dressed in a businessman's attire that suggested a position of authority. The woman was strikingly adorned in gold and silver, exuding allure, though still lacking the exceptional beauty of Sun Yuru. Manager, the saleswoman greeted respectfully. The woman scolded loudly. Who gave you permission to handle the heart of the forest? Do you not realize how valuable it is? Can you afford the damages if it gets ruined? The saleswoman began to explain, eager to mention the Jiangnan dragon card, but was cut off by the woman. Silence. Step aside. We will address this later. After reprimanding the saleswoman, her gaze shifted to Ye Chu and Sun Yuru, her attention lingering on Sun Yuru. "Oh, I see it's our school's son, the campus belle," she remarked, her tone feigning curiosity while probing for information. Having heard tales of Sun Yuru's lofty standards and her disdain for wealthy second-generation heirs, she presumed that her choice of partner must certainly be a member of some prestigious family. Ye Chu, who dared to strike Luo Sanpang and was intent on purchasing the heart of the forest, might indeed be someone significant. Instead of confronting him directly, she decided to test the waters first. Sun Yuru's eyes flashed with disdain as she coldly replied, "No comments, and we are not acquainted." The woman, named Xiaomei, was also a student at Jiangdu University, albeit several years senior to Sun Yuru. Their paths had never crossed until now. But jealousy had brewed when Sun Yuru eclipsed Xiaomei's status as the campus belle, leading to Xiaomei's relentless targeting of her. Lacking power or influence, Sun Yuru had refrained from leveraging her beauty, resulting in her suffering many setbacks. Consequently, she held no favorable impression of the woman before her. Xiaomei's eyes narrowed, a flicker of irritation crossing her features. Sun Yuru, when addressed as the campus belle, truly embodies an air of arrogance. Do not presume too much. You are merely a girl of no significant background. Do you think this is still a school where mindless admirers stand behind you? Xiaomei scoffed, informing you that in the outside world, everything is dictated by interests. Sun Yuru remained silent, her face cold. Xiaomei snorted disdainfully, her gaze shifting to Ye Chu. "Sir, the heart of the forest is of considerable value. Should you wish to view it, a verification of assets is required first." Ye Chu turned his attention to the young saleswoman. "Is that so?" The saleswoman hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. She dared not conceal information from clients holding the Jiangnan dragon card. Ye Chu's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he noted her assertion that there was no such regulation. Chapter 61. The Insignificant Black Tiger Society. Easily vanquished, Xiaomei shot an angry glare at the female sales assistant, who, as an employee of the jewelry store, had the audacity to speak on behalf of an outsider. Who is the store manager here, her or I? With a cold snort, Xiaomei's eyes glimmered with derision. What? Are you afraid to verify your wealth? Perhaps you are merely a pauper. Initially, she intended to probe the situation further, but then reconsidered, realizing she was being overly cautious. Let us not forget that this young man had already offended the Black Tiger Society. His safe exit from this place was uncertain. Moreover, with the backing of the powerful figure beside her, even if the other party had some connections, they would not dare to stir up trouble. Ye Chu wore a mocking expression. The Jiangnan Jewelry Company was a renowned enterprise in Jiangnan province, and yet here was a store manager who looked down on others. It seemed the owner of Jiangnan Jewelry must be blind. Xiaomei's face darkened, but instead of lashing out, she turned to the balding middle-aged man, feigning innocence. "Mr. Qian, this brat is bullying people. You must take a stand for us." Although the balding man was aware that the woman was deliberately acting coy, he was quite taken with this tactic. With a stern expression, he turned his gaze to Ye Chu. "You, young man, have some audacity to speak disrespectfully to someone from Jiangnan Jewelry." Ye Chu replied with a hint of gravity in his voice. "And you are who exactly?" The balding man, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "You aren't even worthy to know my identity." He waved his hand grandly. "Come, take this troublemaker away." Immediately, several security guards surrounded Ye Chu. Onlookers were left in shock. The balding man's arrogance rivaled that of Luo Sanpang. He casually accused someone without a shred of evidence. However, some in attendance were aware that the middle-aged man indeed had the clout to act this way. He was not only the general manager of Jiangnan Jewelry but also a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. His status was far superior to that of Luo Sanpang. Xiaomei's eyes flickered. With her keen intellect, she quickly discerned that the balding man was merely waiting to curry favor with the Black Tiger Society. Indeed, individuals of his stature would not miss any opportunity to forge connections. Ye Chu narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness passing through them. At that moment, a group of men stormed in with great intensity. Leading them was a short, fierce-looking middle-aged man, followed closely by others wearing equally menacing expressions, including Luo Sanpang. Clearly, these were the reinforcements he had summoned. Luo Sampang pointed at Ye Chu. Brother-in-law, that's the guy. The fierce, middle-aged man nodded and strode forward, the crowd instinctively parting to let him through. With cold eyes, he addressed Ye Chu. You, young man, are you the one who dared to provoke the Black Tiger Society? Ye Chu responded nonchalantly. Yes, it was I. What do you intend to do about it? The fierce, middle-aged man grinned, revealing a predatory smile. I am Ye Chu from the Black Tiger Society. You have the audacity to confront me outside. He refrained from acting within the store, clearly wary of the powerful backing of the jewelry establishment. Ye Chu sneered. Oh, this fat man previously glorified your society to the heavens, yet here you are, a coward. Why go outside? If you have the guts, do it right here. The crowd looked on, astonished. Ye Chu's audacity was remarkable. However, some speculated he must be frightened, as he had no reason to seek refuge inside. They understood why he had come to this place. Despite the ferocity of the Black Tiger Society, they would not dare offend Jiangnan Jewelry, given the latter's formidable connections. You think this is your refuge? Ye Chu's eyes glinted with malice. Do you truly believe hiding here renders you invulnerable? He then turned to the balding man politely. Mr. Qian, may I settle a personal matter here? I will compensate for any damages afterward. Qian Senheo chuckled. Ye Chu, you are too courteous. I intended to hand this young man over to you for disposal. And since you are here, I will leave it in your capable hands. Thank you, Mr. Qian, Ye Chu replied with a fist salute, then turned his icy gaze back to Ye Chu. He waved his hand to his men. Go, break this brat's limbs and take him back for proper treatment. Be cautious. Try not to damage anything. Instantly, several burly men advanced, fists raised to strike Ye Chu. Undeterred, Ye Chu scoffed and retaliated with a series of loud bangs. The burly men were sent flying, smashing into nearby display cases, scattering jewels across the floor. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The scattered gems and jade were worth millions. It turned out he was a martial artist. No wonder he dared to provoke the Black Tiger Society. Ye Chu's expression turned to surprise, then quickly to cold fury. Do not think that just because you're a mere body-refining martial artist, you can challenge the Black Tiger Society without consequence. He lunged forward, aiming a fierce punch at Ye Chu, his speed akin to lightning. As the hall master of the Black Tiger Society, his strength was formidable. Brother-in-law, finish this guy off. Luo Sampang exclaimed, excitement etched on his face. But in the next instant, his enthusiasm froze. Ye Chu effortlessly threw a punch, sending the formidable Ye Chu hurtling backward. The room fell silent, the shock palpable in the eyes of the onlookers. Ye Chu withdrew his fist, indifferently regarding Luo Sampang. Is this the so-called reinforcement you brought? Luo Sampang trembled, fear evident in his eyes. He knew his brother-in-law was a martial artist at the 8th level of body refinement, a top-tier fighter even within the Black Tiger Society. How could he be bested by this young man? What kind of strength did Ye Chu possess? Ye Chu turned his gaze back to the groaning Ye Chu, speaking coldly. You are far too weak. You cannot even withstand 1/10 of my strength. Send someone stronger from your Black Tiger Society. Ye Chu's eyes bulged in rage as he spat blood, collapsing to the ground, clearly overwhelmed by his fury. Brother-in-law. Luo Sampang rushed to his side. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed through the room. Everyone turned to see Qian Senheo clapping his hands, a look of keen interest on his face. Impressive, truly impressive. To defeat the hall master of the Black Tiger Society, with your talents, young friend, you will undoubtedly become a formidable figure in time. Qian Senheo began with admiration, but then his expression turned regretful. Alas, the Black Tiger Society is unlikely to allow you the opportunity to grow. In his view, although Ye Chu possessed talent, his youth and impetuosity blinded him to the need for restraint. Little did he know, the overzealous often face dire consequences. The Black Tiger Society was not to be trifled with. As a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, he understood far more than the average person. The Black Tiger Society was not only powerful in its own right but also had formidable backing. It was rumored to have been supported by a great force from Jinling to counter the White Wolf Society. The once dominant White Wolf Society once ruled Jiangdu, led by the ambitious young leader known as the White Wolf King, who aimed to expand into the provincial capital, Jinling. But at that moment, the Black Tiger Society emerged, quickly establishing a foothold in Jiangdu and standing toe-to-toe with the White Wolf Society. To this day, it had subtly gained the upper hand over the latter. Currently, the only local force in Jiangdu that could suppress the Black Tiger Society was the Long family. Ye Chu's gaze remained calm as he stared at Qian Senheo. The mere Black Tiger Society, I can extinguish with a flick of my hand. Though his tone was unassuming, the content carried the weight of a thunderous proclamation. Chapter 62. Show me. Qian Haosen was momentarily taken aback, But then a smirk of derision crossed his face. You are quite arrogant, young man. Yet, arrogance comes with a price, and one day you shall pay for your words. The onlookers shook their heads, deeming Ye Chu excessively presumptuous. Completely oblivious to the terror of the Black Tiger Society, Luo Sanpang cast a sinister glare at Ye Chu, beckoning a few injured men to support Wei Chi Xiong as they prepared to leave. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Stop right there. Luo Sanpang trembled slightly, turning to find Ye Chu coldly staring at him. What? What do you want? His voice quivered, genuinely fearing that Ye Chu might strike him. Ye Chu stepped forward, calmly stating, You frightened my friend earlier. Shouldn't you offer some form of mental compensation? Luo Sanpang, eager to escape, gritted his teeth and asked, How much do you want? Ye Chu held up 5 fingers. 500,000. That's a bit much, isn't it? I can give you 50,000 right away. Luo Sanpang felt a momentary relief, pulling out his phone to transfer the funds. However, Ye Chu's expression darkened. 50,000? Are you thinking of throwing coins at a beggar? I said 5 million. The crowd gasped. Ye Chu's demand was rather ruthless. After all, he had assaulted someone and was now demanding 5 million in compensation. Luo Sanpang's lips twitched in anger, struggling to contain his rage. Don't push your luck. Haven't you heard the saying, those who bully others will always be bullied? Ye Chu's expression remained indifferent. I am indeed bullying you. What can you do about it? Luo Sanpang opened his mouth but faltered. Indeed, what could he do? He couldn't fight back. Fine, I'll transfer it. He gritted his teeth, acknowledging that he had no choice but to concede for now. Ye Chu gestured to Sun Yuru, saying, Yuru, please provide your bank account number. Brother Ye, I'll just give it to you. Sun Yuru hurriedly declined. That won't do. The compensation must be transferred to you. With Ye Chu's firm stance, Sun Yuru reluctantly provided her account number. Upon receiving the notification of the deposit, she felt utterly dazed. Just moments ago, she was a struggling student, and now she possessed a fortune of millions. Leave. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. Luo Sanpang felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders and swiftly exited the scene. The crowd murmured in astonishment. The Black Tiger Society had arrived with a fierce demeanor, yet they departed in a state of humiliation. They just don't know when to quit. Qianhausen remarked with a mocking glint in his eyes, surveying the scattered emerald jewelry. You, young man, I have no interest in your affairs with the Black Tiger Society, but you must compensate for the damages caused here. Ye Chu glanced at the strewn jewels and replied coolly, These were destroyed by the people of the Black Tiger Society. Why should I be held responsible? Qianhausen crossed his arms defiantly. If I say you damaged them, then you did. Furthermore, you disrupted my normal business operations. I expect a compensation of 5 million. His gaze was condescending. Even though Ye Chu had defeated Wei Chi Xiong, he still regarded him with scorn. After all, backed by the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, why would he fear anyone? You're robbing me now? Ye Chu internally scoffed, his eyes growing cold and profound. What if I refuse to compensate? Young man, think wisely. My Jiangnan jewelry is not the Black Tiger Society. Qianhausen's eyes narrowed dangerously. Do not think that a few martial arts skills grant you the right to be arrogant. There are many in this world who are far stronger than you. In front of the Jiangnan jewelry, you are but an ant. The onlookers nodded discreetly. The Jiangnan jewelry had the backing of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, a true powerhouse that even the Black Tiger Society would not dare provoke. Many felt that Ye Chu's youthful arrogance would lead him to misfortune. An ant, Ye Chu chuckled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You are correct. In my presence, you are little more than an ant. The crowd gasped, their astonishment evident. This young man truly possessed audacity. Qianhausen's expression darkened further, his eyes glinting with cold fury. But before he could speak, Xiaomei interjected, Impudent fool. How dare you disrespect President Qian? Do you even know his identity? Without waiting for Ye Chu's response, she continued. President Qian is a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Disregarding him is tantamount to disregarding the chamber itself. With your meager abilities, you are nothing in the face of the chamber's might. Any significant figure could easily crush you. She lifted her chin, exuding an air of superiority, as if she were a high-ranking member of the chamber herself, wielding the power of life and death. Qianhausen nodded in satisfaction. This woman was quite astute, and he had not wasted his efforts in promoting her. Ye Chu, however, could hardly muster the energy to retort. Instead, he slammed the Jiangnan dragon card onto Xiaomei's face. You audacious brat, how dare you? Xiaomei began, but upon catching sight of the card, her body trembled in shock. Why you? Overwhelmed with astonishment, she struggled to articulate a complete sentence. Have you lost your mind? Qian Haosen snapped in irritation. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mei cautiously handed the Jiangnan dragon card to Qian Haosen. President Qian, he possesses a Jiangnan dragon card. Qian Haosen's pupils constricted as he swiftly took the card, examining it closely. Upon confirming its authenticity, he was profoundly astonished. Who exactly are you? How do you possess a Jiangnan dragon card? Ye Chu remained indifferent. You are not worthy to know my identity. Qian Haosen's expression shifted between anger and fear. Since his promotion to director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, few had spoken to him in such a manner. Although he was furious, he dared not show any discontent. The holder of a Jiangnan dragon card was not someone he could afford to offend. At that moment, he finally grasped why Ye Chu dared to act so brazenly. Was this young man a figure of significance from the provincial capital? His mind raced with uncertainty. He knew most of the prominent young men in the province and was certain that none had such a reputation. Indeed, the gentleman is correct. I was foolish to speak out of turn. Qian Haosen quickly composed himself, nodding earnestly while wearing an anxious expression. I apologize for my earlier disrespect. I failed to recognize your status. I hope you can forgive my ignorance and not hold it against me. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, Qian Haosen had been brimming with arrogance, yet now he had transformed into a sycophant. Who exactly was this young man to elicit such a drastic change in demeanor from a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Ye Chu smirked mockingly. So, you no longer require compensation? Qian Haosen hastily shook his head. You jest, sir. Those items were indeed damaged by the Black Tiger Society and have nothing to do with you. The crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips. Indeed, Qian Haosen was no ordinary person. His audacity was unparalleled, and few could rival his shamelessness. Ah, what an eye-opener. It seems the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is filled with capricious and despicable individuals, Ye Chu remarked, his eyes filled with derision. The previous Zhao Daji had been like this. And now Qian Haosen followed suit. He began to doubt the judgment of the chamber's leadership. Or perhaps, the leader himself was of the same ilk? Enduring public humiliation, Qian Haosen dared not utter a word of protest, instead wearing a fawning smile. Ye Chu, uninterested in engaging further, turned to the young sales representative. Please fetch the heart of the forest for me to inspect. The young woman, trembling with trepidation, did not hesitate and promptly complied. This time, no one dared to intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Haosen quickly pulled out his phone to check the card's details. He needed to ascertain the identity of this individual to determine how to proceed. If this person had connections to the upper echelons of the chamber, the situation could become severe. He had to find a way to mitigate the damage. Moments later, he discovered the card's details, and upon seeing the name of the cardholder, he was momentarily stunned. Li Jingxian, the first lady of the city and also the eldest daughter of the Jinling Li family, a truly significant figure. Did this individual have a connection with the city's first lady, or was the Jiangnan Lanka stolen by him? A whirlwind of doubt swirled within him. However, having learned from previous lessons, he dared not speak impulsively, considering that a prominent figure would soon arrive. He resolved to suppress his thoughts and continued to maintain a cordial demeanor by her side. Ye Chu accepted the heart of the forest presented by the female sales associate, delicately toying with it in her hands. It was undeniably exquisite, truly deserving of its title as the store's treasure. Yet, it seemed somewhat mismatched with Yun Bingwan's aura. The latter, with her flowing purple hair, exuded an air of nobility. Perhaps a piece of purple jade would complement her better. With this thought in mind, she turned to Sun Yuru and smiled. Yuru, come, try it on for me. Startled, Sun Yuru quickly waved her hands. Brother Yi, I cannot. It's far too precious. As she spoke, her heart raced like a frightened deer, her mind a flurry of confusion. Was Ye Chu truly being overly kind to her? Could it be, as her mother suggested, that his intentions were not pure? Yet upon reflection, she dismissed the notion as improbable. With 2 billion at his disposal, what woman could he not find? What's the significance of value? Put it on so I can see, Ye Chu insisted, fastening the delicate jade necklace around the young girl's neck. The stunning piece accentuated her fair and graceful neck, creating a striking visual. If she were to don an elegant gown, she would undoubtedly outshine the entire gathering. Chapter 63. A deceptive encounter indeed. It is truly exquisite, Ye Chu praised sincerely. The heart of the forest harmonized beautifully with Sun Yurua's grace. The onlookers nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with awe. Such an exquisite piece of jewelry paired with a remarkably beautiful young woman was nothing short of perfection. Sun Yurua, flattered by the compliments, shyly lowered her head. Xiao Mei's eyes flickered with envy. She wished fervently to swap identities with Sun Yurua. After all, the heart of the forest was worth over 200 million. If she could wear it around her neck, it would be worth any sacrifice. Dad, What are you doing? A sudden voice broke through. The crowd turned to see a young man approaching. Qianhausen was taken aback. Xin, what brings you here? You mentioned that a superb violet had arrived at the store. So I thought I'd come to take a look. The young man's words trailed off as his gaze was captivated by the striking Sun Yurua amidst the crowd. What a beautiful woman, he thought, unable to suppress his sudden infatuation. Just as he was about to approach her, he caught sight of Ye Chu turning around. And his expression froze. Ye Chu, recognizing the familiar voice, turned to see none other than Xin. Oh, isn't this young Master Qian? Long time no see. Upon encountering Ye Chu's teasing smile, Xin was reminded of their previous encounter, and his expression darkened at once. You wretched cur, what a small world it is. Since fate has brought us together today, I will ensure you do not escape unscathed. The thought of having to borrow money to pay off credit cards fueled his hatred towards Ye Chu. Qianhausen, puzzled, asked, Xin, do you know this gentleman? What gentleman? Xin scoffed. Dad, you've been deceived. He is merely a useless son-in-law. Qianhausen was bewildered. What is going on? Please clarify. Xin did not hold back, revealing Ye Chu's background. Illegitimate child, son-in-law. The crowd gasped in disbelief upon hearing these words. The audacious young man before them had such a disgraceful identity, it was utterly unexpected. Sun Yurua's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise as she learned about Ye Chu's family background for the first time, feeling a mix of incredulity and admiration. It was hard to believe that such a capable individual was an illegitimate child and a son-in-law. Qianhausen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had thought Ye Chu was of high status, only to discover this. He had treated him with utmost caution, akin to a sycophant. The thought ignited a fierce anger within him. What a useless son-in-law, daring to deceive me. Confess, where did you acquire this Jiangnan dragon card? Ye Chu chuckled, finding Qianhausen's volatility quite enlightening. And who do you think you are to demand answers from me? He retorted coldly. I see you are feeling guilty. Qianhausen sneered. Do you know that the Jiangnan dragon card is registered to real names? I've already checked, and this card does not belong to you. You are using someone else's card, which is a serious offense. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce will pursue this matter to the end. Ye Chu wore an expression of disdain. You represent the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce? Qianhausen smirked. You'll find out soon enough. He took out his phone, ready to call for assistance. At that moment, a voice rang out. What is going on? Why is there such a commotion? The crowd turned to see two graceful figures approaching. A wave of astonishment swept over them. The newcomers were two strikingly beautiful women, one of whom rivaled Sun Yurua in elegance. Qianhausen was startled and hurried to greet them. Miss Zhuge, I apologize for not welcoming you sooner due to some matters that delayed me. The visitors were Zhuge Jia and her secretary. She glanced at Ye Chu with curiosity. What has transpired here? Qianhausen, unable to conceal the truth, embellished the events as he recounted them. Miss Zhuge, it's that young man. Not only did he cause a ruckus in the store, but he also used someone else's Jiangnan dragon card. When discovered, he refused to admit it and showed no respect for our Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. I was just about to deal with him. Deal with him? Zhuge Jia said, her voice laced with amusement. Yes, Qianhausen nodded, feeling that her tone was somewhat off. Zhuge Jia ignored him and walked directly toward Ye Chu. Ah, Master Yi. It seems you are everywhere, she remarked with a smile. Ye Chu grinned back. This means we are destined to meet. Perhaps we can get to know each other better. Zhuge Jia's expression stiffened slightly, her thoughts racing. This impudent boy dares to flirt with me. Master Yi is jesting, she replied lightly, then shifted the topic. Master Yi, you certainly lavish gifts on your little girlfriend, a few billion at a time. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the heart of the forest adorning Sun Yurua's neck. Misunderstood, Sun Yurua's face flushed crimson, yet she remarkably refrained from explaining. Simultaneously, a hint of delight bubbled within her. Ye Chu chuckled. What is this? If Miss Zhuge is willing, I too can be quite generous. This audacious young man seemed to be getting carried away, and Zhuge Jia rolled her eyes inwardly. Master Yi, do not jest. You might make the young lady jealous. The two engaged in lively conversation, leaving the surrounding onlookers in stunned silence, especially those aware of Zhuge Jia's status. Qianhausen trembled, his face drained of color. What on earth had he done? His mind spun as he struggled to maintain his balance. Qianhausen quickly supported him, whispering, Dad, are you all right? Qianhausen's eyes were bloodshot. What do you think? At that moment, he wished he could obliterate this troublesome situation. He had already been humiliated. And yet he had been assured that Ye Chu was merely a useless son-in-law, someone to fear not. Now, it appeared that Ye Chu was acquainted with Zhuge Jia and had a close relationship with her. Offending her could only lead to dire consequences. Qianhausen trembled. too stunned to speak. He could never have imagined that Ye Chu, an illegitimate child and son-in-law, would be connected to someone of Zhuge Jia's caliber. Master Yi, please enlighten us. What happened? Zhuge Jia inquired after a few casual exchanges. Ye Chu recounted the events truthfully. Zhuge Jia's expression darkened as she regarded Qianhausen with a cold gaze. Truly, it is impressive how you, a director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, can so skillfully distort the truth. Chapter 64. The Violet Star. Qianhausen knelt with a thud, imploring, Miss Zhuge, I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me this time. I, from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, have no need for such fickle individuals as you, Zhuge Jia replied coldly. Given our past connections, I will compensate for the damaged jade. Beyond that, I shall not pursue the matter further. Leave at once. Miss Zhuge, Qianhausen's pallid face betrayed his desperation, but Zhuge Jia interrupted him icily. I do not wish to repeat myself. Qianhausen opened his mouth, but did not dare to speak further. After compensating for the losses, he exited with a look of utter dejection. Qianxian cast a reluctant glance at Ye Chu before following suit. And you may leave as well, Zhuge Jia said, turning her gaze to Xiaomei, who dared not utter a word and left in a shameful retreat. Once the matter was concluded, she turned to Ye Chu. Master Yi, are you satisfied with my handling of the situation? Thank you, Miss Zhuge, Ye Chu replied gratefully, then shifted the conversation. I have heard that a new exquisite violet has arrived at the store? Zhuge Jia glanced at the forest heart pendant adorning Sun Yurua's neck, her expression one of surprise. Is Master Yi dissatisfied with the forest heart? Miss Zhuge, you misunderstand, Ye Chu replied with a smile. I have a friend whose birthday is approaching, and I wish to purchase a gift for her. He did not reveal the truth, fabricating a lie instead. Zhuge Jia appeared enlightened and remarked meaningfully, Master Yi is truly generous to his friends, spending billions without hesitation. Ye Chu cleared his throat. Miss Zhuge, might I see it? Of course, Master Yi. It is no trouble, Zhuge Jia responded readily, instructing a young saleswoman, go fetch the violet star from the warehouse. The saleswoman, taken aback, could not conceal her excitement. It was a rare honor to be entrusted with such a task in front of so many people. Very well, she answered, hurrying off. The onlookers wore expressions of curiosity. Soon, the saleswoman returned, cradling an exquisitely crafted jewelry box. Open it for Master Yi to see, Zhuge Jia commanded. The saleswoman carefully opened the box, revealing a dazzling purple light. Inside was a pendant resembling a star, shimmering in violet, intricately carved with a purple dragon. The deep purple, combined with the majestic dragon motif, exuded both nobility and power. Coupled with a delicate golden chain, it was extraordinarily opulent. If the forest heart was splendidly beautiful, the violet star radiated regal might. And it was sculpted from the rarest, highest quality violet, placing it in a league of its own. At first glance, Ye Chu felt that the violet pendant perfectly suited Yun Bingwan. After their profound conversation that night, he realized that she possessed not only surface gentleness but also an inherent nobility and aloofness. With her suspected dragon lineage, the violet star was undoubtedly fitting for her. Is this not the exquisite violet that appeared at the recent Jinling auction? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, several industry insiders displayed expressions of shock. Just recently, an exorbitant jade pendant had fetched a staggering 10 billion at the Jinling auction. To think that such a jade pendant had now appeared in Jiangdu. Listening to the discussions around him, Ye Chu was equally astonished. A jade pendant could fetch such a price, rivaling the value of a pill he could craft with ease. Zhuge Jia smiled. What do you think of the violet star, Master Yi? Ye Chu nodded in satisfaction. It is splendid. I truly like it. Zhuge Jia's lips curled into a smile. Master Yi has misunderstood. The violet star is not for sale. Then why bring it out? Ye Chu internally scoffed, but smiled as he replied, everything has its price. It is merely a matter of whether the offer is sufficient. Miss Zhuge, please present a price. I have taken a liking to the violet star. Zhuge Jia wore a troubled expression. Please do not put me in a difficult position, Master Yi. The violet star is truly not for sale. It was specially sent by my family for me to use as a gift. Ye Chu felt skeptical, suspecting she was trying to drive up the price. I heard that Miss Zhuge's family owns a distillery? He inquired suddenly. Zhuge Jia paused, puzzled by his sudden question. The Zhuge family was a prominent clan in Jinling, with substantial power across various industries, primarily in the liquor business. Their renowned Jiangnan Daikyu was produced by them. While brewing liquor is lucrative, competition is fierce. The Zhuge family had been attempting to pivot into other ventures in recent years without much success. Zhuge Jia had come to Jiangdu not only to compete with Huangfu Sherwei but also to explore new opportunities. According to family rules, whoever achieves great success in a new field would become the family heir. Curiosity piqued, She asked, "May I ask why Master Yi inquires about this?" Ye Chu did not answer directly, but countered, "Could we speak privately?" Zhuge Jia nodded. "Of course, please follow me." They ascended to an office on the upper floor, where Zhuge Jia asked, "Master Yi, feel free to speak your mind." Ye Chu smiled. "I have a liquor that could elevate Miss Zhuge's distillery to become the foremost in the Dragon Kingdom." Zhuge Jia's expression shifted, her amusement fading as she shook her head with a smile. "Master Yi, you jest. Do you know how fierce the competition is in the liquor industry of the Dragon Kingdom? If it weren't for your standing, I would have already mocked you. To claim to be the best in the Dragon Kingdom is quite a bold assertion. Even Mount I would hesitate to say such a thing, as they are worth tens of trillions." Unfazed by the skepticism, Ye Chu smiled back. "Do I appear to be one who jokes, Miss Zhuge?" Zhuge Jia was taken aback, realizing he was serious. "Master Yi, are you truly speaking earnestly?" "Indeed," Ye Chu affirmed. "If I can make your family's distillery the best in the Dragon Kingdom, could we negotiate for the Violet Star Pendant?" "Of course," Zhuge Jia replied with a smile, "but that is contingent upon your ability to deliver." Ye Chu grinned confidently. "The liquor I mentioned is a medicinal brew, infused with 100 different herbs in a special ratio, known as the 100-herb liquor. This type of liquor is not only good for health but can also treat minor ailments such as rheumatism, arthritis, and back pain." At this revelation, the women present exhibited astonishment. This was no mere health tonic, it was akin to a divine remedy. While ailments like rheumatism and back pain are not life-threatening, they can be profoundly debilitating. If the 100-herb liquor truly possesses such properties, it would undoubtedly sell like wildfire. Zhuge Jia inhaled deeply, her voice serious. "Master Yi, if this 100-herb liquor is indeed as miraculous as you claim, my family might truly become the leading distillery in the Dragon Kingdom." She paused briefly before expressing her skepticism, "But this is a significant matter. How do you intend to prove it?" Chapter 65, The Imaginative Zhuge Jia. Miss Zhuge, I am capable of refining even the minor true essence pill. This mere 100 herbs wine is hardly a challenge, Ye Chu declared with unwavering confidence. Moreover, I have no reason to deceive you. Zhuge Jia nodded slightly at his words. It was true, although the 100 herbs wine sounded extraordinary, it paled in comparison to the minor true essence pill, a treasure capable of propelling one beyond the master level. The mere thought that it could indeed be true filled her with excitement. But wait, why would he offer me such a precious item? Suddenly, Zhuge Jia felt a twinge of caution. The 100 herbs wine was akin to a treasure trove. Ye Chu could very well keep it for himself. Why would he choose to give it to her? She was not convinced by his claim of trading it for the ZY star. The value of a piece of jade could not possibly compare to that of the 100 herbs wine. No, this young man must have ulterior motives. With this thought lingering in her mind, her vigilance heightened, though she maintained a facade of composure. I certainly trust Master Yi, however. The value of the 100 herbs wine is exorbitant, far exceeding that of a mere piece of jade. Is it not too much of a loss for you to simply give it to me? Her tone was somewhat coy, but her true intention was to probe further. This girl is quite astute, Ye Chu mused, amused by her suspicion. Initially, he had intended to gift her the wine outright, but it seemed that would not suffice. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Miss Zhuge, to be frank, I am actually hoping to collaborate with you. As expected, Zhuge Jia's heart raced with realization. And how do you envision this collaboration, Master Yi? She inquired with a smile. Simply put, I shall provide the formula for the wine, and you will handle its brewing and sales. She pressed on, and how shall we divide the profits? Although their interaction had been brief, Ye Chu could already discern Zhuge Jia's inherently suspicious nature. If he asked for too little, she would undoubtedly become wary. Thus, after a moment's thought, he proposed 40-60. What do you think, Miss Zhuge? As Ye Chu's earnest gaze bore into her, Zhuge Jia's alarm bells rang. No, this young man is not one to suffer losses. He is certainly testing me. She pondered, her brow furrowing slightly. Noticing her troubled expression, Ye Chu quickly adjusted his offer. How about 30-70? Zhuge Jia's brow relaxed immediately, and with a smile, she extended her hand. Very well, as you say, you shall have 70, and I 30. Let us collaborate harmoniously. Ye Chu opened his mouth, momentarily taken aback. Was this truly her understanding? Collaborate harmoniously. They shook hands, and Ye Chu silently reflected that at times, being overly clever could be a disadvantage. His intention had been for him to take 30 and her 70, given that he was merely providing the formula without any further involvement. Initially, he had planned to bequeath the formula to her, for his true aim was not profit, but rather Zhuge Jia herself. Had she known his genuine intentions, she might have been incensed. Ye Chu procured paper and pen, meticulously documenting the recipe and proportions for the 100 herbs wine, which he presented to Zhuge Jia. Miss Zhuge, Here's the formula. Please find someone to brew a sample and assess its efficacy. Should you find it satisfactory, we may proceed with subsequent endeavors. Zhuge Jia was taken aback. Without a contract signed, Ye Chu had so readily handed over the formula? This gesture of trust was profoundly moving. Yet, recalling Ye Chu's character, she felt her wariness return. No, this young man is undoubtedly still testing me. The formula is likely incomplete. The more she contemplated, the more plausible this seemed. While she admired him, she remained ever cautious. Collaborating with someone so shrewd required constant vigilance. Otherwise, she might find herself ensnared in his schemes without realizing it. Master Yi. Rest assured, I shall attend to this promptly and notify you as soon as I have news, Zhuge Jia said with a smile. Instructing her secretary to prepare the ZY star for Ye Chu, and to wrap the heart of the forest as well. Ye Chu called over the secretary. Preparing to remove the heart of the forest from Sun Yurua's neck. Wearing such a valuable item was overly ostentatious. Brother Yi, the heart of the forest is far too precious. I would rather not take it. Sun Yurua reiterated her refusal. Do not concern yourself. Consider it a small gift. Ye Chu reassured her. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the heart of the forest. Under the illumination, he distinctly noticed that its radiance was not as vibrant as before. Brother Yi, what is the matter? Sun Yurua asked, her expression turning anxious as she hurriedly examined the jade pendant, fearing it might be damaged. Ye Chu ignored her for a moment, intently studying the item, and soon realized his observations were correct. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He swiftly grasped Sun Yurua's wrist, channeling his energy within to inspect her condition. Sun Yurua was startled, her face flushing crimson, wanting to withdraw her hand, yet hesitating under Ye Chu's solemn expression. After a brief moment, Ye Chu released her, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. You possess the true martial spirit. To his astonishment, Sun Yurua was a rare, true martial spirit, a physique rivaling the true phoenix body in strength. Not only was she innately suited for martial cultivation, but her body also autonomously absorbed the spiritual energy from the world. The diminished brilliance of the heart of the forest was merely due to her body having absorbed some of its spiritual essence. High-quality jade contains a degree of spiritual energy, which explains why such stones can nurture a person. Previously, during the nightclub incident, Ye Chu had been too anxious to save a life to thoroughly assess Sun Yurua's physique, primarily believing he could not be so fortunate as to encounter such exceptional traits. Yet, outcomes often defy expectations. Seeing the fluctuations in Ye Chu's expression, Sun Yurua grew increasingly anxious. Brother Yi, is something wrong? It is nothing, he replied, shaking his head. Yurua, you should continue wearing it. There is no need to remove it. Sun Yurua hastily shook her head, insisting on removing the heart of the forest. Such a valuable item, if damaged, would surely torment her heart. Ye Chu refrained from pressing the issue and turned to Zhuge Jia. Miss Zhuge, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhuge Jia did not press him to stay. Her mind was solely focused on researching the 100 Herbs wine. After descending the stairs, Ye Chu selected several $1,000,000 jade ornaments, intending to gift them to Sun Xiuying. Originally, he had merely harbored some fondness for Sun Yurua, without any intention of pursuing her, preferring to let things unfold naturally. However, circumstances had changed. He now felt compelled to win her affections. Before doing so, he first needed to secure Sun Xiuying's approval. Upon exiting the jewelry store, Ye Chu noticed that the evening was drawing near and contemplated finding a place to dine. Just then, Sun Yurua received a call from Sun Xiuying, who scolded her fiercely and demanded she return home immediately. Ye Chu frowned. Yurua, what happened? Sun Yurua, visibly furious, replied. It's that scoundrel with the surname one. It turned out that after when Xiaoshan had seen Luo Sanpang and the others leave in disgrace, he sensed trouble and followed suit. Frustrated by his own incapacitated leg, he called the introducer to voice his grievances. Claiming that Sun Yurua had a boyfriend, yet still participated in a matchmaking event, exhibiting a complete lack of decorum. The introducer relayed this information to Sun Xiuying, who promptly deduced that Ye Chu was involved and immediately contacted Sun Yurua, leading to their earlier exchange. Do not worry, let's go together, Ye Chu said with a reassuring smile. Sun Yurua hesitated. But my mother. Fear not. With a little understanding and courtesy, I believe Andy will come to understand. Ye Chu responded, his smile radiating confidence. Chapter 66. By what right do you condemn me? Ye Chu initially intended to have dinner before escorting Sun Yuru back. But upon receiving a call from Sun Xiuying, he felt it was inappropriate to delay. The two hailed a cab and headed straight to the noodle shop near Sun Yuru's home. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Sun Xiuying sighed, lamenting. This troublesome girl is anything but reassuring. She resolved to make it clear to her daughter that she should keep her distance from that man named Ye. Ye Chu was already married, and she did not want her carefully nurtured daughter to become a mistress. As she pondered, a BMW approached in the distance. Stopping in front of the noodle shop, several ruffians adorned with tattoos emerged, led by a lean man with a buzz cut and glasses. Sun Xiuying's expression darkened instantly. The bespectacled man approached with a jovial demeanor. "Madam, have you considered my proposal from last time?" Sun Xiuying's face turned pale as she forced a smile. "Brother, my daughter already has a boyfriend." Since the disappearance of that so-called military brother, this man, known in the underworld as Glasses, had appeared, claiming he wanted Sun Yuru to be his girlfriend. In a bid to fend off Ye Chu and placate this new suitor, Sun Xiuying hurriedly arranged blind dates for her daughter. "Madam, it's simple. Just have your daughter break up with him," one of the lackeys chuckled. "What boyfriend can compare to our Glasses?" He pointed proudly at a pile of extravagant gifts worth over 100,000. "Who else would be so generous? Your daughter would be lucky to be with Glasses." As the ruffians continued to unload their gifts into the shop, Sun Xiuying felt a surge of anxiety. She wanted to intervene, but lacked the courage, managing only a strained smile. But Yuru really has a boyfriend. Please, let us be. Madam, don't be ungrateful. It's an honor for your daughter to be chosen by Glasses. If you keep resisting, we won't be so polite," one hot-headed lackey retorted, their demeanor anything but gentle. After all, they rarely showed such restraint. "Aw dog, be quiet. This is my future mother-in-law. Show some respect," the bespectacled man chided softly. The lackey named Aw dog immediately fell silent. The commotion soon attracted the attention of nearby shopkeepers, who shook their heads in disapproval. Sometimes, having a daughter too beautiful could be a curse, drawing unwanted attention. After silencing his subordinate, the bespectacled man turned to Sun Xiuying with a smile. "Mother-in-law, I've brought gifts. Where's your daughter? Let her come out for a chat, get to know each other, and then we can arrange a suitable date." Sun Xiuying's face flushed with embarrassment, anger flickering in her eyes. "My daughter already has a boyfriend. Please leave now, or I will call the police." The man's expression darkened. "Mother-in-law, we will soon be family. Such threats are unnecessary." Several lackeys closed in menacingly, one of them scoffing. "Madam, you've accepted the gifts. It's pointless to say otherwise." You. Sun Xiuying's chest heaved with indignation. Though these men were not as aggressive as the previous gang, their shamelessness was equally repulsive. The bespectacled man, now visibly impatient, urged, "Madam, call your daughter out quickly. I have other matters to attend to." "My daughter will not return today," Sun Xiuying replied expressionlessly, hoping fervently that Sun Yuru would be delayed. "Then call her at once." One lackey sneered, "Hurry, no tricks." Sun Xiuying remained stoic, resolute in her determination. She would never push her daughter into the fire. "Glasses, I think we should teach this woman a lesson," the ruffians muttered, seemingly preparing for a confrontation. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. "Who do you intend to teach a lesson?" The group turned to see Sun Yuru and Ye Chu approaching. "Glasses, it's your sister-in-law." The lackey's eyes lit up, and the bespectacled man nodded, his gaze hungrily assessing Sun Yuru. Sun Yuru rushed to her mother, concerned. "Mom, are you all right? Who are these people?" "Sister-in-law. Don't be afraid. We're on your side," one of the ruffians chuckled. "Glasses has taken a liking to you and wants to marry you. He has brought gifts to introduce himself." He gestured to the lavish assortment of presents. "See? Quite sincere. I sent it." His confidence was not unfounded. A first meeting gift worth over 100,000 was no small matter. "Stop calling me that. Who are you to claim me as your sister-in-law?" Sun Yuru fumed, hurling the gifts outside. "Take your things and leave. We have no interest." This act infuriated the ruffians. "Girl, you're asking for trouble," one shouted, his expression menacing. Before he could act, a large hand seized him by the collar. "Who the hell are you? Let go." The ruffian roared in anger, with a flick of his wrist. Ye Chu tossed the thug aside, sending him crashing onto the street. "You're courting death." The remaining ruffians charged at Ye Chu, who swiftly dispatched them, leaving only the bespectacled man. Ye Chu strode toward him, who glowered in return. "No matter who you are, meddling in my affairs will cost you." A sharp slap interrupted him, stars exploding in his vision. "You dare," he stammered, his face contorting as he swung a fist at Ye Chu. But before he could land a blow, Ye Chu grasped his wrist. The sound of cracking bones. Sun Yuru rolled her eyes. "What do you know? The exquisite jade jewelry gifted by Brother Yi is worth several million." Chapter 67. The Wrath of the Black Tiger Society. Sun Xiuying's hand trembled, nearly losing her grip. The bespectacled man looked utterly astonished, promptly silencing himself, casting a resentful glare at Ye Chu before stumbling away. "Brother Yi, please come in and sit," Sun Yuru called out. Ye Chu smiled and nodded, entering the shop. Sun Xiuying regained her composure, feeling the weight of the item in her hand as if it were 1,000 pounds. Tens of millions, Ye Chu had gifted her such an extravagant item. For a moment, she began to doubt whether she had overthought the situation. If Ye Chu merely intended to support Sun Yuru, there would be no need for such lavish expenditure. However, if that were not the case, then it was even more unnecessary. Confounded, she decided to cease her contemplation and turned to enter the shop. The onlookers displayed expressions of envy. At that moment, they all felt that having a beautiful daughter was truly a blessing. Sometimes, it could genuinely lead to securing a golden son-in-law. Young man, I cannot thank you enough. You have helped us once again. Sun Shouying expressed her heartfelt gratitude. After the earlier incident, she realized she had likely misjudged Ye Chu. While it was possible that the previous events were orchestrated by him, this time it was entirely unwarranted. After all, Ye Chu had already captured Sun Yuru's heart, making any further actions redundant. Ye Chu waved his hand with a grin. Auntie, you are too polite. It is merely a trivial matter. While Sun Shouying was pleased, she could not help but sigh inwardly, pondering how wonderful it would be if Ye Chu were not married. A son-in-law of such caliber was indeed hard to find. Young man, have you eaten? If not, Annie will prepare something for you. Ye Chu shook his head. Not yet. Wait here. I will go make something for you, Sun Shouying said, swiftly heading to the kitchen. Meanwhile, after the departure of the bespectacled man and his companions, resentment simmered within him. Brother Glasses. That brat is too arrogant. This matter cannot simply be left unresolved. One of his lackeys gritted his teeth. Of course, it cannot be overlooked. The bespectacled man replied with a dark expression. Let us find Brother Leopard. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a KTV. Ascending to the top-floor office where a group of imposing men awaited them. Among them were familiar faces, those who had recently been beaten by Ye Chu, including Wei Xiong. Seeing the injured men, someone exclaimed in surprise, Glasses, weren't you supposed to meet your girlfriend? How did you end up like this? The bespectacled man lamented to the burly leader. Brother Leopard, you must seek justice for us. The towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and clad in a black tank top with fierce leopard head tattoos on either shoulder, exuded an intimidating aura. His name was Chen Zibao, known on the streets as Brother Leopard, the most formidable hall master of the Black Tiger Society. Without reservation, the bespectacled man recounted the events. That brat is incredibly arrogant. Not only did he beat up my lackey, but he also threatened to annihilate our Black Tiger Society. Brother Leopard, you must teach him a lesson so he knows we are not to be trifled with. Before Chen Zibao could speak, Luo Samping eagerly interjected. Is the brat you mentioned a young man around 20, accompanied by a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses? The bespectacled man nodded. Yes, that's them. Brother Luo. Do you know them? Luo Sanpong's breathing quickened, his face twitching with anger. Of course I know them. The injuries I bear are a result of that brat's actions, he said through gritted teeth. The emotional turmoil aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Wei Xiong turned to Chen Zibao. Brother Leopard, the brat who troubled the bespectacled man is the same one who injured me not long ago. Chen Zibao's gaze hardened, an icy glint in his eyes. So it is that brat again. He dares to provoke our Black Tiger Society repeatedly, believing us to be soft targets? Suddenly, he stood up, emanating a chilling aura. Not long ago, when Wei Xiong and his group returned injured, Chen Zibao was furious upon learning the cause. Had it not been for the impending confrontation with the White Wolf Society that night, he would have already sought revenge. That brat is truly audacious, daring to continuously harm members of our Black Tiger Society. He must pay the price, otherwise he will think we are easy to bully. A lean man with a cold demeanor remarked, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. His name was Ming Xiaodao, another hall master of the Black Tiger Society, renowned for his exceptional throwing knife skills. Brother Knife is right, that brat must suffer the consequences. Brother Leopard, do not hesitate. Let us deal with him first. And we can then take care of the White Wolf Society. The group of lackeys rallied, their spirits ignited. Since the establishment of the Black Tiger Society, no one had dared to provoke them so audaciously. Chen Zibao raised his hand to calm the crowd, then spoke in a deep voice, since that brat seeks death, we shall oblige him. Luo Sanpong's face lit up with excitement. Finally, we can seek revenge. Come, let us go meet that brat, Chen Zibao commanded, gesturing for his lackeys to follow him as they left the KTV with an imposing presence. Just as they were about to take action, the White Wolf Society received news of their movements. Inside a nightclub, the 4 hall masters of the White Wolf Society convened. In addition to the bald-headedly and the scarred chin from the previous auction, there were also a man and a woman. The man, nearing 40, had dark skin and a fierce glint in his eyes, while the woman, clad in leather, possessed a curvaceous figure, but her narrow eyes gleamed with a chilling glare. Damn it, That rabble from the Black Tiger Society is too arrogant. They intend to wipe us out entirely, the bald-headedly fumed. The dark-skinned man wore a grave expression. I hear that this time, Chen Zibao is personally leading the charge. We may not withstand their assault. The woman scoffed. What is there to fear? If it comes to it, we will fight them to the death. Even if we perish, we will take a piece of flesh from those dogs. Li sighed. If it weren't for those thugs snatching Chen's opportunity, it would not have escalated to this point. The other three exchanged glances, their expressions souring. Scarred Chen's eyes blazed with hatred, recalling the recent events. Not long ago, he had acquired a small true essence pill at an underground auction, intending to break through immediately. However, the news leaked, and he was ambushed by the Black Tiger Society, suffering severe injuries and losing the pill. Shortly after, the Black Tiger Society gained a new master. Their vice president, having targeted the White Wolf Society, aimed to eradicate them. Fortunately, the leader of the White Wolf Society was exceptionally strong and managed to fend off the attackers, resulting in mutual casualties. Had the leader of the Black Tiger Society not been on business in the provincial capital, the White Wolf Society would have likely faced annihilation. Following their failed attempt to capture the leader, the Black Tiger Society deployed a large force to annex the territory of the White Wolf Society. In recent days, the White Wolf Society had already lost considerable ground. Today, the Black Tiger Society gathered several hallmasters, preparing to seize all the territory of the White Wolf Society before launching an assault on their headquarters. Scarred Chen's voice was frigid. Sister Rose is right. Even in death, we must take a piece from those thugs. His overwhelming emotions flared, aggravating his wounds, causing him to cough incessantly. Brother Scar, are you all right? The others looked on with concern. I am not dead yet. Scarred Chen waved them off, instructing everyone to prepare. Tonight, either those thugs from the Black Tiger Society die, or we do. We need not necessarily engage the Black Tiger Society head-on, bald-headedly interjected suddenly. Seeing the others turn towards him, he elaborated. Perhaps we could call Miss Yun. Chapter 68. The predicament of the White Wolf Society. The three exchanged solemn glances, and Scarface Chen immediately shook his head. No way, seeking that woman is akin to walking into a tiger's den. Both rose, and the others nodded in agreement. Not long ago, Yin Bingwan had extended an olive branch, offering protection from the Black Tiger Society if they were to join her ranks. Initially, the White Wolf Society had dismissed her proposal, but they soon recognized her formidable capabilities. However, they were unwilling to submit to another leader. Yun Bingwan had not pressed the issue, merely stating that they could contact her if they reconsidered. Scarface Chen's words rang true. That woman was no simple adversary, and aligning themselves with her would be tantamount to inviting disaster. Rose concurred, adding that the vice president's loyalty was solely to the president, leaving no room for anyone else to take the lead. With a gentle sigh, she lamented the absence of their president, pondering how different their situation might have been had he still been with them. Mentioning the president brought forth a collective sigh from the group. The president of the White Wolf Society, known on the streets as the White Wolf King, was an extraordinary figure who once dominated the Jiangdu territory and was preparing to expand into the provincial capital. However, he mysteriously vanished at a critical juncture, and traitors emerged within the society, founding the rival Black Tiger Society and gradually gaining the upper hand in their territorial disputes. Were it not for the vice president's relentless efforts, the White Wolf Society would have long since perished. The previous collaboration with the Sima family had been a gamble that ended in failure due to Ye Chu's unexpected intervention. They were fortunate that the Huangfu family did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, the White Wolf Society would have crumbled under the pressure. Enough of this melancholy, Scarface Chen interjected, waving his hand. Instead of wallowing in despair, we should prepare for the imminent battle. The others nodded in agreement, although Baldly opened his mouth, hesitating to voice his thoughts. At that moment, a subordinate burst in. Bosses, it seems the Black Tiger Society's target isn't us. Scarface Chen frowned. What do you mean? The subordinate quickly relayed the situation, revealing that the Black Tiger Society was headed towards a small noodle shop. The group's expressions turned to confusion. Baldly's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Is that noodle shop located on East Street? The subordinate nodded eagerly, confirming his suspicion. We're saved, Baldly declared. The others looked on in bewilderment, and Rose could not contain her curiosity, asking, Baldly, what's going on? Come, I'll explain as we go, he beckoned, striding towards the exit, with the others hastily following. Inside the noodle shop, Sun Xiaoying had prepared a sumptuous feast. Throughout the meal, she eagerly served Ye Chu, her hospitality overflowing. Just moments ago, she had learned of the events on Jewelry Street, and though fear gripped her heart, her gratitude for Ye Chu deepened. She was also aware of Ye Chu's extravagant gift of over 200 million in jade necklaces for Sun Yuru, leaving her astounded and touched. In all her years, no one had ever treated her and her son with such kindness. Her affection for Ye Chu grew stronger, even contemplating encouraging Sun Yuru to divorce him. Thankfully, her conscience prevailed, and she dismissed the thought. As the trio enjoyed their meal, the roar of engines erupted outside. Curiosity piqued. They glanced out to see several vehicles parked in front, from which a throng of aggressive individuals emerged. Sun Xiaoying's face turned pale at the sight, while Sun Yuru remained somewhat composed, having faced similar situations before. Ye Chu's expression darkened. "Auntie, Yuru, please continue eating. I must handle this," he stated before striding outside. Sun Xiaoying, filled with concern, urged, "Yuru, call the police. Xiaochu cannot face them alone." Although she recognized Ye Chu's prowess, the sheer number of assailants was daunting. Sun Yuru shook her head confidently. "No need to rush. Let us observe first." For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable faith in Ye Chu. Upon stepping outside, Ye Chu spotted Luo Sampang and a few others amidst the crowd, his eyes narrowing. "You again? Are you the one who has persistently provoked the Black Tiger Society?" Ming Xiaodao's gaze was icy as he toyed with a knife in his hand, clearly ready for a confrontation. The commotion drew the attention of nearby shop owners and patrons, leading some to shake their heads in dismay. Indeed, raising a beautiful daughter often brought trouble. A short distance away, in a black van, Scarface Chin and his companions observed the noodle shop from behind tinted windows. Rose furrowed her brow. "Is that young man really as formidable as you claim?" Baldly? The dark-skinned man beside her shook his head slightly. "He looks to be in his 20s. How powerful could he possibly be?" Baldly, "Are you jesting with us?" Scarface Chin remained pensive, feeling an uncanny familiarity with Ye Chu, as if he had encountered him before. "You two know nothing," Baldly retorted, his gaze intense. "Though he appears young, he is a legitimate master." He had only disclosed this information privately to the vice president, leaving the other two unaware. Just as they were about to argue, the scene outside caused their jaws to drop. Ye Chu, without hesitation, darted forward, delivering a lightning-fast slap that sent Ming Xiaodao sprawling. Upon hitting the ground, he sprayed blood, his body twitching before falling still. In a single strike, Ye Chu had incapacitated a Black Tiger Society hall master, demonstrating a terrifying level of strength. Outside the noodle shop, silence fell. The once aggressive members of the Black Tiger Society changed their expressions, disbelief washing over them. Although Ming Xiaodao ranked at the bottom among hall masters, he was still a formidable fighter at the 7th stage of body refinement. Yet he could not withstand even one blow. Qin Zibo suppressed his shock, a grin forming on his face. "Not bad, young man. I'll give you a chance. How about joining the Black Tiger Society? If you agree, I can overlook what happened earlier." He recognized the potential in Ye Chu, given time. He could become a master. Luo Sanpong's expression shifted as he opened his mouth to speak, but fear of inciting Qin Zibao's wrath silenced him. Ye Chu's gaze was cold. "The Black Tiger Society is beneath my notice." Having been provoked repeatedly, he was now genuinely enraged. "You insolent fool!" Luo Sampang shouted. "Brother Leopard offers you an opportunity, yet you squander it. It seems you are courting death. Brothers, let us take him down and teach him the might of the Black Tiger Society." The subordinates looked to Qin Zibao for guidance, and upon seeing his dark expression, they understood what was expected of them. Armed with weapons, they charged at Ye Chu. "Foolish idiots! Do you think a mere grasp of martial arts will allow you to act without consequence?" Luo Sampang scoffed, convinced that Ye Chu was doomed. He believed these men, elite fighters of the Black Tiger Society wielding weapons, would easily overpower him. "Yuru, are you truly untroubled?" Sun Xiaoying asked, her face etched with worry. Sun Yuru clenched her fists, her palms slick with sweat, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the unfolding scene. Ye Chu's eyes turned frosty as he charged forward. His powerful fist struck with precision, sending assailants flying with each blow. He moved with the agility of a monkey, effortlessly evading their attacks. The sounds of combat and screams echoed through the air. In mere minutes, dozens of subordinates lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. Ye Chu, on the other hand, remained unscathed. Chapter 69. Can you withstand a blow from 20 years of skill? Gasped. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the young man in the center of the chaos. "Ye Gu is incredible!" Sun Yuru exclaimed, her hands covering her mouth in surprise. Sun Xiaoying sighed in relief. Meanwhile, in the van, Scarface Chin and his companions were equally stunned, with only Bald Li maintaining a calm demeanor. "What is this? The formidable figure across from me can even catch bullets." The expressions of Qin Zibao and his companions grew grave. Ye Chu's prowess surpassed their wildest imaginations. Ye Chu cast a glance at the groaning thugs scattered on the ground and spoke calmly. I've long asserted that you are merely a bunch of insignificant rabble. Youngster, do not be so arrogant, a gaunt old man chastised as he strode forward, adopting a stance. His arms spread wide, and one leg bent at the knee, resembling a white crane taking flight. The members of the Black Tiger Club's eyes brightened. The old man was known as the White Crane Elder, one of the hall masters of the Black Tiger Club, yet his strength far exceeded that of Ming Xiaodao, being a formidable warrior at the 9th stage of body refinement. His mastery of the White Crane Fist was exquisite, his might only slightly inferior to Chen Zibao's. Youngster, prepare yourself, the White Crane Elder shouted. Launching himself forward like a soaring crane, his withered hand aimed directly at Ye Chu's throat with lethal intent. Ye Chu countered with the eagle claw technique he had learned previously, his fingers transforming into claws as he struck fiercely. The collision of their attacks resulted in blood splattering. The old man's withered palm was instantly lacerated, and the terrifying force sent him staggering backward, seizing the advantage. Ye Chu thrust out his claw as if an eagle were swooping down, striking the elder's chest. A tearing sound echoed as the old man's clothing was shredded, leaving 5 bloody marks on his chest. He was sent crashing to the ground, spitting blood, his countenance rapidly waning. What a powerful eagle claw technique! Are you perhaps from the eagle claw sect? The elder gasped in horror, while the others looked on in shock. The 9th stage body refinement expert, the White Crane Elder, was no match for Ye Chu. What level of strength did his opponent possess? A half-step master, or perhaps a true master? As this possibility dawned on them, Chen Zibao and his companions felt a jolt of disbelief. A master so young was unheard of. Ye Chu paid no heed to the elder, his gaze shifting to Chen Zibao and his companions. Is this all the Black Tiger Club has to offer? His calm words dripped with disdain. Brother Leopard, let's all attack together. Surely we can subdue this brat. One of the hall masters bellowed. Wei Chi Xiong hesitated. This fellow seems rather uncanny. Perhaps we should retreat? What are you afraid of? We attack together. How can we be outmatched by a mere boy? Chen Zibao retorted, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. He did not fear Ye Chu's formidable display of strength. He had already reached the pinnacle of body refinement and honed his external martial arts to a remarkable degree. Even against a master, he believed he could hold his own. Ye Chu's youth led him to dismiss the notion that he could be a master, at most, a half-step master. Moreover, they had the advantage of 3 against 1. Kill, he roared, charging forward, his robust form exuding an overwhelming presence akin to an enraged bull. The other 2 joined in unison. What shameless scoundrels, ganging up on the few. Rosa exclaimed from inside the van, her face a mask of indignation. The dark-skinned man inquired, Scarface, should we go down and assist? He feared that Ye Chu might not be a match for them. They could not allow Chen Zibao and his cohorts to win, lest it spell doom for the White Wolf Club. Before Scarface could respond, baldly interjected, Old Guan, calm down, you underestimate him far too much. Chen Zibao and his ilk are nothing more than insignificant pests in his eyes. The 3 exchanged astonished glances, and Rosa frowned. Baldy, are you overly confident? Could it be that this boy is truly a master? Baldy rolled his eyes. For heaven's sake, do you think I'm jesting? Rosa opened her mouth to retort but was interrupted by the sounds of anguished cries from outside. Upon peering out, they saw the battle already in full swing. To say it was a battle would be misleading. It was more accurately a one-sided slaughter. Ye Chu easily evaded Chen Zibao's attacks, delivering an elbow strike that sent Wei Chi Xiong, who attempted a side assault, flying while spewing blood. He followed up with a swift kick that sent another attacker sprawling, then deftly dodged another strike from Chen Zibao. Finally, he unleashed a punch aimed at Chen Zibao's lower abdomen. However, due to Chen's considerable weight, he only staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. Chen Zibao laughed boisterously. Boy, I practice external martial arts. My body refinement is unmatched. What can you do to me? The others brightened at this proclamation. Haha, this brat is no match for Brother Leopard's indomitable physique. Chen Zibao, emboldened by his belief in his strength, lunged at Ye Chu once more, declaring, Boy, catch this. His massive fist, larger than a sandbag, crashed down with the force of thunder. Ye Chu swiftly sidestepped, and Chen Zibao, seeing this, became even more arrogant. Haha, boy, so you do fear. He laughed triumphantly, advancing relentlessly. Ye Chu ignored him, standing firm as he shook off a few fallen leaves from his shoulders and inhaled slightly. His tightly clenched fist shot out with astonishing speed, producing a thunderous roar as it struck Chen Zibao's abdomen. The brash confidence on Chen Zibao's face froze instantly. In the next Mom Chapter 70, Sun Yuro's choice inside the business vehicle, several individuals exchanged knowing glances before disembarking, swiftly making their way towards Ye Chu. Before the bald man, Li, could arrive, he greeted Ye Chu with enthusiasm. Brother, it has been a long time. You appear more distinguished than ever. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow, initially assuming they were members of the Black Tiger Society, only to recognize familiar faces. He cast a scrutinizing gaze over the four. His tone tinged with suspicion. Are you lurking in the vehicle, hoping to reap the rewards from a conflict? Li hurriedly shook his head. Brother, please don't misunderstand. We merely came to see you. The others nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Ye Chu's terrifying prowess, they dared not show any defiance. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. Just came to see? Noting his skepticism, Li felt compelled to confess the truth. A flicker of surprise crossed Ye Chu's eyes. The White Wolf Society, which had dared to scheme against Huang Fu Shuriwei, found themselves in such a predicament. Just as he contemplated dismissing them, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could recruit the White Wolf Society. With a cadre of subordinates, tasks could become considerably more manageable. More importantly, it would provide protection for Sun Yuro, whose beauty often attracted unwanted attention, and he could not always be by her side. With this thought in mind, he casually remarked, "Why don't you wait in the vehicle? I have some matters I wish to discuss." The expressions of the group shifted slightly, but seeing Ye Chu's frosty demeanor, they dared not protest and turned to head back to the business vehicle. "Andy, Yuro, everything is fine now. Let us go inside and eat," Ye Chu called out, leading the way into the house, with the mother and daughter quickly following suit. While the three dined inside the business vehicle, Rose appeared somewhat anxious. "Li, what could he possibly want to discuss with us? He wouldn't be targeting the White Wolf Society like the Black Tiger Society, would he?" Scarchin and the dark-skinned man also looked uneasy. Although Ye Chu was but a single individual, he instilled a sense of dread in them greater than the entire Black Tiger Society. "I have no idea," Li admitted, aware only of Ye Chu's ferocity, but ignorant of the rest. "In any case, we cannot provoke that formidable figure. Let us just wait here." The group exchanged helpless glances, their eyes reflecting their resignation. Inside the noodle shop, having endured the earlier events, the mother and daughter had lost their appetites. In contrast, Ye Chu remained unfazed, indulging heartily in the feast before him. He consumed nearly half the spread. Once he finished, Sun Xiaoying turned to her daughter. "Yuro, please wash the dishes. I wish to have a few words alone with Xiaoyi." Sun Yuro's expression tightened, but upon meeting her mother's stern gaze, she complied and began gathering the dishes to head into the kitchen. Ye Chu, sensing the impending conversation, smiled. "Auntie, feel free to speak your mind." Sun Xiaoying inhaled deeply before speaking earnestly. "Xiaoyi, you are a good child, and treat Yuro well." At this point, she sighed. "It is a pity that Yuro could not reunite with you sooner." In the kitchen, Sun Yuro, eavesdropping at the door, felt her heart race. She understood her mother's implication that Ye Chu was already married, making any possibility between them unlikely. Although she was aware of this reality, she could not bring herself to distance herself from Ye Chu. Ever since he had rescued her in middle school, his image had been firmly etched in her heart. When he abruptly dropped out of school, she mourned his absence for a long time. Their last unexpected encounter filled her with joy. And after witnessing his repeated acts of heroism, her feelings for him had deepened significantly. Ye Chu recognized Sun Xiaoying's intentions and spoke solemnly. "Andy, I understand your concerns, but my feelings for Yuro are genuine. I cannot speak for everything else, but as long as Yuro is with me, I will ensure she is never wronged." Though his interest in Sun Yuro was partially due to her remarkable qualities, he also held her in high regard. Should she choose to accompany him, he would treat her with sincerity. In the kitchen, Sun Yuro covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with joy. Sun Xiaoying was taken aback by Ye Chu's directness. Hesitating, she continued, "Xiaoyi, I know you are not like other wealthy young men. Your feelings for Yuro are sincere. However, you are already married. Our family may not be affluent, but as a mother, I cannot bear the thought of Yuro being someone else's mistress." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, recalling her own painful past. In her youth, she had encountered a wealthy young man who treated her with great care, leading her to believe she had found a good partner, only to discover he was already married, leaving her to suffer humiliation at the hands of his legitimate wife. Heartbroken, she fled that city and eventually gave birth to Sun Yuro. Therefore, she could never accept the idea of her daughter becoming a mistress, even if Ye Chu's intentions were sincere. Ye Chu furrowed his brow. He had never considered Sun Yuro as a mistress. In his worldview, the concept simply did not exist. As the sole disciple of the Medicine Emperor, he not only learned skills from him, but was also profoundly influenced in his thinking. He understood that the world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. His perspective had never been confined to societal norms, believing that mutual affection was sufficient. Without contemplating conventional standards, it was only at this moment that he realized how significantly his thoughts diverged from those of ordinary people. "Andy, believe me or not, I have never contemplated making Yuro a mistress. His tone was earnest. If you do not trust me, I can leave right now. While he valued Sun Yuro's qualities, he also considered her mother's wishes. If she truly could not accept the situation, he would not impose. Before Sun Shoying could respond, Sun Yuro rushed out. Brother Ye, I believe you. The girl tightly embraced Ye Chu, seemingly terrified of losing him. Observing this scene, Sun Shoying sighed inwardly, her expression one of resignation. Xiao Yi, I hope you are sincere. If Yuro is unhappy, I will not spare you. Ye Chu solemnly assured her. Auntie, rest assured, I will never let Yuro suffer. Sun Yuro, filled with emotion, tightened her embrace. Ye Chu felt a soft sensation in his arms, causing his thoughts to race, and he took a deep breath to suppress his urges. Yuro, please give me your bank account number. Sun Yuro, though puzzled, obediently provided her account details. Ye Chu promptly transferred 200 million to her. Yuro, use this to buy a new house. Upon receiving the notification of the transfer, Sun Yuro was taken aback and quickly shook her head. Brother Yi, a few million is more than enough for a house. This is far too much. Several million is insufficient, Ye Chu replied, shaking his head. Auntie has worked hard for most of her life. She deserves to live in a villa. We will go look at houses tomorrow. If the funds are insufficient, let me know. I have matters to attend to. You both should return and rest early. With that, he strode out of the noodle shop. Sun Shoying hurried to see him off, and, upon returning, curiously asked, Yuro, how much did Xiao Yi transfer to you? Sun Yuro took a deep breath, suppressing her swirling emotions, and stammered, 200 million. Sun Shoying's eyes widened in astonishment, her faith in Ye Chu's earlier words growing stronger. Ye Chu arrived outside the business vehicle, and Li promptly opened the door. Brother, please, get in. Ye Chu settled into the vehicle, casually stating, Let us head back to your White Wolf Society headquarters. The vehicle immediately roared to life, making its way toward the headquarters. Li cautiously inquired, Brother, may I ask what brings you to our White Wolf Society? Ye Chu glanced at the group, smiling. It's nothing too significant. I would like you to become my subordinates. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 71. Subduing the White Wolf Society. Bald Li's smile was forced. Brother, please, do not jest. Ye Chu's expression was grave. Do you think I have the leisure to joke with you? Bald Li's face froze, and the other three wore similar expressions. Scarchin spoke up. My lord, we are merely the hall masters of the White Wolf Society and cannot make decisions. You must speak with the vice president. Ye Chu nodded. I understand. Call for me when the time comes. With that, he began to meditate. The four exchanged glances, none daring to speak further. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the headquarters of the White Wolf Society, a multi-story building. Guided by the three, Ye Chu ascended to the top floor, where he met the vice president, by Xiao Xiao. She was a young woman with sun-kissed skin, exuding a wild aura. Though her pallor suggested she was nursing injuries, Ye Chu was taken aback. He hadn't expected the leader of the White Wolf Society to be a woman. Bai Xiao Xiao had already learned of the recent events and regarded Ye Chu with a hint of suspicion. Baldly stepped forward to report, Boss, this is Master Yi. Bai Xiao Xiao's gaze sharpened, her eyes reflecting doubt. How could someone so young be a master? Ye Chu took a step closer. Are you the leader of the White Wolf Society? Bai Xiao Xiao nodded slightly. May I inquire your name? You need not know my name. Ye Chu waved his hand. I am here to recruit your White Wolf Society as my subordinates. Bai Xiao Xiao's expression grew cold. Please leave, my White Wolf Society will never submit. Ye Chu smiled calmly, but his demeanor turned menacing in an instant. He vanished, reappearing right before Bai Xiao Xiao, and without waiting for her reaction, he pressed a finger to her forehead. Bai Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in terror, and she felt paralyzed by fear, sensing that the moment she moved, the young man could take her life in an instant. Baldly and the others were equally shocked. Bai Xiao Xiao was a master, yet she showed no resistance before Ye Chu. What kind of power did he possess? You have misunderstood, Ye Chu said, his tone leaving no room for argument as he withdrew his finger, as if nothing had occurred. Bai Xiao Xiao stumbled back, cold sweat dotting her forehead. Biting her lip, she glared at him defiantly. Your strength is commendable, but the White Wolf Society was founded by my husband. We will never bow to another. Her voice was resolute. The expressions of Baldly and the others grew tense, a foreboding feeling creeping into their hearts. Ah. A steadfast woman, Ye Chu remarked with a glimmer of admiration before turning his gaze to Baldly and the others. What will you choose? Their faces shifted in uncertainty. Baldly gritted his teeth and spoke first. My lord, both the vice president and the president have shown me kindness. I will follow them for life. The others echoed his sentiment, expressing their loyalty. Bai Xiao Xiao's heart swelled with gratitude. Her care for them had not been in vain. Ye Chu's expression darkened. You must think carefully. The four nodded, albeit hesitantly. Just as they were feeling anxious, Ye Chu burst into laughter. Ha ha, splendid. You possess great loyalty. Initially, he had merely intended to gather some subordinates, but now his perspective shifted. Though the White Wolf Society operated in the underworld, they valued loyalty and thus deserved his support. Rest assured, I have little interest in your White Wolf Society. I merely seek individuals to assist me with trivial tasks. How you proceed afterward is entirely up to you. Ye Chu spoke coolly, producing 2 small True Essence pills and tossing them to Scarred-Chin and baldly. These are True Essence pills that will aid your breakthroughs. Upon hearing the name, Scarred-Chin's pupils dilated, and he quickly caught the pill, examining it closely. My lord, how did you acquire True Essence pills? He asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Baldly held his pill tightly, also intrigued, while the others looked on with similar expressions. Quite surprising, is it not? Ye Chu smiled lightly. To tell you the truth, I crafted these pills myself. Their eyes widened in astonishment, and Ye Chu was pleased with their reactions. As long as you follow me, you will have no shortage of pills, and achieving the status of a master will only be a matter of time. The group breathed heavily, their eyes filled with fervor. The title of master was their lifelong ambition. Though tempted, they still awaited by Xiao Xiao's decision, casting their hopeful gazes toward her. She bit her lip, torn between her resolve and uncertainty. Seeing her struggle, Ye Chu fanned the flames of persuasion. You must consider carefully. Following me will only strengthen the White Wolf Society. Otherwise, with your current strength, annihilation is merely a matter of time. Bai Xiao trembled, recalling the recent events. Had the leader of the Black Tiger Society not fortuitously traveled to Jinling, the White Wolf Society might have faced obliteration. With that thought, she resolved to bow deeply to Ye Chu. From this day forth, the White Wolf Society is willing to heed your commands. Ye Chu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. One day, you will realize how wise your choice was today. He then procured paper and pen, writing down a long list of medicinal herbs. You are to gather these herbs. As many as possible. I will concoct some pills to enhance the strength of my subordinates. Bai Xiao hurriedly took the list, tucking it away carefully before kneeling on one knee. My lord, I have a request. Speak. She raised her gaze, her eyes glinting with determination. I request you to eradicate the Black Tiger Society. They have been excessively tyrannical over the years, and I suspect that the disappearance of the White Wolf King is tied to them. Ye Chu smiled. The Black Tiger Society is hardly worthy of my intervention. You can handle it yourselves. Bai Xiao hesitated, but Ye Chu assured her, once I prepare the pills and you enhance your strength, you will have no trouble dealing with the Black Tiger Society. With a confident smile, he added, once you collect the herbs, inform me. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. My lord, allow me to see you off. Bai Xiao and the others offered eagerly. Upon reaching the entrance, Ye Chu remembered Sun Yiru's situation and instructed Bai Xiao to find 2 trustworthy individuals to protect the 2 women discreetly. She nodded repeatedly. After sending Ye Chu off, the group returned to the office where Bai Xiao turned to Scarred-Chin. You 2 should take the pills and assess their effects. A trace of doubt lingered in her heart. Without hesitation, they consumed the pills. Shortly after, 2 powerful auras erupted in the room. Ha ha ha. I truly broke through. Baldly laughed heartily, having reached the peak of body refinement with the help of the pills. Scarred-Chin had successfully entered the ranks of the masters. Rosa and the dark-skinned man looked on enviously. Congratulations, Scarred brother, on your breakthrough, they said, clasping their fists in salute. Scarred-Chin's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. This is all thanks to my lord. Rising, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Black Tiger Society, just wait. Your days of prosperity are numbered. After leaving, Ye Chu headed straight to the Yun family estate. He arrived swiftly, glancing at the guards at the entrance. Choosing not to approach the main gate, he realized they would undoubtedly deny him entry. Finding a secluded corner, he scaled the wall and slipped inside. After some searching, he finally located Yun Bingwan's room. Just as he was about to enter stealthily, he heard voices from within. Miss, the head of the family sent me to inform you that in 1 month, it will be the young master's birthday. The head wishes for you to return and meet that esteemed individual. Chapter 72. I said I would take responsibility for you go back and inform Long Jinshan that I shall not grant him his wishes. Yun Bingwan's voice was as frigid as ice, laced with a hint of animosity. Opposite her sat a white-haired crone. Miss, you are well aware of the masteress methods. It would be wise not to resist, lest innocent parties be affected. The old woman scoffed, clearly dismissing Yun Bingwan's words. Yun Bingwan's expression turned icy. Are you threatening me? Ah, dear miss, I am merely stating facts, the old woman replied, her smile warm yet tinged with a mocking curve. It would be best for you to refrain from resistance. It would benefit everyone. Besides, the master has chosen a most suitable match for you. A dragon-riding son-in-law. A dragon-riding son-in-law? Yun Bing once sneered. An old codger? And on top of that, to be a concubine? You dare to say such things? The old woman maintained her genial demeanor. Given his status, even being a concubine would be an honor for you. Mississippi fury surged through Yun Bing Wan, causing her delicate frame to tremble. Get out. The old woman slowly rose. Miss, I shall take my leave. I hope you refrain from resorting to last time's little tricks, lest it dampens everyone's spirits. With that, she slipped out of the window, vanishing into the darkness. Unable to contain her anger any longer, Yun Bingwan began to hurl objects around the room. Miss Yun, do calm down. I would hate to see you harmed. Who? Yun Bingwan gasped, turning to see a figure leap through the window. Miss Yun, it has been a while. Ye Chu greeted with a smile. Yun Bingwan appeared as if she had just bathed, her long, damp purple hair cascading over her shoulders. She was clad in a purple camisole nightgown, her fair shoulders exposed, the fabric taut against her ample bosom, creating a deep, alluring cleft that exuded an air of domestic allure and seduction, a stark contrast to her usual grace and nobility. Look any further and I shall gouge out your eyes. Yun Bingwan's expression darkened. Leave at once. I do not wish to see you. Ye Chu remained unfazed, stepping closer, his tone earnest. I told you. I will take responsibility for you. Responsibility? Yun Bingwan scoffed. What can you possibly take responsibility for? Who do you think you are? You are merely a son-in-law. While I am the eldest daughter of the Yun family, my lineage and status far surpass yours. Pray tell, what can you offer? Ye Chu, undeterred, replied, Miss Yun. Some matters cannot be judged solely by appearances. While I cannot speak to everything, whatever you request, I will fulfill with unwavering commitment. For a brief moment, Yun Bingwan was taken aback. No one had ever made such a promise to her in decades. After a deep breath, she replied coldly, I do not need your help. Leave immediately and do not appear before me again. Ye Chu frowned, taken aback by her reaction, but recalling the events of that night, he felt somewhat relieved. Miss Yun, the events of that evening were not by my choice. I apologize. With a look of contrition, he placed the Xiwixing on the nearby table. This is a token of my goodwill. I hope it can help ease your anger. As he turned to leave, he seemed to remember something. By the way, if you have any issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Do not bear everything alone. With that, he vanished into the night. Yun Bingwan stared out of the window, lost in thought, before finally snapping back to reality. She touched her eye, a few crystalline tears slipping down. Opening the box, she was greeted by a flash of purple light. Could this be Xiwixing? Her gaze sharpened, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. How peculiar. I heard from Jia that the Zhuge family acquired the Xiwixing to gift to Long Zhuyong for his birthday. How did it end up in that fellow's hands? Resolving to uncover the truth, she grabbed her phone and initiated a video call with Zhuge Jia. The video quickly connected, revealing Zhuge Jia busy sorting a pile of herbs. Sweat beading on her forehead. Bingwan, what is it? I'm quite busy here. Yun Bingwan furrowed her brow and directed the camera at the Xiwixing. Take a look at this. Is it not the Xiwixing you mentioned? Zhuge Jia squinted at the screen, her expression morphing into disbelief. How did you come by this? Wasn't it with that little? Realization struck her, and she abruptly halted. That brat gifted you the Xiwixing? Yun Bingwan's eyes widened. It truly was the Xiwixing. Goodness, Bingwan. Spill the beans. When did you two become an item? Yun Bingwan's cheeks flushed slightly. What do you mean an item? That sounds so distasteful. Ah, are you blushing now? Zhuge Jia teased, her smile widening. Bingwan, that fellow actually parted with something so valuable for you. He must be quite taken with you. Yun Bingwan chose not to respond. Instead asking, but you intended to gift this, did you not? Why would you give it to him? Zhuge Jia chuckled. Naturally, he offered me an irresistible benefit. Curiosity piqued. Yun Bingwan inquired, what benefit could possibly entice you? Sharing with her close friend, Zhuge Jia recounted the matter of the medicinal wine. Bingwan, I was puzzled as to why that brat would exchange such a precious item for a piece of jade. Turns out, he was merely trying to win a smile from a beauty. TSK, it seems he truly cares for you, though usually adept at detecting humor. Yun Bingwan found herself lost in thought, her heart subtly stirred by the earlier events. If Ye Chu were to know, he would surely be grateful to Zhuge Jia. Noticing the shift in Yun Bingwan's demeanor, Zhuge Jia's heart sank as she hurriedly cautioned, Bingwan, I must tell you, while he is quite fine in many respects, he is also rather fickle. This may not lead to a good fate. You must think carefully. I understand. Yun Bingwan nodded slightly before ending the call. At that moment, her heart swayed, But recalling her circumstances, her gaze solidified with resolve. No, I cannot drag him down with me. Meanwhile, Ye Chu remained oblivious to Yun Bingwan's internal turmoil as he pursued the old crone. He had discreetly marked her during her departure, eager to gather intelligence. Ye Chu's speed was remarkable, and he soon caught up with the old woman. Aware of being followed, she stopped in a secluded alley, turning coldly to confront him. Who dares to stalk me? Emerging from the shadows, Ye Chu replied flatly, Tell me, what is the relationship between Yun Bingwan and the Long family? Ah, so you have come for that little vixen, the old woman scoffed, her expression darkening. I advise you to mind your own business, or you may find yourself in peril. In an instant, Ye Chu vanished, reappearing before her with alarming swiftness. As her face paled, he struck her with a resounding slap. The old woman flew back like a rag doll, crashing against the wall, leaving Chapter 73. Yun Bingwan's true identity. The old woman's face made intimate contact with the ground. An endless wave of agony washing over her. Yet, surpassing the pain was the sheer humiliation. As a servant of the dragon family, she had never before been subjected to such ignominy. Esteemed one, I am of the dragon family. Do you not fear retribution for laying hands on me? She managed to choke out, her tone laced with thinly veiled menace. Ye Chu pressed down harder with his foot. A sickening crack echoing as the old woman's face contorted in agony, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips. I shall offer you one final opportunity. Speak, or face your demise. His voice was devoid of warmth, each word a shard of ice. To dare display such arrogance before his woman was a death wish. Sensing the lethal intent, the old woman's heart quailed within her chest. She swallowed her pride and revealed, the young lady is an illegitimate daughter of the dragon family. She is not a daughter of the Yun family? Ye Chu frowned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Explain yourself, and do so with clarity. The old woman, cowed, dared not withhold the truth, and divulged the sordid tale. Years prior, Dragon Shinshan, in a drunken stupor, had violated their housemaid. Fearing his wife's wrath, he cast the woman out. Unbeknownst to him, she carried his seed. Years later, the housemaid, accompanied by Yun Bingwan, sought recognition from the dragon family. However, she had underestimated the dragon family's ruthlessness. As the foremost family in Jiangdu, they could scarcely acknowledge a bastard child born of a lowly servant. They silenced the housemaid and intended to extinguish the life of the young Yun Bingwan as well. However, they discovered her unique constitution and deemed her of potential use. Thus, Yun Bingwan was spared. Yet, even so, the dragon family did not officially recognize her, instead arranging for the Yun family to foster her in secret. The Yun family's meteoric rise from obscurity to one of Jiangdu's 4 great clans was ostensibly due to Yun Bingwan's efforts, yet in truth, it was the dragon family's clandestine support that propelled them. Recently, to secure their young masters, Dragon Zhuyang's, entry into the true martial sect, the dragon family had arranged for Yun Bingwan to become the concubine of an elderly, decrepit elder of the sect. A concubine in name only. She was to be a mere vessel. Her 19 constitution was of great benefit to those who practiced certain esoteric arts. Ye Chu's face darkened. Never had he imagined Yun Bingwan's past to be so steeped in tragedy. Moreover, the dragon family's cruelty exceeded his wildest imaginings. He had thought the Ye family unscrupulous, but they paled in comparison to the dragons. A heartless, soulless family, indeed. My eyes have been opened, Ye Chu hissed, an invisible wave of killing intent emanating from him. The old woman trembled, the young man before her now resembling a primordial beast, suffocating her with its oppressive aura. Young master, I have divulged all. I beg you, release me. She spoke tentatively. Ye Chu's gaze, cold and piercing, sent shivers down her spine, a chilling premonition of death washing over her. I shall grant you your freedom, but you shall be my eyes and ears, monitoring the dragon family's every move. The old woman nodded vigorously. I accept. I accept. On the surface, she appeared terrified. Yet inwardly, she sneered. This youth may possess strength, but he is naive. Once I return to the dragon family, I shall immediately inform the patriarch and eliminate this madman. Oblivious to her thoughts, Ye Chu produced silver needles and swiftly pierced several pressure points on the old woman's body. Ah! The old woman erupted in a blood-curdling scream. Her face twisted in agony as she writhed on the ground, as if enduring the torments of hell. A full quarter of an hour passed before the old woman ceased her shrieks, gasping for air, her eyes wide with terror. What? What have you done to me? Ye Chu's voice was glacial. Every fortnight, you shall endure this torment, and at the end of each month, I shall administer the needles myself. Should you fail to comply, death shall claim you within 3 months. Obey, and you shall live. The old woman's face was ashen. She prostrated herself, kowtowing repeatedly. Master, rest assured, this servant shall obey. Ye Chu grunted in acknowledgement. Return, Speak not a word of tonight's events to anyone. Monitor the dragon family's movements closely and inform me immediately of any developments. This servant obeys. The old woman bowed deeply before hastily departing. The dragon family, daring to mistreat Ye Chu's woman. Just you wait. A cold light flashed in Ye Chu's eyes. The dragon family intended to hold a birthday banquet for their young master in a month. He would prepare a gift they would not soon forget. Meanwhile, the old woman returned to the dragon family and was summoned before Dragon Jinshan, the family patriarch, a stern-faced man in his middle years. Dragon Jinshan frowned upon seeing her injuries. What has happened? The old woman recited a prearranged tale. I encountered a mysterious expert on my return. We exchanged blows. But I was no match and suffered these injuries. Dragon Jinshan's eyes narrowed. Be more cautious in the future. Jiangdu may soon become increasingly turbulent. The old woman nodded obsequiously. And the wild thing, how did she react? The old woman hesitated before divulging the truth. The young lady seemed somewhat unwilling. Dragon Jinshan dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand. Humph, she has no say in the matter. We have nurtured her for years. It is time she repaid the family. The old woman remained silent. Keep a close watch on her. Should that wild thing attempt anything foolish, inform me immediately. The old woman nodded again. Back at the Jiang family residence, Han Mingwan greeted Ye Chu with concern. Xiao Chu, why are you so late? Ye Chu smiled apologetically. Mom, I was held up by some matters. Jiang Haiyan scoffed. What important matters could a good-for-nothing like you possibly have? You were probably out doing something shady. Ye Chu ignored him. Just then, Jiang Junyao descended the stairs. Jiang Haiyan immediately piped up. Junyao, have you given any thought to what I discussed with you earlier? Jiang Junyao frowned slightly. Dad, I'm rather busy lately. I may not have time. Jiang Haiyan's expression soured. Junyao, I'm not trying to pressure you, but Qian Shao has been a great help to us. If we don't invite him to dinner to express our gratitude, what will people think? Jiang Junyao ignored him, retrieved a bottle of milk from the kitchen, and returned upstairs. Jiang Haiyan glared after her and sensed, that stubborn girl is as headstrong as ever. Han Mingwan retorted, Junyao has already said that Qian's involvement had nothing to do with the matter. You're just being stubborn. How could it not be related? Jiang Haiyan snapped. I already asked Qian Shao. He said his father personally approached Miss Huangfu of the Huangfu family about it. Ye Chu was taken aback. He dares to believe such nonsense? That Qian Xin was truly audacious, claiming his father had personally approached Huangfu Shiwei. Even if his father hadn't been ousted from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, and even if he were still a director, he wouldn't have had such influence. Dad, be careful not to be deceived. That Qian fellow is no good. He offered a veiled warning. Jiang Haiyun's eyes blazed with anger, as if he had found an outlet for his frustration. What nonsense are you spouting? Qian Shao is a highly educated individual who studied abroad. He's far superior to you in every way. You're just jealous of him. Look at yourself. What are you even good for? You dare to slander him behind his back. It's difficult to persuade a fool. Ye Chu gave up trying. He turned to Han Mingwan and said, Mom, get some rest. Then he hurried upstairs. That good-for-nothing is becoming more and more outrageous, Jiang Haiyan muttered, but Han Mingwan silenced him with a glare. Shut your mouth. You talk too much. Ye Chu took a shower and went to bed. He didn't bother trying to talk to Jiang Junyao, assuming she wouldn't want to talk to him anyway. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Bai Xiao called to inform him that the medicinal herbs had been gathered. After breakfast, Ye Chu immediately headed to the White Wolf Society. Upon arriving, he requested a quiet room to begin concocting the elixir. He summoned the Dragon Soul Void Cauldron, and a wisp of true fire appeared at his fingertip, melting the herbs. Soon, the room was filled with the fragrant aroma of the herbs. He quickly refined a batch of pills, the fragrance permeating the air. Ye Chu retrieved a pill to examine it. It was lustrous and smooth, adorned with mysterious patterns. Are these pill patterns? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 74. The devious Jiang Juanhu. After spending the better part of the day, Ye Chu finally completed the alchemical concoction. Outside the room, Bai Xiao and the others had been waiting. Upon Ye Chu's emergence, they immediately rose to their feet. Ye Chu produced a jade vial containing 10 small true yuan pills, intending to enhance the strength of his subordinates. Bai Xiao swiftly accepted it, expressing her gratitude. The other members also clasped their fists in appreciation. Ye Chu then retrieved 2 additional pills, addressing Bai Xiao. These are opening meridian pills, which will aid the masters in breaking through. Bai Xiao's eyes lit up with delight as she gratefully accepted one of the pills and shared it with Scarred Shun. You may break through here. I shall guard you. Ye Chu declared. The group nodded fervently. consuming the pills and commencing their breakthroughs. Shortly thereafter, several formidable auras emerged in the arena. Bai Xiaoxiao successfully advanced to a 4th rank master, while Scarchin achieved the status of a 2nd rank master. Although Baldly did not reach the rank of opening meridian master, he nonetheless progressed to half a step into mastery. Both Rose and the dark-skinned man broke through to the 9th stage of body refinement. In a mere span of time, the overall strength of the White Wolf Society had significantly surged, surpassing that of the Black Tiger Association. "Thank you, my lord," they all exclaimed, bowing deeply with gratitude glimmering in their eyes. "If you serve me diligently henceforth, benefits shall not elude you," Ye Chu replied, his demeanor calm as he waved them off. The group nodded in understanding. "The Black Tiger Association is entrusted to you," Ye Chu remarked before departing. Their eyes sparkled with suppressed excitement. After enduring years of oppression, vengeance was finally within reach. At the Black Tiger Association, the upper echelons convened to strategize against Ye Chu and the White Wolf Society. Vice President Zhua Xiaodao turned to a middle-aged man. "Qianren, have you uncovered the origins of that young man?" The latter nodded, stating, "His name is Ye Chu, a son-in-law of the Jiang family." The revelation startled the assembly. Elder Bai frowned. How could a mere son-in-law possess such strength? The incredulity was palpable among the others. "I am uncertain. I had assistance from the Household Registration Office for the investigation. The information should be accurate," Tang Qianren replied. With confirmation, Qin Zibao and the others grew increasingly disheartened. They, the elite of the Black Tiger Association, had been bested by a mere son-in-law, an undeniable disgrace. "What shall we do next?" "Brother Dao?" asked Qin Zibao. "The Jiang family has recently allied with the Huangfu family and is currently in a position of power. They are not to be trifled with." "Not to worry. The association leader has succeeded in his endeavors," Zhua Xiaodao replied with a faint smile. "Even the Huangfu family shall not intimidate us. Once the leader returns, we will personally demand a member from the Jiang family." The group's expressions brightened at this notion. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with news. "Brother Leopard, the 2nd young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Juanhu, seeks your assistance." Qin Zibao narrowed his eyes, glancing at Zhua Xiaodao, who nodded slightly for the subordinate to proceed. With a wave of his hand, the subordinate promptly exited. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Juanhu arrived. Noticing Qin Zibao's injuries, Jiang Juanhu appeared taken aback. "Brother Leopard, what has happened to you?" Qin Zibao squinted, feeling that the inquiry carried a hint of mockery upon learning Ye Chu's identity. Instead of answering, he countered, "What brings you here?" Jiang Juanhu, somewhat perplexed by the man's demeanor, stated his purpose. "Brother Leopard, I wish for you to help me deal with someone." Qin Zibao's eyes narrowed. "Who?" "My second uncle's useless son-in-law," Jiang Juanhu replied coldly. Though Qin Zibao was surprised internally, he maintained a neutral facade. "What do you intend to do about him?" Jiang Juanhu grinned sinisterly. "I want him to be utterly disgraced and expelled from the Jiang family." Qin Zibao grew more intrigued, sensing that Jiang Juanhu likely underestimated Ye Chu's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not dare speak so boldly against the youthful master. "Oh, how do you plan to ruin his reputation?" Qin Zibao inquired with interest. "I plan to drug him, then find a few men to take turns with him, and subsequently circulate the photos online, ensuring he is too ashamed to show his face again," Jiang Juanhu replied with a malevolent smile. Originally, he intended to kill Ye Chu but deemed that too merciful. His goal was to force a divorce between Ye Chu and Jiang Junyao, and tarnishing Ye Chu's reputation would achieve the same end, while also humiliating Jiang Junyao. Qin Zibao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even he, a man of the underworld, found such an idea excessively sinister. "That fellow is still your brother-in-law. Must you be so ruthless?" he asked with a frown. "A worthless brother-in-law," Jiang Juanhu scoffed. "He does indeed deserve such a title. To be frank, Brother Leopard, Jiang Junyao took my brother's position as CEO. It's not feasible to act against her, so we must target that useless man instead. Rest assured, if you assist me in this, the Jiang family will remember your Chapter 75. Conquering the Black Tiger Society. Ye Chu departed from the White Wolf Society, indulging in a meal before planning to return to the Jiang family. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Answering the call, he heard the voice of Yi Tiancheng. "Ye Chu, what did Miss Jiang say? When can we meet?" Ye Chu casually fabricated a lie, stating that Junya was quite busy lately and it would take some time. He would follow up later. "You need to be prompt. I've heard that the Huangfu family has officially partnered with the Jiang family," Yi Tiancheng urged, simultaneously assuring, "Rest assured, once this matter is settled, your rewards will be plentiful." "Don't worry, I will expedite this," Ye Chu readily affirmed, promptly ending the call and blocking the number. On the other end, Yu Cheng hung up, his brow furrowed. Xie Yushan inquired, "What did the lad say?" "He appeared quite agreeable," Yu Cheng replied coldly, "but I have a feeling he might just be speaking empty words." Frowning, Xie Yushan asked, "What shall we do?" Yu Cheng maintained a composed demeanor, saying, "Let us observe for a few more days. If there is still no progress, we shall seek assistance from Mr. Su's senior brother to teach that lad a profound lesson. Otherwise, he might truly think that marrying into the Jiang family grants him free rein." Xie Yushan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's time to teach that little wretch a lesson. Shortly after Ye Chu ended the call, another call came through from yet another unfamiliar number. Ye Chu frowned but hesitated only briefly before answering. "Brother-in-law, it's me." "Jun who?" Surprised, Ye Chu wondered why the other party would call him. "What is the matter?" "Brother-in-law, I apologize for that day. I have admired Sister Jun Yao since childhood, and seeing her married stirred some discontent within me, leading to my foolish actions. After my grandfather found out, he reprimanded me, saying we are all family and should coexist harmoniously. Thus, I would like to invite you to dinner to apologize in person." Jun, whose voice was sincere, seemingly acknowledging his wrongdoing. However, Ye Chu was skeptical, suspecting ulterior motives. Yet, he was curious about Jun, whose intentions, and agreed to meet. "All right, where shall we meet?" On the other end, Jun, who was taken aback by Ye Chu's swift agreement. He had prepared numerous excuses, none of which were necessary now, internally mocking Ye Chu's naivety. He replied, "Let us meet at the Night Dynasty in the East District. I will send someone to pick you up shortly. No need for trouble. I'll make my own way there." "Fine, they open at 5. Just call me when you arrive." After hanging up, Jun, who smirked coldly. "Heh, what a spineless fool. After tonight, you shall be a notable figure in Jiangdu City." I am eager to see the expression on Jun Yao's face when she discovers her husband has been violated by a group of men. The thought of Jun Yao's reaction filled him with excitement, as did the memory of Han Mingwan, who seemed fond of that useless son-in-law. Her reaction would undoubtedly be equally entertaining. Ye Chu hung up, his brow slightly furrowed, feeling as though he had heard the name Night Dynasty before. After some contemplation, he recalled that Bai Xiao had mentioned it was the headquarters of the Black Tiger Society. It would be an opportune moment to investigate the situation. With this in mind, Ye Chu promptly took a taxi to the Night Dynasty. Upon arrival, he noted the grandeur of the establishment, towering 9 stories high. At the entrance stood a group of guards, and upon closer inspection, he recognized them as members of the White Wolf Society. Surmising that Bai Xiao and her companions had successfully taken over the Black Tiger Society, thinking to inquire about the situation, he reached for his phone, only for it to ring first. "Sir, we have successfully taken down the Black Tiger Society." "Well done," Ye Chu praised, then added, "I am at the entrance. Please send someone to escort me inside." "Understood, sir. I will be right there." Not long after hanging up, Bai Xiao emerged from the nightclub. "Sir, please," she invited respectfully. Ye Chu nodded and followed her into the club. The onlookers at the entrance were astonished, wondering who this person was to receive such deference from their leader. They took the elevator to the top floor, and upon exiting, a strong scent of blood hit them. Entering one of the offices, the stench intensified. With the furniture and flooring in disarray, clearly a sign of a recent violent conflict, a group of high-ranking members of the Black Tiger Society were bound and severely wounded. Nearby stood Bald Li and his men, who bore injuries as well, though they fared better than the Black Tiger members. "Sir," they all greeted Ye Chu as he approached. The sight made the Black Tiger members' eyes widen, particularly Chen Zibao. "It's you." Ye Chu's formidable presence was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Cough, cough. "Zibao. Who is this person?" Left Shoudao inquired, coughing. Chen Zibao forced a smile. "Brother Dao, he is the young master, the one we underestimated. I never imagined he is the support of the White Wolf Society." Left Shodao's eyes widened, and after a moment, he regained his composure, addressing Ye Chu. "Esteemed senior, we were blind to your greatness before and have offended you. I hope you will show chapter 76, the withered chrysanthemum brother-in-law. I'm almost there." "Have you arrived?" The enthusiastic voice of Jiang Juanhu echoed through the phone. "I've already arrived and am waiting for you at the entrance," Ye Chu replied before hanging up. He took out a healing pill and tossed it to Chen Zibao. "You know what to do next, right?" Chen Zibao nodded hastily, not daring to inquire about the nature of the pill, and quickly swallowed it. To his astonishment, he noticed that the wounds on his body rapidly stopped bleeding and scabbed over. "Don't let me down," Ye Chu remarked before stepping out of the room. After waiting a while at the entrance of the Night Dynasty, a Porsche sports car approached. The striking scissored doors opened, revealing the flamboyantly dressed Jiang Juanhu, who strode towards Ye Chu with purpose. "Brother-in-law, sorry to keep you waiting," Jiang Juanhu said with a smile. It's no problem. I just arrived myself, Ye Chu replied, waving his hand. Come on, let's go. We must not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Jiang Juanhu invited enthusiastically, leading the way inside. Immediately, a server approached them warmly. Gentlemen, would you like to drink? With a grand gesture, Jiang Juanhu replied, reserve us a VIP booth and bring us some fine wine. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. The server said, guiding them to a row of booths. Once they were seated, the server soon returned with the drinks. Brother-in-law, please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom, Jiang Juanhu announced before getting up from the booth. All right, hurry back, Ye Chu waved him off. Then opened a bottle of red wine and began to drink. Not far away, Jiang Juanhu silently smirked at the sight. Still a brainless fool, utterly oblivious, he thought. Pulling out his phone to call Chen Zibao. Brother Leopard, is everything arranged? Rest assured, it has all been taken care of, Chen Zibao replied. Thank you, Brother Leopard. Jiang Juanhu said gratefully before making his way back to the booth. Brother-in-law, come, let us drink, Jiang Juanhu exclaimed, opening a bottle of wine and pouring it for Ye Chu. Ye Chu feigned surprise, clinking glasses with him. Brother-in-law, I sincerely apologize for what happened the other day. I can be quite impulsive and often act foolishly. Please don't take it to heart. Jiang Juanhu spoke with a sincerity that seemed genuine, as if he truly recognized his faults. If Ye Chu had been forewarned, he might have been persuaded. It's nothing. We're all family. As long as we talk it out, it's fine, he responded with a smile, showing no hint of suspicion. Jiang Juanhu's eyes glinted with disdain. A fool is indeed a fool, lacking any sense. As the two men enjoyed their drinks, a young and beautiful waitress approached with a tray. Young Master Jiang. This is a gift from our boss, she said sweetly, presenting 2 bottles of wine to Ye Chu and Jiang Juanhu. Winking at the latter as she handed him the bottle. Jiang Juanhu understood her implication and smiled. Please thank Brother Leopard for me. I'll treat him to a meal later. The waitress smiled back and sashayed away with a flirtatious gait. Jiang Juanhu turned to Ye Chu, brother-in-law, the boss here. Brother Leopard is a friend of mine, quite influential in the circles. I'll introduce you to him later. Saying this, he opened a bottle and poured himself a glass. Brother-in-law, let us drink another. Ye Chu filled his glass, pretending to be astonished. An influential figure, indeed. I've always admired those in high places. Juanhu. You must introduce me to him later. Of course, Jiang Juanhu readily agreed, raising his glass to clink with Ye Chu's. Seeing Ye Chu drink without hesitation filled him with delight. Brother-in-law, this wine is truly exceptional. Let us have another. With a broad smile. Jiang Juanhu filled his glass once more, and Ye Chu did not lag behind. The two continued to drink several rounds, and when Ye Chu showed no signs of discomfort, Jiang Juanhu's brow furrowed slightly. How strange. Why has he reacted? Could it be that Brother Leopard made a mistake? As doubt crept in, he suddenly felt a surge of heat in his abdomen, and his head began to spin. What is happening? Why do I feel so dizzy? Jiang Juanhu realized something was amiss, shaking his head only to find the dizziness intensifying. Juanhu, your tolerance is quite low. You've barely had a sip, and you're already drunk, a teasing voice chimed in, and Jiang Juanhu forced himself to focus, only to find Ye Chu smiling at him. For some inexplicable reason, that smile sent a chill down his spine. He attempted to speak, but the dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed. At that moment, Chen Zibao arrived with several burly men, their expressions lewd. Master, we've brought him, he announced. Ye Chu nodded, glancing at the men. Take good care of this young man. The men nodded eagerly, one licking his lips as he eyed the delicate Jiang Juanhu. Don't worry, master. I especially enjoy dealing with rich boys. I'll make sure he experiences ecstasy. A shiver ran down Ye Chu's spine. He waved at Chen Zibao. I'm leaving now. The rest is up to you. Don't forget to clean up. Leave no evidence behind. Chen Zibao nodded quickly. After Ye Chu departed, he instructed the men. Take this young master to the hotel next door and treat him well. Don't forget to take pictures. The men nodded enthusiastically, swiftly assisting Jiang Juanhu as they left. That night, Jiang Juanhu experienced an unforgettable nightmare, tormented by several men. To encapsulate it in a verse, withered chrysanthemums, scattered wounds, flowers fall, hearts broken. The following day, Jiang Juanhu awoke, feeling sore all over, particularly in the rear, where fiery pains surged, as if he had been torn apart. He shook his heavy head, gradually recalling the events of the previous night. Where am I? What happened to that fool? As he turned to survey the chaotic surroundings, his eyes widened in horror upon seeing whips, candles, and various implements. Looking down, his complexion drained of color. Could it be that last night wasn't a dream? His scalp prickled, and the thought of the night's events sent shivers through him, causing him to retch violently. Just then, his phone rang. It was Jiang Haifeng calling. He answered immediately, only to be met with an enraged roar from the other end. Unfilial son, how could you engage in such disgusting, perverse acts? You've brought shame to the Jiang family. Jiang Juanhu felt as if struck by lightning, darkness clouding his vision as he nearly fainted. Dad, it was Ye Chu. That scoundrel is behind this. He gritted his teeth, resentment boiling in his eyes. Despite not fully grasping the situation, he was certain that Ye Chu was involved. Explain everything clearly. As the father and son argued over the phone, the outside world erupted in chaos. The news circulated that Jiang Juanhu had spent a night with several men and nearly lost everything. This morning, the scandal spread rapidly across the internet. Ordinary people reacted with astonishment at the lavish lifestyles of the wealthy. The illustrious families of Jiangdu viewed it as a source of amusement, particularly those at odds with the Jiang family, who took the opportunity to call and express their condolences. At the Jiang family estate, Jiang Fengyan was fuming with rage. This scoundrel has committed an unspeakable act, bringing disgrace upon the Jiang family. He immediately ordered, "Get Jiang Haifeng here, now." He bellowed at the butler. The butler, not daring to hesitate, promptly made the call. Shortly thereafter, the main branch of the family arrived. Jiang Fengyan roared, "Where's Jiang Juanhu? Tell him to come back immediately." Jiang Haifeng replied cautiously, "Dad, I've already called him. Juanhu will be back shortly." "Good, just wait and see if I don't break his legs." Jiang Fengyan scolded. "Jiang Haifeng, is this the son you raised? You've truly brought disgrace upon the Jiang family." Jiang Fengyan nearly pointed his finger at Jiang Haifeng's nose in a fit of rage, revealing the depth of his fury. Jiang Haifeng lowered his head, too intimidated to retort. His fists clenched tightly. In his heart, he cursed Jiang Juanhu countless times. Yet, he was acutely aware that something was amiss. Through the recent phone call, he realized he could not escape his connection to Ye Chu. However, such matters were not easily articulated. At that moment, Jiang Haiyun and his wife arrived with Ye Chu. As soon as they stepped into the room, Han Mingwan exclaimed loudly, "Sister-in-law, have you seen the news outside?" Juanhu actually. She deliberately paused, contorting her face into a display of disgust. "Oh dear, I cannot continue. Our Jiang family is a prestigious lineage. I never expected." Qin Meijing shot Han Meiwan an angry glare, her eyes brimming with fury. The faces of Jiang Junlan and the others were equally grim, especially upon seeing Ye Chu. Their expressions darkened further. Qin Meijing bellowed, "Good for nothing. Was this deed you're doing?" Chapter 77. Present the evidence. As Qin Meijing spoke, she furiously charged towards Ye Chu, her demeanor suggesting a confrontation was imminent. Han Mingwan swiftly positioned herself in front of Ye Chu, her expression filled with displeasure. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Your son should take responsibility for his own actions. What does it have to do with my son-in-law?" Qin Meijing was left speechless, her mouth opening and closing without words. It's true that Jianhu has peculiar tastes, but what does that concern me?" Ye Chu replied innocently. "You." Qin Meijing trembled with rage. Jiang Julong, with a glint in his eye, suddenly interjected, "Second aunt, perhaps we spoke too soon. This matter may indeed relate to Ye Chu." Han Mingjuan's expression darkened. "Jiang Julong? What do you mean? Clarify your words. Do not assume my son-in-law is easy to bully." Jiang Fengyan also glanced at him, inquiring, "Junlong, what is going on?" Without hesitation, Jiang Junlong recounted how Jiang Juanhu had deliberately targeted Ye Chu during the family banquet. Upon hearing this, Han Mingwan was instantly incensed. So it turns out that little Juanhu was intentionally harassing Xiao Chu. "Father, you must stand up for us." Jiang Fengyan furrowed his brows tightly, casting a disapproving glare at Jiang Julong. Such matters should have been left in the past, yet he brought them up again. Jiang Haifeng and the others were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend why Jiang Julong had chosen to disclose this information. "Grandfather, it was indeed Juanhu's wrongdoing," Jiang Julong admitted. "After learning of the incident, I reprimanded him severely and insisted he apologize to Ye Chu. He has since recognized his misdeeds and invited Ye Chu yesterday, intending to express his apologies in person. He even asked me to accompany him, claiming it was for everyone to become acquainted. Unfortunately, I was busy and could not attend." At this point, his eyes reddened with tears. Had I gone with him, perhaps Juanhu would not have encountered such a predicament. He bent down, pleading, "Grandfather, although Juanhu can be unruly, he would never stoop to such a thing without a valid reason. There must be deeper circumstances. I implore you to advocate for him." Though he did not state it outright, his insinuation was clear. This affair was undeniably tied to Ye Chu. Qin Meijing broke into tears. "Father, Juanhu had the best intentions, yet he was so maliciously schemed against." Jiang Haifeng glared fiercely at Ye Chu. "Father, I've heard that this kid was caught drugging a young lady from the Yun family 3 years ago, indicating a deeply twisted psyche. I suspect he is heavily involved in this matter. Just as Han Mingwan was about to speak, Jiang Fengyan's piercing gaze fell upon her. Second, let this boy recount the events of last night. I may consider leniency. His tone was authoritative, as if he had already concluded that Ye Chu was guilty. Jiang Haiyun's expression shifted, glaring at Ye Chu. Useless, what on earth happened? Ye Chu shook his head. I have no idea. I did not see Jiang Juanhu at all yesterday. Jiang Haifeng shouted, nonsense. Do you only admit wrongdoing when presented with irrefutable evidence? Ye Chu scoffed, then by all means. Present the evidence before making baseless accusations. Han Mingwan echoed loudly, indeed. Present the evidence first. Your claims are simply that, claims. Is there no reason left? She then turned to Jiang Fengyan. Father, do you not agree? Jiang Fengyan maintained a stoic expression, his piercing gaze directed at Jiang Junlong. Grandfather, please wait. Juanhu should be back shortly. As soon as Jiang Junlong finished speaking, Jiang Juanhu limped into the room. Upon seeing his disheveled state, Qin Meijing felt a pang of pain and wanted to rush forward, but the images she had seen online surged within her, making her stomach churn. She forced herself to halt. Fortunately, Jiang Juanhu seemed oblivious to her presence. Otherwise, the emotional damage would have been even greater. Upon entering, he glared fiercely at Ye Chu. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Ye Chu, with a mocking smile, remarked, Juanhu, what's with that gaze? You think I stole your wife? You bastard. I'll kill you. Jiang Juanhu roared, charging at Ye Chu with red eyes. Thankfully, Jiang Julong intercepted him in time. Juanhu, do not act rashly. Let us clarify the SI Chapter 78. Unspoken agony. Jiang Juanhu dialed Qin Zibao's number, eager to uncover the events of the previous night. The call connected swiftly, and a deep voice resonated from the other end. Who is this? Brother Bao. It's me, Jiang Juanhu, he promptly replied. Oh, what can I do for you? Although Jiang Juanhu yearned to inquire about the prior night's happenings, he restrained his curiosity due to the presence of others nearby. Brother Bao, could you send me the surveillance footage from last night at Night Dynasty? Of course, just a moment. Qin Zibao concluded the call. Jiang Juanhu shot a cold glare at Ye Chu, gritting his teeth. You just wait. Let's see how you wriggle out of this. Ye Chu smirked slightly. It would be a peculiar matter if the other party could indeed produce evidence. Han Mingwan softly reassured him. Don't be afraid, dear. I'm here. Her concern stemmed not from doubting Ye Chu, but rather from a fear that Jiang Juanhu might resort to underhanded tactics to frame him. Ye Chu, unfazed, replied, Mom. It's fine. We stand upright, so we need not fear shadows. Jiang Haiyan admonished quietly, it's best if you remain uninvolved. Otherwise, no one can save you. Soon. Qin Zibao called back. Jiang Juanhu answered, expressing gratitude. Brother Bao, thank you. However, after a brief silence, Qin Zibao's voice came through, laced with an air of apology. Jiang Xiao, I'm sorry, but there was a malfunction in the electrical system last night, and the surveillance footage has been lost. Jiang Juanhu felt as if struck by lightning. Brother Bao, you truly lost it? Why would I lie about such a trivial matter? Qin Zibao retorted with irritation. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Wait. Jiang Juanhu quickly interjected. What exactly happened last night? He was now too anxious to care about anything else. He simply wanted to know what transpired. I was about to ask you the same thing. You said you'd come to handle matters. Yet you ended up drunk and left to be picked up like a corpse. It's also partly my fault. Had I known you were so unreliable, I would have had someone keep an eye on you. My apologies. I'll be more careful next time. The last part was laced with a hint of mockery. Listening to the busy tone on his phone, Jiang Juanhu's face contorted in rage. At that moment, he could hardly deny that he had been made a fool of by Qin Zibao. Drunk? How much did I even drink last night? There's no way. Jiang Juanhu gritted his teeth. Jiang Julong furrowed his brow, remarking that the Black Tiger Society was not to be trifled with. No matter, he replied. We may not need to get our hands dirty. Jiang Haifeng chuckled coldly, suggesting that since the White Wolf Society and the Black Tiger Society were adversaries, we could devise a scheme to instigate a conflict between the two factions. Chapter 79. Who do you think you are? Xiao Chu, rest assured, with my presence, this marriage can be annulled. Han Mingwan comforted Ye Chu. Ye Chu nodded. Yes, Mom, I trust you. The two chatted as they departed from the Jiang family manor. Meanwhile, Jiang Haiyan, after leaving, headed straight to the Jiangnan Grand Hotel where he met with Qian Xian and his son. Uncle, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Qian Xian greeted with immense enthusiasm. Jiang Haiyan nodded, glancing at Qian Senheo, extending his hand. You must be Mr. Qian. A pleasure to meet you. Qian Sinheo shook his hand, laughing heartily. No need for formality, Jiang brother. Taken aback by such warmth, Jiang Haiyun felt somewhat flattered. Soon, the waiter presented an array of delectable dishes. Uncle Jiang, let us eat while we chat, Qian Xian invited. Jiang Haiyun eagerly nodded, noticing Qian Xian pouring wine for him. He quickly interjected, Nephew, you are too kind. I can serve myself. Uncle Jiang, please sit. You are the elder. How can you do this? Qian Xian insisted with a smile. Jiang Haiyun grew increasingly fond of him, thinking, now this is a suitable son-in-law, unlike that good-for-nothing who irritates me at the mere sight. Lifting his wine glass, Jiang Haiyun smiled at Qian Sinheo. Mr. Qian, I appreciate your support in the recent matters. Allow me to toast you. You're too polite. Jiang brother, Qian Sinheo replied, raising his glass to clink with Jiang Haiyun's. As the three continued to drink and converse, they quickly grew more comfortable with one another. Once the meal was nearing its end, Qian Xian discreetly took out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, Qian Sinheo's phone rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted to one of seriousness, occasionally murmuring a few words. Minutes later, he hung up, his face still solemn. Father, what happened? Qian Xian inquired curiously. Qian Sinheo explained, the business association is planning a significant investment in the Eastern District, and the board has asked if I want to invest as well. It could lead to dividends. Feigning surprise, Qian Xian responded, Father, isn't that good news? Why the long face? Sighing, Qian Sinheo admitted, it is a good opportunity. But I invested most of my funds into Miss Huangfu's project during my last visit. I currently have very little left. What are we to do? Qian Xian furrowed his brow, suggesting, perhaps we could take out a loan or borrow from relatives. We cannot miss this opportunity. Qian Sinheo nodded. I suppose that is the only way. I will contact a bank in Jiangdu later. All right, enough of that. Jiang brother is still here. Let us eat. Qian Xian said with an apologetic expression. No worries. Jiang Haiyun waved his hand, then curiously asked, Mr. Qian, is it true that Jiang and Business Association is planning a large investment in the Eastern District? Qian Sinheo smiled and nodded, of course. And there is no need for me to deceive you, Jiang brother. Realizing this was indeed plausible, Jiang Haiyun inquired, could you elaborate on the details? Certainly. Qian Sinheo readily agreed, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The meal extended well into the afternoon, and satisfied, Jiang Haiyun prepared to leave. Qian Xian called out, Uncle Jiang, you know that the Yi family's brother holds a grudge against me. He will certainly try to obstruct us. Discuss it with your family. If it becomes too difficult, let it go. Do not let a single investment cause discord within the family. Jiang Haiyun retorted with a cold snort. Do not worry. That waste is merely a son-in-law. He cannot meddle in my affairs. With that, he hurriedly exited. Dad, do you think that Jiang will fall for it? Qian Xian frowned. Qian Sinheo replied confidently, rest assured, I have investigated him thoroughly. Jiang Haiyun is nothing but a fool. If not for his wife and daughter supporting him, he would have been ruined by the Jiang family long ago. Indeed, that woman, Jiang Junyao, is formidable. What if something goes awry? Qian Xian expressed concern. Moreover, that Yi fellow knows the truth and will likely intervene. Judging by Jiang Haiyun's demeanor, it seems he would not believe anything that Yi says unless it were verified by Zhuge Jia in person. Qian Sinheo chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. If that is the case, we can just chalk it up to bad luck. We are merely testing the waters. If we can swindle a sum, we will leave the country immediately. If not, it will not affect us. It turned out that after being dealt with by Zhuge Jia, both had developed a deep-seated resentment towards Ye Chu. Coincidentally, Jiang Haiyun called to express his gratitude. The cunning Qian Sinheo decided to seize this opportunity to take revenge on the Jiang family. On the other hand, upon returning, Jiang Haiyun immediately informed Han Mengwan about the investment opportunity. Mengwan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We cannot afford to miss it. Han Mengwan frowned. What once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? That Qian fellow seems untrustworthy. You may be getting deceived. Ye Chu added, Dad, this matter seems suspicious. You must not believe it. Jiang Haiyun glared. Silence. What do you know? You waste who has he even graduated from middle school. Ignoring Ye Chu, he turned back to Han Mengwan. To be honest, today's situation was purely coincidental. Had I not invited them for dinner, we would never have known about it. Moreover, if it weren't for Mr. Qian's financial troubles, we would have had no opportunity at all. Besides, Mr. Qian has yet to agree. He said he needs to consult with the higher-ups. You know that Qian loves our Junyao. I believe it should be fine. You are aware that the old man favors the first branch. We must carve out a path for ourselves and not miss this chance. Han Mengwan felt a flicker of doubt but remained noncommittal, suggesting, "Let us wait for Junya to return and ask for her opinion." Jiang Haiyan nodded. "All right, let us see how much we can gather." Ye Chu could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Dad, let me tell you the truth. That Qian fellow is no longer a director of the Jiangnan Business Association. You are surely being deceived." Jiang Haiyan laughed in anger. "You waste. How dare you speak? How do you know that Mr. Qian is not a director of the Jiangnan Business Association?" Han Mengwan looked on with curiosity. Ye Chu explained, "I have a friend who is a director of the Jiangnan Business Association. I witnessed her expelling that Qian fellow from the association not long ago." Jiang Haiyan erupted with laughter. "Mengwan, did you hear that? This boy claims to know a director of the Jiangnan Business Association. Who does he think he is? The mayor of Jiangdu? Or the head of the Long family?" Chapter 80. Doubts. Jiang Haiyun burst into laughter, her eyes filled with derision. Han Mengwan frowned slightly. "Xiao Chu, mother understands your good intentions, but some words should not be spoken recklessly." "Mom, what I said is true," Ye Chu replied earnestly. "Not only do I know the director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, but I also have connections with the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family. In fact, my assistance was instrumental in the recent collaboration with the Huangfu family. It has nothing to do with that person named Qian." Ye Chu was prepared to lay everything bare. Otherwise, with Jiang Haiyun's intellect, she might end up being deceived and counting the money for someone else. Jiang Haiyun was taken aback for a moment before retorting coldly, "Enough. You worthless fool. You think you can boast about knowing the Huangfu lady? Who do you think you are?" Even Han Mengwan felt a twinge of annoyance, believing Ye Chu had crossed the line. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Junyao entered the villa. Sensing the discordant atmosphere, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Mom, what happened?" Before Han Mengwan could explain, Jiang Haiyun quickly interjected, "Junyao, this fool is bragging. Do you know what he claimed? He said he knows the director of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and the eldest daughter of the Huangfu family, and that he aided you in reaching a new collaboration with them. Today, I have witnessed what it means to blow smoke." Jiang Junyao's brows knitted tightly as her sharp gaze fell upon Ye Chu. Previously, she had regarded him as somewhat inept, yet possessing decent character and responsibility. However, following the incident with Qian Xian's dinner invitation, she realized Ye Chu had a tendency to exaggerate. She had anticipated that this time, he would be even more audacious. Seeing her look of skepticism, Ye Chu stood his ground. "What I said is true. If you don't believe me, I can call and prove it right now." Jiang Haiyan scoffed. "Go ahead, try it. If you can prove it, I'll call you dad." "Fine, that's what you said." Ye Chu felt some irritation. He had been sincere but was met with constant doubt. As he prepared to make the call, Han Mengwan scolded him disapprovingly. "Xiao Chu, that's enough. Don't make things worse for yourself." "Mom, don't worry. That won't happen," Ye Chu replied confidently, just as Jiang Junyao's stern voice cut through the air. "Enough. There should be limits to your nonsense." She fixed a severe gaze on Ye Chu, her expression grave. Ye Chu, lacking ability is not dreadful, but being both incapable and boastful is truly annoying. Ye Chu froze, meeting Jiang Junyao's cold, disdainful eyes, feeling a chill run through him. Had his goodwill been repaid with this treatment? Jiang Haiyan chimed in loudly, "Exactly. This fool has no skills and loves to boast. It's truly off-putting. Junyao, you should quickly find a time to get a divorce. The old man has also spoken, saying you represent the family and must not have any blemishes." Jiang Junyao frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Han Mengwan quickly rose, saying, "Junyao, don't listen to your father's nonsense. Xiao Chu may have some flaws, but overall, he is a good person. The old man wants you to divorce so he can arrange your marriage elsewhere, thereby returning the CEO position to the main family. You must not act impulsively." "I understand, Mom." Jiang Junyao nodded and turned to Ye Chu. "You go upstairs. I have something to discuss with you." With that, she ascended the stairs first. Han Mengwan approached, advising, "Xiao Chu, Junyao has a strong personality and won't tolerate any flaws. You should go upstairs and apologize. I'll talk to her again tomorrow, and this matter will pass." Ye Chu nodded slightly and expressionlessly climbed the stairs. Entering the room, he found Jiang Junyao standing by the window. The soft light illuminated her exquisite profile, her flawless skin shimmering delicately. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her tall, graceful figure was enchanting. Just her profile and silhouette were enough to leave one breathless. Seeing her face would surely be even more breathtaking. "Speak your mind," Jiang Junyao said as she turned, her voice calm. "Let us consider this matter settled for now. If there is a next time, we'll divorce. I can accept an ordinary husband, but I cannot tolerate a boastful one who is deluded about his own worth." Ye Chu let out a scoff. "Do you really not trust me at all?" Jiang Junyao's expression remained impassive. You know yourself best. There is no need to speak of the impractical. She could not say much else, but to claim that Ye Chu secretly sought help from the Huangfu family was undoubtedly absurd. The truth was that it was her senior sister who had assisted her in secret. He had no involvement in this matter at all. Ye Chu ceased his attempts to convince her, realizing that she had never regarded him seriously from the start, let alone bothered to understand him. There is no need to wait for a next time. If you dislike it, you can leave now. His tone grew cold. Jiang Junyao frowned, then coolly replied, whatever. Fine. Let us meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow, Ye Chu stated, preparing to leave. Just then, Han Mingwan burst in. She had feared they would argue and had followed them upstairs, eavesdropping outside the door. Unable to sit idly by upon hearing their divorce discussion, she exclaimed, No. I don't agree. Jiang Haiyan followed in, her attitude entirely opposite. I agree. A divorce is just right. This way, we can appease the old man. And Junyao can find someone new. My son-in-law must be extraordinary. Be quiet. Han Mingwan scolded, shooting a stern look at Jiang Junyao. You stubborn girl. I can support you in other matters, but on this, I firmly disagree. Jiang Junyao frowned, confused by Han Mingwan's insistence. Jiang Haiyan, visibly displeased, said, Mingwan. A daughter's happiness should be decided by her. We, as elders, should not interfere excessively. Han Mingwan ignored her, turning to Ye Chu, Xiao Chu. It's normal for couples to argue occasionally. Don't take it to heart. Come, let us go downstairs to sleep. Fearing further conflict, she took Ye Chu away. Once downstairs, seeing the displeasure on his face, she comforted him. Xiao Chu, don't be upset. They may not believe you, but mother does. Ye Chu smiled bitterly, aware that Han Mingwan was merely trying to console him. Thank you, Mom, he said sincerely, his lips pressed together. Han Mingwan's care reminded him of his deceased mother, easing some of his anger. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Haiyun reassured, Junyao, don't be upset. I'll talk to your mother later. This marriage must end. Jiang Junyao nodded slightly, watching her leave before preparing to shower and sleep. Just then, her phone rang. She picked it up to see it was a call from her senior sister and immediately answered. Junior sister, I've received some news. A few notorious criminals seem to have come to Jiangdu. I don't know if it's south-related to that place, but please be cautious and avoid any incidents. Jiang Juyao's expression turned serious. I will be careful. After hanging up, she gazed out the window, her countenance reflecting her unease. Jiangdu seemed increasingly turbulent. Chapter 81. Wang Santong in the dimly lit room, Ye Chu tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. An inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him, compelling him to rise and escape the confines of the villa through the window for a stroll, aimlessly wandering the streets. The sudden roar of an engine and distant sounds of a scuffle caught his attention. With a determined glint in his eyes, he hastened towards the source of the commotion. Before long, he arrived at a secluded alley where two factions were engaged in fierce combat. One side comprised merely two individuals, while the other boasted a formidable group of 7 or 8, clad in matching black suits that suggested they were bodyguards. Behind them stood a black sedan. One of its tires deflated, rendering it immobile. The bodyguards formed a protective barrier around the vehicle, while the others confronted their adversaries. Wang Santong, today you have nowhere to escape. Come out and face your demise, bellowed a burly man, his voice icy and filled with deadly intent. The other individual, a middle-aged man with a sickly pallor, remained silent, yet his attacks were nothing short of ferocious. In mere moments, several bodyguards were sent flying, bloodied and defeated. Inside the car, a young driver anxiously urged, President Wang, we must leave at once, or it will be too late. In the back seat sat a middle-aged gentleman with graying hair, his demeanor calm. If today is truly my fate, then fleeing is futile, he replied. You are right, President Wang. If it is indeed fate, there is no escaping it, agreed an elderly man in traditional garb seated in the passenger seat. But the young driver attempted to interject, only to be silenced by Wang Santong. No need for further discussion, he declared, opening the car door and stepping out, followed closely by the old man. Wang Santong turned to face the two opponents and asked coolly, what conditions must be met for you to spare my life? The burly man sneered, Wang Santong. I know you possess wealth, but this time, we seek something far more valuable, your life. Surely, we can negotiate? Wang Santong's expression darkened. Do not forget. I am of the Wang family. If you harm me, the Wang family will not rest until retribution is served. The Wang family is indeed powerful. The pale man remarked with a faint smile, but that holds no sway over those of us on the dark list. Wang Santong's pupils constricted. You are on the dark list. Surprised, are you? Die. The burly man cackled as he charged forward, his massive hand sweeping aside the bodyguards with ease. Just as he was about to strike Wang Santong, the elderly man sprang into action, intercepting the attacker. In a flurry of movements, the two exchanged blows. President Wang. "We must leave now," urged the young driver, rallying the remaining bodyguards to protect Wang Santong. "Where do you think you're going?" the sickly man retorted, swiftly dispatching the bodyguards in mere blinks. Although the young driver trembled with fear, he bravely positioned himself in front of Wang Santong. "Get out of the way." The sickly man struck, sending the young driver sprawling. "Wang Santong, remember this. The one who seeks your life is Zhou Buguan." Just as he prepared to deliver the fatal blow, a pebble sliced through the air, striking his wrist. With a grunt of pain, the man instinctively recoiled, scanning the surroundings with a piercing glare. Who dares? Wang Santong, believing his end was nigh, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. "May I inquire which esteemed individual has intervened? If you assist me in overcoming this peril, I shall ensure the Wang family rewards you handsomely. Since you are so earnest, I shall make my move." Came a light laugh from the shadows, followed by the emergence of a youthful figure. All eyes turned toward him, including those of the old man and the burly attacker, who paused their skirmish. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Wang Santong's body trembled with excitement as he discerned the figure illuminated by moonlight. "Dr. Ye." He rushed forward, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Ye Chu smiled. "Old Wang, it has been a while. You appear far more spirited than during your time in prison." Wang Santong felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Dr. Ye, please refrain from mocking my old age. Yet, you have only grown more impressive." As the two engaged in their jovial exchange, the sickly man interjected, "You there, I do not care who you are. But meddling in my affairs will lead to your demise." Ye Chu turned, his gaze dripping with disdain. "And who are you to threaten me? You seek death." Furious, the sickly man lunged at Ye Chu with lightning speed, revealing himself to be a master of the martial arts. Wang Santong remained unfazed, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. Ye Chu's expression remained indifferent as he swiftly extended his hand, seizing the man's fist and effortlessly twisting it. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the man's wrist broke, and he was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground and spewing blood before losing consciousness. Gasps reverberated through the crowd. A master, vanquished in a single exchange. The burly man, horrified, wasted no time fleeing. "Do not let him escape," the elderly man shouted as he pursued. A pebble whizzed through the air, piercing the man's calf. Blood gushed forth as he collapsed, clutching his leg in agony. The pursuing elder swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike. Wang Santong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Ye, for saving my life. A trivial matter, no need for concern." Ye Chu waved off the praise, curiosity piqued. "Did you not mention your family was located by the East Sea? What brings you to Jiangdu?" Wang Santong chuckled. "A branch of the Wang family has produced a promising descendant, and I was sent to conduct an assessment. Little did I anticipate an ambush upon arrival. If not for your timely intervention, I fear I would not have survived today." At that moment, the elder approached, scrutinizing Ye Chu with intrigue. To defeat two masters with such ease was nothing short of remarkable. Wang Santong commanded, "Old Kong, handle those two. Ensure they are thoroughly interrogated." The elder nodded in agreement. Wang Santong turned to Ye Chu. "Come, let us find a place to enjoy a drink." Ye Chu acquiesced. "What would you like to eat?" After a moment's thought, Ye Chu replied, "At this hour, most restaurants are likely closed. Perhaps we could find a place for skewers." Shortly thereafter, Wang Santong led Ye Chu to a roadside stall where they enjoyed beer and skewers, reminiscing about amusing tales from their time in prison. Anyone familiar with Wang Santong would be astonished to witness the illustrious lord of Jiang and casually indulging in street food at such a late hour, an unbelievable sight indeed. As the two continued their cheerful conversation, a group of ruffians nearby suddenly overturned a table. One, a brash young man with bleached hair, shouted, "What kind of rubbish are you grilling? This is inedible." The stout owner hurried out, a forced smile plastered on his face. "Gentlemen, please, let us discuss this calmly." "Discuss? How dare you? This is not barbecue, it's an insult. You've ruined my stomach with all this chili. I demand compensation." The young man kicked the proprietor to the ground, his demeanor brazen and audacious. The owner, incensed, retorted, "You had better not push your luck. My establishment is under the protection of the Black Tiger Society." "Oh really? And what of it?" The young man scoffed. "The Black Tiger Society means nothing to me. I am with the White Wolf Society. Smash everything." Chapter 82. Guangling Lake Manor. Under the leadership of a scruffy youth with yellow hair, a group of ruffians wreaked havoc at a barbecue stall. Customers hurriedly vacated the premises, fearing they might attract unwanted trouble. Eventually, only Ye Chu and his companions remained at their table. Wang Santong's expression darkened, his previously good mood soured instantly. He promptly instructed his bodyguards to teach those ruffians a lesson. Several bodyguards immediately sprang into action, striking without hesitation. Who the hell are you? We are members of the White Wolf Society. The yellow-haired thug attempted to threaten them, but his words were cut short by a resounding slap. The bodyguards, all veterans of elite military backgrounds, easily subdued the group of thugs. In mere moments, the ruffians were left wailing in despair. The rotund owner of the stall, initially taken aback, quickly approached to express his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. I'll treat you to your meal. While his appreciation was straightforward, it was heartfelt. The bodyguards, remaining silent, returned to their place behind Wang Santong. The owner hastily approached again. Gentlemen, thank you for your help. Is there anything else you wish to eat? I can grill it for you right away. Wang Santong waved his hand with a smile. It's just a small matter. There's no need for concern. Please, go about your business. Once the owner departed, Ye Chu narrowed his eyes, casting a scrutinizing glance at the group of thugs. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Wang Santong inquired curiously, do you know those individuals, Yishini? Ye Chu shook his head and rose to approach the thugs. The yellow-haired ruffian staggered to his feet. His eyes filled with malice. You dogs, just wait. Today's incident is far from over. Ye Chu stepped forward, placing his foot on the thug's head, his expression impassive. Now, tell me, who instructed you to cause trouble under the name of the White Wolf Society? The White Wolf Society had recently merged with the Black Tiger Society. While outsiders might be unaware, the subordinates surely were not. The individuals before him were clearly attempting to instigate conflict by deliberately causing trouble under the White Wolf Society's banner. And on the territory of the Black Tiger Society, no less. The yellow-haired thug felt a pang of panic but concealed it with defiance, gritting his teeth. I don't understand what you're saying. We are indeed members of the White Wolf Society. My elder brother is Bald Brother, the leader of the White Wolf Society. Let me go, or else when my brother arrives, you'll regret it. Ye Chu smirked slightly. Is that so? Then call this Bald Brother of yours over. I would like to see what he can do to me. The yellow-haired thug's expression shifted rapidly, his face a canvas of uncertainty. What? You dare not call him? Ye Chu scoffed. You can't call him, can you? Suddenly, the thug seemed to grasp something and trembled. Who exactly are you? Ye Chu, unfazed, took out his phone and dialed Bald Brotherly. The yellow-haired thug's panic deepened, though he attempted a final act of defiance. You're just trying to scare us. How could you possibly know Bald Brother? Ye Chu paid him no mind, speaking a few words into the phone before hanging up. He glanced at the thugs, then instructed his bodyguards to continue enjoying the barbecue with Wang Santong. Old Wang, I had to take care of something. Thank you for your patience. Wang Santong waved his hand, having sensed the unusual atmosphere. Moments later, Bald Brotherly arrived with a large entourage at the barbecue stall. Sir, what are your orders? He approached Ye Chu, his demeanor respectful. Ye Chu recounted the situation briefly and gestured towards the yellow-haired thugs. Handle this. Upon hearing this, Bald Brotherly's face darkened with fury as he turned towards the thugs. The yellow-haired thug was already pale with fear. Who instructed you? Faced with the threat, he dared not conceal the truth, promptly divulging everything. Sir, it was the Jiang family. They ordered us to act this way. Bald Brotherly's expression grew grim, again. It is the Jiang family. The thug continued. We were forced into this. Please show mercy and let us go. To tarnish the reputation of the White Wolf Society is not something I can overlook, Bald Brotherly retorted coldly, instructing his underlings, make sure to treat them well. Afterward, he quickly approached Ye Chu, bowing respectfully, Sir, it is indeed the Jiang family. Ye Chu narrowed his eyes, deducing that this was likely retaliation for the previous incident. Should I send someone to the Jiang family to demand an explanation? Bald Brotherly's eyes flashed with intensity. There's no need. Ye Chu waved his hand. This matter likely stems from the main branch of the Jiang family. Find a few reliable individuals and discreetly teach them a lesson. Bald Brotherly nodded eagerly. Understood. I will take my leave. Ye Chu signaled, and the group promptly departed. Wang Santong looked on in admiration. Truly remarkable, Yishini. You've just acquired a formidable group of subordinates. The robust man from earlier had exuded an aura of strength that rivaled that of Wang Santong's personal bodyguard. Ye Chu smiled silently. The two continued their meal until deep into the night. After dining, as Ye Chu prepared to take his leave, Wang Santong stopped him. Yishini, don't rush off. Allow me to take you somewhere. Ye Chu, intrigued, asked where to. You'll find out once we arrive, Wang Santong replied with a mysterious smile, instructing his bodyguards to drive. Before long, they arrived at the shores of Guangling Lake. Guangling Lake, nestled between the southern and eastern districts of Jiangdu City, is renowned as a wealthy enclave. Surrounding the lake are vast areas of upscale residential complexes, featuring both spacious flats and standalone villas. The inhabitants are predominantly affluent individuals. However, the lake's fame does not stem from its luxurious residences but from the opulent manor situated at its center. At the heart of Guangling Lake lies a sprawling island, home to the most extravagant estate in Jiangdu, the Guangling Lake Manor. Spanning tens of thousands of square meters, the manor boasts lavish decorations, artificial hills and flowing waters, stunning gardens, a racetrack, and even a golf course. Crucially, the manor not only showcases unparalleled luxury, but also possesses a rich historical legacy. It is said that in ancient times, the entire Guangling Lake area, along with its surroundings, belonged to the estate of the Guangling king. The lake was merely the royal garden. Over time, the estate fell into disrepair, leaving only remnants of its grandeur. Eventually, someone invested heavily to purchase the land of Guangling Lake, constructing the surrounding residential areas and the luxurious manor at the lake's center. This is why Guangling Lake Manor is often referred to as the premier manor in Jiangdu, with estimates valuing it at no less than 2 billion. To facilitate access to the island, the developers constructed a tunnel beneath the lake. The vehicle traversed the tunnel, arriving at the island in the center of the lake. Upon entering the island, a plethora of luxurious vegetation greeted them. Ye Chu curiously surveyed his surroundings. Old Wang, where exactly are we? Wang Santong countered with a question. Yishini, what do you think of this place? Ye Chu examined the scenery closely and nodded. The view is quite lovely. Wang Santong laughed heartily. Since you like it, I'll gift it to you. Ye Chu was taken aback. He had never encountered such opulence before. In comparison, both the Jiang family estate and the Yun family estate paled in comparison to the grandeur of this manor. Old Wang, we are not strangers. There is no need for such formality, Ye Chu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Chapter 83. Should we pay a visit as well? Dr. Yi, this is already the second time you've saved me. Allow me to gift you a manor as a token of my gratitude. Please do not decline, Wang Santong said earnestly, recognizing the sincerity in his words. Ye Chu felt it inappropriate to refuse further. To do so would appear overly pretentious. As the vehicle approached the entrance of the manor, a few individuals were already awaiting their arrival. Upon disembarking, a graceful middle-aged woman approached them. Greetings, Mr. Wang, she acknowledged. Wang Santong waved his hand dismissively and gestured towards Ye Chu, stating, "This is Dr. Yi. He shall henceforth be the owner of this manor." He then introduced Ye Chu, saying, "Dr. Yi, this is Butler Zhang, responsible for the daily upkeep of the estate. You may consult her with any matters you may have." Zhong Shan respectfully greeted Ye Chu. "Welcome, master." Ye Chu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wang Santong instructed them to take a tour of the premises. Zhong Shan eagerly nodded and invited Ye Chu. "Master, please follow me." Ye Chu acquiesced, and the group followed her as they explored the manor. Under Zhong Shan's direction, the entire estate was illuminated, the myriad of colors sparkling brilliantly in the night, casting a radiant glow over a significant part of Guangling Lake. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking. Although it was late at night, the spectacle stirred many onlookers, particularly residents of the high-rise apartments surrounding the lake. Some who were still awake rushed to their balconies to investigate. Well, the Guangling Lake Manor is lit up. Could it be that the mysterious owner has finally appeared? They wondered, astonished yet intrigued. Since its completion, the manor had only been fully illuminated once before, making this the second occasion. People were eager to uncover the identity of the owner behind such an extravagant estate, built yet scarcely inhabited. Rumors had once circulated that the Long family sought to purchase the manor, but their efforts ended in failure. If even the Long family, known for their power, could not secure it, the owner must be extraordinary indeed. During the tour, Wang Santong elaborated on the manor's historical significance and the substantial investment he made to construct it. It turned out that Wang Santong, in addition to being the king of Jiangnan Towers, was also an antiquities enthusiast. He had heard tales that the tomb of the king of Guangling might be located in the vicinity of Guangling Lake, prompting him to acquire the area for development in hopes of uncovering valuable artifacts. However, after finding no trace of the ancient tomb, he decided to build the manor simply for leisure, intending to use it for vacations, but became too busy to enjoy it. Due to the sensitive nature of the tomb's existence, Wang Santong had initially taken great care to keep the manor's ownership a secret, resulting in few people knowing it belonged to him, the king of Jiangnan Towers. Ye Chu was astonished to learn of the manor's profound historical roots. The dazzling lights remained aglow until the early hours of the morning. By the end of the tour, Ye Chu chose to stay overnight at the manor. The following morning, under butler Zhong Shan's guidance, a team of chefs prepared a lavish breakfast. As Ye Chu awoke, the meal was just being served. The array of dishes was extraordinarily opulent, causing Ye Chu to marvel at the unpretentious lifestyle of the affluent. After breakfast, Wang Santong announced his departure. Dr. Yi, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Ye Chu nodded. Old Wang, should you require assistance in the future, feel free to call me. Wang Santong's face lit up with joy. He had been waiting for this very affirmation. Having shared time with Ye Chu in Longton Prison, he understood the formidable nature of the young man before him, who remained relatively unknown but was undoubtedly destined for greatness. Dr. Yi, with your assurance, I am thoroughly satisfied, Wang Santong replied, his excitement evident. Ye Chu nodded, bidding him farewell. Not long after Wang Santong's departure, Ye Chu's phone rang. It was Han Mingwan, who, having noticed his absence that morning, was concerned enough to call and inquire. Xiao Chu, I heard there was a break-in at the big house last night. Where are you? Are you all right? Ye Chu was taken aback, realizing that Bald Li's efficiency was indeed remarkable. Unbeknownst to him, after returning home, Bald Li had informed Bai Xiao Xiao of the events, leading her to take matters into her own hands. With a master in action, the big house stood no chance. Mom, I'm fine, he reassured her. That's good to hear. Kiki, it seems those fellows from the big house have stirred trouble with the wrong people. They truly had it coming, Han Mingwan remarked. A hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Xiao Chu, hurry back. We must go to the hospital to witness this spectacle, she said candidly to Ye Chu. All right. I'll return shortly. After ending the call, Zhongshan promptly offered, Master, I shall prepare your vehicle. Ye Chu waved his hand. There's no need for that. I can manage on my own. Zhongshan glanced at the surrounding lake, about to speak, but Ye Chu had already darted out of the manor, moving with remarkable speed, leaping several times before landing at the lake's edge. In an astonishing display, he seemed to glide across the water's surface, his form quickly vanishing into the morning mist. Zhongshan swallowed hard. Her initial curiosity about why Wang Santong would gift such a lavish manner to an ordinary young man now transformed into realization. He was far from ordinary, clearly a dragon among men. Ye Chu soon arrived at the Jiang family residence, where the family was gathered for breakfast. Jiang Haiyan wore an annoyed expression, questioning, Where have you been all morning? Always out and about. Do you know what mischief you're up to? His discontent with Ye Chu grew with each passing moment. Be quiet, Han Mingwan shot back, glaring at him before calling to Ye Chu, Xiao Chu, come eat. Mom, I've already had breakfast, Ye Chu replied, casting a glance at Jiang Junyao. She remained calm, her gaze unwavering. Ye Chu felt a pang of disappointment in her eyes. He seemed utterly insignificant. At that moment, a phone rang, Jiang Junyao's. She answered, and after a brief conversation, her expression turned serious. Jiang Haiyan inquired, Junyao, what is wrong? Jiang Junyao put down the phone and explained, It seems the owner of Guangling Lake Manor has made an appearance, and many are preparing to pay their respects. Jiang Haiyun gasped in surprise. I wonder who possesses such opulent grandeur? Han Mingwan, equally intrigued, remarked, I've heard that the mysterious owner is not from our Jiangdu. It's curious why such a powerful figure would come to Jiangdu to construct a manor yet seldom visit, leaving it to gather dust. Without a doubt. It must be some super elite, Jiang Haiyan asserted with certainty, envy glimmering in his eyes. Oh, if only I could live in such luxury for a day. That would be a life well lived. Han Mingwan rolled her eyes, stop dreaming. Not even you, let alone the old man, would ever have that privilege. Humph. Can I dream a little? Jiang Haiyan scoffed, then turned to Jiang Junyao. Junyao, should we pay a visit as well? Who knows? If we are fortunate enough to meet that enigmatic owner, it could be beneficial for your future. He thought to himself. If that mysterious owner took a liking to Jiang Junyao, it would be a stroke of luck indeed. Completely unaware that the individual he deemed a superpower was seated right beside him. Chapter 84. I truly do not know Ye Chu, who was eavesdropping, found it amusing. If Jiang Haiyun were to discover that the enigmatic estate owner was, in fact, him, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. Having learned from previous experiences, he chose to remain silent this time. After all, speaking up would yield disbelief and likely result in ridicule. Junyao, have you given any thought to the investment matter? Jiang Haiyun could not help but ask as Jiang Junyao prepared to leave after finishing her meal. Jiang Junyao frowned. That matter is unreliable, Dad. You should not get involved. What makes it unreliable? Jiang Haiyun attempted to press on, but Jiang Junyao turned her back and exited the villa without further ado. Han Mingwan interjected mildly. Enough of those unreliable thoughts. Let's tidy up and head to the hospital. Jiang Haiyun scoffed inwardly. Just wait. Once my investment bears fruit, I shall see what you all have to say. Shortly thereafter, the trio drove to the hospital. Just as they exited the villa, they were confronted by two figures blocking their path. Yi Tianqing and Yi Yichen had arrived. The Yi family Having grown anxious due to the lack of communication from Ye Chu and hearing that the Jiang family had formally initiated cooperation with the Huangfu family, had come seeking answers. Humph, the audacity of the Yi family to come here, Jiang Haiyun coldly remarked, harboring no goodwill towards them. He stepped out of the car and bellowed. Are you seeking death? Do you not see the vehicle approaching? Yu Tiancheng approached with an ingratiating smile. In-laws, please do not be angry. We have come specifically to visit you. Jiang Haiyun's expression darkened instantly. Shut your mouth. Who is your in-law? He harbored a deep-seated desire to rid himself of Ye Chu as a son-in-law, thus had no intention of acknowledging the other as family. Yu Tiancheng was taken aback, never having anticipated such blatant disrespect from Jiang Haiyun. At that moment, Han Mingwan exited the vehicle and inquired flatly, Do you have business with us? She regarded Yi Tiancheng with equal disdain. Yi Tiancheng, maintaining his smile, replied, Mother-in-law, it has been some time since Xiao Chu and Miss Jiang wed. I would like to invite you all to dinner. When might you be available? Han Mingwan immediately grasped the underlying intention and was about to respond when Ye Chu intervened. No need for dinner. Junyao has recently been promoted to president and is quite busy, with no time to dine with irrelevant parties. Yu Tiancheng's eye twitched in frustration, wishing he could slap Ye Chu. Beside him, Yu Chin could not contain himself. Ye Chu, is that any way to speak to your father? And do you possess any integrity at all, taking money without delivering results? I speak as I wish. What can you do about it? Ye Chu retorted coldly. And that money was compensation from your Yi family, was it not? You shameless wretch. Yu Chin's face turned crimson with rage. Yi Tiancheng's expression twisted in fury, his gaze fixated on Ye Chu with a murderous intensity. What is with that expression? Han Mingwan interjected with displeasure. Are you contemplating violence against Xiao Chu? Listen well, he is my son-in-law now. You would do well to behave, or do not blame me for being ungracious. The expressions of Yi Tiancheng and his son shifted dramatically. They had not expected Han Mingwan to defend Ye Chu so fiercely. Xiao Chu, let us depart, Han Mingwan said, pulling Ye Chu towards the car, with Jiang Haiyun glaring at the two before following suit. As the vehicle sped away, Ye Chu deliberately cast a provocative look at them, inciting further ire. Yi Chin exploded. Dad, that scoundrel is insufferably arrogant. We must teach him a lesson and remind him of his place. Teach him a lesson? Yi Tiancheng's face darkened. That brat has the Jiang family backing him and is a martial arts expert. What do we possess to confront him? Yu Tiancheng's expression was filled with resentment. So, are we to let this slide? After a long pause, he finally replied, Naturally, we cannot let this go. We shall return and contact Mr. Su, urging him to reach out to his senior brother. This time, we shall ensure that scoundrel receives a profound lesson. Yu Chin's eyes brightened. Yes, that good-for-nothing must learn his place. However, he hesitated. Dad, what about the Jiang family? Given Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun's attitudes just now, the possibility of cooperating with them seems slim. Yu Tiancheng's expression grew troubled. He was at a loss for how to proceed. After some contemplation, Yi Chen suggested, Dad, could we perhaps approach the main branch of the Jiang family? Yu Tiancheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and after careful consideration, he responded, It may be worth a try. After all, we currently lack better options. You must immediately send someone to investigate the main branch of the Jiang family and see if we can curry favor with them. Yu Chen nodded. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. At the First People's Hospital, in a high-end ward, Jiang Haifeng was in a furious rage. Useless. All of you are useless. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. What good are you? Before him stood a man in black, the head of the guards from the main branch, who usually handled any dirty work. He had never failed before, yet this time, he had met with an unfortunate turn of events. Not only had the White Wolf Society discovered the situation, but they had also come directly to confront him. In the room, the 5 members of the main branch were all bandaged, indicating their serious injuries. The man dared not speak, enduring Jiang Haifeng's tirade. After a lengthy scolding, Jiang Haifeng's anger began to subside, and he inquired in a low voice, Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? The man immediately replied, Master, I have summoned the one responsible. Let him explain. With that, he exited the ward and soon returned with a wounded youth sporting yellow hair, the very same troublemaker from the barbecue stand incident. The youth reported the incident in detail to the master, not daring to hide anything. If that brat hadn't been nearby enjoying barbecue, the White Wolf Society would never have learned about it. Jiang Haifeng frowned. You mean that kid made a phone call and summoned a hall master from the White Wolf Society and instructed him to take action? The youth nodded. Jiang Haifeng's expression fluctuated between dark and stormy. Just last night, the leader of the White Wolf Society had personally come to issue a warning. If that individual could command others, his identity must be extraordinary. Could he be the long-lost White Wolf King? The others wore grim expressions, feeling that this was merely a stroke of bad luck, having encountered high-ranking members of the White Wolf Society while carrying out their duties. At that moment, Han Mingwan and the others entered the ward. Upon seeing the bruised and battered individuals, Han Mingwan's smile was barely concealed. Elder brother, sister-in-law. I heard you encountered some ruffians at home last night. What happened? Could you share the details? Han Mingwan's face was filled with curiosity. The main branch's members immediately turned dark, especially Chun Meijing, whose face twitched with fury. The yellow-haired youth, upon seeing Ye Chu, was taken aback, shouting, You. Overcome with excitement, he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Jiang Haifeng scolded, What are you shouting about? Get out. The yellow-haired youth snapped back to reality and reported, Master, the one who notified the White Wolf Society last night was him. He pointed at Ye Chu, his expression wild with agitation. The main branch member's pupils dilated, all eyes turning to Ye Chu. Jiang Juanhu erupted with rage. Ah, it's you again, you scoundrel. He winced as his agitation aggravated his injuries. The others glared at Ye Chu with murderous intent. Feigning innocence, Ye Chu remarked, Juanhu, what are you saying? I don't quite understand. Jiang Juanhu, suppressing his pain, snarled, You, Leaf, confess your relationship with the White Wolf Society. If the yellow-haired youth's words held any truth, Ye Chu undoubtedly had deep ties with the White Wolf Society. Though incredulous, the lesson from Qin Zibao weighed heavily on him, and he could not dismiss the possibility that Ye Chu's connections were indeed significant. What is this White Wolf meeting? I fail to comprehend your words, Ye Chu feigned ignorance. Jiang Junlong coldly retorted, Yi, do you possess the audacity to act yet lack the courage to admit it? Jiang Haifeng pointed at the yellow-haired thug, asserting, The witness stands right here. Do you dare to argue otherwise? Can you truly claim ignorance of him? Ye Chu gazed intently at the thug for an extended moment before resolutely shaking his head. I genuinely do not recognize him. Jiang Haifeng's face turned a shade of iron, his anger palpable, as he prepared to speak again, only to be coldly interrupted by Han Mingwan. Jiang Haifeng, what is the meaning of this? Why should the brutal beating of a random criminal outside concern my son-in-law? Chapter 85. To the smoky place as soon as Han Mingwan spoke, the people in the main house grew even angrier. Chun Meijing pointed at the yellow-haired thug and shouted, Han Mingwan, I saw with my own eyes last night that this you fellow summoned a hall master from the White Wolf Society and instructed him to retaliate against us. Do you still dare to argue? Han Mingwan glanced at the yellow-haired thug and replied nonchalantly, This yellow-haired brat is clearly one of yours. Who knows if you arranged this in advance, framing my son-in-law on purpose? Jiang Haiyun chimed in, Sister-in-law, are you mistaken? This kid is just a useless fool. How could he possibly know someone from the White Wolf Society, let alone a hall master? He wasn't defending Ye Chu but simply could not believe that a worthless person could know such an important figure. Qin Meijing opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was common knowledge that Ye Chu was merely a useless illegitimate child. How could he possibly know a hall master from the White Wolf Society, much less instruct him to take action, had it not been for Jiang Juanhu's previous incident? Even she would not have believed it. Humph. I suspect they are just looking for trouble. Han Mingwan snorted coldly. Having come with good intentions only to have her son-in-law wronged upon arrival, she wished she hadn't bothered coming at all. Ye Chu echoed, Mom. Since they are biting the hand that feeds them, let us not remain here to suffer humiliation. Han Mingwan nodded and deliberately said to the people in the main house, Elder brother and sister-in-law, in the future, do not be too ostentatious in your actions, lest you attract undue punishment and bring shame upon our old Jiang family. The people in the main house were infuriated. Han Mingwan, shut your mouth. Qin Meijing shouted angrily. Sister-in-law, do calm down. Don't let it affect your health. Han Mingwan comforted with a smile. Seeing the hostile glares directed at her, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Teasingly glancing at them before calling to Ye Chu and the others, let us go. Elder brother and sister-in-law, please take care of yourselves. We will come to see you again soon. Jiang Haiyun forced a comforting remark before also leaving. Ye Chu lingered at the door, casting a knowing smile at the group before departing. Ugh! Jiang Juanhu, in a fit of rage, spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he pointed at the door. Dad, look at that scoundrel. It's definitely him. The others were equally enraged, with Chun Meijing fuming. Haifeng, that little brat is too arrogant. We must make him pay. Dad, I will contact the underworld. This time, we will definitely deal with that scoundrel, Jiang Junlong declared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Jiang Haifeng nodded. Good, go and handle it immediately. After leaving the hospital, Han Mingwan asked Ye Chu, Xiao Chu. What happened just now? Ye Chu shook his head. I don't know. As soon as we entered, they started shouting. They mentioned the White Wolf Society. But I have no idea what that is. Han Mingwan felt a hint of doubt creeping in. Given the main house's intense reaction, she began to question the truth of their allegations. Jiang Haiyun scoffed. Come on, let us hurry to the company. He might know a few lowly minions from the White Wolf Society, but how could he possibly know a hall master? Han Mingwan pondered this and cautioned Ye Chu. Be careful lately. Watch out for retaliation from the main house. Ye Chu nodded, and Han Mingwan and Jiang Haiyun drove to the company while he set off alone, intending to check if Sun Yurua and the others had secured the house. If not, they could move into the Guangling Lake Manor. Upon arriving outside the hospital, he prepared to hail a cab. At that moment, a familiar black Mercedes approached. The car stopped in front of him, and the window rolled down, revealing two familiar faces, Yi Tiancheng and his son. Ye Chu's expression darkened. They truly were like persistent phantoms. Ye Chu, don't get too cocky, Yi Chen sneered. Do you really think that without you, we cannot forge a partnership with the Jiang family? Ye Chu nodded in agreement. With your limited capabilities, you truly lack the ability to accomplish that. Arrogant fool, just wait and see. Once we establish a partnership with the Jiang family, we will settle the score with you. Yi Chen shot Ye Chu a cold glare as the car headed toward the hospital's underground parking. Ye Chu was momentarily taken aback, but soon deduced something. A mocking smile creeping across his lips. Heaven's mischief can still be endured, but self-inflicted calamity cannot be survived. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot, Yi Chen and Yi Tiancheng exited the car, each carrying a large number of gifts, heading straight for the inpatient building. Not long ago, they had learned of the main house's hospitalization and thought a personal visit would earn them goodwill. Confidently, they ascended to the floor where the Jiang family was staying. After adjusting their attire, they entered the ward. Inside the room, Jiang Haifeng and the others were still fuming. Seeing someone dare to intrude, their anger only intensified. Who are you? Who allowed you to come in? Yi Tiancheng wore a smile. Greetings, I am Yi Tiancheng, the head of the Yi family. And we are in-laws with your Jiang family. I heard that you were unwell and came specifically to pay my respects. I hope you won't hold it against us for barging in uninvited. The expressions of the main house members suddenly shifted dramatically. Yi Tiancheng, oblivious to the tension, thought it was going well. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Meijing interjected. So, Ye Chu is your son? Yi Tiancheng smiled and nodded, eager to say more, but was abruptly met with Chen Meijing's furious outburst. Oh, so that little brat just left, and you, as his father, come right after. What? Are you here to gloat over our misfortune? The angriest of them all, Jiang Jianhu, immediately ordered the bodyguards, beat them up, give them a good thrashing. The bodyguards sprang into action, and soon, the ward was filled with the sounds of anguished cries. After Ye Chu left the hospital, he was about to call Sun Yurua when he received a call from Baldly. Sir, I've just received news that Miss Sun has encountered some trouble. I'm on my way there now to inform you. Ye Chu's expression darkened. Where? At the Flower and Bird Antique Market. Ye Chu immediately instructed the driver to change course. At the same time, in an antique shop within the Flower and Bird Antique Market, Sun Yurua and Sun Xiuying found themselves surrounded by a group of bodyguards, while two burly men, battered and bruised, lay nearby. They were the protectors sent by Xiao Xiao for Sun Yurua. Both were not weak, being at the 5th stage of body refinement, yet they were still outmatched, illustrating the strength of their adversaries. Behind the group of bodyguards sat a young man dressed elegantly, each thumb adorned with a jade ring and a string of prayer beads hanging around his neck, exuding a refined aura. He picked up a teacup, took a delicate sip, and glanced at Sun Yurua and her companion, pointing at a pair of broken porcelain shards on the ground. This is a Ru kiln piece from the Song dynasty, valued at 100 million. You'll need to pay for it. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here today. Sun Yurua's face flushed with anger. You are extorting us. This porcelain clearly fell by itself. The young man scoffed. It clearly fell as you brushed against it. There are witnesses and evidence. Do you dare to argue? You. Sun Yurua was so furious she nearly cried, cursing her bad luck. Just recently, she and Sun Xiuying had followed Ye Chu's advice and purchased a beautifully decorated villa. While house hunting, they had encountered an old classmate who was very enthusiastic, not only introducing them to good properties but also recommending that they buy some calligraphy and antiques to enhance their home's ambience. Mother and daughter found this advice reasonable and, following the classmate's suggestion, entered this shop. However, after a short time, as Sun Yurua passed by an antique porcelain vase, it suddenly fell to the ground. Immediately, a group of bodyguards rushed out, demanding compensation, claiming that the vase was from the Song dynasty and worth 100 million. Sun Yiru, despite her naivety, recognized that she had encountered a professional extortionist. She prepared to call for the city guards, only to have her phone snatched by a group of individuals who were also intent on confronting her. Fortunately, two burly men who had been discreetly protecting her arrived just in time, yet they were swiftly overpowered by the head of the opposing bodyguards. Thus unfolded the current scene. Sun Xiaoying gritted her teeth and declared, "It is evident that you are here solely to extort us. It would be in your best interest to let us go, otherwise. My son-in-law is not someone to be trifled with." A young man smirked mockingly and replied, "Oh really? Just how formidable is he? Call him here so I may see for myself." Chapter 86. Ye Chu. Just wait. I'll make the call. Sun Xiaoying angrily took out her phone, preparing to call Ye Chu. A bodyguard scoffed. "Do you really think you can call for help? What a naive thought. Do you know who our boss is?" Sun Xiaoying instinctively inquired. "Who is it?" The bodyguard proclaimed with arrogance, "Our boss is the young master of the Wu family. Surely you know the Wu family, one of the four great clans of Jiangdu? You are in no position to provoke us. If you are wise, you will compensate us, or else the situation will escalate, and you will be the ones to suffer." The mother and daughter exchanged worried glances. They had indeed heard of the Wu family. Sun Xiaoying hesitated, uncertain whether to call Ye Chu. What if he couldn't resolve the issue either? Calling him over would only bring more trouble. Wu Xiaobing stood up and calmly stated, "Auntie, stop struggling and just pay up. Didn't you just buy a villa worth over 50 million? You could sell it to cover part of the debt. I can wait." Sun Yiru's expression changed. "How do you know?" Suddenly, she realized, "Are you in cahoots with Zhu Kuo?" Zhu Kuo was her former classmate, with whom she had been in school from elementary through high school. After not excelling in university, she had dropped out and started working, and they had recently bumped into each other. Zhu Kuo had been exceptionally warm during the house-buying process, which puzzled Sun Yiru since they had never been close. She had thought it was due to Zhu Kuo's experience in society, but now it seemed that everything was a facade, merely a scheme to lure her here. Wu Xiaobing smirked, remaining silent. At that moment, a young man and woman emerged from the adjacent room. The woman, in her early 20s, was flamboyantly dressed with striking makeup and possessed a certain beauty. It was Zhu Kuo. Sun Yiru's eyes widened in disbelief. "Zhu Kuo, why? I bear you no grudge. Why do you wish to harm me?" Zhu Kuo smiled charmingly. "Yiru, one can eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak carelessly. Our boss is friends with young Master Wu. I introduced you here out of respect for our old friendship. You broke the antique out of your own carelessness. It has nothing to do with me." "You." Sun Yiru's anger made her chest heave. The man beside Zhu Kuo looked at her with gleaming eyes. "This beauty, you should just sell your house and pay the debt. I can help you with the remaining tens of millions, but the condition is that you must accompany me for a few months." Not long ago, Sun Yiru and her mother had gone to buy a house. Upon learning that her once impoverished classmate had suddenly become wealthy, Zhu Kuo felt a deep sense of imbalance and jealousy. She approached her lecherous boss, who indeed had taken a liking to Sun Yiru's enchanting eyes. Upon realizing that Sun Yiru had no significant background, they plotted this scheme. "Over my dead body," Sun Yiru shouted in anger. The man huffed. "Don't bite the hand that feeds you. My interest in you is a blessing. If you are wise, you will comply. Otherwise, I can make your life a living hell." Sun Yiru's eyes reddened with frustration, lamenting her misfortune of encountering such situations repeatedly. Just as she was at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. What a bold statement. Everyone turned to see a tall young man stride in. "Brother Ye," Sun Yiru exclaimed joyfully. Sun Xiaoying was equally delighted. He always arrived just in Chapter 87. "Commander Zhou, long time no see. It has been quite some time since I last encountered you. A situation has arisen, and the White Wolf Society is now implicated. Just wait until I deal with you." Li, the bald man, was infuriated, and he swung his massive palm towards Wu Xiaobing. The bodyguard leader immediately intervened, but after just one exchange, he was struck back, spitting blood. Wu Xiaobing's expression changed, and he quickly ordered his bodyguards to stop the attack. However, they were no match for Li, who swiftly incapacitated them all. As Li's enormous hand approached, Wu Xiaobing, panicking, shouted, "You scoundrel! I am the eldest son of the Wu family, and my brother-in-law's father is the commander of the city guards. You dare lay a finger on me?" Li halted, aware that while the White Wolf Society possessed considerable strength, it still had to tread carefully around the authorities. Seeing Li hesitate, Wu Xiaobing laughed mockingly. "Baldy, it would be wise for you to apologize and compensate me. Otherwise, with a single call, I can summon the city guards, and you'll find yourself in deep trouble." Li ignored him and turned to Ye Chu, who nodded in understanding. Li then flashed a sinister smile at Wu Xiaobing. "You little brat, threatening the White Wolf Society? You're still too green. With that, his massive palm came crashing down. The sound was sharp and clear, and Wu Xiaobing spun around several times, stars dancing before his eyes, while one side of his face quickly swelled. Ye Chu gasped in disbelief, and Zhu Kuo trembled, realizing they had stumbled into a serious predicament. After a moment, Wu Xiaobing regained his composure, glaring at Li with venomous eyes. "You bastard, just wait. I'll call for help." Li scoffed. "Sure, I'll be waiting." Without hesitation, Wu Xiaobing pulled out his phone and called for reinforcements. Meanwhile, in a nearby shopping mall, an elegant woman accompanied her boyfriend and his family, searching for a place to dine. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon answering, she heard a distressed voice on the other end. "Someone is causing a ruckus in my store and has even resorted to violence. You must help me." The woman's expression changed instantly. Her boyfriend asked, "What's wrong?" "There's trouble on Xiaobing's side, and they say someone has been hurt." The man frowned, his face turning serious. "Who dares be so bold? Let us go see." He then turned to the middle-aged couple nearby. "Dad, Aunt Yang, please continue shopping. We need to attend to something." The man was none other than Zhou Bingtian, the commander of the city guards, who had recently dined with Ye Chu. The woman beside him was the beautiful lady who had unexpectedly entered the room that day. Afterward, Zhou had been unable to forget her and had pursued her relentlessly, discovering that she was single. Zhou glanced at the beautiful woman beside him and smiled. "Let us go see what's happening. I want to know who the audacious person is." Zhou Zi quickly understood his father's intentions and nodded with a smile. "All right. Let us go together." Wu Qianqian spoke into the phone. "Bing, wait for us. Uncle Zhou and I will be there shortly." Back at the antique shop, Wu Xiaobing's face lit up with joy upon hearing that the commander was personally coming. He hung up and grinned maliciously at Li. "You scoundrel. My sister is bringing the commander with her. Prepare to face the consequences." Li frowned slightly. The commander was indeed a significant figure in Jiangdu, and he could prove challenging. He discreetly glanced at Ye Chu, who remained calm and felt reassured. Sun Yuro and her mother were also concerned. "Brother Ye, I've caused you trouble again," the girl said, guilt written on her face. "It's just a trivial matter. Don't dwell on it," Ye Chu replied, waving his hand. He then turned to Li, displeased. "Haven't you eaten? You can't even handle an ordinary person." Li shivered and glared fiercely at Wu Xiaobing. The latter's expression changed dramatically, and he warned, "You, don't act recklessly, or else." Suddenly, a resounding slap interrupted him, followed by a series of blows. Before long, Wu Xiaobing was left looking like a pig's head. Yui Kong watched in astonishment, not daring to utter a word for fear of incurring a beating. There is wisdom in the saying that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. It's better to wait for the city guards to arrive. Auric Chapter 88. "Watch how I deal with you." Zhou Bingtian was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and approached Ye Chu with enthusiasm. "Ah, Master Yi, what a pleasure to see you. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude for what you did last time. When are you free to have a meal together?" Ye Chu smiled and waved a hand dismissively. "I've been quite busy lately, perhaps another time." The onlookers were left in bewilderment. To their astonishment, Ye Chu seemed to have a good rapport with Zhou Bingtian. How could this be? The thought of a good-for-nothing like him knowing someone of Zhou's stature was unfathomable to Ye Chu, who could hardly accept the scene before him. Zhu Kuo turned pale, her heart filled with regret. In contrast, Sun Yirua and her mother wore expressions of delight. Zhou Bingtian, curious, asked, "Master Yi, what exactly is going on?" Initially, he intended to take the individuals involved back for questioning, but now he realized that someone of Ye Chu's caliber should not be trifled with. Boldly stepped forward and quickly relayed the situation. "Captain Zhou, that little brat dared to pull such extortionate tricks and even implicated a high-ranking official. You must handle this fairly. Otherwise, my White Wolf Society will not let it rest." Zhou Bingtian's gaze sharpened as he regarded Ye Chu. It seemed he was also connected to the White Wolf Society. "Rest assured, I will handle it fairly," he replied solemnly, then turned his sharp gaze toward Wu Xiaobing and his sister. He realized he had been used as a pawn. The two siblings trembled, and Wu Qianqian quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Uncle Wu. I had no idea things were like this. I am willing to apologize on behalf of Xiaobing." Of course, she was well aware of her brother's usual antics, which often led to conflicts. However, he had always managed to smooth things over thanks to his connection with the Wu family. Little did they know, they had run into someone formidable this time. Zhou Zi chimed in. "Dad, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's just let it go." Zhou Bingtian retorted coldly, "Nonsense. This boy has clearly engaged in such behavior before. Tell me, did you know about this all along?" Zhou Zi was momentarily speechless. I will deal with you later," Zhou Bingtian scoffed, then turned to Ye Chu. "Master Yi, How do you propose we handle this matter? Ye Chu replied indifferently, Captain Zhou, you may handle it as you see fit. Zhou Bingtian nodded and instructed the city guards, take these individuals back for thorough questioning. The guards promptly sprang into action, arresting the group without delay. Zhou Zi and Wu Chanchan exchanged helpless glances, but the former kept his head down, too intimidated to speak. Master Yi, may I have your contact information? I would like to invite you for a meal sometime, Zhou Bingtian said before departing. Ye Chu did not decline. Certainly, I shall intrude another day. Once the group had left, Ye Chu waved to Baldly. You all should head back as well. Baldly nodded and quickly departed with his team. Ye Chu turned to Sun Yurua and her mother. Yurua, Auntie, shall we take our leave? The trio then ventured to the antique market to purchase some curios and return to the elegant villa that Sun Yurua had acquired. By a stroke of luck, the villa was conveniently situated near Guangling Lake. Upon arriving home, Sun Xiaoying immediately began to prepare dinner, while Sun Yurua eagerly showed Ye Chu around the villa. The three-story residence, including a basement, was lavishly decorated and appeared quite impressive. As they toured, Sun Yurua's excitement was palpable, clearly overjoyed by her new home. Seeing her so happy, Ye Chu abandoned the idea of having her move to the Guangling Lake estate. Thank you, Brother Yi, she said, gazing at him with affection after they finished the basement tour, her beautiful eyes brimming with warmth. Feeling a rush of emotion, Ye Chu could not help but embrace her slender waist, softly whispering in her ear, there is no need for thanks between us. Sun Yurua's body quivered slightly. Her fair face flushed crimson, yet she did not resist, wrapping her delicate hand around Ye Chu's neck. Captivated by her alluring lips so close, Ye Chu instinctively leaned down to kiss her. Their lips met, a gentle sensation enveloping them, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance. Sun Yurua closed her eyes, shyly responding. Ye Chu was equally unaccustomed to this intimacy. Technically, it was his first kiss. His previous encounter with Yun Bingwan had been wild and chaotic, leaving him with little opportunity to savor the experience. In the quiet of the basement, the two embraced tightly, their lips and tongues entwined, the air thick with romantic tension. Just as they lost themselves in the moment, Sun Xiaoying's voice called from the staircase, Yurua, Xiao Chu, come up for dinner. Startled, the two hastily separated. Sun Yurua quickly straightened her disheveled attire, her cheeks still flushed, her hair cascading chaotically over her shoulders, more enchanting than usual. She hesitated to meet Ye Chu's gaze and was the first to ascend the stairs. Ye Chu chuckled to himself and followed closely behind. Upon reaching the upper floor, they found Sun Xiaoying had prepared dinner. Noticing her daughter's slightly flushed cheeks, she immediately sensed something amiss, but chose not to comment, cheerfully calling, Xiao Chu, come and eat. After dinner, Sun Xiaoying instructed, Yurua, please clear the dishes, and then you and Xiao Chu can find a place for those antiques and paintings. I need to go buy some ingredients and drinks. I didn't prepare much for lunch, so we must treat Xiao Chu well tonight. Without giving them a chance to respond, she stood and left the villa. As she exited, Sun Xiaoying cast a glance back, her expression inscrutable. My dear girl, I've created the perfect opportunity for you. Whether you seize it is up to you. Initially, Sun Xiaoying had been somewhat resistant to Ye Chu, wishing for her daughter to marry an ordinary person and live a peaceful life. However, after recent events, she had come to realize that Sun Yurua's beauty made her a target for unwanted attention, necessitating a dependable partner. This aligned with the old adage, beauty brings misfortune. Ye Chu was undoubtedly a suitable choice, especially since Sun Yurua had feelings for him. She no longer wished to impede their relationship, only wanting to support the two. Unaware of Sun Xiaoying's thoughts, the two proceeded to clean up the dishes before arranging the antiques and paintings. They finished quickly, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Sun Yurua said, Brother Yi, I'm going to take a shower. All right, go ahead, Ye Chu nodded. As the girl entered the bathroom, the sound of running water reignited the flames of desire within Ye Chu. Unable to resist glancing toward the bathroom, his imagination conjured images of her bathing. Stirring his blood further, he quickly focused his mind, striving to suppress his rising excitement. After a short while, Sun Yurua emerged, wrapped in a pristine white bathrobe. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, the robe clinging tightly to her exquisite form, revealing her long, fair legs that shimmered in the sunlight. Ye Chu averted his gaze, fearful of succumbing to temptation. Noticing his reaction, Sun Yurua flashed a playful smile and approached him. Brother Yi, what's wrong? The enticing fragrance of her presence quickened his breath, and he hastily shook his head. Nothing. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled mischievously. Brother Yi, I bought some clothes. Can you help me decide which one looks best? As she spoke, she took his hand, the softness of her touch sending a jolt through him. Her playful demeanor elicited laughter from Sun Yurua, and Ye Chu, realizing her intent, playfully smacked her on the backside, feigning indignation. "Oh, you cheeky girl. How dare you tease me? Just wait and see how I deal with you." With that, he swept her up in his arms and strode toward the nearby bedroom. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Within the opulent confines of a plush bedchamber, two souls intertwined in a fervent embrace. An atmosphere of sensual allure permeating the air. With a delicate sigh, Sun Y underwent her transformation from maiden to woman. Subsequently, scenes of an intimate nature unfolded within the room. After a span of over 2 hours, Ye Chu cradled the young woman in his arms upon the luxurious bed, his gaze brimming with elation. Through their union, he had harnessed her primordial yin to nurture the resentful dragon energy within him, diminishing its malevolence. Turning his inner eye towards his spiritual sea, he observed the dark, resentful dragon energy coiled serenely beside the dragon soul void cauldron. Upon attempting cultivation, he noted a diminished reactivity from the resentful dragon energy. Nestled in Ye Chu's embrace, Sun Y remained as placid as a kitten, her face adorned with a blissful smile. Noticing Ye Chu's excitement, she inquired, "Brother Ye, what has stirred your joy?" Recollecting himself, Ye Chu tenderly kissed her cheek and expressed, "Why, I am grateful." Sun Y appeared perplexed. Ye Chu promptly elucidated, providing a concise account of his circumstances. Sun Y listened with rapt attention, scrutinizing Ye Chu with suspicion. "Brother Ye, are you deceiving me? You seem no different from an ordinary man. How could you possess dragon blood?" Ye Chu gestured towards the back of his head. "Observe here." Her curiosity piqued, she examined the area, discovering a patch of golden scales growing in reverse. Concealed by his hair, the scales were easily overlooked. Touching the cool scales, a sense of wonder washed over her. Could these be dragon scales? Ye Chu affirmed. "Now do you believe my words?" She nodded fervently, then inquired, "Brother Ye, if I am indeed the true martial spirit body, as you say, can I also become a martial artist?" The prospect of gaining strength and ceasing to be a burden to Ye Chu appealed to her. Ye Chu smiled and nodded. "Assuredly. Arise, and I shall instruct you forthwith." He had already intended to guide her on the path of cultivation, deeming it a waste to neglect such a gifted physique. Sun Y's face lit up with delight as she promptly rose and prepared herself. Ye Chu delved into his memory, selecting a suitable martial arts technique for her, imparting its knowledge and elucidating its intricacies. Sun Y swiftly grasped the essence and embarked on her cultivation journey. Ye Chu observed silently, undisturbed. He sensed faint wisps of spiritual energy permeating the air, converging upon her form. After 2 more hours, Sun Y emerged from her meditative state, stretching her limbs and marveling at her newfound vigor. "My strength has increased significantly. It's truly remarkable." Ye Chu assessed her progress and commended, "Indeed, you have attained the first stage of body tempering. When time permits, I shall procure medicinal herbs to concoct a bath to further refine your physique." Sun Y nodded eagerly. Her curiosity piqued. "Brother Ye, what is the first stage of body tempering?" Ye Chu explained, "It marks the initial realm of martial cultivation, involving the absorption of spiritual energy or the use of medicinal baths to fortify one's body and enhance one's vital energy. The second stage is the Grandmaster of Meridian Opening, which involves unblocking the body's 8 extraordinary meridians. The third stage is the Grandmaster of Energy Transformation, which allows one to project internal energy and inflict harm from a distance." Sun Y's imagination soared. How extraordinary! Our world is more remarkable than I had imagined. She felt as though she had stepped into a new realm, where the knowledge imparted by Ye Chu differed vastly from what she had previously learned. Indeed, this world is far more intricate and enigmatic than you perceive. Ye Chu remarked with a smile. "I shall reveal the subsequent realms to you later. Remember, progress must be steady and grounded, without reaching for the unattainable." She nodded resolutely. Subsequently, they dressed and exited the room. Shortly after, Sun Xiaoying returned. Sun Y inquired, "Mother, why were you gone for so long?" Sun Xiaoying noticed a subtle change in her daughter's demeanor, realizing that the deed was done. Rolling her eyes inwardly, she thought, "If I hadn't delayed my return, would you have had the chance?" "I was held up by some matters," she casually explained, carrying her belongings into the kitchen, where Sun Y joined her to assist. Soon after, they prepared a delectable feast, which they shared with Ye Chu. Earlier, Ye Tianqing and his son had returned to the Yi residence, their faces bruised and battered. Xie Yushan was aghast. "Yichen, what happened? How did you end up like this?" "That scoundrel Ye Chu is to blame." Yu Yichen ceded. "Father, that wretch is intolerable. We must make him pay." His anger intensified, and he yearned to eliminate Ye Chu at once. Yu Tianqing nodded grimly. I shall contact Master Su immediately. Soon after, Su Wanshan arrived at the Yi family villa, accompanied by his senior apprentice, Feng Han-san. To ensure success, Yi Tiancheng had also summoned a contingent of armed bodyguards, determined to inflict a severe lesson upon Ye Chu and remind him of their positions. Esteemed Patriarch, this is my senior apprentice, Feng Han-san, Su Wanshan introduced, gesturing towards the elderly man beside him. Ye Tiancheng eagerly extended his hands. I have long admired Elder Feng's reputation. It is an honor to meet you. Feng Han-san merely nodded slightly before arrogantly settling onto the sofa. Let it be known that my services are costly. Ye Tiancheng suppressed his embarrassment and replied, Rest assured, Elder Feng. If the task is accomplished, the Yi family will reward you handsomely. Feng Han-san grunted in acknowledgement and inquired, Where is the boy? Please wait a moment, Elder Feng. I shall summon him. Ye Tiancheng said, retrieving his phone. After a moment's contemplation, he composed a message to Ye Chu. I suddenly recall that your mother left behind a final word before her passing. If you wish to know it, return to the Yi residence immediately. Upon receiving the message, Ye Chu's eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized the sender, though he suspected it was a ruse. He dared not take the chance. After some deliberation, he decided to return and seek answers. He promptly called back, his tone icy. I trust you will not deceive me again. Otherwise, do not blame me for showing no mercy. With that, he hung up, bid farewell to the women, and set off for the Yi residence. At the Yi family villa, Ye Tiancheng's face darkened. That insolent wretch dares to threaten me. I shall deal with him shortly. He turned to Feng Han-san, his expression tinged with concern. Elder Feng, the boy possesses considerable strength. Are you confident in your ability to handle him? Feng Han-san nodded arrogantly. Rest assured, unless he is a grandmaster, I can subdue him. Su Wanshan added, Patriarch, have no worries. My senior apprentice recently broke through to the 9th stage of body tempering, and his eagle claw technique has advanced further. He is virtually unmatched below the grandmaster level. Dealing with a mere youth will be a trivial matter. Chapter 90. You are simply too weak. Ye Chu swiftly arrived at the Yi residence. Upon entering the villa, he sensed the concealed bodyguards lurking around him. With a slight lowering of his eyelids, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his gaze. Yi Fei, waiting at the entrance, sneered, Ye Chu, you certainly possess a lot of audacity to return. Ye Chu chose to disregard him, walking into the villa with his hands clasped behind his back. Humph. You're a waste. You'll soon regret this, Yue Fei thought coldly as he followed inside. Upon Ye Chu's entrance, the occupants of the room turned their gazes towards him. Only Feng Han-san remained composed on the sofa, sipping tea without shifting his gaze. His demeanor exuded arrogance, as if he regarded this nameless junior with utmost disdain. The moment Ye Tiancheng spotted Ye Chu, his expression darkened, and he coldly stated, Ye Chu, I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you arrange a meeting with Miss Jiang, I will overlook the previous matters. Ye Chu shook his head, replying, I have already informed you, Jun Yao is quite busy and cannot meet with irrelevant individuals. Xia Yushan scolded, You wretched child, what do you mean by irrelevant? Have you forgotten your surname since you went to the Jiang family? Yi Chen also chimed in, Ye Chu, mother is right. Don't forget that you are a Yi. The Yi family has raised you for many years. It is now time for you to contribute to the family. Ye Chu almost laughed in anger, finding it absurd that they were resorting to moral coercion at this point. The Yi family's kindness has long been repaid. From the moment I became a member of the Jiang family, I have severed ties with the Yi family. The mother and son fell momentarily silent. Ye Tiancheng, unable to contain his fury, declared, You ungrateful son, if you fail to recognize my goodwill, do not blame me for disregarding our father-son bond. With that, he turned to Feng Han-san and respectfully said, Old Feng, I implore you to take action. Feng Hansen's expression slightly faltered. He had recognized the voice of the young man who had defeated him that day. He was aware that the Yi family had requested his assistance against someone, but he had not known that it was the very Jiang family son-in-law who had bested him. Had he known the identity of his opponent, he would never have involved himself in this matter. However, feeling reassured by his recent breakthrough, he stood up and calmly addressed Ye Chu, Young friend, it has been a while. Is that so? The crowd was taken aback, and Su Wanshan curiously asked, Elder brother, do you know this lad? Feng Han-sen nodded slightly. We have met once. He refrained from mentioning the humiliating defeat he had experienced, as it was too embarrassing. Ye Chu was astonished. The Yu family hired you to deal with me? Feng Han-sen nodded. Young friend, this place is quite cramped. Let us step outside to settle this. He gestured invitingly. Ye Chu waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for that. You are not my match. Out of respect for Miss Yun, I suggest you leave. I have no intention of causing harm. Su Wanshan erupted in fury. Presumptuous brat, you shall not be so arrogant. My elder brother is unrivaled beneath the masters. Defeating you is merely child's play. Feng Hansen's lips twitched. He felt embarrassed hearing such words spoken in front of Ye Chu. After all, it was after battling Ye Chu that he had experienced a breakthrough. Ye Chen added, Ye Chu, wise up and apologize quickly. Otherwise, once old Feng makes his move, you will regret it. Oh, is he that formidable? I am quite eager to see for myself, Ye Chu replied with a peculiar glint in his eyes, beckoning, come. Let me witness your capabilities. Su Wanshan was incensed. Elder brother, this young man is truly arrogant. You must teach him a lesson. With the atmosphere charged, Feng Hansen found it difficult to refrain from making a move. He also wished to test his newfound strength. His gaze sharpened, resembling that of a hawk preparing to swoop down on its prey. Young friend, since you insist, I shall not hold back. As he spoke, his figure darted forth like an arrow released from a bow. Crack! The floor beneath him shattered like a spider's web from the sheer force of his launch. The onlookers were both astonished and thrilled, believing the outcome was assured. Ye Chu stood his ground, unfazed, and with a single hand formed into a claw, he struck out. His palm, swift as lightning, evaded Feng Hansen's attack before landing heavily on his chest. The latter was sent flying as if struck by a tremendous force. Boom! A hole was smashed into the distant wall as Feng Hansen crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest, he struggled to lift his head. His eyes filled with terror. How can you be so strong? Ye Chu withdrew his hand, offering a nonchalant smile. It is not that I am too strong. Rather, you are simply too weak. The words cut deep. Feng Hansen, overwhelmed by anger and shock, coughed up another mouthful of blood before his head tilted, and he fainted. Elder brother, Su Wanshan gasped, rushing to check on Feng Hansen's injuries. The members of the Yi family were left dumbfounded, never having imagined that the illegitimate child they looked down upon possessed such formidable martial prowess. Not even a ninth-tier body refining master was his match. What level of strength was he? The pinnacle of body refinement? Or perhaps a master? As this realization dawned upon them, their breaths quickened, particularly Yi Tianqing, whose heart was overtaken by a surge of regret. Had he known Ye Chu was this powerful, he would never have arranged for him to marry into the Jiang family in exchange for a partnership. Xiao Chu, I was merely joking earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Yi Tianqing forced a smile, attempting to mend their relationship. Ye Chu smirked. Yi Tianqing, do not attempt to manipulate me. Speak plainly. If the message you sent was not genuine, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Yi Tianqing's eyelids twitched, a shadow passing through his gaze. Having already lowered himself, he was taken aback by Ye Chu's attitude. Yu Yifei, dissatisfied, retorted, Ye Chu, no matter how capable you are, you are still a child of the Yi family. Do not speak to our father in such a manner. In a flash, Ye Chu appeared before Yu Yifei, swiftly delivering a resounding slap. Chapter 91. Be my boyfriend. Ye Chu caught the bullet with his bare hands, leaving the onlookers in awe. Everyone stared at him with a mixture of shock and disbelief, as if they were witnessing a creature from another realm. His piercing gaze swept across the bodyguards, who instinctively recoiled, deterred from making any further moves. Ye Chu turned his icy stare towards Yi Tianqing, devoid of any emotion. Speak. Is there anything else you have yet to disclose? Yi Tianqing's throat felt parched, his eyes filled with dread. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the illegitimate child he had once looked down upon had transformed into someone remarkably formidable and terrifying. Swallowing hard, he dared not conceal the truth any longer. I recall that your mother once mentioned, if you were to achieve success in the future, you could visit the imperial capital. His words were not a fabrication, there was indeed some truth to them. He had simply dismissed them in the past, which led to their oblivion. It was only after realizing Ye Chu was a warrior that the memory resurfaced. Ye Chu discerned the honesty in his words, his mind racing with contemplation. Could it be that his origins were linked to the imperial capital? He resolved to visit the imperial capital whenever he had the chance. Yi Tianqing cautiously said, I have spoken. I hope you will keep your word. At this moment, he felt a genuine fear of Ye Chu. Ye Chu returned to his senses, his voice cold and unyielding. Do not trouble me again. If there is a next time, do not blame me for lacking compassion. With that, he turned and exited the villa. Once he departed, the tension in the Yi family began to dissipate. Yi Chen, in frustration, exclaimed, Damn it! How can that little bastard possess such strength? Yu Yifei and Xie Yushan also found it hard to accept. Yu Tianqing looked towards Su Wanshan, asking, Mr. Su, from your perspective, what level of strength does that ungrateful child possess? Su Wanshan, recalling the earlier scene, felt a shiver of fear. Master, anyone capable of defeating my senior brother with a single strike and catching bullets with bare hands must be a master-level expert. Though he had suspected this beforehand, The confirmation still left Yi Tianqing struggling to accept the reality. A young master, whom he had pushed away, could have secured the Yi family's position. Had he not acted foolishly, the Yi family might have had a young master to lead them, potentially allowing them to catch up with the three ancient clans. It is worth noting that among the three ancient clans, only the Wang family had a master in their ranks. At this moment, he truly regretted his actions. Not only him, but even Xia Yushan and Yu Yiqin felt a pang of regret. Su Wanshan sighed, "Master, regardless of the situation, Ye Chu is still your son. If you were to lower your stance, perhaps there might still be a chance for reconciliation." Yu Tianqing's gaze flickered, his thoughts in disarray. After leaving the Yi family, Ye Chu was reluctant to return to the Jiang family, so he sent a message to Han Mengwan, informing her that he would not be returning that evening. He then made his way to the Guangling Lake Manor. In the brightly lit villa where the Jiang family's main house was situated, Qin Meijing inquired of Jiang Haifeng. "Have we made contact with the assassin?" Jiang Haifeng nodded, confirming that they had indeed established contact. "This time, that little wretch is as good as dead." Jiang Junlong, curious, asked, "Dad, which powerful figure from the dark list is it?" Jiang Haifeng smirked coldly. "Luo Qinjue." Jiang Junlong's pupils contracted in shock. "What? It's that notorious figure." Xia Yushan and Jiang Junlong looked on with interest, the latter asking, "Elder brother, is this Luo Qinjue very formidable?" "More than formidable," Jiang Junlong replied gravely. "Luo Qinjue ranks 18th on the dark list, said to be a peak master. He has committed heinous crimes in the southeast. And when the authorities dispatched several masters to hunt him down, he not only escaped but also killed 3 masters in the process. It was after that battle that he successfully entered the top 20 of the dark list. And that was several years ago. Luo Qinju is only stronger now." Jiang Junlan was taken aback by the revelation. No wonder he was among the top 20 on the dark list. Qin Meijing exclaimed, "If that's the case, that little brat is surely doomed." "Indeed," Jiang Julong snorted coldly. "Let him be arrogant. If he dies, he has it coming." Jiang Julan, intrigued, asked, "Brother, how could someone so powerful take on our small task?" Jiang Junlong hesitated, pondering for a moment before responding. Perhaps he just happened to be in Jiangdu for other matters. In a city in the southeast of the Great Xia, a burly man boarded a flight to Jiangdu. When his phone rang, he answered, and a cold voice came through. "When you arrive in Jiangdu, you must eliminate Wang Santong. There can be no second chance. Rest assured, with my intervention, Wang Santong will have nowhere to escape." The man assured in a deep voice. Unbeknownst to all of this, Ye Chu returned to the Guangling Lake Manor and enjoyed a restful night's sleep. After breakfast the following day, he planned to purchase some medicinal herbs to assist Sun Yiru in refining her body. Just as he left the manor, he received a call from Huangfu Shiwei. "Sister Shiwei, what brings you to call me today?" "Humph, you little rascal, if I don't reach out. Are you going to forget your sister?" Huangfu Shiwei's voice carried a playful reproach, making Ye Chu feel a tingle of excitement. "How could I ever forget? I could never forget you, Sister Shiwei." "Humph, you're just good at flattering," Huangfu Shiwei retorted with a light huff. "So, do you have time today? I need you to help me with something." Ye Chu, intrigued, asked, "What do you need help with?" "You'll find out once you arrive," Huangfu Shiwei replied enigmatically. With curiosity piqued, Ye Chu made his way to Huangfu Shiwei's home. Shortly thereafter, he arrived. Upon entering the villa, he found Huangfu Shiwei already dressed impeccably. Today, she wore a light blue fitted short dress, the V-neckline accentuating her ample bosom. Her slender waist led to curvaceous hips and a pair of fair, beautiful legs. This attire rendered her both elegant and alluring. Ye Chu smiled. "Sister Shiwei, you look even more beautiful after a few days." "Flattery." Huangfu Shiwei rolled her eyes and stood up, inviting him, "Come, sit." Ye Chu took a seat on the sofa, asking, "Can you now tell me what you need help with?" A captivating smile graced Huangfu Shiwei's exquisite face as she said, "I want you to be my boyfriend." The teacup Ye Chu had just lifted nearly slipped from his grasp as he stared at her in bewilderment. Huangfu Shiwei frowned slightly. "What kind of reaction is that? Are you unwilling?" Ye Chu hurriedly shook his head. "Sister Shiwei, it's not that I'm unwilling. You know I'm already married." Huangfu Shiwei smirked mischievously. "So, if you weren't married, you would agree?" Ye Chu opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, he would agree. Yet, he felt it inappropriate to express that aloud. "Haha, don't worry. I just need you to pretend to be my boyfriend." Ye Chu felt a flicker of disappointment. "Sister Shiwei, may I ask why?" he inquired with curiosity. "You'll find out shortly," Huangfu Shiwei responded without revealing too much, standing up to say, "Come. Let us go meet someone." Soon after, they arrived at Jianghuai Pavilion. Just as they reached the entrance, a tall and handsome man approached them. "Shiwei, long time no see." Huangfu Shiwei nodded at the man. "Indeed, it has been a while." I heard you joined a special department. What brings you to Jiangdu? The man did not respond but cast a hostile glance at Ye Chu, asking Shiwei, who is this? Chapter 92, Guardian of the Dragon. Jinping Huangfu Shiwei clasped Ye Chu's arm with a radiant smile, declaring, he is my boyfriend, Ye Chu. The man's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on Ye Chu with an intense and imposing presence. Ye Chu felt a palpable threat emanating from the man, and he had no doubt that, were it not for Huangfu Shiwei's presence, the man would have acted against him. It became evident to him that Huangfu Shiwei's notion of help was merely to use him as a shield. Unfazed, Ye Chu offered the man a calm smile. However, the man disregarded him entirely, turning his attention back to Huangfu Shiwei. Shiwei, you must be jesting. How could this fellow possibly be worthy of you? Ye Chu, dressed modestly and possessing an unremarkable demeanor, appeared unsuited for someone of Huangfu Shiwei's stature. Moreover, he would certainly not pass the scrutiny of the Huangfu family. Huangfu Shiwei's expression darkened slightly. Jinping, this is my personal matter, and I require no input from you. Jinping's eyes twitched, casting a discreet glare at Ye Chu before swiftly changing the subject. Shiwei, let us not dwell on this. I have made a reservation. Let us dine. The trio entered Jianghuai Pavilion, guided by the waiter to an opulent private room. As they awaited their meal, Jinping exhibited excessive enthusiasm, showering Huangfu Shiwei with insincere pleasantries. His incessant chatter became a source of irritation for her, yet she refrained from expressing her frustration due to his status. Noticing her growing discomfort, Jinping promptly shifted the topic. Shiwei, may I inquire where your companion is currently employed? Before Huangfu Shiwei could respond, Ye Chu smiled nonchalantly, I am currently unemployed. A flicker of disdain flashed in Jinping's eyes as he probed further. Is your family from some prominent lineage, perhaps inheriting wealth, thus rendering employment unnecessary? Ye Chu shook his head. I am merely an ordinary individual, not a scion of a grand family. Jinping's scoff deepened, suspecting that Ye Chu was merely a fa ade Huangfu Shiwei had conjured. Otherwise, given her haughty nature, it was implausible she would associate with someone like him. Huangfu Shiwei found amusement in this, recognizing that although Ye Chu lacked a job and background, his capabilities far surpassed any mere lineage. Moments later, the waiter presented an array of delectable dishes. Shiwei, these are all your favorites. Do try them, Jinping urged enthusiastically. Huangfu Shiwei nodded politely, but did not begin eating. Instead, she picked up her chopsticks to serve Ye Chu. Chu, be sure to eat more. Her actions were intimate, and her gaze towards Ye Chu radiated affection. This display caused Jinping's frustration to peak. As Huangfu Shiwei continued to serve, Ye Chu hastily waved his hand. Sister Shiwei, please stop. The bowl cannot hold any more. Huangfu Shiwei responded with a sweet smile, her voice as gentle as a stream. Very well, I will serve you again once you start eating. Jinping clenched his fists tightly, his gaze towards Ye Chu icy. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Huangfu Shiwei. Shiwei, I must inform you of something. Huangfu Shiwei nodded slightly, clearly uninterested. You must be curious about my purpose for coming to Jiangdu, Jinping continued. I am here to hunt down a notorious criminal on the dark list. Huangfu Shiwei's interest peaked slightly, her brow furrowing. Which criminal from the dark list? Jinping's expression turned grave as he uttered the name, Luo Qianjue. Huangfu Shiwei's face fell, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Why is he in Jiangdu? Does he not fear being apprehended by the authorities? Jinping shook his head. We are currently unaware of his motives. However, it seems he has something of great importance to attend to. The higher-ups have issued a strict order to capture Luo Qianjue. Shiwei, please be cautious during this period. Should anything arise, contact me immediately, Jinping urged earnestly. Huangfu Shiwei nodded in acknowledgement. Seizing the opportunity, Jinping resumed his attentive demeanor towards Huangfu Shiwei, treating her as if he were her devoted boyfriend. Overwhelmed by his incessant concern, she excused herself to the restroom. Jinping, Chu, please eat without me for a moment. As soon as she left, Jinping's sharp gaze turned to Ye Chu, his eyes cutting like a blade, radiating a formidable pressure. Listen closely, boy. I don't care who you are, but it would be best for you to stay away from Xiu. She is not someone of your ilk should dare to pursue. His voice was cold, imbued with a sense of superiority, as if Ye Chu were merely an insignificant insect in his eyes. What kind of person am I, in your opinion? Ye Chu inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. Jinping's countenance remained icy, his gaze laced with disdain as he coolly retorted, a frog at the bottom of a well. His words were delivered with a calm certainty, as if stating an undeniable fact. Ye Chu smirked, finding the description amusing. A frog at the bottom of a well, you say? Quite an apt analogy. You should be aware that Shiwei is the heiress of the Huangfu family in Jinling, and her future husband will undoubtedly be a paragon among men, Jin Peng continued. You, as a mere frog, will never even set foot in the Huangfu residence. It is best for you to keep your distance, or you shall only invite humiliation upon yourself. Unbeknownst to him, the frog at the bottom of a well he spoke of was a reflection of himself. Ye Chu raised an eyebrow. So, by your reasoning, you are worthy of being with Sister Shiwei? Jin Ping replied with arrogant certainty. Naturally. I am backed by the Jin family of Jinling. At just 30, I am already a member of the Guardian of the Dragon's elite ranks. He continued, his eyes glinting with contempt. Oh, I forgot. Someone like you probably doesn't even know what the Guardian of the Dragon is. It is a special department of the Great Xia, covertly safeguarding the nation's peace. Comprising the elite from all over the country, and I am one of them. His demeanor was filled with hubris. Now, do you understand the disparity between us? Ye Chu's expression turned slightly peculiar. If his memory served him correctly, during his apprenticeship, the elder had mentioned that he was the first direct disciple, and previously, only a few named disciples had been accepted. One of them was the leader of the Guardian of the Dragon. Thus, he realized he was, in fact, the junior disciple of the leader of the Guardian of the Dragon. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, the gap is quite significant. I'm glad you comprehend this, Jin Ping sneered. After today, I do not wish to see you near Shiwei again. Otherwise, you will face consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Ye Chu's expression remained indifferent. How I conduct myself is not for others to dictate. Humph, ungrateful, Jin Peng snapped, his gaze sharpening as he prepared to teach Ye Chu a lesson. Just then, Huangfu Shiwei returned, sensing the tension in the air. What were you two discussing? She feigned curiosity. Jin Peng smiled, shaking his head. Oh, nothing of consequence. Just getting to know this brother a little better. Huangfu Shiwei nodded slightly before stating, Jin Ping, thank you for your hospitality, but it is getting late. And I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Though reluctant, Jin Ping could not protest and nodded with a smile. Very well. Once I complete my task, I shall arrange another meeting. Huangfu Shiwei lightly nodded, wrapping her arm around Ye Chu's, her tone intimate. Chu, let us go. Ye Chu gently nodded, instinctively wrapping his arm around Huangfu Shiwei's waist. The soft warmth of her figure compelled him to squeeze gently, causing her to shudder slightly as she shot him a playful glare. Jin Ping's gaze turned razor-sharp, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could sever Ye Chu's hand. Yet, Ye Chu was undeterred, returning Jin Ping's glare with a defiant look, as if to say, no matter how impressive you are, what can you truly do? You can only watch. A shadow of malice flickered in Jin Ping's eyes, stirring a faint intention to harm within him. Chapter 93. Prince Ting. The two parties parted ways outside the Jianghuai Pavilion. Upon reaching the parking lot, Huangfu Shiwei shot a vexed glare at Ye Chu, exclaiming, You stubborn little brother, let go already. Reluctantly, Ye Chu released his grip, chuckling, Sister Shiwei, what do you think? Am I a suitable boyfriend? Just passable. Huangfu Shiwei replied with a roll of her eyes as she elegantly opened the car door and took her seat. Ye Chu promptly followed her inside. Meanwhile, Jin Ping's expression darkened as he drove away from Jianghuai Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the headquarters of the Jiangdu City Guard. Entering an office, he found 4 individuals seated within. Each exuded an extraordinary aura, radiating an unspoken pressure that clearly indicated they were not ordinary folk. Oh, back so soon. Didn't you want to spend more time with your little girlfriend? Teased a stout, short man. Jin Peng remained silent, his face glowering, sensing something amiss. The middle-aged man with a buzz-cut frowned and inquired, Jin Peng, what troubles you? The others looked on with curiosity. Jin Peng did not hold back, recounting the events with a stern demeanor. What? Someone dared to compete for your woman? A tall young man adorned with a black dragon tattoo exclaimed in astonishment. Who is this person? Jin Peng snorted, just a frog in a well. If it weren't for Shiwei's presence, I would have dealt with that brat long ago. A mere nobody dares to vie for the affections of our Schwanta team. The burly youth among them slammed his palm on the table. Let us go see who this audacious fellow is. The buzz-cut middle-aged man waved his hand. Man Xiong, hold your horses. We must not forget our mission. The others nodded in agreement, while the previously silent, slender young man spoke ominously, no rush. We can settle the score with that brat after we accomplish our task. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Zhou Bingtian entered with a city guard officer. He offered an apologetic smile. Gentlemen, I was delayed by some matters and returned late. My apologies. The buzz-cut man waved dismissively. No need for formalities, Commander Zhou. Zhou Bingtian continued, Master Ma. The higher-ups have instructed me to fully cooperate with your work. Ma Sisui waved his hand, We are sufficient as we are. No need for outside interference. Zhou Bingtian frowned. But that is not what the higher-ups requested. Jinping scoffed. Do we need to spell it out? Your presence will only hinder our mission. Zhou Bingtian's eye twitched, a flicker of anger flashing in his gaze. Jinpeng, refrain from being rude. Ma Sisui chided, then turned to Zhou Bingtian. Commander Zhou, could you assist us in finding accommodations? Zhou Bingtian took a deep breath and nodded. Certainly, I will arrange it immediately. After a phone call, the accommodations were promptly secured. Under the guidance of a city guard officer, the group departed the headquarters. Once they left, the city guard who had accompanied Zhou Bingtian voiced his dissatisfaction. Commander, who are those people? They are insufferably arrogant. Zhou Bingtian sighed. Their arrogance stems from merit. Those individuals are from the Dragon Guard, all members of the Xianzhao rank. The leader is named Ma Sisui, reputed to be a master at the pinnacle of his craft. The city guard was taken aback. What? They are from the Dragon Guard? The Dragon Guard, a mysterious department of the Great Xia, was known for its formidable experts. The city guard had only heard tales before, never expecting to encounter members in person. Yet, recalling their arrogance, he felt disgruntled. Even if they are from the Dragon Guard, they shouldn't act so high-handedly. We were merely trying to extend a friendly hand, and they... Enough with the complaints, Zhou Bingtian interjected. The infamous Luo Qianjue has arrived in Jiangdu, and he poses a significant threat. It is better that we do not involve ourselves. I would rather avoid unnecessary casualties among my men. Though he spoke these words, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, unable to voice his grievances in front of his subordinates. In Jiangdu, at the Wang family estate, the Wang family was receiving an esteemed guest, Wang Santong, the king of Jiang'an Tower. Wang Santong surveyed the Wang family members, casually inquiring, has that young master ascended from his seclusion yet? Bring him forth. If his potential is promising, I shall take him back to nurture. Old Master Wang Hunyang promptly replied, Elder, Zitong has emerged from his retreat and will arrive shortly. Please be patient. As soon as he finished speaking, a striking young man strode into the room. It was Wang Zitong, the Wang family's eldest grandson, who had recently returned from abroad. After consuming a small true essence pill purchased by Wang Zihue at an auction, he had entered seclusion, and only recently had he managed a breakthrough, but remained in retreat due to unstable cultivation. Wang Santong had come to Jiangdu specifically for him. Few were aware that the Wang family was actually a branch of the Donghai Wang family. Years ago, the Wang family's ancestors had committed a grave error and were expelled from the clan, establishing themselves in Jiangdu. They had long sought to return to their ancestral roots, but success had eluded them until recent years when the Wang family's strength had grown sufficiently to rekindle a tenuous connection with the clan. With Wang Zitong's breakthrough to mastery, Old Master Wang Hunyang recognized an opportunity and swiftly contacted the clan. As expected, upon learning of a young master emerging from the Wang family, the clan promptly dispatched representatives. Wang Santong scrutinized Wang Zitong, nodding slightly. Indeed, a remarkable presence. Would you be willing to accompany me back to the clan? Thank you for your kind offer, Elder. I would be honored. Wang Zitong replied respectfully, then added, Elder, before we depart, may I attend to a personal matter? The personal matter he referred to was, of course, regarding Jiang Juyao. After all, his return from abroad was primarily for her. Wang Santong frowned slightly, not wishing to linger in Jiangdu. Just as he was about to speak, the family steward rushed in. Master, we have a distinguished guest. Curious, Wang Hunyang asked, what kind of guest? The steward hurriedly replied, it is someone from above. Wang Hunyang's expression shifted, and he urged, quick, invite them in. The steward exited, and shortly returned with 5 individuals. Among them were Ma Sisui and his companions. Recognizing their extraordinary demeanor, Wang Hunyang immediately greeted them warmly. Esteemed guests, please, have a seat. There is no need for formalities, Master Wang. We have urgent matters to discuss. Ma Sisui interjected, his gaze fixed on Wang Santong. Mr. Wang, we are from the Dragon Guard and require you to accompany us. At the mention of the Dragon Guard, the Wang family's upper echelon's eyes widened in alarm. Wang Santong furrowed his brow. Why does the Dragon Guard seek me? I have done nothing wrong. You misunderstand, Mr. Wang. Ma Sisui clarified. We are here to protect you. Protect me? Mr. Wang, you may not be aware, but Luo Qianjue has arrived in Jiangdu. And if all goes to plan, you are his target. Not long ago, they had received word from above indicating that Luo Qianjue